Chapter 641. After Chu Si's preliminary confirmation of the mountain's basic conditions, Ji Xian decided to personally enter the site. He tested his leg injury and found it was fine after standing up and walking a few steps, but a little more force brought back pain. This level of injury wouldn't have been a big deal under normal circumstances, but he decided to quickly scan the map. Any danger could occur along the way, so Ji Xian naturally needed to keep his physical fitness in top shape. Looking at Chu Si's test results, Brother Xian became very interested in this area. However, he still had a lot of background work to do before officially commencing work. Ji Xian pulled a special energy stone from his neck and carefully placed it against his body. He kept moving to feel his body's healing progress. Once his legs were running smoothly, he immediately pulled out the small red date and hid it behind his clothes. The first thing Brother Xian had to do was to ensure the safety of his surroundings. Although Chu Si had already reviewed the general situation, Ji Xian was honestly skeptical of her findings. After all, she hadn't had any professional training before, so it was normal for her to overlook small details. For example, he could directly determine which mutant animals had been in a certain area by looking at bite marks on leaves, footprints on the ground, and feces. Chu Si certainly didn't have that skill. Ji Xian had to make sure there were no nearby animals capable of competing with the mutant monkeys. He didn't want to build a house and then have to move after just 2 days. In fact, Brother Xian not only wanted to build their own shelter this time, he also wanted to renovate the valley where the monkeys lived, improving its concealment and defenses. He would also dig a well in the valley to facilitate their future lives. To avoid a repeat of the previous situation, where a group of powerful mutant animals suddenly appeared and drove the monkeys away, thus depriving them of their most important support for their survival. They quickly went through the territory. This time, Chu Si and Ji Xian worked together. Because many areas here were high radiation zones, which would be extremely harmful to Brother Xian, he had to fight hard and use special energy stones. Naturally, they covered as many areas as possible. They barely exchanged words along the way. Ji Xian quickly wrote down key information on the tablet with a pen. Chu Si tilted her head to look at it. It was just as densely packed with symbols. Now she finally understood what Ji Xian had felt just now. It was truly like a heavenly book. The only one who could read it was probably herself, the one who wrote it. Brother Xian moved quickly, making notes on the paper from time to time, quickly filling pages. Their inspection this time was even more thorough than the monkeys' own inspection of the territory. It was basically a hands-on approach. They tried to eliminate all unknown factors. It was 3 hours later when the two returned to their starting point. Chu Si was about to ask something when he saw Ji Xian quickly spread out his manuscript paper and, based on it, began to quickly construct a 3D topographic map of the surrounding area on his watch. He had deliberately disconnected the device's network and removed the chip to prevent automatic data upload. Sister Chu watched helplessly as high-rise buildings rose from the ground. It turned out that Brother Renchuan's map was truly not on the same level as his. In areas with high radiation, many data points could not be measured, but basic plant and animal species were marked, and the entire area was marked in red. In areas with moderate radiation, in addition to this information, basic information about mountains and rivers is also recorded. Chu Si looked at the projected miniature scene. She recalled it and immediately matched it to the real scene. Sister Chu opened her mouth. She reached out and took one of Ji Xian's sketches, carefully studying it. She felt it wasn't as good as her own original drawings, but she hadn't expected there to be an upgraded version. Brother Xian was truly a living treasure, the treasure of the treasure chest. Come on, awesome! Chu Si had previously been a bit conceited, thinking that after so much growth, she should be able to compete with Ji Xian in combat power. Now, she was absolutely certain that their instantaneous attack power might be comparable, but when it came to survivability, she was completely inferior. She didn't dare disturb Ji Xian. Brother Xian's drawings clearly contained a lot of shorthand, and she was afraid Ji Xian would forget if she interrupted him. After he finally connected all the pages, a complete map emerged from the ground. The advantages of a detailed map were thus revealed. Chu Si could rush directly from the high radiation area into the valley, but he couldn't. Ji Xian had predetermined the location for the shelter. Starting from his current position, he chose a moderately irradiated area. Soon, several planned routes appeared. These would be his future routes in and out of the shelter. Chapter 642. After surveying the general route, Ji Xian checked the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. This place was quite far from the base, so they went straight home. We rest today, but we officially start working tomorrow. The two returned to the base, exhausted. Ji Xian had just recovered, and he was tired after a busy day. But he couldn't rest yet. After returning, Brother Xian had to go out to Oldley to buy some mining supplies. Chu Xi ran to the third floor to check on the family nursery. The newly planted sprouts were still very fragile, with only a few leaves. Now was the time to look at them, but not eat them. She observed the soil and sprinkled a little water on them. The transplanted fern nearby was already well established, with tall leaves and plump, tender flesh. It was perfect time to pick them. After carefully testing the leaves for a while, she found 3 tender shoots that met the radiation standards. She carefully set them aside and took out half a shoot, enough to stir-fry a small dish. She hung the rest nearby to dry and store as dried vegetables. This thing was growing incredibly fast. Looking at the ring of old leaves, Chu Xi squatted down and removed the excess, leaving only enough for the plant to survive. After all, these were highly radioactive and irreversible. Leaving them, there would only waste the nutrients in the soil. She was almost done with her work, and seeing that Ji Xian hadn't returned yet, she went downstairs to make a meal. She stir-fried the fern with a small amount of meat and fat, resulting in a bright, fresh, and delightful dish. Then she took 5 caryopsis fruits from the small storage room next to the kitchen, crushed them, and made porridge. Chu Xi deliberately avoided adding nutrient solution, eliminating the plastic smell, and allowing the refreshing fragrance of plants to permeate the heart. Since she didn't have to do any physical work in the evening, this was more than enough. Suddenly, she paused, and images inevitably raced through her mind. Her face flushed slightly under the steam from the pot. She got up and went to the kitchen, pulling out half a radish-sized ginseng root. It seemed she had found it while digging a snow cave. She hadn't eaten it since bringing it home, so now was the perfect time to replenish her energy. After all, newlyweds work so hard. She cut a thin slice from it, chopped it up, and stirred it into the porridge. Instantly, a strong medicinal aroma wafted out, and then it grew stronger and stronger. She gradually developed a bad feeling. Clearly, her first medicinal meal was a failure. It's a shame. Even with all the good stuff, the flavor is incredibly similar to traditional Chinese medicine. Sister Chu drank a bowl with a dull expression. Seeing there was still plenty left in the pot, she pinched her nose and guzzled 2 more bowls, not wanting Ji Xian to look down on her. Waste is not an option. But she truly couldn't drink any more. Just as she was tearfully putting up a last stand, Brother Xian returned. He had a lot of stuff in his hands, but he stuffed it directly into the car instead of taking it home. Entering the living room, he was choked by the rich herbal odor. He glanced at his wife's bitter face in the distance. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. After washing his hands, Ji Xian sat on the other side of the table and poured himself a bowl of porridge, then drank it with a normal expression. Not long after, he picked up the spoon and poured himself a second bowl, eating with considerable composure. Chu Xi was stunned. She lowered her head and took another sip. It was still bitter, but after swallowing, a slight sweetness began to settle in her mouth. It tasted no better than the traditional Chinese medicine she'd taken to soothe her stomach. Sister Chu looked up in confusion, taking a small spoonful. "Can't you taste the bitterness?" She suddenly felt a little worried. Could Ji Xian be feeling unwell again, and they didn't know about it? Ji Xian calmly finished his bowl of porridge, then nodded and said to Chu Xi, "I can taste it. I know you added ginseng. And quite a lot, actually." Since he needed to replenish his body, it seemed his recent injuries had left his young wife feeling quite resentful. Chu Xi didn't bother with the remaining soup, he took it all from the pot. For once, there was even half a plate of stir-fried vegetables left, something that had been almost impossible before. Of course, nothing should be eaten for free. Tonight's night was particularly long. Sister Chu's body, so strong, felt like it was falling apart the next day. But wasting energy on repairs like this a bit too much, she simply stayed in bed for a while longer, refusing to get out unless Ji Xian called her. Brother Xian slept well last night, and was in a very good mood. He woke up promptly at 4 o'clock, quickly made breakfast, and then went to fix his emu. When Chu Xi floated to sit at the table, the thoughtful Brother Xian handed her a bowl of porridge. The faint smell of ginseng immediately brought her to tears. "Can you even be a human being?" Ji Xian paused slightly, as he picked up the dish, his lips curled up. Was he frightened? "Don't worry, it's just the lingering smell from the pot." Chu Xi had put way too much ginseng in the dish yesterday, and even after scrubbing it carefully, the smell still lingered. He couldn't help but shake his head, and reached out to touch Chu Xi's forehead. "You're so cowardly, you still dare to imitate someone's overt hints?" Chu Xi, What did she hint at? He raised his head, and glared at Ji Xian fiercely. After a moment's stare, his anger faded. Forget it, how could this person, who looked so good, have such deviant ideas? Chapter 643. After lingering for a long time at home, the two finally left. Ji Xian checked his belongings as usual, and only after confirming they were all in order did he drive off. This time, the two had even brought their tunnel boring machine. Chu Xi had previously researched the cliffs surrounding the monkey colony, and found that they were mostly made of granite, making them extremely solid. This would have been a good thing, but now they needed to dig a hole deep within the mountain. If Sister Chu relied solely on her own manpower, how long would it take? Thankfully, the base had recently sent them a batch of small mining equipment, which came in handy. Today's mission was demanding, and the two traveled without delay. Once they arrived, they were immediately entering a high radiation area, and the tunnel boring machine wouldn't start at all. However, they had been prepared for this. They knew that high radiation areas would restrict the use of equipment, and they were well aware of this. Chu Xi didn't hesitate. She immediately ran into the valley, and called out 2 mutant monkeys. Together, they lifted her, and the tunnel boring machine inside. Ji Xian could only watch them go in silence. No matter how many times he saw it, he was still deeply shocked. He had never imagined that humans and mutant animals could coexist so harmoniously. No one else would ever be treated the way Chu Xi did. In fact, Sister Chu hadn't given up hope at first. She figured that even if they entered an area of high-intensity radiation, the tunnel boring machine's equipment would at most malfunction partially. Basic starting and driving shouldn't be a problem. It turned out she'd been overthinking it. The tunnel boring machine here was simply too advanced. The rows of buttons on the console must have contained a complex circuit system. As soon as the power was turned on, the buttons on the control panel flashed incessantly under the influence of the radiation. Also accompanied by a piercing fault alarm. It was almost insane. Chu Xi, not expecting such a situation, was startled and immediately snatched the key from the console. When everything calmed down, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Chu was indeed a little short on experience. She was a little overwhelmed by the situation, as if it was about to explode. After this incident, she became much more docile, and never showed off again. From then on, she followed Ji Xian's instructions completely. Reaching the inner valley, she pulled out a few old-fashioned bombs from her pocket, the kind with fuses. Although their power was significantly weaker than the more common electronic explosives, they were still a high-end option for high radiation areas. For rock blasting, they were the ones to choose from. After mining for so long, Sister Chu had developed her own method for selecting blasting points. After marking the location, she used a sledgehammer to make a few small holes. She placed the explosives in, the fuse trailing a long way. She twisted several strands of fuse together, cleared the area of nearby monkeys, and retreated to a safe distance before igniting the fire. The sparks flew forward with a clack, clack sound. She had thought her plan was foolproof, but even then, a minor flaw occurred. It was Ji Xian's fault for not specifically instructing her. With this old-fashioned explosive, due to various factors, it was impossible to predict its combustion rate. Detonating it alone would have been no problem, but Chu Xi was used to using electronic time bombs. Unconsciously, she repeated the previous pattern. 13 holes exploded simultaneously, the explosions coming one after another. But that wasn't the worst of it. Chu Xi watched helplessly as a bomb flew out from the rocks, hurtling straight towards the valley. On this side, Sister Chu led a group of onlookers. The firecracker had a beautiful fuse. Looking at the tiny fireworks, she seemed to hear the crackling sound of burning. At that moment, Chu Xi's mind went blank. This was dynamite. Even if it couldn't match the explosive power of an electronic bomb, it was definitely enough to deal with mortals like them. Thankfully, the remaining fuse was long, giving her some wiggle room. She retreated, shouting, "Run! Spread out!" Perhaps the frantic waving of her hands had given some monkeys a false impression, bringing back fond memories. A monkey bravely leaped up, reaching out and grabbing the firecracker. At that moment, Chu Xi's vision went dark. But then, something even more despairing happened. The idiot leaped up and passed the firecracker back. It shot so accurately at her. Luckily, fortunately, a spirited young man intercepted it mid-flight. But things didn't end there. The bomb, trailing a trail of fire, spread among the monkeys. Over there were the roaring sounds of explosions, and the collapse of the mountain hadn't dampened their enthusiasm for entertainment. Chu Xi watched with despair. She now felt that it would have been better if the firecracker had been passed to her. She could have pulled the fuse in time, and not had to watch it dwindle in despair. Thankfully, her despair didn't last long, as fate's boomerang finally pierced her chest. Looking at the tinder of dynamite in her hand, She anxiously pinched it, pinching the flame, fearing she hadn't saved it completely. She spat on it twice before finally settling down. Afterwards, she looked at the bear commander in her hand, her forehead covered in sweat. After the catastrophe, her only thought was to quickly dig a hole and bury the thing. She didn't ask for anything else, just to rest in peace. Chapter 644. Of course, Juicy Eye still had her sanity, so the thought of setting up a nest for a bomb was a minor thought. After the first wave of blasts, she calmed down and mobilized the monkeys, who had just had so much fun. She moved the rocks aside, and the blasting range successfully entered the moderate radiation zone. Now it was time to use the tunnel boring machine. After entering the moderate radiation range, Juicy Eye carefully turned the key on the machine. The equipment powered on. Perhaps the radiation level was still a bit high, although the button didn't flash. A high-risk warning signal was still issued. Thankfully, the machine still worked. She followed Ji Xian's instructions. Hidden in the carport, she watched the drill bit go into the mountain with a thump 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 sound. This thing really works. To say it's like cutting tofu is a bit of an exaggeration, but it truly works effortlessly. The specially designed drill bit made it easy to cut through ordinary rocks. Juicy Eye sat in the car and didn't feel much of a recoil. The ride was remarkably smooth. With this massive vehicle, the advance was incredibly rapid. After advancing just over 30 meters, she sensed something amiss. She couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but the car's headlights illuminated the cave like daylight. Juicy Eye stopped the car, but found nothing unusual. She could only put aside her uneasiness and begin her digging. Ji Xian's plan was to dig about 100 meters deeper. 100 meters would roughly cover the transition period from high to moderate radiation. But before midnight, that feeling resurfaced, and her uneasiness intensified, even though she had only advanced less than 40 meters. Juicy Eye still chose to follow her heart, swiftly scrambling out of the car and sprinting out of the cave. But after waiting outside for 4 or 5 minutes, nothing happened. She couldn't help but rub her forehead, feeling a little irritated. Just as she was debating whether to go back in, the monkeys started to stir. The mother monkey ran over, grabbed Juicy Eye, and immediately ran out of the valley. The other monkeys didn't waste any time either, each one making a desperate attempt to escape. Soon, they rushed out in a swarm. Although Ji Xian didn't feel anything obvious, he knew something was wrong in the valley as soon as he saw the monkey situation. Then, the ground trembled. Although it was only 2 faint tremors, Ji Xian's expression changed immediately. If it were just a small tremor, the monkeys wouldn't have reacted so strongly. Juicy Eye was still being held hostage by someone. He pulled out the special energy stone and placed it against his neck, no longer concerned about the high radiation area. The cliffs here were steep and densely wooded. The only chance of survival was to follow the monkey pack. Sister Chu couldn't help but glance back. Ji Xian's legs had just healed, and he hadn't bothered to use his energy to strengthen them, so his speed was indeed lagging behind. Juicy Eye couldn't help but remind him, use the flying tiger claw on them. It'd be fine. Ji Xian, Only Juicy Eye could come up with such a daring move. The others weren't just incapable of it, they simply didn't dare. After all, no mutant animal would be allowed to escape with such a restraint. Failure to do so would only lead to a quicker death. But Ji Xian untied the flying tiger claw from his waist. He really had no other options. It turned out to be just as Juicy Eye had said, except this guy was also incredibly cunning, having deliberately chosen Monkey Shibao's trap. Just as the guy was about to pull the rope down, Juicy Eye stopped him. Unable to defeat Monkey Shiba, after weighing the pros and cons, he even pulled Ji Xian along the rope. Rather than having him trail behind and get in the way, it simply hung on him and saved the trouble. Thanks to Sister Chu's help, Ji Xian finally managed to cling to someone powerful. Chapter 645. The monkeys had only been running for about 10 minutes, when the earthquake struck. To be honest, the tremors weren't that strong. Juicy Eye only saw the giant tree visibly sway a few times, and then there was a loud boom, and smoke and dust rose from the valley. Ji Xian, Regardless, this intensity shouldn't have caused such a collapse. It's just that Juicy Eye dug the tunnel at the perfect time. Originally, this tunnel wouldn't have been prone to collapse, given the numerous marble supports along the sides. But today, the earthquake happened, completely disintegrating the already fragile structure. Luckily, Sister Chu escaped early today, otherwise, if she had been trapped by the boulder and unable to climb out, all her energy stones would have been wasted. Although they had a general idea of what was wrong, neither Ji Xian nor Juicy Eye, nor the entire monkey group, returned to investigate. They were clearly still worried about another major earthquake. After all, This earthquake had been a bit much of a prelude. Although they hadn't suffered any harm here, and the monkeys had quickly found a suitable shelter to rest and recuperate, Ji Xian's expression was grim. Given the current situation, the magnitude of this earthquake was definitely significant. It was possible the epicenter was simply far away. They waited for nearly 2 hours, during which time several small aftershocks occurred, though their intensity thankfully decreased considerably. Until noon, when no more earthquakes struck, everyone's hearts gradually eased. Chu Xi returned to the valley and took a quick look. The cave entrance was already filled with rubble, seemingly just as they had anticipated. In fact, not only did the rock face where they were mining collapse, but the rocks on the other 2 sides also suffered varying degrees of dislodging. The valley was filled with ruins, and many of the golden bells that once covered the mountain walls had been toppled over. It looked quite desolate. Chu Xi took a look and confirmed that her tunnel boring machine couldn't dig any further, so she quickly returned. The monkeys probably wouldn't be back for the next 2 days anyway, so they wait until the aftermath of the earthquake had passed. When she emerged, Ji Xian had already teamed up with several monkeys to dig their car and barge out from under the fallen tree. Thankfully, the off-road vehicle and barge had been modified, so even now, trapped beneath the entire tree trunk, they remained unscathed. Chu Xi was now thankful they had retrieved the turtle, otherwise they would have lost everything. A barge and an off-road vehicle. She was heartbroken. No, Chu Xi suddenly realized. The tunnel boring machine is definitely dead. Then the machines we kept in Silverback territory are also underground. She couldn't bear to think about it. They were definitely dead. And home. Ji Xian opened the car door, and Chu Xi climbed in nimbly. Let's go home. Sister Chu was heartbroken, wailing. She wondered how much of her family's assets would be left. Ji Xian wasn't so pessimistic about this. The buildings at the base were built with earthquake-resistant technology, and an earthquake of that magnitude wouldn't have any impact on them. The mining machines still in the mines outside would probably need to be repaired sometime. Now he wanted to know something else. Where was the epicenter this time? And what was the magnitude? If it were far away, it would be fine. Otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be like Base 52, with people scattering instantly. The pressure on other nearby bases would undoubtedly increase, and the environment would undoubtedly deteriorate. The two drove off-road, not daring to delay for even a moment. Once the signal stabilized, a message immediately appeared on his Devil's watch. Chu Xi looked down and saw the epicenter is 2.7 kilometers north of Base 13. It's a super strong earthquake with a magnitude of 9.7. Chu Xi had no idea what a 9.7 magnitude earthquake meant, as she had no idea what it meant. In her memory, the highest number she ever heard was 8.0 on the Richter scale, which meant devastating devastation. She took a deep breath. With the earthquake source so close, Base 13 must have been destroyed. Ji Xian nodded. It was inevitable. The base had shock-absorbing features, but even that had its limits, and they definitely couldn't withstand the force of a 9.7 magnitude earthquake. Besides, Ji Xian rubbed his brow. Base 13 was near the sea. Such a minor earthquake would undoubtedly trigger a tsunami. He could only be thankful that Base 46 was far enough away, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 646. The two returned to the base, and thankfully, everything turned out just as Ji Xian had predicted. Although many houses in the shantytown had collapsed, they were built with simple materials to begin with. Even if they suddenly collapsed, few would be crushed to death. As for the houses within the base, only a few actually collapsed. The houses here were all built with official approval, and all necessary measures had been taken. Now was the time to test the results. Without stopping, the two drove all the way to the small building. Looking at the 3-story villa, still standing intact, Chu Xi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their house had held up. Seeing this, Ji Xian finally felt relieved. After all, their house had been newly built this year, so the quality was indeed better. At least there were no visible cracks on the exterior walls. But before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, another message popped up on her watch. Chu Xi's heart sank. After all, there had just been an earthquake. Could there be more devastating news? She clicked on the message with a sullen face. She wasn't talking about Base 46, but she still felt no relief. Base 13 was confirmed destroyed, 130,000 people buried underground. Few managed to escape in time. The crowd was shocked. Base 13, that was a standard large base, with a full 150,000 people, and only a mere 20,000 survived. This was a disaster. The message ended with a call for volunteers to come and provide support. Base 13 awaits your arrival. For the sake of hope, Forge ahead. Chu Xi took a deep breath and turned to look at Ji Xian. I have great strength, which will definitely come in handy. Brother Xian closed his eyes, then dragged Chu Xi to the square to sign up. This base operation was extremely swift. The destruction of Base 13 was a devastating blow to the entire country. What does destruction mean? It means people are gone, buildings have collapsed, the earth and sky have collapsed, and the core protective shield has been completely destroyed. There is no possibility of repair. Countless people are actively rushing to the front lines of disaster relief. But people in the core areas are rapidly evacuating. Although the probability of a tsunami from a land-based earthquake is low, this earthquake source is very close to the coast, and it's a thrust type, making a tsunami almost certain. Just consider how much time can be left for disaster relief. There are a full 130,000 people buried there. If the rescue is done properly, at least hundreds of people can survive every minute. But such an opportunity couldn't be expended at the cost of countless ordinary lives. Fighting on the front lines were the elite teams from each base, along with professional technical command teams and medical personnel. Their support came from the helicopters capable of the fastest evacuation. Only in this way could the rescuers be guaranteed the lowest casualty rate and the most efficient rescue. The selected volunteers quickly boarded the trucks, with Ji Xian and Chu Xi sitting next to each other. Soon, one truck was full. The truck set off without delay, and not long after they left, the second truck was also full. Ji Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but he still felt a tightness in his heart, a suffocating pain. Because he knew very well that the number of people who could still be rescued at Base 13 was very few. Even with the most professional rescue personnel, without time, everything would be in vain. And they, the people who were supposed to be responsible for the post-tsunami relief work. The homes of 150,000 people would vanish in an instant. Brother Xian turned his head and looked at the distant mountains. It truly was an act of God. This disaster affected more than just Base 13. Countless others, like Base 46, suffered only minor injuries, and 2 other sites suffered serious damage. Ji Xian opened the map on his watch and calculated the distance. Base 21 was located at a lower elevation, and only about 18 kilometers from the coastline. A magnitude 9.7 earthquake was enough to trigger a massive tsunami. As much as Ji Xian hated to believe it, the probability of them being hit by a tsunami was truly high. In fact, everyone at Base 21 had already begun evacuation. Clearly, the official predictions were in line with Brother Xian's. Chapter 647. The tsunami finally arrived, less than half an hour after the earthquake. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the rescuers, Base 13 rescued over 13,000 people, with over 2,000 still showing signs of life. And then, Base 13 ceased to exist. Just over 10 minutes later, the raging tsunami reached Base 21. Thankfully, the people there had already evacuated, leaving behind only an empty city. The car sped along the highway. At noon, a dedicated person distributed a nutritional supplement to each volunteer, a day's worth of food in non-wartime conditions. Although it was only one supplement, it was enough to astonish Chu Xi. Unexpectedly, volunteers in the Wasteland were provided with meals. One supplement a day would be considered a high salary for many ordinary people. Chu Xi and his team arrived early, and the people in the car were mostly from the nearby shantytowns, who had flocked to sign up. At the time, she only felt it was simply a burning desire, but now it seemed more likely due to financial pressure. After the nutrient supplements were distributed, she saw many people quietly hiding their food. Even those who opened the food and drank it on the spot only took a few sips. Chu Xi took a quick look and realized that there were only a handful of women in the car, most of whom were relatively strong. She looked at Ji Xian in confusion. Is the screening for volunteer qualifications still very strict? Chu Xi clearly remembered that when they were lining up, the composition of the group was still very mixed, with men, women, young and old alike. Those who remained on the car were already the best of the best. Ji Xian nodded. The specific level of leniency in screening is flexible, primarily determined by the severity of the disaster and the distance to be reached. For example, since they were close to the disaster site, the requirements for selecting volunteers were much more relaxed, and many individuals with decent physical fitness were accepted directly, as they were looking for rapid response times and the ability to quickly deploy rescue personnel over a large area. For those farther away, the preference was for elite personnel. These individuals were already capable of providing the backbone of the effort, and were much more effective. For this disaster relief effort, their Base 46 fell into the latter category. In reality, Chu Xi's appearance shouldn't have meant she was selected, but her reputation as hairdress sister was already well known. So, with her petite frame, she squeezed in. The convoy sped along for 4 days, and when they finally reached their destination, Sister Chu was still shocked by the devastation. They were assigned to the area surrounding Base 21 for disaster relief. Although the tsunami had long since receded, much of the base remained submerged beneath the vast ocean. Small boats frequently paddled in and out, but the scene was starkly different from what Chu Ci had imagined. Because the people at Base 21 had already evacuated, the relief efforts there focused primarily on salvaging supplies and recovering the bodies of mutant animals. Base 13, however, seemed to have become a taboo. After the devastating earthquake, coupled with the devastating tsunami, there was already no hope of recovery. Even the official authorities currently only planned to recover the bodies after the floodwaters receded. Base 13 was different from here. After the waters receded at Base 21, many large, mutated marine animals also returned to the ocean. Base 13, however, had suffered a massive ground collapse due to the previous earthquake, preventing the water from receding. After the tsunami, a vast ocean lake had formed. The original ruins had vanished. After arriving at the site, everyone quickly joined the disaster relief team. Chu Ci and Ji Xian were assigned to 2 separate groups. Sister Chu's team was the body recovery team, while Ji Xian seemed to be better equipped. They headed directly to the core area of Base 21, apparently searching for something. The 2 groups separated. Chu Ci took a look and followed his teammates into a dilapidated kayak. Even for corpse scavenging, there were ace teams. Their boats were sturdier and had more horsepower, capable of towing the carcasses of large mutant animals. Sister Chu's team's small kayaks, on the other hand, could only roam within the safe zone, searching for the swollen bodies of smaller animals like mutant rabbits and mice. Suddenly, the carcass of another mutant wild boar was discovered up ahead. Chu Ci sighed. They had already requested assistance several times. This was the 3rd large wild boar Chu Ci had discovered within the safe zone. This time, they simply sought help. With the help of their teammates, they dove into the water and tied up the swollen wild boar with ropes. Then, the boat exerted its power, slowly towing it away from the water. Chapter 648. During the days of disaster relief, the sky was gloomy, and everyone was busy with their own tasks, each one scrambling to get back on track. Everyone worked non-stop. The bodies had to be cleared out as quickly as possible. Firstly, there was the fear of an epidemic, and secondly, there was the fear of attracting a large number of scavengers, which would make matters worse. Base 21 has a huge population base, and it would be a heavy burden no matter where it was located. Therefore, the dangerous factors here needed to be eliminated as soon as possible to help them rebuild their homes as quickly as possible. Over the past few days, Chu Ci and Ji Xian, due to different divisions of labor, had been assigned to 2 different areas since their arrival. At first, Sister Chu had time to think, but once the work really began, she was completely obsessed, working non-stop. The conditions here were very poor, with only a few tents set up on the mountain. Nutrient solution could be obtained by using one's identity information, but water was freely available. The temporary camp consisted of several large tents, one dedicated to command, one for medical care, and the remaining several for volunteers to take turns resting. Different teams rotated out, and no one had a designated bed. They would find time to nap between missions. Beds were scarce, so sometimes they just find a spot on the floor. Later, as more supplies arrived, everyone could finally get a sleeping bag. No one was restricted to sleeping in the tents anymore, and the situation improved slightly. But after 6 or 7 days of such intense work, even Sister Chu, a formidable warrior, was nearly exhausted. So, one after another, people began applying to leave the team and depart the disaster relief front lines. Chu Ci had originally hoped to hold out for a few more days, but the longer it went on, the less she could do, or she was assigned insignificant tasks, such as watching the flooding. This kind of work could be done by anyone, and she hadn't come here for the daily rations in the first place. Now there was really no point in staying. She might as well go home and continue digging her family's shelter. After discussing it with Ji Xian, she officially applied to leave the team. In fact, the base had already begun to deliberately encourage some people to leave. Because the disaster relief efforts had been going on for over 10 days, there were only so many tasks that ordinary people could do. The rest basically needed to be taken over by professionals, resulting in an oversupply of labor, and leaving so many people on the job was unnecessary. Chu Ci had previously performed exceptionally well in the disaster relief effort. It was no exaggeration to say that she single-handedly boosted the team's performance, doing the work of 3. That's why he wanted to keep her until the end. Now it was perfect, and everyone was happy. A lot of people had been eliminated today. Chu Si sat in the car, expecting a small rush of returnees, but instead, she noticed many people had rejoined the freelance hunters. On second thought, this was indeed an opportunity. In shallow waters, you occasionally find fish washed up by the sea. With a net or something, they could easily be caught. After all, these were aquatic animals. Once on land, their fighting power would drop rapidly. Simply trapping them could even suffocate them to death. This efficiency was far superior to hunting those small, mutated land animals. Someone profited, and the news spread like wildfire. Chu Si was tempted. But seeing that most of them were working in groups, he gave up the idea. Ji Xian's mission wasn't over yet, and she didn't want to team up with others. The main reason was that the management here was too lax, and many people had been tainted. Their family wasn't short of food at the moment, so it would be better to avoid this spotlight for now. The two of them spoke on the phone, and Ji Xian agreed with her decision. Besides Chu Si's concerns, he was more optimistic about an opportunity. Opportunity? Chu Si was a little confused. This place was barren. Besides the mutated marine animals brought here by the tsunami, what other opportunities could they possibly find? Ji Xian sighed, reluctant to mention Base 13, because it was truly too burdensome. But the formation of that lake did indeed bring countless possibilities to the people here. The mutants still trapped in the shallows around Base 21 are truly just small karami. They have a barge made from a turtle shell, so they can try to reach the newly formed lake. After hearing this, Chu Si replied, after a long pause. Then the two hung up the phone. Chu Si's emotions were deeply complex, but ultimately, they all turned into an overflowing sadness. The car sped along the highway, and the girl leaned back in her seat, staring blankly at the scenery passing by the window. She had rushed here with such passion, hoping only to save a few more lives. But a single wrath from nature had robbed her of her chance to save them. She couldn't help but smile. One thought could lead to heaven, the next to hell. The city where hundreds of thousands of compatriots were buried would soon become a treasured feng shui site. This steamed bun tasted delicious. What kind of world is this? How can it be so cruel? Chapter 649. Sadness had been lingering in Chu Si's heart for a long time. She had assumed it would take a long time to heal. It turned out she had been overthinking it. How could the Wasteland be so friendly? The wound might not heal quickly, but with new wounds piled on top of old ones, how could you possibly tell which hurt? Sister Chu had been pretentious for 3 days, but when she saw Base 46 again, she was still shocked by the mutant beasts roaming the streets. Mutated frogs, crayfish, baby giant salamanders, toads. The sight of these things instantly healed Chu Si's tired arms and legs. The base was in turmoil. Due to the recent aftershocks, many amphibians had crawled out of the river. With the west gate so close, the base was quickly devastated. Those without combat skills were terrified and stayed home, while those who considered themselves capable waged guerrilla warfare within the base. Originally, the situation on the street was eerily stable. Because frogs and toads had dynamic vision, those who came out to fight mostly adopted fixed position tactics. Thankfully, the battlefield was inside the base. Finding cover behind a wall, and adding a few more shots, when the opportunity arose, the hunting results were still quite impressive. But the sudden return of Chu Si and his group upset this balance. The people who went out to support the group filled 3 large trucks, but not everyone had the courage to get out and show off. Most people remained in the trucks, waiting to see what would happen. Chu Si sighed. She wasn't going to wait any longer. She checked her gear, then pushed the door open and walked out. Fearing her face would be ripped off by the frogs' tongues, she deliberately put on her headgear. Stylish movement, sharp shooting, ruthless strikes. Unintentionally, Sister Chu had amassed a new wave of fans. Although she had barely shown her face when she first became famous, she had long been a fixture in the base's storytelling sessions. For example, the dark and windy night, the short stature, the sharp eyes, the agility, and so on. But the various versions Chu Si heard later always felt a little off. For some reason, they always seemed to emphasize her disability, but strength of spirit, though she never quite understood the reason. Others' goal was to hunt mutant beasts, essentially selecting a location and then hiding. Chu Si, on the other hand, was preparing to return home, even though the distance from the west gate to her home was very close. But as she ran, at least 5 or 6 mutant frogs followed her, and toads also tried to follow. Unfortunately, they were too slow and not good at tracking prey, so in the end, there was always a beginning but no end. Standing at the door, she felt a sense of relief when she saw it was still intact. It seemed like at least there had been no violent demolition. Sister Chu scanned her ID and entered. As soon as she stepped into the ground floor courtyard, her heart dropped. The situation on the second floor was unknown. In the ground floor courtyard alone, 2 mutant frogs lay slumped. The first floor door was wide open. After dispatching the 2 creatures in the courtyard, she immediately rushed inside. Destroying some things wouldn't be a big deal, but she and Ji Xian had left in such a hurry that they hadn't been able to bring the mutant short-tailed pit vipers with them. She was worried that these precious treasures would escape, and she was also worried that the snakes would be eaten by the mutant frogs. Either way, the pain was unbearable. Oh my goodness! She rushed into the room and found the snake was fine, but there was another small turtle, barely a square meter in size. This one was clearly not a marine species. Chu Xi, judging by the pattern, remarkably resembled a fruit core mud turtle she once raised. Fruit core mud turtle. This is a small turtle, tiny in modern times. Even after 5 or 6 years, it would only be about 7 or 8 centimeters long. After the mutation, it grew to about a meter, which seemed quite normal. Chu Xi's first reaction was, "Ah, a turtle." The last surprise was so great that Sister Chu remembered it so well that she gets excited whenever she sees a turtle. But this turtle is so small that, at best, it can only be used as a shield. Suddenly, Chu Xi's eyes lit up. If there was one, there would surely be another. If she could find another one over a meter and a half long, she could use it as a camping tent. Sister Chu couldn't help but feel excited at the thought. This was very important to her. She had always planned to explore areas with high radiation levels, but most of those places were far from her base, and a round trip might not be possible in a day. Therefore, a safe shelter was crucial. And since cars and other vehicles couldn't get in, she had to rely on the most basic of tools, the tortoise shell, which undoubtedly provided excellent protection. She could easily carry the 1.5 meter long shell, and even tuck her legs in for sleep. It was a very cost-effective item. Chapter 650. The fruit core mud turtle is an aquatic species, and cannot stay out of water for long periods of time. Yet, this creature managed to survive for several days here. This was entirely due to its superior intelligence and good luck. The fruit core mud turtle had actually managed to create a hole in the wall, and then bit open the water pipe leading to the hydroponic room. The sparse flow of water from above kept it alive. Alas, it only lived to this day. Although turtles have high defenses, they are not difficult for humans to kill. Chu Xi unearthed a crossbow and fired a bolt at its head. Soon, the poison took effect, and it perished. However, dissecting this turtle proved quite challenging. The skin and flesh were not a problem, but the hardness of its bones was a real headache. The hole in its neck was small, and Chu Xi struggled to pull its entire body out. She could only find the joints, then painstakingly unscrewed the ligaments connecting the bones. It took considerable effort to finally clear the entire turtle's shell. But to Chu Xi's delight, she had unearthed a special pink energy stone from within the turtle's body. Though it was small, only half the size of a fingertip, round like a small pearl on an earring, its color was remarkably pure, a true hibiscus pink, a rich, rich hue. She checked her watch. Energy stone grade, D, energy value, 683. Really impressive, exceeding her expectations. Chu Xi couldn't help but curl her lips in a smile. This thing was Ji Xian's lifeblood, and she felt uneasy without a stockpile at home. After carefully placing the energy stone, she turned the shell over and over, examining it and testing its feel. The weight was just right, and it danced with a powerful, ferocious movement. She just wondered if this small turtle shell offered enough protection. Without further delay, she carried the shell to the second floor landing, secured it in place, and then pulled out her pistol and fired 2 shots. One bullet struck the shell, leaving only a slight scorch mark and causing no damage to the shell. The other, fired at a wrong angle, jumped directly onto the city wall. Thankfully, the wall was incredibly strong, and the bullet didn't cause any irreversible damage. Chu Xi was extremely satisfied with the test results. It was still a little small though. After clearing out the intruders from her home, she immediately packed up her things and wandered around the base, hoping to find another turtle that had escaped. But it wasn't that easy. If you really counted them, the one that slipped through the net should have been hers. Not counting energy stones, mutant turtles are much more cost-effective than other mutant animals like frogs. And out of water, they're not difficult to kill. Each time they appear, they're mini-bosses that require fighting for prizes. So, Chu Xi didn't gain much from this trip, aside from hunting 3 mutant frogs. Drape the mutant carcasses with armor. Although they're all highly radioactive meat, frogs are incredibly tender, and the monkeys loved them last time. Don't waste them. blow them up and take them back. Alas, she couldn't help but sigh. The cave they dug last time collapsed, triggering another landslide in the valley. After messing up the valley floor like that, she wondered if the Monkey King would kill her if she went back this time. Thinking of this, she immediately regrouped and decided to bring more prey. Perhaps, for the sake of the food, he shows some mercy. After Chusei returned, she had killed 5 frogs and found 2 ordinary energy stones, not high grade, only E level. Not impressive, but better than nothing. Sister Chu was furious. She not only wandered around during the day, but also at night. In the end, she was too hasty. She seen the frogs hopping around so happily during the day, thinking they might rest at night. Alas, who would have told her that these creatures were nocturnal? All that activity during the day was just a warm-up meal. At night, their vision and hearing were heightened to a certain extent. The slightest noise Sister Chu made would attract them all. Even though she was wrapped up tightly, the bandages wrapped around her hands were still scratched by their tongues, leaving a trail of blood on the back of her hands. This hunt had been a life-or-death struggle. Thankfully, the final harvest was quite good, with her solo kill tally of 28. Among them, 18 were mutant frogs, 6 were baby giant salamanders, and the rest were toads. She knew they were poisonous, and she wasn't sure if the meat inside was edible after peeling them. Chusei tossed a few toads aside. Don't waste them. Maybe she could use them for the silverback gorilla later. If the situation suited her, she'd be a master at tricking people. Chapter 651. The chaotic situation at the base had persisted for over 5 days, since Chusei's return. The mutant beasts that needed to flee had fled, and those that needed to be killed had been killed, and the base was finally almost cleared. Chusei received news that Ji Xian's work was almost done, and the last batch of volunteers began to return. Sister Chu was delighted. Her hard work these past few days had not been in vain. Besides obtaining the energy stone, her most important reward was an edible mutant frog. It was a pity, however, that it was a small frog, only about the size of 2 pheasants. If they really ate it, 2 meals would have been enough for 2 people. With the mutant wild boar as a foundation, their family's life had now firmly reached a comfortable level. She even had the slightest right to dislike the quality of the meat. The mutant wild boar's meat was a bit tough and had a slight muttony smell. The mutant frogs were different. Their meat was incredibly tender and smooth. Frying them in oil gave them a charred aroma. A bite revealed a crispy exterior, tender interior, and a subtle sweetness. Chusei packed up the frog meat. Ji Xian had gone even further, and it would take 6 days for him to return. She wasn't one to eat alone, so she planned to wait for Brother Xian's return before making her first meal. Chusei's plan was sound, but self-control was always a problem. Since she hadn't had much to do at home these past few days, she decided to prepare food for the monkeys. Also, Chusei fried the frog meat, but she also made a spicy version. Whether the monkeys liked it or not, she didn't know, but Sister Chu herself was truly craving it. Later, unable to resist any longer, she lit another small pot and fried some for herself, also adding spicy seasoning. The moment it entered her mouth, the sensation was intense. Chusei had seen the world before, so theoretically, she shouldn't be so overwhelmed by a single spicy bite. But since arriving here, she rarely experienced such a luxurious indulgence. She nibbled on it carefully. While it had a noticeable chemical taste, it was still quite good. Sighing and lamenting, she devoured the small plate of fried frog meat. There were so many highly radioactive mutant frogs. Chusei dried 2 of them to make soup for the monkeys later, and fried the rest, and stored them in sealed bags. She only made a few seasoned batches at first, but then learned her lesson. Fried things won't look as stunning when left out for too long. So, she only prepared the meat partially. Chusei was very careful, cooking at the right temperature and sorting the meat clearly. For a good job, she rewarded herself with 2 pieces of fried frog meat. Aside from the first time she enjoyed it more, she only ever split 2 pieces each time. But she couldn't help herself, so she kept having more every day, waiting for the day Ji Xian returned. By some miracle, there was only 1 plate left. Chusei breathed a sigh of relief. After today's meal, the source of the trouble would finally be cleared up. After returning home, Ji Xian watched his wife skillfully scurry in and out of the hole in the wall, saving her the trouble of having to open and close the door. But the more Ji Xian looked at it, the more his forehead ached. He hadn't yet fully enjoyed the large house he just built this year, and the glaring, uneven hole in the wall was unsettling him. His obsessive-compulsive disorder, which hadn't existed to begin with, was now aroused. The very afternoon he returned home, he immediately went to Old Lee's place to buy some bricks and cement. He almost didn't get any. With so many mutant animals infiltrating the base, their family might not be the only one suffering. Ji Xian was still too late. Oldly had used his connections to get him some, and with some red bricks from their family that were still in good shape and had been abandoned by the turtle, they had enough to make up. After repairing the wall, he went over to help his wife. By the way, he shared some shocking news with her. Officials are now strongly supporting the rise of miners. This time, it's not just a statement from a few bases, but from the central government, with a unified strategy. Chu Xi paused. Miners? An industry that makes a living by mining and collecting minerals? Ji Xian nodded. That's about right. This was a bit of information their team had heard from their captain during their mission. The captain's comment was merely a time delay. All bases were already closely preparing for this matter, and concealing it wouldn't last much longer. The reason for the relocation was that, during their search and rescue of Base 13, they stumbled upon an old topographic map. It contained extensive information on high radiation areas, and the map was quite detailed, even marking the types of minerals in some areas. After comparing them, they found some areas still reliable. After some discussion, they decided to handle the situation on their own, as this wasn't the mission objective. Every member of the team scanned the map, and the captain exchanged the original for this information. Honestly, Ji Xian was incredibly excited at the time, but fortunately, his exceptional qi cultivation skills prevented anyone from discovering the clues. In the hands of others, this map would be of less than 20% use, as areas with low and medium radiation levels, aside from those occupied by mutant beasts, had already been targeted. While there are undoubtedly some that slipped through the net, finding them would be incredibly difficult. But they were different. With Chu Xi, as long as she had enough energy stones, she could freely enter high radiation areas. Chapter 652. Chu Xi hadn't expected such a big surprise. She had a feeling her spring was almost here. Ji Xian looked at the turtle shell she had hunted earlier. It's quite durable, but a little small. He and Chu Xi had the same idea. If she was going in and out of high radiation areas, she needed a safe shelter to feel more at ease. Sister Chu nodded helplessly. Unfortunately, I searched almost every corner of the base, and haven't found another one. Chu Xi assumed the fruit core mud turtle had strayed in by accident, but Ji Xian knew these little guys were incredibly stealthy. When there was enough prey, they wouldn't risk coming ashore to attack humans. So, if they could catch the first one, they could definitely catch the second one. Ji Xian thought for a moment. Today, let's fry the frog meat. Tomorrow, we take the food and the turtle shell, and head to the monkey's territory. His original intention was to show the turtle shell to the monkeys. If that didn't work, he'd bring one back to help them search. After all, in some respects, mutant animals are indeed much more perceptive than humans. Having a mutant monkey as a helper would indeed save them a lot of effort. Chu Xi nodded. She felt quite embarrassed for having destroyed the valley the last time. Now that the situation has stabilized, she felt compelled to go over and take a look. After all, the mess still needed to be cleaned up. The only thing to be aware of was that after this earthquake, a moderately irradiated area would definitely be cleared for them. This would allow them to move around the valley moderately. After the two of them reached a consensus on their goal, their afternoon tasks were all focused on cooking the semi-finished frog meat. Unfortunately, the equipment they installed for the monkeys last time had already broken down, so this time, they could only bring a pot for a simple emergency. Ji Xian had no idea what the current situation in the valley was. He preferred to wait until the monkeys' territory was stable before acquiring any necessary equipment. Some things couldn't be rushed, or else, like the wooden house they built earlier, the territory would change hands before it could even be used. Competition in nature is fierce, especially in a newly established territory like the one the monkeys had. Within a year, there was no guarantee of unexpected events. He touched the pink stone hanging from his chest through his clothes and said with determination, "This time, I go into the valley with you." He wanted to take a closer look at the surrounding terrain and then upgrade the defenses accordingly. After all, they were planning to build their nest there, and now both sides were truly in a mutually beneficial situation. Ji Xian naturally wanted to do his best to ensure the stability of the monkey's territory, protecting it from other mutants. Chu Xi was even more straightforward. She simply felt that living with the monkeys was quite pleasant. After all, her intelligence was exceptional there, and she didn't have to worry about anyone trying to trip her up. And now, she thought, the surrounding area was high radiation, which had some advantages. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about information about the shelter leaking out. The two worked until midnight, frying for large sacks of frog meat, but there were still many frogs left to process. There was no rush. Chu Xi felt that this was enough. She was using a hunger marketing strategy. How could she let them eat their fill all at once? After finally frying the meat, Chu Si settled into bed to catch up on some sleep. He had been exhausted from the non-stop hunting day and night these past few days. Ji Xian's situation was relatively better. He had someone guarding him on his way back, and the ride wasn't stressful. He'd gotten plenty of sleep these past few days, so it was time for him to shine. He stayed outside watching over the frog meat, turning on the fan to quickly cool it down so it could be easily packed into plastic bags and then loaded onto the truck. She didn't know how many hours Brother Xian slept that night, but when Chu Si woke up that morning, Ji Xian had already prepared breakfast for them and was in the car. Today, he had to plan a route through the valley floor and find a new, ordinary route from the outside that would lead directly into the shelter. This route would require multiple trials. He wouldn't recognize it until he traversed it thoroughly. So, at first light, the two of them set off in the car. Chu Si had learned her lesson this time. She didn't join Ji Xian, but went to the barge's cockpit on her own. That place was prepared for the crew to rest. There was a small bed inside for sleeping, and with the protection of the turtle shell outside, she slept very soundly. Chapter 653. The two passed through the silverback gorilla's territory. Ji Xian stopped the boat and took a special look at the mine. It had completely collapsed, and the original entrance was completely submerged in the river. The mining equipment was still trapped underneath, so the next mining operation would have to start all over again. Thankfully, the problem wasn't too serious, as the ore layer here was very close to the surface, so even if they had to re-excavate, it wouldn't take much effort. The mine had collapsed, and even the entrance was completely submerged in water. Now there was no need to worry about anyone discovering anything unusual. They also had some time to deal with the matters at the shelter. The gorillas had sharp noses, and even though the two had sealed the frog meat, they still picked up a scent. Thankfully, they couldn't find the specific hiding place. Chu Si took a small bag from the warehouse, unpacked it, and after luring the gorillas away, the two immediately sailed away. Unexpectedly, they encountered the giant python again on the way out. Chu Si was completely stunned. No, wasn't that python cleared out by the base? Ji Xian shook her head. The base had indeed captured a mutant python in the forest, but she had vaguely heard reports that the estimated size was slightly different from the actual size. It now appeared that there might have been more than one Snake King. Chu Si felt a headache. What should I do? This isn't the mutant silverback gorilla's territory. There's no way they come all this way to offer their support. For now, they could only rely on themselves. But she looked at the size of the creature opposite her, then turned back to their boat. Sister Chu's heart instantly sank. Her biggest concern now was the speed of the boat. Can we escape? The truth was, of course, cruel. Ji Xian frowned and shook his head. A barge is a vessel designed to haul cargo. Overemphasizing payload naturally means sacrificing performance. In fact, the fact that it can drive autonomously is already a high-end feature. The snake clearly had a grudge against humans. It sniffed the air and quickly found the direction of the boat. Ji Xian had camouflaged the barge beforehand, and the tortoiseshell material blended in with nature, but Snake's sense of smell was incredibly sharp. Chu Si saw a massive creature swooping down towards them at high speed. It was powerful, riding the wind and waves. Huh? She took a deep breath, her words stuttering. Can we still escape? Ji Xian said nothing. Instead, he quickly pulled 2 oxygen bags from his backpack. He opened them, and immediately placed a mask on his wife's face. Don't be afraid. This boat has been modified with a tortoise shell. It can't be destroyed. Our biggest problem now is the oxygen deprivation we face if it swallows us. He took out his crossbow, removed all the poisonous arrows, and instead loaded them with highly effective anesthetic arrows. He reached out to Chu Si, and Sister Chu immediately took her own crossbow. Ji Xian did the same. Don't use poisonous arrows unless the situation is dire. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In the eyes of the giant python, they were prey, and in their eyes, this python was no different. If the boat hadn't been modified today, the two of them would have surely perished. Now, they might as well give it a try. Chu Si lacked the opportunity to fight, so Ji Xian tied him to the driver's seat. Unfortunately, there was only one driver's seat, so he could only hold on tightly to the crossbar. This made it easier to maneuver. The brown-yellow python broke through the waves, and from a distance, Chu Si could smell the fishy stench of its breath. I expected a bloody battle, but the big brother showed up, and his first move was to pull the boat into the water. The two men frantically closed the windows, their minds racing with rage. This kind of fighting style? Might as well have a fight. Although the river water stopped rushing in, the oxygen in the car was quickly depleted. The oxygen mask was already working before it even entered the snake's stomach. Even after pushing the boat into the water, it wouldn't stop, curling its tail around and swaying it this way and that. Ji Xian, clinging firmly to the crossbar, was nearly thrown out, and Chu Xiai, on the other hand, was unexpectedly in even worse shape. Her body was immobilized. The only parts that could move were her head and neck. It wasn't Sister Chu's imagination. With each powerful swing of the giant python, her head suddenly shifted in direction with a violent bang. With a faint crunch, bones shifted and reconnected, then shifted and reconnected again. The speed was so fast that even the energy stone had no time to react. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly saw the light of day. When she saw the giant python's bloody mouth again, she felt an eerie sense of familiarity. Sister Chu finally came to her senses. She had finally waited until this moment. Wasn't this the time for them to strike back? Turning around, she saw that our superior fighter was already unconscious on the deck. Is this the promised hand-to-hand kill? Chapter 654. This scene was something Chu Xiai hadn't anticipated. She quickly squatted down and immediately restuck Ji Xian's special energy stone necklace, which had been thrown from his collar. He couldn't be expected to fight for a while, so he had been assigned the role of support and was now the main attacker. Chu Xiai sighed. The giant snake bit them and swung them twice more. She had already jumped from her seat, thinking she was trying to rescue Ji Xian. Thankfully, the cabin windows were closed, and the bulletproof material was very durable. Otherwise, the two of them would have been thrown out by now. She wiped the blood from her nose. The ship finally stabilized. She immediately leaned over to the window, carefully opening it a crack. Chu Xiai set her crossbow on top, preparing for a surprise attack. But how could the python give her such an opportunity? Back then, she couldn't understand how a snake could swallow a horned goat, just as she couldn't understand how such a large boat could be swallowed so easily. Sister Chu had just opened the window when the python's maw opened, wiping out the last shred of light from her vision. A strong, fishy odor washed over her, and she was able to observe the structure of a snake's mouth up close. Chu Xiai rushed to save herself, pouring crossbow bolts into the snake's body without hesitation. Unfortunately, the snake was so large that even a dozen or so crossbow bolts wouldn't be enough to deliver the anesthetic throughout its body in a short amount of time. As the boat descended, she could even hear the barge creaking under the weight. Though the tortoiseshell was tough, it must have been cut and joined to fit the hull structure, and these areas were undoubtedly weak points in its overall defense. Chu Xiai was a little worried. Don't let them fall apart, or they'd be stuck. Sweat broke out on her forehead. After all, the crossbow had limited arrows. She couldn't keep going like this. Chu Xi's eyes darkened, and as she glanced at the frog meat beside her, her mind suddenly cleared. Perhaps, besides poison, she could try other means of attack. Thankfully, they had brought only semi-finished products this time. To facilitate cooking among the monkeys, they had brought plenty of fuel and even muskets. The hull was pushed downward by the muscles, tilting slightly. Chu Xiai simply followed the force and fell heavily. She grabbed a coil of rope from the side, tied one end securely around her, and tied the other end, carefully wrapping it around the driver's seat. Brother Xian really didn't have the energy to care for him anymore. Anyway, with the special energy stone, he wouldn't die anytime soon. Chu Xiai grabbed her musket and, with a single effort, leaped forward. She leaned against the window, opened it as wide as she could, and lit the fire. Burn! The burn wounds caused the surrounding muscles to visibly tremble, then began to shake violently. The creaking of the hull intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Chu Xiai reached out, unsheathed her dagger, and slashed through the snake's flesh. Alas, these were only superficial wounds, barely rupturing capillaries at best, far less potent than a fire attack. There was still plenty of solid charcoal in the boat, so she gathered it all into a pile and set it ablaze. In an instant, everything in the cabin was scattered, and the iron frame holding the charcoal had long since vanished. Chu Xiai casually wrapped her hand in a piece of cloth and flung the charcoal out. Accompanied by the giant snake's painful roar, Sister Chu's sleeves were nearly burned. She had sacrificed both arms for something that could have been resolved with just a burn on her palm. Chu Xiai had thought the giant snake would be unable to bear the pain and spit them out, but it turned out to be a ruthless creature, determined to devour them even if it burned in flames. With a crack, one of the cabin walls finally collapsed. With one support missing, like a domino effect, more and more support points fell, and the entire cabin was about to collapse. Chu Xiai was truly terrified. It was over. She saw no chance of a comeback. She struggled to drag Ji Xian under the stool, and replaced her crossbow with a highly toxic short-tailed viper venom. However, some pythons are resistant to snake venom, so she wasn't very confident. She'd been too greedy just now. If she'd given up her snake flesh earlier, she wouldn't have waited until now to use her ultimate weapon. But everything happened so quickly, leaving her no chance to react. Suddenly, a bang, bang, bang sound rang out in her ears, becoming increasingly clear. Heart? Chusi's expression lit up with joy. Hitting the snake at its weakest point was truly a blessing from heaven, giving her one last glimmer of hope. Sister Chu took out her armor-piercing hammer, opened the window facing the deck, and crawled out. The cabin couldn't hold out much longer. She had to get rid of the snake quickly. Jumping from the boat, the hull provided support, leaving Chusi with a small amount of space. The further she moved, the smaller the space became, until she was left crawling through the mud. After walking nearly 30 meters on her own, she finally found the throbbing heart. Chusi raised her armor-piercing hammer, gathering strength and striking upward with a powerful blow. Her heart suddenly paused, and in that moment, she felt a surge of electricity coursing through her body. Then the snake began to tumble violently, but the sudden contraction of its muscles held Sister Chu in place. She, too, became ruthless, drawing her dagger and slashing along the hole, the wound widening. Chusi clenched her fists and hammered in furiously, again and again. Whether it survived depended on her performance today. Oh yes, and there was anesthesia. She injected all the remaining anesthetic into its heart. More and more blood gushed out of the wound, pushing her mask aside. Chusi was nearly choking. Thankfully, this was a blood transport center. As the anesthesia took hold, Chusi felt the snake's body slowly stiffen, its muscles gradually relaxing. She didn't dare relax even a little, reaching directly for the aorta and severing it completely. Even under anesthesia, the muscles managed to save themselves for a moment, then finally shut down for good. Chapter 655. After the giant python died, things didn't seem so easy to handle. Chusi could clearly feel the snake's body sinking rapidly. They couldn't stay inside forever, the oxygen mask had a time limit. She crawled back through the twisted window frame. Rescuing Ji Xian was the most important task now. Chusi finally got back in, only to find Ji Xian still unconscious. But it had been so long, how could this be possible? She carefully examined the necklace, and saw that the edge of her shirt was stuck right under the pink stone. Chusi was shocked. Without caring about anything else, she quickly placed the stone against Brother Xian's skin. After hesitating for a moment, she put her trembling hand under his nose. Fortunately, he's still breathing. Sister Chu rubbed her chest in fear. She hugged Ji Xian and kissed him on the forehead, then carried him on her back and crawled out. Now that the giant snake was dead, it was impossible for it to automatically spit them out. The barge was helpless, but she could get Ji Xian out first. Crawling through this dark passage with her men was no easy task. Without the support of the boat, the entire passage collapsed. Additionally, the giant python had only just died, and its muscles subconsciously tightened at the touch, undoubtedly making their escape much more difficult. But after finally reaching the top, she realized that the ones she had encountered were just small fry. This creature's larynx was locked, a complex situation controlled by the jaw, muscles, and related soft tissues. She tried for a long time, but to no avail. The dagger could only barely scratch the surface. Cutting through the muscle was already a struggle, not to mention the bone inside. Sister Chu wanted to take a shortcut, but beyond this point, the path ahead was filled with giant snake skulls and jaws. After a busy circle, she still hadn't found the original path. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to her. She might have chosen the wrong direction. Though extremely reluctant, she led Ji Xian back. They passed their boat, and then resolutely continued forward. After crawling all the way, Brother Xian finally awoke. He was startled at the darkness before him, but only when he heard Chusi's incessant cursing did he finally let go. Ji Xian coughed lightly. Chusi immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "How are you?" Brother Xian coughed a few times. "Fortunately, we're now inside the snake's belly." Seeing Ji Xian awake, Sister Chu's frustration instantly faded. After all, having someone to share in the embarrassment was undoubtedly a valuable experience in life. She grinned. Come, I show you a different view." Brother Xian had just woken up, his mind still a bit hazy. He lost some blood, and needed a moment to recover. After climbing just 2 steps, Sister Chu found an energy stone. How could she have forgotten something so important? She raised her watch and checked it. 2,360. Oh my! They exchanged a glance. What the hell was 2360? The first ever S Plus energy stone had just appeared? Ji Xian took a deep breath, raised his watch, then tremblingly put it down again. He glanced at Chu Xiai. Try it again. Chu Xiai nodded, and carefully placed the fist-sized stone on her watch for another test. 2358. Seeing the result, she slapped the back of her hand. Without gloves, she had plundered a tiny bit of the power within. Ji Xian quickly held her hand. Don't get excited. You be using it from now on anyway. Chu Xiai shook her head. This was an S+, a breakthrough to the highest level. If she were to demote it, she'd be devastated. Suddenly, she paused, placed the stone on her lap, and carefully shone the flashlight on her watch. Sure enough, while one side of the stone was a brilliant white, the other side was tinged with a crimson hue. The color was even more vibrant than the previous hibiscus stone. Seeing this, even the usually calm Sister Chu's voice trembled. She grabbed Ji Xian's hand and said, "You try this. See if you can absorb it?" Although she had never seen a special energy stone before, on reflection, it didn't seem strange. Just like jade and emerald, many stones have their own unique properties. She believed that this energy stone was undoubtedly an exceptional one. Chu Xiai secretly encouraged herself. Ji Xian placed his hand on the stone, and instantly, a surge of power rushed directly into his body, more powerful than any before. His vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he was completely overwhelmed. Chu Xiai was startled. What was going on? Give me back Ji Tsui. Could it be that the incompletely evolved special energy stone had side effects? She hurriedly checked Brother Xian's pulse. It was beating too fast. No, she had to get him out of here now. If he didn't wake up, she'd have to find a way to get him back to base for treatment. Before leaving, she wrapped the stone in her clothes and carefully tied it around her waist. The problem must be with the stone. That way, at least she have a rough idea of where to start the diagnosis. Chapter 656. For the rest of the time, Chu Xiai didn't dare waste a moment, casually stashing any energy stones she encountered along the way into her clothes without conducting any thorough inspections. Finally, 15 minutes later, they successfully emerged from the giant python's body. Chu Xiai helped Ji Xian secure his breathing mask and quickly brought him to the surface. She found a nearby tree and settled Ji Xian there. Chu Xiai reached out and felt the side of Ji Xian's neck. Good news, Ji Xian's pulse wasn't as strong as before. While it was still much faster than an ordinary person's, it was much stronger than before. She reached out and patted Ji Xian's face, noticing a slight frown on his face. Fortunately, he seemed conscious. Sister Chu decided to wait a little longer, as she had handled this energy stone before, and it had been inside a giant snake's stomach before, and both of them were fine. Chu Xiai initially speculated that the energy within the energy stone might be too complex. Perhaps the ordinary energy within it had entered along with the special energy, placing too much of a burden on Ji Xian, leaving him unable to recover. Thinking, she took the stone out again and examined its strange appearance. One side was as white as jade, while the other was tinged with crimson. No, Chu Xiai paused, unsure. She held the stone up to the sun again and examined it more closely. Sure enough, the crimson on the stone wasn't a single, flat layer, but rather a dense, overlapping pattern of red lines. This? Sister Chu frowned, a sense of foreboding building within her. With this new discovery, she dared not wait so calmly any longer. By now, almost half an hour had passed, and Chu Xiai, unwilling to wait any longer, reached out to check Xian Xian's pulse. The only good news was that his vital signs were becoming increasingly stable. Before leaving, she wanted to give it one more try. Ji Xian's breathing and heartbeat were normal, clearly not suitable for CPR. For the rest, Sister Chu could only pinch his Renjong point. She came 3 times fiercely, but fortunately, God rewards those who work hard. Cui Cui is ultimately indestructible. Sister Chu's eyes were misty with tears, and 1,000 words were swirling in her heart. The first thing she said was a declaration of her loyalty to Xian Xian. I believe that no one can doubt my love for you from now on. After all, she could abandon such a formidable barge at will. Even if her own life were threatened, she wouldn't have been so reckless. Ji Xian struggled to his feet, and Chu Xiai quickly supported him. Slow down, you're feeling better now. Ji Xian nodded. Although his body still refused to respond, he knew clearly that these were positive changes, because he could feel a surge of confidence from within. It had been a long time since he felt this way. Even with the gene repair agent, he still couldn't find that sense of groundedness. But now, that feeling was slowly returning. He looked down. Where's the giant snake? Chu Si pointed to the bottom of the water. It's down there. It's nothing important, and it won't be lost anytime soon. In fact, in Sister Chu's opinion, the giant python was far less valuable than the barge. After all, she had crawled through the energy stones inside, and had basically collected them all. As for the snake meat, a mutant python this size definitely couldn't eat it. Snake skin, while certainly valuable, was far inferior to the barge and Brother Xian. Unexpectedly, Ji Xian shook his head. This snake is very important. Go down and test the snake meat's radiation level later. Chu Si's eyes lit up. That's right, they discovered something like a special energy stone in the snake's stomach. Perhaps the meat was edible after all. She quickly climbed down the tree and swam swiftly to the python's side. Testing in the water wasn't easy, so she deliberately cut a small piece of meat from a soft spot. After surfacing, she cut off the wet part and placed it back on the watch for testing. He was so nervous. Ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Seeing this result, Chu Si felt a mixture of excitement and confusion. This much meat, even more than that of the mutant boar, would last them a long time. But at the same time, the thought that this meat was purified using special energy stones made her heart ache like a knife. If this energy were given to Ji Xian, could it at least save him from straying into high radiation areas 3 more times? The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. She felt like snake meat might never taste good again. Ji Xian, however, seemed to have expected this, and wasn't the least bit surprised when he heard the result. But his joy was genuine. Seeing Chu Si's expression still a little uneasy, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Remember the mutant royal jelly? Watching Sister Chu's eyes gradually light up, he added, if my guess is correct, the effects of giant python meat should be even more potent than the mutant royal jelly. If that were true, with the support of snake meat, he might be able to completely break free from the constraints of gene repair drugs. Chapter 657. The two waited there for another hour. Seeing that Ji Xian's condition had indeed not deteriorated further, Chu Si finally had the energy to work on the mutant python. She frowned, a wave of worry brewing in her heart. Even with her extraordinary physical strength, moving this giant would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. For now, the only thing they could rely on was the barge still nestled in the snake's belly. Designed specifically for transporting ore, it had a considerable carrying capacity. But Sister Chu's face fell. The snake's skin was so protective, how could she possibly save her beloved little boat? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Ji Xian, suggesting with some surprise, if that doesn't work, let's burn it. The barge had a flamethrower, and snake skin was protein, so it must be sensitive to fire. They could start there. But Brother Xian shook his head. No, this snake skin will be very useful. He looked down, already thinking of a future for the enormous python skin. Seeing his wife still puzzled, he explained, after all, the shelter is built in the wild. Its infrastructure cannot compare to the base. Chu Si nodded. This was understandable. After all, the base was the culmination of generations of wisdom. It existed to protect humanity. How could these self-built houses possibly compare? Sister Chu was puzzled. This was a problem they had known they would encounter long ago, which was why they had deliberately chosen the harder material of the mountain to carve the cave. Why bring it up now? Snake skin, she asked incredulously. You're not planning to use snake skin as a building material, are you? But after thinking it over, she felt it was actually feasible. Just like a yurt, its primary material is cowhide or horsehide, and the mutant python skin definitely offers even greater protection. But even so, she couldn't quite connect the cave with snake skin. Could it be that he wanted to cover the entire cave with snake skin? Honestly, it wasn't unacceptable, just a little depressing. Ji Xian smiled. Using snake skin to cover the cave? He reached out and tapped Chu Si on the head. What a waste. What are you thinking? For the cave walls, I buy that super strong composite material from the black market. Their shelter had to be foolproof, but super strong composite materials were prohibitively expensive, and they certainly weren't available in large quantities. I want to use the snake skin to protect the monkey's territory. He could make it into one or several large protective barriers. Normally, they could be folded up, not hindering the monkey's movement in the valley. But if they were attacked by a group of small, mutated animals, such a barrier would be invaluable. Ji Xian's eyes darkened. If he hadn't had the giant mutant snake, perhaps what he had planned to build would simply be a temporary shelter, a place to hide in a critical moment. But things were different now. He definitely wouldn't transport the snake's carcass back to base. So, no matter what the future held, he had to protect the monkey's territory. Their future was bound to the valley. After all the twists and turns, The only option left was to resort to Xiaodao. Sister Chu soaked in the water, working for ages. She had used up all the oxygen masks she had brought with her, and her progress was still very slow. But Ji Xian was right. The snake skin still had a lot of uses, and she had no heart to waste it. But this matter seemed to be a distant prospect. After emerging from the water once more, her mind suddenly became clear. That's not right. This was clearly a benefit for the monkeys, so why was she the only one toiling away here? Just kidding. Our sister Chu has never been one to do things quietly. She had to get everyone involved. From now on, they would be incredibly good neighbors. Sister Chu didn't hold back on the hustle and bustle, leaving Brother Xian, a sick man, behind while she went to the monkeys alone to get help. Sister Chu's transportation was unusable, so she had to rely on her flying tiger claw to swing the whole way. After 4 exhausting hours, she returned with the entire monkey army assembled, led by Mother Monkey. Their speed was truly incomparable to her own. Chu Xi had originally thought she was traveling very fast, but compared to this mutant animal, skilled in climbing, it was nothing compared to her. It took her almost 4 hours to get there, but less than an hour to get back. The monkeys were very helpful. A few stayed behind to guard their territory, and the rest followed Chu Xi. Although Sister Chu couldn't communicate with them about specific matters, her reputation was excellent. Following her, they were never ripped off. So whichever monkey she pulled, they followed. Nearly 40 of them arrived in a scattered procession. As expected, animals all have similar habits. Chu Xi had been worried about how they would transport such a large python. In the end, it was as easy as an ant carrying an earthworm. Just carry it and go. It was probably because they rarely transported such large prey. At first, due to a lack of coordination, the snake kept falling from the tree. Sister Chu initially wanted to help carry the snake's tail, but after nearly getting crushed to death twice, she quietly followed behind, carrying Ji Xian on her back. These monkeys were tough, but she couldn't handle it. She was still a beautiful young woman, and she couldn't withstand the beating. Chapter 658. Along the way, a group of monkeys carried the python's corpse back. The massive movement did attract the attention of some mutants, but the monkeys were clearly not to be trifled with. So, they set their sights on the 2 extras at the back. One was small, the other half disabled. If Chu Xi were a mutant, wouldn't she be sighing now, what a good prey? But she was human, and humans' advantages had always remained unchanged. They were good at making use of things. Sister Chu, needless to say, even Brother Xian, who was paralyzed on one side, was a deadly marksman. Some larger mutants, on the other hand, dared not enter this territory, as they would be mistaken for invading enemies by the monkeys. They had bad tempers, and would fight first and then talk about it. After the monkeys drove away several large mutants, the only ones who dared to emerge were the lesser-known, less self-aware creatures. At the rear of the group, the 2 were ambushed by a mutant mountain cat. This creature was certainly no match for the enemy. It was agile, had sharp claws, and was an exceptionally adept climber. It moved silently, then unexpectedly slashed at the 2 with a single claw. Even though their reactions were considered quick, Brother Xian was still scratched by it. Thankfully, Ji Xian was wearing protective armor, which prevented serious consequences. Hearing the noise, the mother monkey glanced back. Seeing her daughter was alright, she continued walking without stopping. In fact, in her opinion, it was just a cat. It couldn't do much harm to their monkey cubs. By now, it had long forgotten that Chu Xi was still a hairless weakling. After all, what vulnerable group could hold the position of leader among the monkey cubs? Already paralyzed, Ji Xian struggled to his feet. He rubbed his injured wrist, and pulled a wooden handle from his waist. A mountain cat's stealth is exceptional, an advantage many felines no longer possess after mutation. This one's mutation was just right. An adult is only the size of a golden retriever. Combined with its soft paw pads and cautious nature, it hides perfectly among the giant trees. That's how the 2 of them fell for it. But the danger of this creature lies in its unpredictable sudden attacks. Now that it has revealed itself, Chu Xi and Ji Xian are left with nothing but a beating. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Brother Xian's impressive marksmanship, the mountain cat was far too agile. Of the 3 shots, only 2 hit the target, and those weren't fatal, just minor wounds. Ji Xian hadn't expected a single kill, he simply wanted to see blood. The mutant mountain cat's hide offered only modest defense, certainly inferior to that of scale-armored mutants, but it wasn't something a simple wooden spear could defeat. Their attack method was always to break through their defenses and then employ poison. Alas, the anesthetic had run out, and the 2 men didn't want to linger any longer. The only thing waiting for it was undoubtedly a snake venom crossbow bolt. Ji Xian didn't wait any longer, and with a swish, the crossbow bolt accurately pierced the bloody hole created by the wooden spear. Its body swayed slightly, but it showed no reaction, and then it tried to continue its flight. Then, his entire body fell uncontrollably from the tree. The battle was moving so fast that Chu Xi managed to fire another shot at the mountain cat, but it didn't do much damage. By the time she reached it, the cat was already lying on the ground, twitching. She gave Ji Xian a thumbs up. Great. A man of great resilience, yet exceptional skill. Chu Qi took out her dagger and plunged it through the mountain cat's eye, piercing its brain. After confirming it was secure, she used her gun to create a snow hole in the mountain cat's abdomen, then carefully widened it with her dagger, extracting an E-grade energy stone. She raised an eyebrow, then carried Ji Xian on her back, and continued chasing the monkeys. But by the time they caught up, the monkeys had already left them far behind. And the smaller animals that had been attracted to them hadn't left, making them the targets of public attention. Chu Xi had traveled this route many times, but never before had it been so dangerous. They were constantly on the move, and they didn't even have time to uncover their prey. By the time Sister Chu arrived at the monkeys' territory, exhausted and dusty, she was already followed by 7 small and medium-sized mutants. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smirked to herself. After all, she had shouldered the entire burden herself. Men are unreliable. Chapter 659. Ji Xian stayed outside the valley. Originally, he had planned to go in with Chu Xi this time, but his current health clearly indicated that he needed further rest. So, Chu Xi had to follow the monkeys back to their lair. Dealing with the giant snake was one thing. It just so happened that they had hurriedly left after the last earthquake and hadn't properly inspected the damage at the bottom of the valley. Chu Xi instructed them to move the giant snake as far back as possible. It was definitely not safe to keep edible meat in a high-radiation area. Although she had been prepared, she was still shocked when she saw the cliff collapse. Not only had the area where she had dug collapsed, but it had also triggered a landslide, sending numerous rocks and several large trees tumbling down from the top. The front half of the valley floor was still relatively intact, but the back half was a horrific sight. There wasn't even a place to step. It was filled with potholes and craters everywhere. Sister Chu suddenly realized. No wonder the monkeys used to roam the entire territory, but when she came to call for reinforcements, everyone had basically hunkered down near the valley entrance. She truly felt a little guilty towards the people of Jiandong after what had happened. But looking at the devastation, Chu Xi felt a bit daunted. Rocks and other debris had to be cleared away, or else no one would be able to live here. She had no shortage of labor, but where to move the things she sorted out was the real problem. She couldn't just carelessly pile them at the valley entrance. Wouldn't that be a bit of a cover-up? After all, mutant animals don't have the ability to rebuild after a disaster. Chu Xi frowned, pondering, and suddenly remembered Brother Xian's words about replanting the monkey's territory. She hurried outside. This matter needed to be discussed. Who knows, these rocks might just come in handy. Chu Xi reached the forefront of the landslide, took a watch, and filmed the surrounding scene. Thankfully, they had now entered the moderate radiation zone, so the basic local functions of their electronic devices could still be used. She hurried outside and briefly recounted what had happened to Ji Xian. She had expected this to be a troublesome matter, but unexpectedly, Brother Xian seemed quite pleased. Putting aside other things, the landslide after the earthquake has more benefits than disadvantages for us and the monkeys. At the very least, the area of the valley has definitely expanded. And the additional area is all moderately radioactive. This way, he could move around the valley moderately in the future, and the valley could also be used to carry some vegetables, grain, and fruit for their own consumption. In fact, Ji Xian wasn't just interested in these newly opened areas. Inspired by this, he also wanted to use explosives to expand the valley further. After all, there's a transition zone between high and medium radiation levels, and Brother Xian wants to create a habitable space for himself. As for the rubble in the valley, Brother Xian actually wants to pile it at the entrance. Chu Xi hesitated. Is that okay? Anyone with a discerning eye would immediately spot the problem, and she didn't believe Ji Xian hadn't thought of this. But in his opinion, it wasn't really a problem. After all, who would be so careless as to just pile rocks outside? What Ji Xian wanted, naturally, was landscape. He thought about using these rocks and giant trees to conceal the valley entrance. After the rocks were piled, they could transplant some grass. Mutated plants are incredibly resilient, just like those giant trees that were shaken into the valley. Their roots are exposed, yet they're still lush and flourishing. The sod will soon take root and sprout. By then, who could tell from outside whether this mountain was formed this year? and Ji Xian had another crucial plan in mind. By doing this, they could control the size of the mutants entering the valley. Adult monkeys don't actually have an advantage over mini mutants, simply because they live in groups, so few dare to cause trouble directly. But few doesn't mean none. The barrier Ji Xian constructed could, through the entrances and exits, screen the size of the mutants entering and leaving the valley. He glanced down at Chu Ci. However, this would definitely take much longer. The location of the rockery needed to be planned, and the size of the mountain and the type of vegetation on it were all limited. He wasn't sure if the monkeys would be patient enough to do such a thing. Although Chu Ci had a good relationship with the monkeys, they were mutants after all, so he didn't have high hopes for their execution. He just hoped to get the outermost mountain out of the way first, and then find time to slowly refine it. Despite the hassles, the two of them quickly settled on the plan. While the construction time did extend, the benefits were obvious. Thankfully, Brother Xian could determine the location of the outermost rockery from outside. He circled a general location on the ground, and Chu Ci immediately went into the valley to rock the monkeys. But this time, the progress was far from smooth. After a whole morning of work, they were waiting by the big snake, ready to eat. How could they immediately run over and start working again? Monkeys aren't particularly hardworking, and those little ones were especially lively and energetic. It was a shame we couldn't speak the same language, otherwise we have to prove it. They're monkeys, not cattle or horses. Chapter 660. Things were urgent, but there was no rush. Although Sister Chu was desperate to expand the valley, she needed to blast it first. Otherwise, she feared a loud bang would cause the newly built mountain to collapse, making all her work in vain. Secondly, even if she was anxious, these monkeys wouldn't work. They were like simple laborers, collecting fees as they went along. The monkeys were still squatting beside the giant python, waiting for her to pay them their last labor fee. Even the Monkey King gave her a questioning look. Sister Chu couldn't hold back any longer. Nothing could be overdone. As the saying goes, where there's oppression, there's resistance, and the monkey's resistance was clearly something she didn't want to endure. Unable to damage the snake's skin, she could only painstakingly cut from the back to the front with her knife. She felt she was working hard. But to the monkeys, it was all just a passing fancy. Some of the larger ones, unable to bear the sight, resorted to both claws and beaks. Chu Ci, startled, quickly called a halt. This was a precious treasure. They absolutely couldn't be harmed like this. But with this interruption, she did find a shortcut to dissecting the corpse. She specifically sought out two obedient younger brothers, one of whom was Monkey Xiaobao, and the other, a leading second-generation snake. Having spent so much time with her, they could follow simple instructions, such as nibbling along the lines. Of course, Sister Chu couldn't leave her alone, as these two snakes' execution abilities were quite limited. Without her supervision, they could easily develop their own ideas. Even so, the giant snake's dissection progressed at a remarkably slow pace. It was truly the overlord of that watery region, and the defensive power of its hide was evident. Ultimately, it was Chu Ci and Ji Xian's good luck. If they hadn't broken through from the inside, they would have been no match for the giant python. This progress impressed the other monkeys, and they all gathered fruit to eat. As they ate, they watched Xiaochu No. 1 and Xiaochu No. 2 gnaw on the snake's skin. Little Monkey Bao was still trying to escape, but this was truly a difficult task. After over an hour of clacking, he hadn't had a chance to rest, and his jaws were no longer working properly. He ran to his mother to complain, "Awoo, awoo, awoo," barely speaking clearly. Such was the situation, and Sister Chu hadn't responded even when she called for a monkey to replace him. Each one was running faster than the other. Without a solution, she finally managed to find a piece of dried meat, thinking of comforting little Monkey Bao. But seeing such a large monkey struggling to chew even a piece of dried meat, she instantly realized she had gone too far. This is a precious creature too. We can't treat it like an animal. Quickly call off the other model worker, don't tire him out. Such an honest person is rare among the monkeys. Seeing they had opened up enough for the barge to exit, Sister Chu didn't waste any time and pushed through. But this time, her passage was far less effortless than the last. Perhaps it was because the snake had been dead so long, its muscles had become stiff. Chu Ci tried to push the road open again with brute force, exerting more than 5 times the force as before. She frowned slightly, having thought there might be some slime in the passageway that would allow her to pull the barge out directly. But now it seemed she had been overthinking it. Fortunately, she was able to navigate without any problems. After climbing aboard, Chu Ci found several large bags and unloaded all the frog meat, along with a flamethrower, an iron pot, oil, and some solid fuel. Whatever happened, she had to get the people's meals first. Otherwise, she'd start feeling guilty. When Chu Si emerged carrying the large bags, the entire monkey group was thrilled to see the meat spilling out. They knew this mutant animal. They'd eaten it before, and it was incredibly delicious, so they were eagerly anticipating it. It was Sister Chu's signature dish. In their opinion, it was definitely much tastier than the giant snake. The monkeys were delighted. Their efforts had finally paid off. Chu Si was also in a good mood. Cooking a meal would allow everyone to relax. Just as they had set up their gear, and before they could begin, there was a loud bang, and a mutant monkey collapsed headfirst. Sister Chu had hit her mark. Ouch! Without a single yelp, she was suffocated underneath. Before Chu Si could struggle free, she heard another muffled thud. She jumped in fear. Was it another aftershock? Suddenly she felt herself shaken. The large figure above her had rolled to the side, and the monkey mother had lifted her up. She looked him up and down, fearing she had expired. Chu Si glanced to the side. Wasn't that the unfortunate fellow who had just helped her chew the snake's skin? Could it be the snake meat or the blood? Because Ji Xian had encountered this problem before, she had some idea. But she was more worried about whether this would trigger a crisis of trust among the monkeys. The monkey mother then checked one heart and another. They were still alive and kicking. What could have happened? The pot was pushed aside, and the monkey's surroundings quickly changed. Seeing Chu Si still standing there in a daze, and Monkey kindly offering her some meat. Sister Chu's emotions were instantly mixed. A little love, but it seems like not much. Chapter 661. Sister Chu muttered in a daze, as she began frying frog meat. Despite the little incident, the monkey's attitude towards her remained the same, unaffected by the two monkeys' mishap. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the valley. Even without eating, Chu Si's mouth was watering with greed. She had already given her only piece of dried meat to Monkey Xiaobao, so she could only persevere on an empty stomach. The gurgling sound was keenly noticed by the young monkey, newly born after winter. It was simple-minded. Seeing that Sister Chu had already fried a full pot of frog meat, it grabbed a piece for itself and then handed another to Chu Si. This wasn't really in line with the monkey group's rules. At a formal meal like today's, all meat, after cooking, should theoretically be presented to the Monkey King, who would then distribute it uniformly. This was why they could wait here with peace of mind. The little monkey was so young, so he didn't know the rules. Its mother immediately snatched the piece of meat from its hand and threw it back into the basin. Sister Chu could clearly see the clear teeth marks and glistening saliva on it. She felt a string of exclamations run through her mind. Look at that unworldly look. Seeing the other monkey's firepower about to descend on her, Chu Si quickly tossed the piece of meat back. I can't afford to offend them, can't I? But what happened next was far beyond her expectations. A moment later, the mother monkey pried open a pecan nut with her teeth and brought it to her. Other monkeys also brought Sister Chu fruit. Even the Monkey King brought her a large box of honey. This disparity in treatment shocked even Sister Chu herself. Could she be a hairless monkey even more cherished than Little Treasure? Sister Chu was touched. What merit had she taken? Of course, it turned out that being overly touched was unnecessary, as Chu Si soon discovered why she held such a high position within the monkey troop. She was just a cook, and a cook who was generous with her ingredients. Chu Si had good reason to suspect that Ji Xian wasn't as well received as she was. The overall reason could be summed up in two ways. First, she had indeed seized the initiative, becoming a member of the troop as a different species. Second, Ji Xian was stingy when grilling meat, not applying too much honey. Based on the current situation, these monkeys knew exactly who was a conscientious merchant. They were just freeloaders, so it wasn't hard to say, but monkeys have a keen sense of taste, they couldn't fail to detect it. Sister Chu was moved, but after that, she realized there was nothing wrong with it. At least they were simple, a give and take was great. And as long as she continued to work hard as a good cook, her position within the monkey group would become increasingly unshakable. Looking at the ever-increasing piles of food nearby, even the adult monkeys would come over to show their care. Chu Si's resolve grew even stronger. Seeing the frog meat in the pot almost done, she called two monkeys to carry the fried meat to the Monkey King. And her work wasn't over yet. To secure her position as a cook, she planned to innovate. Seeing the large nut delivered from behind, she suddenly had an idea. She scooped out the kernels, briefly frying them in oil, and tossing them with honey. She didn't know the exact method for making amber walnuts, but she could infer the answer based on the finished product. Unfortunately, Sister Chu's idea was brilliant, but the results were disappointing. She had never fried walnuts before, and controlling the frying temperature wasn't easy. Thankfully, she was self-aware, knowing she wasn't a chosen talent. She initially experimented with small amounts, often repeatedly, before finally figuring out that frying until they were about 70% done was enough, as the residual heat would continue to heat the walnuts for a while. If they were fully cooked, leaving them for a short while would quickly overcook and become mushy. The freshly fried walnut kernels were a glossy black, their intense, nutty aroma infused by the high temperature. She tossed them in honey, and the once solid honey immediately softened, emulsified, and became translucent. The finished product was about the same as Chu Si had imagined, except that they were a bit sticky and stringy when eaten. She tried a small bite, savoring it, of course, and then quietly spitting it out. It was truly delicious, and many monkeys turned their gazes in her direction. Unfortunately, these were her personal property, and not intended for offering. After letting them cool, she found 3 large leaves and wrapped them separately. One package was given to Monkey Mother, and the other 2 packages were wrapped and placed on the 2 unfortunate individuals who had been knocked unconscious by the snake's blood. She had just seen that the Monkey King was particularly unethical, not even leaving any frog meat for her 2 heroes. It was truly a case of, if you miss this opportunity, you never get it again. But wasn't this a perfect opportunity for Sister Chu to show off? Let these straight talkers impress that our after-sales service is guaranteed. Chapter 662. After lunch, it was time for the monkeys to get down to business. Just as they entered the barge, Chu Si pulled out several time bombs. She was lucky, the valley's cliffs had collapsed into a moderately radioactive zone, eliminating the need for those old-fashioned fuse-type explosives. Otherwise, this job wouldn't have been possible today. While the monkeys were waiting at the valley entrance to digest their food, Chu Si went deep into the valley alone, carrying the explosives. After so much mining, Sister Chu now had a basic understanding of mountain blasting. To find the dragon and divide the gold, look at the winding mountain, each winding presents a new challenge. She couldn't help but grin. She certainly didn't have the skills to find the dragon's acupoints, but that didn't stop her from showing off. After tinkering for a while, she actually selected a few blasting points based on the direction of the ore. But before she knew it, she'd chosen too many blasting locations. What frustrated Sister Chu was that the dragon hunt and gold divider couldn't help her with this matter, though the rooster head and hen head could. In the end, the matter was settled without a resolution. She set a timer and quickly prepared to leave. On her way out, she didn't forget to call off a few mutant monkeys who had come to watch the fun. It wasn't a big deal, but Chu Si took one look at the honey-covered walnuts they were clutching. His mood instantly soured. Sure enough, upon arriving at the site, he saw that Monkey Mother's bag was fine. She was devouring it with relish. But because she was enjoying it so much, Monkey Little Treasure and Xiaochu No. 2's snack bags were stolen without her noticing. That wasn't entirely true. Monkey Mother certainly couldn't have been such a voracious eater. She was simply waiting for Sister Chu's shoddy packaging to rip, spilling the nuts all over the floor. The monkeys, big and small, would quickly snatch them up and run away. The Monkey Mother had no control over Xiaochu's bag, and initially wanted to snatch Xiaobao's back. But after trying twice, and nearly getting snatched away by the other monkeys, it finally learned its lesson. Whenever it had food, it would eat it quickly, so the other monkeys wouldn't remember its share after they finished. Thankfully, the Monkey Mother's status within the tribe was rising, and even the adult monkeys didn't dare to directly snatch her food. But sometimes, a monkey can't be too arrogant. When all the monkeys had finished their meals, only it kept crunching its honey walnuts into its mouth, bringing tears to the eyes of many neighbors. But the monkeys were so cunning that one of them picked up a walnut that had slipped through the net. It carefully swatted it back and forth, then presented it to the Monkey King. This move was absolutely cunning. One piece was just enough to taste. When Chu Si arrived, the Monkey King had just finished tasting, and was savoring the extraordinary flavor. Boom! Boom! The explosives Chu Si had set exploded. The monkeys panicked for a moment, having learned from their previous earthquake drill. They now ran with remarkable agility, not giving Chu Si a chance to explain. The monkeys all ran away. Mother Monkey didn't even have time to grab her honey walnuts. She simply grabbed Chu Si and ran. Only after she reached the valley's edge did she remember her cub was still lying on the ground. She rushed back to rescue him, but she was completely swamped. At that moment, Sister Chu was still being held by him. To be honest, at the time, she felt that the mutant's intelligence was truly insufficient. Under normal circumstances, she would have been taken out of the valley by then. Mother Monkey could have easily put her down or thrown her to the other monkeys, letting them take her away together. By the time they hurried over to where Xiaobao and Xiaochu No. 2 were, they found an adult female monkey already stationed. The two little monkeys were now almost adult-sized, making them difficult to carry alone. And then Juicy Eye saw another side of the monkey mother. She simply picked them up and shook them vigorously. Seeing no response, she slapped them on the head. Sister Chu took a deep breath, but before she could recover, she saw the female monkey start to assault Xiaobao. Really, from then on, she would never again complain about the monkey mother's inefficiency. As long as she didn't get beaten, everything would be fine. This was a fake earthquake after all. Juicy Eye couldn't bear to see her two little brothers being treated this way. Just as she was about to speak up to stop them, Xiao Chu No. 2 slowly woke up from the beatings of its mother. Sister Chu was speechless. The child was still a little confused. It shook its head, still feeling a bit dizzy and a bit painful. The mother monkey, upon seeing her child awake, immediately grabbed it and ran out. Without the control group that shared her hardships, the mother monkey suddenly lost her composure. Juicy Eye could clearly see that its arms were raised 2 inches higher than before, so she quickly grabbed them, hoping to prevent them from getting hurt. Juicy Eye jumped off the mother monkey, stuffed the bag of honey walnuts from the ground back into its hands, patted its large hands, and then calmly walked back into the valley. Humans are amazing. They can wield all sorts of weapons, and the mother monkeys knew that. From this, it knew that the previous situation was most likely related to Juicy Eye. But it was still worried, so it followed inside, clutching the snack bag. Chapter 663. The explosion had gone on without further incident. Juicy Eye went inside to investigate. Her blasting skills were indeed good, as she had easily caused a small landslide on the mountain. She wiped her face. It was a blessing in disguise. It seemed that she would have to ask Ji Xian to help her with her work from now on. After all, it was rare for a hole to collapse a mountain. She felt a little pleased, but also a little guilty, as she returned to the valley's exit. Initially, Sister Chu had felt somewhat sorry for the monkeys. After all, this was still their home base. While her 2 trips had significantly expanded their territory, it was undeniable that she had also successfully transformed it into a ditch village. Looking across the entire valley, there were few good plots of land left. With a faint sense of shame, Juicy Eye and Monkey Mother waited at the valley's exit for the people who had fled earlier. It turned out the trip hadn't been in vain. The honey-covered walnut Sister Chu had made earlier had given them a new perspective. When they returned, each monkey had brought back at least 7 or 8. Each one was black, each the size of a watermelon. They didn't mind eating them themselves. They cracked each one open with their teeth and passed it to Juicy Eye. It was clear they were about to have more. Sister Chu's brow furrowed slightly, her lips pursed slightly, catching them off guard. She felt like she might have misjudged the relationship between her and the monkeys. There was definitely some mutual benefit. But more often than not, it looked like mutual harm. After frying all those walnuts, there would be at least 3 more to go. This was no small undertaking, but since the Monkey King had personally handed her the walnuts, Juicy Eye knew it was imperative. She had no choice but to reheat the pan and heat the oil, then begin frying the nuts bit by bit. Sister Chu's hard work wasn't in vain. The monkeys had brought back a ton of walnuts. Before each nut was added to the pan, she tested with her watch. If she found any walnuts with moderate radiation mutations, she'd keep them for herself. As a result, before they were all fried, she pocketed over 10 pounds of walnuts, filling the bag with them. Sister Chu's mood immediately brightened. It must be said, being a chef is always a lucrative job. Because of the added testing step, the cooking process slowed down even further. By the time all the honey nuts were fried, coated in honey, and presented to the Monkey King, it was already 4 hours later. After the monkeys had finished most of their snacks, Juicy Eye could finally discuss their next assignment. She first carried a stone by herself and dropped it at the spot Ji Xian had planned. At first, the monkeys didn't understand her intentions, and few joined in, thinking she was just doing it for fun. As more and more monkeys joined in, they realized this was a group activity. Thankfully, the warmth from the previous 2 meals was still there, and many monkeys showed their respect. Under normal circumstances, for something like Chussy's self-entertainment, mobilizing even a third of the adult monkeys would be a blessing. A large amount of labor was devoted to the task of carrying the stones, and initially, the efficiency was impressive. But mutant monkeys are always more focused on immediate pleasure. Chussy's favor was worth only 3 minutes of excitement at best. Afterwards, their efficiency plummeted. It was beyond measure. Unfortunately, she couldn't control the strongest adult monkeys, so she could only target the newer generation. But most of them were just show-offs. Though they were already adult mutant monkeys, their parents could lift 1,000 pounds of rock at a time, while they could only lift around 400 pounds, and their teamwork was very poor. For some of the larger rocks, she had originally planned to use multiple mutant monkeys, but after one accidentally hit its foot, this plan had to be temporarily suspended. After all, every rock removed meant one less laborer, and they couldn't afford such a consumption at the moment. Sister Chu toiled like a child, desperately trying, but she only managed to clear the innermost circle of rocks from the valley floor in an entire afternoon. She went out to discuss matters with Ji Xian. For one thing, the giant python's rigor mortis would last about a day, and the barge wouldn't be ready for deployment anytime soon. Since the valley had already cleared a certain area of moderate radiation, they figured they could spend the night outside. As for the short-tailed pit vipers, due to the previous incident, the base had tightened its controls. If the two hadn't returned by the designated time, someone would be closely monitoring their movements. If the little snake showed any signs of escaping, someone would immediately visit and take care of him. So, staying home for a night wouldn't be a big deal. Ji Xian didn't enter the valley directly from the entrance. He took this opportunity to test the moderate radiation route he had planned. While the monkeys were out on patrol, he simply walked along it. Exploring the new route wasn't always smooth sailing. He began preparing around 3 p.m. and didn't return to the valley until nearly 7 p.m., along with a few other monkeys. Thankfully, the route was finally open, and he could finally enter the valley normally. Chapter 664. It was a rare opportunity to spend the night outside, and Sister Chu was also dedicated. Leading the spirited young men from the monkey herd, they worked until half the night before finally clearing about a third of the valley. After Ji Xian entered, he didn't dare wander the valley, so he stayed to dissect the snake. The rigor mortis of the mutant python wouldn't be resolved until tomorrow, but that didn't stop him from skinning it. The snake's skin was incredibly tough and extremely hard, making it difficult for cold weapons, like daggers, to scratch it. Sister Chu had killed 2 monkeys to achieve this progress. But Brother Xian didn't have her charisma, so he had to find his own way. For dissecting large mutant animals like this, mercenaries naturally had their usual methods. Ji Xian selected a piece of partially burned tree trunk and drew a long black line across the python's abdomen. Holding the wooden cannon, they continued to drill holes forward. The first shot needed to be fired from a distance, as the power of a single shot wouldn't be enough to penetrate the snake skin's defenses. The second shot could be fired from close range, continuing to fire at the wound inflicted by the first shot. This method was very effective, though a bit wasteful. But it's undeniable that a good piece of skin is far more valuable than a box of bullets. Ji Xian had been captain for so many years that he naturally understood the trade-offs. However, when they set out, they hadn't expected such a large harvest. Although Brother Xian always kept some extra ammunition on hand during each outing, it was definitely not enough for such a spree. Thankfully, they still had crossbows, which were recyclable. Unfortunately, they didn't have the same impact as bullets. But as the saying goes, practice makes up for lack of talent. If things don't work out, just shoot more. If 2 arrows don't work, try 3. If 3 arrows don't work, try 4, 5, or 6. He eventually get through. Ji Xian stood up and walked away. He first marked the snake's body with bullets, then used clean crossbow arrows to destroy it one by one. Unfortunately, the efficiency was much slower than he expected. Ji Xian's brow furrowed slightly. No matter what, they had to get the barge out tomorrow. This python was extremely valuable, and he needed to freeze it as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the weather was still relatively cold, so the snake meat wouldn't spoil in 2 days. But to minimize nutrient loss, the sooner the cold storage was built, the better. He glanced at the surrounding mountain walls, thinking, if that didn't work, he'd build a backup facility in the valley. But seeing the spot where Chu Si's blast had occurred today, he suddenly had other ideas. The mountain had been dented by the blast. He examined it carefully. The height and width were similar, all it needed was some minor repairs. Build the frame, install the insulation, and then top it off with a layer of rock for protection. That's it. It's much quicker than building it themselves, and with the mountain behind them, it's safer too. Chu Si, hunched over and listlessly, returned to Brother Xian. She was incredibly sleepy at this point. Ji Xian discussed the cold storage location with her. Honestly, Chu Si had no plans for the valley, so she naturally supported his decision unconditionally. She also sincerely felt it was better than building it in the valley. In her opinion, she could do whatever she wanted in the mountains, but the valley belonged to the monkeys and humans, and it wouldn't be a good idea for them to just build a private structure there. Of course, planting a fruit tree or something should be acceptable, since she could guarantee that when the fruit ripened, she wouldn't be the first to eat it. This could be considered using her private property to benefit the organization. She was just taking advantage of it. The matter was settled. Seeing that Chu Si could barely open her eyes, Brother Xian used his snake's tail to make a small nest for her, and placed a large leaf on top to block the cool breeze from blowing into the valley. Sister Chu wasn't picky. She took a quick look and found it quite novel. She could have gone to the monkey mother's nest to share, but she exerted herself so much today that the little monkeys were frightened, so she decided not to bother disturbing their rare rest. She should stay alert. She could continue tomorrow. After all, she was tough, and she have her husband to warm her bed with. Sister Chu dreamed sweet dreams, and when she woke the next day, Ji Xian had already left. And she slept alone. Chu Si yawned, her mouth half open, unable to close. She pointed at the barge in front of her and said in disbelief, You dragged it out? This shocked Sister Chu. Could the stone really be that effective? Ji Xian shook his head and laughed. What are you thinking? Monkey Xiaobao came over to help drag it out. He was actually a little surprised. He hadn't expected the mutant monkey to be so strong. He felt like Monkey Xiaobao hadn't exerted much effort at all, as if he moved a 500-pound stone. But this was a barge, and its weight was measured in tons. This was far different from his original expectations. It seemed he needed to reassess the mutant monkey species. Chu Si paused. Monkey Xiaobao? Sister Chu was also a little puzzled. After all, she had been able to pin down Monkey Xiaobao and beat him before. She was certain that he wouldn't have possessed such strength back then. It had only been spring. Even if mutant animals grew at an astonishing rate, they shouldn't have changed so much. After all, it was already approaching adulthood, and had limited room to grow. Could it be because of the snake blood? Chu Si was a little unsure, but he still shared his guess with Ji Xian. After all, judging from the current situation, eliminating all other unreliable possibilities, this option was the most likely. Chapter 665. Unexpectedly, the barge was pulled out. Ji Xian inspected the entire ship, and found only some damage to the cabin, but overall, it wasn't a major problem. This was already considered extremely lucky. Brother Xian also confirmed Ho Xiaobao's special mutation, which meant that the giant python that had swallowed the special energy stone alive must have been extremely powerful. So even if the two of them struggled mightily, they would inevitably be swallowed. Luckily, it was swallowed, giving Chu Si a chance to get close to the mutant python's heart. Then he directly severed its aorta, fundamentally destroying the Burmese python's vitality. If their luck had been worse, or if the barge hadn't been modified with a tortoiseshell, even if it had been swallowed alive by the snake, it would have been crushed by its flesh. And now, having witnessed the power of snake meat, he couldn't wait any longer. Ji Xian had to freeze the giant python's body as soon as possible to avoid further complications. The two discussed it, and decided there was no need to return together. Ji Xian's main task was to go back and buy some refrigerant and basic building and insulation materials. Chu Si stayed here, guarding the snake carcass, so he could feel more at ease. It wasn't that he was worried about other mutants coming to steal the food. For now, the monkey's position in this area was quite secure. Ji Xian's biggest fear was that the monkeys would steal from their guard. Although the monkeys were now very receptive to cooked food thanks to Chu Si's cooking, it was undeniable that the mutants still ate raw meat more frequently. There was no chance of any taste issues. Whenever the monkeys went out on patrol, they would always leave a few strong ones, along with the old and weak ones, who weren't fit enough to go out, to stay in the nest. Who knew the hungry ones would come and gnaw on them? These things were now their precious treasures, and they couldn't bear to waste any of them. Even if they wanted to strengthen the strength of certain monkeys in the future, it would have to be planned before implementation. Chu Si had a mission, so naturally, she couldn't just go out and wander around. Suddenly, she remembered that she had brought the shell of a mutant fruit core mud turtle with her. She dragged the shell out of the cabin and placed it in front of Monkey Xiaobao. She patted the shell lying on the ground and handed it to him with a few honey-covered walnuts from Monkey's mother. Sister Chu's meaning was clear. Trading shells for honey-covered walnuts was a tacit understanding she had long cultivated with the monkeys. Regardless of whether she had chosen the target or not, several of the little monkeys were very interested. They strolled over for a quick look, sniffed a few times professionally, and then set off in a mighty procession, following the patrol. Ji Xian didn't hesitate and immediately began his return journey. He unloaded his off-road vehicle from the barge's interior, loaded it onto a trailer, and towed the barge away along the newly established route. Chu Si hoped for a good outcome. Since she would be living here from now on, she would inevitably have to venture into the high radiation area on a regular basis. Having a suitable tortoise shell can also provide protection, right? After this incident, she was now completely convinced of the tortoise shell's protective power. After the monkeys and Ji Xian left, Chusi hid in the valley, bored. The remaining monkeys all had their own tasks to attend to, some even arranged shifts, so she didn't want to disturb them. She simply set about her own business. She wanted to blast the mountain again. But she was afraid of causing unnecessary panic, and even more so, attracting other mutant animals. This was naturally best done when the monkeys were at their peak strength. After much deliberation, it seemed the only option was to move the rocks. It had to be done sooner or later anyway, but she wasn't ready to do it alone. Sister Chu was a bit of a slacker, moving rocks with boredom. But her mind had long since wandered off with the monkeys. She was waiting for news about the tortoiseshell, which was crucial to her future plans. Unfortunately, the monkeys' territory had expanded, and it would be at least afternoon before they returned. Although Chusi was always slacking off, her reputation as a strongman wasn't in vain. As she moved, she had nearly cleared all the rocks in the moderately radioactive area. Sister Chu pondered for a moment, deciding it would be a good idea to mark the area. She looked at the red glow and built a perimeter around it with gravel. That way, even if Ji Xian didn't have sensory abilities, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally crossing the line. Inside, they could also plant a vegetable orchard or something. Even if it wasn't convenient to plant crops in the transitional radiation zone, they could transplant some fruit trees from outside, which would be a great way to store food for the monkeys. She had planned this area well, and after half an afternoon of hard work, the monkeys finally began to return. Sister Chu excitedly went to greet them, but unfortunately, the tortoiseshell she had hoped for wasn't there. Little Monkey ran to her side, gesticulating for a while, but they couldn't communicate. Chusi sometimes even wondered if her IQ was considered deficient by the monkeys. I couldn't lead them at all. It was hard to say. After all, sometimes the monkeys could pick up on her words, but when it came to her, she was completely bewildered. Communication became increasingly difficult. It was exhausting. Suddenly, Monkey Little Bao shook its fur vigorously, and a drop of water splashed onto Chusi. She reached out and felt it, only to find that a trace of moisture was still lingering on the monkey's skin. So, the turtle was found, but it didn't catch it? Chapter 666. After returning, the monkeys had nothing else to do but circle Chusi. It was clear that even though they hadn't caught the turtle, they were still eager to eat the honey walnuts. But how could that be? Sister Chu never did anything in vain. She bared her teeth and laughed heartily, patting the rocks under her hand. Want some walnuts? No problem, just move the rocks. It was a must-do activity anyway. In an instant, the allure of the honey walnuts seemed less intense for several of the little monkeys. But now that they were here, how could they let them escape? Several monkeys were pressed onto the rubble beach, and Sister Chu distributed the rocks to them one by one. Although the monkeys' work motivation wasn't high, they were still able to maintain a certain level of efficiency under the high pressure. Sister Chu was still quite satisfied. Suddenly, her smile froze a little. Chusi frowned and sprinted toward a monkey. No, why did that spicy stick it held look so familiar? Oh my goodness. Sister Chu didn't dare breathe. This scene was all too familiar to her. She pulled out all the energy stones from her chest pocket and stuffed them into her hand. Then, she swooped down and sprinted toward the mutant monkey. The spicy stick was caught in her hand. It struggled a bit, but couldn't escape. Then, without hesitation, the little snake bared its fangs. The viper was so fast that before Chusi could reach it, it had bitten the mutant monkey on the back of its hand. Sister Chu's breath hitched. It was over. She knew the poison of this thing well. Even if it bit a mutant monkey, it would be hard for them to survive. Fortunately, the monkey's hands had hair. While not as dense as its body, it still provided an extra layer of protection. The short-tailed pit viper's mutations likely focused on increased venom. Their size hasn't increased significantly, so their fangs are naturally short and compact. This time, it didn't bite the skin. It was truly a blessing in disguise. Chusi arrived shortly after. In her haste, she had no time to do anything else but snap the snake's neck and snatch it from the mutant monkey's grasp. Looking at the snake's corpse in her hands, her thoughts raced. From the beginning, they knew the valley might not be as safe as they imagined. Otherwise, such a prime location would have long been overrun by mutant rabbits, tits, and other small, mutant animals. Chusi initially assumed they had migrated after the monkeys arrived. Never could she have imagined such a deadly creature existed within. Sister Chu sighed. She didn't know if the snake had wandered in by chance, or if it had always lived there. If it had been there, could there be others? She wasn't in a good mood, for it was early spring, and mutant snakes and the like weren't very active yet. Chusi's heart was already leaning towards the second option. The only solution now was to thoroughly search the entire valley. She looked closely at the spot where the mutant monkey had caught the short-tailed viper, and saw that the area around the crack in the rock sloping toward the ground was relatively smooth. Smooth. In this situation, that word wasn't a good one. Having a foreboding feeling, she found a sturdy wooden stick, dispersed the monkeys, who were watching the scene, and then began to pry the rock. Before the stone could even be lifted, 3 small snakes scurried out. At that moment, Sister Chu's heart was broken. To be honest, she wasn't afraid of this particular nest of venomous snakes. She was afraid of who knows how many more nests there were in the valley. At least for now, it looked like these snakes hadn't just wandered in by chance, they had definitely taken root there. The monkeys were also lucky. They arrived just as these creatures were hibernating. The weather had been quite cold recently, and the mutant snakes hadn't yet emerged in large numbers. If they had waited any longer, the monkeys would have definitely suffered casualties. After all, their bodies aren't completely covered in hair, so exposed areas are vulnerable to snake attacks. What's more, the monkeys had little sense of danger. Just now, the mutant monkey had nearly raised the spicy strips to its lips. Just wait for someone to give it a smack on the lips. The venom of a single mutant pit viper is enough to knock down an adult mutant monkey in an instant. This is truly awful. Chusi's mind calmed down. Regardless, she needed to survey the entire valley first. She had previously blasted the cliff face, and found no trace of venomous snakes. She pondered this possibility. The rocks there were intact, lacking cracks suitable for them to inhabit. Another possibility was that these snakes were still accustomed to living underground. But regardless, the mutated short-tailed pit viper was an extremely troublesome and dangerous presence, both for the monkeys and for her and Jixien. They had to find a way to eliminate it. Chapter 667. Well, Sister Chu stopped all the stone-moving work. In the afternoon, she led the monkeys on a roaming trip through the valley, searching for snake nests. The work wasn't in vain. They dug up 4 nests, containing 32 small snakes of varying species, but thankfully all small. It would be a shame to kill them all. They'd be good material for extracting venom. Chusi fashioned a sack out of her own clothes, tying up the sleeves and buttoning them tightly. Fortunately, there was a windproof layer outside, and a zipper on the outside, so there was no need to worry about the snakes escaping. She tied the hem of the clothes shut with golden bell vines, leaving a single opening at the collar for stuffing snakes inside. With over 30 small snakes inside, the clothes were bulging. Despite the large harvest, Chusi wasn't reassured. Instead, she became even more meticulous, leading the monkeys as she searched the entire valley floor. As expected, 2 more nests were discovered, even more hidden. Sister Chu's brow furrowed, lost in thought as she gazed at the snake hole she had just discovered on the cliff face. It turns out snake nests aren't just found underground. These crevices in the cliff face could also be possible. She looked up at the towering mountain. The cliff face on the valley side was incredibly steep and towering. Reaching the sky was a bit of an exaggeration, but 300 or 400 meters was definitely no problem. Chusi held his mouth, feeling a mouthful of blood pooling inside, choking and making his chest feel like it was about to explode. This was a massive undertaking, far more than just a one-time inspection. The mountain wall was covered in golden bell vines and numerous red leaf vines, completely obscuring the cliff face. How could she truly understand the situation here? They couldn't possibly mobilize the entire monkey colony to remove all the vegetation covering the area, could they? This was a massive undertaking. Not to mention the sheer size of the area, but even the vines, their roots had long since become fused to the cliff face. They would need to be cut branch by branch. How could that be easy? Sister Chu pressed her right hand against her temple, feeling a throbbing pain in her head. She wasn't afraid of trouble. No matter how much work there was, she eventually finished it, but time waited for no one. In 2 days, when the temperature had risen enough, she figured the small snakes in the valley would begin to emerge. By then, they'd be scattered across the valley, hiding beneath any meadow. The thought of it drove her crazy. This was going to be a disaster. Even if she wanted to catch them, she probably wouldn't be able to catch them all. Chusi took a deep breath, her face heavy as she tied up the sack. The more she thought about it, the more daunting this matter became. They had finally found such a prime location, and not only the mutant monkeys, but she herself truly didn't want to give it up. This place was so well hidden, and there was a high radiation zone just outside, effectively preventing human intrusion. And with Jixian's backup plan, even many large mutant animals could be kept out. If they abandoned it, where else could they find another place so desirable? Just as Sister Chu was contemplating the possibility of a fire, fortunately Jixian returned. When he first heard the valley was full of snake nests, he had been startled. But Ji Xian was much calmer than Chu Si. He took his wife's hand and said earnestly, "You can't really become a wild person just because you're moving out. The venomous snakes in the valley must be eradicated, but there are many ways to do that." He kicked the stones on the ground. For example, the ground can be solidified to prevent them from nesting underground again. As for those on the cliff face, we can use snake repellent powder and snake attractant powder to hunt them in different areas. Of course, the different ratios of these two powders will target different mutant snakes, so multiple rounds of trials are inevitable. While this method is a bit more cumbersome, it's definitely easier than removing vegetation from the cliff face. Furthermore, they only need to set snake traps, eliminating the need for constant surveillance. This means they can be carried out over a large area, zoned in. Logically, this way, we should be able to catch the first wave of mutant snakes. Then, to prevent other snakes from re-entering the valley, we can plant snake repellent plants extensively. Chu Si's eyes lit up as she suddenly remembered, well, there's a bush right where I caught crayfish that has snake repellent properties. She was weak at the time, and she was able to escape the mutant snakes by slinking into that bush. They had originally planned to transplant a few of the plants back home, but later forgot about them due to various circumstances. Now they're just perfect for this purpose. And she finally got the idea. With these snake repellent plants, she could make more scented sachets for each mutant monkey to wear. They could also go out more often and plant more near the mutant monkeys' sleeping areas. The chances of the monkeys being accidentally injured would be minimized. Ji Xian smiled and nodded, nodding at the sack in Chu Si's hand. With so many small snakes added to the pile, it seemed their venom source would expand again. As the saying goes, misfortune often brings blessings, and blessings often bring disaster. Really? If the snake problem could be successfully resolved, it would only benefit them. Besides, there had always been a swarm of snakes here, so even those large numbers of small mutant animals wouldn't dare venture in. This would save them a lot of trouble in the future. Chapter 668. After Ji Xian arrived, he immediately took over the command of base construction. The mutated venomous snakes were indeed an urgent matter, but with insufficient materials, they would certainly not be resolved today. Luckily, Chu Si and his monkey group had already cleared the area below. At this point, the likelihood of the snakes emerging from the cliff face to forage was not high. Waiting another day wouldn't be a big problem. Let's proceed according to the previous plan. Sister Chu led the monkey group to move the boulders, while Ji Xian continued blasting according to the radiation level and the direction of the mountain. The radiation level was still a bit high for the two of them living there, and he was also considering expanding the valley as much as possible. After all, this was their future base camp, so naturally, they would make the most of it. Chu Si was busy with her own affairs as usual, but Ji Xian had returned this time with some shocking news. The base's policy encouraging outdoor mineral scavenging had finally been implemented. This was incredibly efficient. How long had Base 13 been devastated by the earthquake? Under normal circumstances, any major decision at a single base would require lengthy discussions at the top level before it could be finalized. This time, the central government issued the order, and the directive was immediately implemented, with all measures rigorously enforced. The portable mineral detector Ji Xian had mentioned earlier has finally arrived. It's small, about the length of a human arm, and it can detect a wide range of minerals, and even roughly display the current market price. This thing is incredibly intelligent, and most importantly, it previously wasn't allowed to be sold privately. After all, the base doesn't allow private ownership of minerals unless you pay exorbitant prices for mining rights. Wild ores are strictly prohibited. How could the base possibly sell tools to aid in or mining? But the situation has changed. Officially, private mining of mineral veins is still prohibited. However, the occasional rare wild ores are now officially permitted to circulate on the market. Sales channels can also directly connect with the base's official channels, which undoubtedly greatly increases the enthusiasm of the grassroots people. Chu Si pondered to himself that this might be a sequelae caused by the special energy crystals. The current frantic collection of various rare ores by the major bases must be preparations for rebuilding or building new bases. Ji Xian also gave a positive response to this. The production process of the protective shield is not complicated. At least with the current methods of scientific researchers, it can be fully restored. What they have been lacking are various metals and minerals that meet the standards. Chu Si fiddled with the device, looking incredibly curious. He was eager to try it out wherever he went. Luckily, Ji Xian stopped him before he even started. Firstly, it was an electronic device, and it wouldn't work well in high radiation areas. Even in the transition zone, its detection could still have significant errors. Most importantly, Ji Xian was worried about the positioning system. Although the signal here was extremely poor, even if he deliberately tried to send a message, it might not be able to fly out. But after all, it was going to be used as a base, so he had to be careful. Chu Xi nodded, understanding. From now on, when testing any minerals, he would first bring them to a safe area and then conduct the test. She looked at the device in her hand, expecting it to fetch a high price. Ji Xian told her it only sold for 200 points. While 200 points wasn't a small sum, it was still a lot more than Chu Xi had expected. After all, it was something that could be cashed in. But the situation wasn't entirely unrelated. The base not only allowed the sale of detectors, but also offered mineral testing rentals for those on a tight budget, charging by the hour. The price was incredibly affordable, 1 point per 10 minutes. This was a scanning test, with a starting price, and the deal was essentially done. It was truly quite generous. Ji Xian nodded, and as a result, numerous wilderness mining organizations quickly formed, sparking a craze. But Sister Chu wasn't optimistic. There wasn't a lot of ore to be found, and finding ore wasn't guaranteed to fetch a lot of money. For example, even ordinary iron or coal might cost hundreds of pounds to earn a few points. This depends on the mineral content, and not all ore is rich. Many of the most enthusiastic people right now are those suffering from hunger in the shantytowns. Even if they find ore, they're likely to discard it if the cost-effectiveness isn't high, as transporting it back might be more physically demanding. It's still not as practical as scavenging for food. Ji Xian nodded in agreement. He concluded, mineral scavenging will essentially become a supplementary source of income in the future. People will just look around while gathering food. Of course, there will also be dedicated mining teams that will go to remote abandoned mines and the like to collect minerals. Hearing this, Chu Xi instantly perked up. So are we going to? To be honest, she was quite optimistic about this path. Rare minerals fetch high prices. Wouldn't it be a fortune if we could pick them up? Ji Xian shook his head, his lips curled into a faint smile as he pulled out a map. The competition there is bound to be fierce. You can enter high radiation areas, and no one has been there in years. The rewards are bound to be better than in these places. Chapter 669. With Ji Xian's supervision, the work flowed smoothly. First, the tunnel boring machine was unearthed, but the machine body was severely damaged, with bits and pieces scattered all over the ground. Ji Xian took a closer look and saw that even the fuel tank was punctured, requiring it to be towed back for overhaul. He dragged the equipment aside and repositioned himself at the foot of the mountain. Brother Xian clenched his fist slightly, his brow furrowed. He couldn't be mistaken, his strength was indeed much greater than before. Thinking about the changes in the two monkey treasures, he instantly understood. It seemed that the special energy stone was very effective in strengthening his physique. Before, he could have dragged such a lump of metal with his own strength, but the tunnel boring machine's wheels were different from those of a car. They were tracked, making it extremely strenuous. But today's situation was far beyond his expectations. It was no exaggeration to say that he still had some strength left. Previously, thanks to the nourishment of the energy stone, Chu Xi's own strength had long surpassed that of genetically modified humans like Ji Xian. But if Brother Xian continued to consume snake meat, he was confident he could surpass his wife. But upon closer reflection, he quickly suppressed this thought. When it came to eating, Chu Xi never seemed to admit defeat. If you really counted them, there was no telling who would eat more. Brother Xian couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. How long had it been since they fought, and he only relied on cunning to win, and as Chu Xi's combat experience grew, defeating her would only become increasingly difficult. Admittedly, this was a kind of sweet burden. When Chu Xi arrived, she caught sight of Ji Xian's motherly smile, and she shuddered. Isn't this springtime scenery just too glorious? Given Ji Xian's personality, he rarely showed his emotions so openly. She suppressed her curiosity and asked, "What's going on?" Ji Xian's smile faded slightly. He couldn't bring himself to express his thoughts directly, as it would affect his image. But Brother Xian truly needed a hearty fight to prove himself. Mainly, he felt suffocated. Take the mutant monkeys and the silverback gorillas. Their ability to survive in their tribes was entirely due to his wife's passionate fighting spirit. Ji Xian had always tried hard, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a way out. Limited abilities were the main reason. Even with the help of poison, Ji Xian didn't dare act rashly. The two weren't mortal enemies, and the only option for ascending to higher status was to defeat the opponent. The simpler the tribe, the simpler the rules of survival. The strong prevail, the weak prey on the strong. What Ji Xian had previously lacked was the simplest form of violence. Now that he had the snake meat as a breakthrough point, Brother Xian felt he had it all figured out again. After all, the monkeys here were all family, and Chu Xi had already maintained this area well, firmly holding the base. There was no need for him to challenge them again, as doing so would only cause unrest within the entire monkey group, disrupting order once again, which would be counterproductive. As for the silverback gorillas, it was just the right situation. With all their new and old grudges being settled, this was a perfect opportunity to avenge past grievances. Besides, their mind was still in that territory. If Ji Xian could stabilize his position within the silverback gorilla clan, it would undoubtedly be the best option, making many things much easier. Seeing that Brother Xian hadn't responded, Chu Xi quietly leaned over, nudging him with his shoulder, and gently warned him, "Take it easy. You look like you're about to rebel. You're a hero, but you also have a hint of vulgarity." Ji Xian's expression paused, and he turned to look at Chu Xi. His wife was indeed a person who knew how to compliment. He coughed softly, gathering his wandering thoughts, and finally returning to the right track. Ji Xian stood in front of the mountain, where all the nearby rocks had been cleared. He was an expert at blasting mountains. After Brother Xian and Chu Xi's duet, the valley's area had increased by nearly 1/3. Almost all of this area was within the moderate radiation range, so the valley floor finally met his expectations. However, further in, blasting was not suitable, so Ji Xian wanted to dig a hole in a proper manner. This was the only way to better conceal the true entrance to their shelter. Brother Xian opened the map on his watch. It was a comprehensive map he had made earlier, admittedly a bit crude. He remapped the valley's current location on the image. His final destination lay about 80 meters east along the mountainside. The mountain there was thick enough for them to dig some caves for habitation, and a river ran to the right, providing a good source of energy. Ji Xian didn't plan to directly install glaring solar panels this time. The vegetation in the valley was too sparse, and the panels would reflect light strongly. If the angle wasn't right, they could be spotted from a distance. Being able to enter was one thing, but once someone noticed, they would try to come and investigate, which would be a bit of a loss. Hydroelectric power was a good option. Its generators were buried underwater, making them difficult to see as long as they stayed out of the water. But who would dare to go underwater in the wild? Of course, there were drawbacks too. For example, underwater generators were vulnerable to attack and damage from mutant animals. But Chu Xi's fruit core and turtle shell gave him an idea. He could certainly modify the generator set. As for the lighting issue, there was no need to worry. Ji Xian only planned to install fluorescent lights inside. As for ventilation, he could simply divert a few inconspicuous vents from the valley. With the power supply, the two of them would have no problem living there. Chapter 670. Another arduous day of moving rocks. Close to 3 in the afternoon, Chu Xi finally got the car back home for a good rest. She was quite happy. After all, the thing she had been looking forward to had finally come to fruition, and the future looked promising. The car drove back to the base, and just as she reached her doorstep, she saw 2 people standing outside. It was Lei Ming and a woman she didn't recognize. A woman's sixth sense gave her a bad feeling the moment she laid eyes on the woman. Little White Flower of the Wasteland. The man was extremely excited at the sight of the car, his eyes filled with hope. Chu Xi turned to look at Ji Xian, her brows furrowed slightly. A romantic debt? But Brother Xian's brow furrowed even more sharply. I know her, but we're not close. Chu Xi certainly didn't believe this. After all the hard work of traveling through time, was she finally going to face that kind of cliché drama? She thought to herself. The house is in my name, and we share the one at base 38. The car can be yours, and the barge is mine. Ji Xian was silent. He just turned and stared at Chu Xi silently. After a long pause, he said helplessly, "Don't think that far ahead." This woman was his former captain's sister, someone like Wu Meili. When she came to see the captain, she ran into them during training. If that counted, they had indeed met a few times. The captain later tried to arrange a matchmaking, but he firmly refused, and the matter fell through. 2 years later, he heard that she had married and moved to the next base. Later, the captain died while on a mission, and it became even more unlikely that they would ever cross paths again. He was also curious about the current situation. Why did Lei Ming bring someone to him? Sister Chu was also a little embarrassed. Just now, while she was thinking, she had accidentally made a noise, which seemed to imply that she didn't trust Ji Xian. How could she be so cowardly before the battle even started? She opened the car door with a bang. Wu Meili's expression froze slightly when she saw her, then she nodded politely and passed on. When Ji Xian got out, she almost sent Chu Xiai straight over with a gentle, soft brother Xian. As soon as she got out of the car, she sprinted away, her steps stumbling, her eyes glistening with tears, a look of pity. By then, Sister Chu had already reached the door with a majestic gait. This was the difference between us and the enemy. Surprisingly, she didn't rush. Instead, she placed her arm directly on Lei Ming's shoulder, glanced up at Ji Xian, and said, "Is this the person you brought here? What? Do you have a problem with me?" She felt their relationship wasn't close, but it wasn't hostile either. Lei Ming was leading them both to their deaths. The man in black looked embarrassed. He hadn't expected this woman to pull such a stunt. Lei Ming quickly apologized, feeling annoyed. It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Wu Meili is the sister of Ji Xian's former captain. She's claiming to be Ji Xian's benefactor, saying her brother had saved everyone in the team before and is now in trouble, so she wants to borrow some points from him. The person had already arrived at the regiment. Wu Meili looked exhausted, and it was obvious she suffered a lot. Captain Lei was afraid this was true, so he decided to bring her here to meet him first. In fact, at the beginning, Wu Meili really came here to borrow some turnover points. After all, Ji Xian had experienced a genetic breakdown before. She thought that even if he was rescued, he would definitely not have many points left. Arriving here, she first saw the 3-story Dabii, then the modified jeep and barge. Her gaze immediately changed, her original plan quickly overturned. How can a guest be as fragrant as the host? She secretly glanced at Chu Xiai. Bean sprouts without any ingredients, how could they compare to a ripe fruit? Ji Xian quickly dodged. You're kidding. You're trying to discredit my brother's innocence? He hurried over to Chu Xiai, snatched his wife's hand from Lei Ming's shoulder, and wrapped it tightly in his own. The woman, tears streaming down her face, chased after him, but Chu Xiai threw her to the ground. She let out a painful howl. No need to pretend to be weak now. Sister Chu will help you act your true self. She rubbed her forehead. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so pushy. This is someone else's husband, understand? Wu Meili's tears streamed down her face, but she called out, Brother Xian. In disbelief, she said to Chu Xiai, how could you hit someone so carelessly? Chu Xiai was helpless. How could she make this girl understand? I'm not just hitting people so carelessly. Seeing the man's gaze drift towards Ji Xian again, she stepped forward and stood in front of him. Don't look at me. If you really make me angry, I beat up your brother Xian too. Ji Xian fell silent. He felt that his wife now had a domineering aura that made no distinction between friend and foe. He pulled Lei Ming towards him. Wife, show me how to hit her first. This time, Chu Xiai didn't hesitate. With a bang, he slammed Lei Ming's shoulder hard. When people are angry, they tend to lose control of their strength. With so much internal organs in her stomach, she didn't dare to attack casually. Her shoulder was at most broken, and she could just find a hospital for repairs. At least no one would die. Captain Lei knew his good intentions had led to bad consequences. He had assumed Ji Xian's action was simply a way for his wife to vent her anger, and that the matter would be over. After all, how much strength could such a thin girl exert at full force? He heard a distinct snap, and after falling to the ground, he felt the sharp pain in his shoulder, nearly choking him. He then realized that Ji Xian had no intention of being gentle with her, and was genuinely trying to vent his anger on his wife. Wu Meili was crying so hard she barely dared to burp. She quietly leaned aside, then said softly, Brother Xian, my brother saved your life. Ji Xian nodded. He didn't deny it, but since they were a mercenary group, he frowned. Have you ever considered the possibility that I might have saved your brother's life too? They were part of an elite mercenary group. The difference in skill between the captain and the other members wasn't huge. Many of the missions they undertook were extremely dangerous. Which member hadn't taken a bullet for someone else? Was that even worth mentioning? Chapter 671. Chu Xiai had thought this matter would drag on for a while. After all, the two parties were somewhat related. In the end, before they even entered the gate, they were led away by Brother Xian. Although there were some unspoken rules among mercenaries, such as helping to care for the families of deceased teammates within an appropriate range, but this limit was definitely to put one's own family first. He wasn't completely indifferent. He and Lei Ming determined the amount of support from the other team members, averaging about 10 points per person. Sister Chu generously transferred 20 points to her, and even went home to get her a potato, which was considered to be a very kind act. Before leaving, she held the woman's hand, repeatedly admonishing her, Sister, I'm sorry you encountered this, but your sadness isn't a reason to hurt me. Please be careful. The woman nodded frantically. She stole a glance at Lei Ming, whose arm had just been broken. Her hand, held by Chu Si, trembled slightly. "Don't worry, I know. She won't come to this place again, even if invited. He's a complete scoundrel, a living hell, worthy of being plucked from the shantytowns." She had previously lived at the base, and later married into a well-off family. Even with her brother's death, she hadn't suffered much. Until Base 52 shield failed, the family fled and were targeted by a swarm of mutant rats. She was the only one who escaped, protecting her child. Later, she followed the large group to Base 46, where she had previously lived. The money she had on her was robbed on the way. When she arrived at the destination, she had no other choice but to find the Tomorrow mercenary group and look for her brother's former teammates to help them overcome the current difficulties. Logically, Ji Xian had already retired, so this incident couldn't be blamed on him. But who had made his family the best off? She and her child were practically starving to death, so what was she holding back? After paying a price, someone had pointed her to this clear path. Unfortunately, it now seemed like a dead end. After securing the potatoes, the woman sank to her knees, then helped lay Ming up and left. This change caught Chu Si off guard. She turned to look at Ji Xian. "Why didn't you follow the plot? I had thought Wu Meili would have to keep fighting for a while longer, and she was ready to fight. But why was she so perceptive?" Ji Xian curled his lips in a smile. "What? Aren't you used to a quiet life? Don't worry, Wu Meili is smart, she knows what to do." The matter was resolved with such ease. Chu Si scratched his head. Although he still felt a bit unsatisfied, he could only take care of his own affairs first. The two of them first parked the barge in the courtyard on the first floor, then got in the SUV and took the elevator to the second floor. Brother Xian took the turtle shell off the car and handed it to Chu Si. "Since you feel free, go out with the monkeys tomorrow to find mutant turtles. We need a lot of them to convert the hydroelectric power plant." Now, he pointed to the hydroponic room on the first floor. "I saw Hericium arenaceus already growing yesterday." Before he could finish his words, Sister Chu rushed in. "Mushrooms, is her family finally going to have mushroom freedom?" This time they cultivated two types of mushrooms, Hericium arenaceus and Poria cocos. By the time she saw the tiny balls of hair on the mushroom pods, her heart melted. So cute, they definitely taste delicious someday. In the corner, Chu Si also spotted a wood-ear mushroom tree trunk she'd gotten back from Butterfly Valley. The mushrooms were growing well, each one plump and thick. The Hericium arenaceus couldn't be eaten, but the wood-ear mushrooms were ripe for harvest. She tested each one, picking and discarding the highly radioactive ones, to avoid wasting nutrients on the trunk. After all the testing, only 4 small pieces remained. Sister Chu decided not to eat them. She wanted to save them for seeds. When the wood-ear mushrooms were covered with a layer of white frost, it would be time to harvest the spores. If she gets the chance someday, she also liked to grow some shiitake mushrooms. Dried ones are so delicious when stewed with chicken. And white fungus, which makes a particularly smooth and glutinous soup and can be stir-fried. Ji Xian was outside repairing the barge's roof. He was pressed for time yesterday, so he just made do with the boat as it sailed, leaving no time for detailed adjustments. Thankfully, even the exterior of the cockpit had been reinforced with tortoise shells. Although it was half collapsed, the frame wasn't seriously warped, it was just a few broken joints, which he could just spot weld. However, these weak points still needed to be reinforced. He toiled outside for a while, and when he was done, he noticed Chu Si hadn't come up yet, so he quickly left. He helped her discard the discarded wood-ear mushrooms, then fished a mutant prawn out of the hydroponic tank. Even though they're not fully grown yet, they're already about the length of 2 palms. The female has already spawned, indicating they soon have new shrimp. Keeping too many male shrimp, which are only used for breeding, is useless. I make one tonight for my wife to try. Chapter 672. That evening, Chu Si waited in the kitchen. Seeing Ji Xian prepare the prawns, she immediately wanted to steam them. Her mouth opened, and she quickly grabbed Ji Xian's arm. "I want braised prawns." The request was humble, but the technique was quite challenging. Brother Xian, a true Wastelander, had never heard of the term braised. He frowned slightly, and seeing his wife staring at him eagerly, he decided to surrender. Although he had never made it before, he could give it a try. After all, his wife knew how to cook it, and at least could describe the taste or the dish. He reached out and touched Chu Si's head. "Do you know what the ingredients are?" This question instantly stumped Sister Chu. If this had happened when she had just come across this time, she might have been able to describe the general ingredients of the braised prawns. But now, honestly, that's all she could remember. "I just knew it was delicious. The shrimp should have a burnt aroma," she thought carefully. Fried? It seemed to have a strong flavor of seasoning. It's salty and sweet. Jixian nodded. If it's salty, add more salt. If it's sweet, add a little honey. Finally, Chu Xi nodded. After it's done, add some chopped greens to garnish. She knew chopped green onions would be best, but unfortunately, they didn't have any at home. Thinking of this, Sister Chu suddenly felt that there was still a long way to go in her scavenging business. They should at least have all the onions, ginger, and garlic. Oh right, she clapped her hands. The essence of braised shrimp and oil lies in the garlic, but they didn't have that at home. Then he suggested, why not add some more spice? That way the flavor will be more pronounced. Jixian frowned and nodded, but the more he listened, the more uncertain he became. What dish could be salty, sweet, and spicy all at once? What kind of experience would that be? He glanced anxiously at the shrimp in the basin, feeling that such good things were about to be wasted. As a simple Wastelander, the struggle he felt at that moment was excruciating. After a long pause, he finally said, how about steaming it? He had originally guaranteed that something so fresh would be delicious no matter how it was prepared. But after hearing Chu Xi's explanation, he suddenly lost his composure. In his opinion, such a large shrimp was far too precious. Food simply couldn't be wasted. And from what Chu Xi said, it was far more than just a matter of wasting a shrimp. It also had to be deep fried, which would certainly use a lot of lard. Salt was the cheapest ingredient, but everything had to be used in moderation. And honey. If he hadn't harvested a few more beehives later, he really wouldn't have been willing to use it in cooking. This honey is a rare treasure in the wild. Not only does it quickly replenish energy when hungry, but the honey produced by mutated bees has far greater medicinal value than modern honey, making it a holy grail for wounds. Honey contains antibacterial, antifungal, and antiviral properties, which can significantly prevent wound infections in the wild. In the absence of suitable antibiotics, it acts like a weakened antidote. While it can't eliminate all toxins, it can still save lives and return to base. It also cools the blood, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and reduces inflammation, making it very beneficial for wound healing. Thinking of this, he felt even more reluctant to give it up. But Sister Chu had been so harassed that she almost lost all concept of it, mainly because she only ever had energy stones, making other medicines ineffective for her. Additionally, she'd been making honey barbecue and honey walnuts for the monkeys all day long. Although the honey was highly radioactive, she was so used to spending lavishly that it took her a while to come around. Sister Chu just stared longingly, her eyes pure and flawless, her smile sweet. Jixian was defeated. Okay, he nodded, then added, unwillingly just this once. Yeah, Chu Xi nodded, eagerly awaiting the meal, ready to revisit Earth's famous dishes. Jixian then began chopping the shrimp, slicing them into pieces, and frying them until they were thoroughly cooked. Then, leaving some oil in the pan, add the fried shrimp, add a spoonful of salt, and after some thought 2 more. For sweetness, try half a spoonful of honey. Finally, take the chili powder and carefully drip in 2 drops. Then comes the most important step. Add water and simmer. To be honest, seeing this step, Sister Chu almost despairs. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing much for her, a non-cook. That last step is absolutely no problem. Brother Xian sprinkles some chopped sweet potato leaves on top, stir-fries them, and serves. Looking at the dishes on the table, Chu Xi was speechless for a long time. She asked Jixian to make her a hometown dish to reminisce about the past. But his actions, however, brought her back to reality. Jixian placed a piece of shrimp in her bowl. Try it, and see if it's the flavor you like. Sister Chu looked at his serious words, and felt too embarrassed to object. But looking at Brother Xian's focused eyes, the feeling of being valued suddenly dispelled the darkness around her. She grinned and put the piece of shrimp into her mouth. The first sensation was salty, then salty again, and finally, a subtle sweetness and a barely perceptible spiciness slowly emerged. She looked up at Jixian, reached out, hooked his neck down, and gave him a big smack kiss. Now, she could finally say delicious without feeling guilty. Jixian smiled helplessly. After taking a bite, his expression changed several times before he said solemnly, let's steam it from now on. Yes, Chu Xi smiled and nodded. Watching Brother Xian carefully rinsing the shrimp for her, she suddenly felt a sense of peace and tranquility. The two of them sat and chatted, eating closer and closer. In the dim light, Chu Xi could hear her boasting, when I find all the onions, ginger, garlic, and other things, I promise to make you a meal you never forget. Chapter 673. With the same mixed feelings, the two of them shared half a portion of the Wasteland braised prawns. Sister Chu suddenly became much more obedient. Recent days had indeed been quite pleasant, and she had even dared to order off the menu without any proper manners. No, she quickly stood up. She had to do more work to clear her head. After dinner, Ji Xian continued to repair the car while she ran to the second and third floors, conducting a surprise inspection of all the vegetable leaves with unprecedented efficiency. Looking at the inflated delivery rate, her mind instantly cleared up. But as a true Wastelander, Ji Xian was truly satisfied after seeing the pile of leaves his wife had brought down. He had never dared to imagine his current life before. Everything he had never dared to imagine. For example, Chu Xi, the lover he could spend his life with, the one who would never leave him and support him. Just thinking about her warmed his heart. And then, there was this big house within the base. When he was a mercenary, he thought that after he retired, if he still had enough money, he'd buy a small apartment on base and live there comfortably. By then, his health would undoubtedly be worse, but he could still join the larger group to scavenge for food. If his conditions were better, he could even organize a hunting team to hunt small mutant animals. That was the best outcome he could imagine. Unfortunately, as he aged and after several trips to high radiation areas, he could clearly feel his health deteriorating. Later, he began to show the early signs of genetic breakdown. Ji Xian clenched his hands tightly. To be honest, the most painful moment wasn't when he was thrown into the sanatorium. It was precisely when his genes began to show signs of breakdown. He knew that from this moment on, all his previous assumptions would be shattered. What awaited him might only be that final, cold red pill. He felt as if he were suffocating, but no one could pull him out. The oil film tightened, until the last time, when he received a mission, go to the high radiation area and bring someone back. Thinking about it now, Ji Xian had a premonition at that time, but perhaps he had had these premonitions many times before, and this one just came true. After returning from that incident, the girl was taken to the hospital, and he collapsed. At the beginning of the attack, he had bled profusely, his body was exhausted, and he hadn't gotten used to the pain, as he had thought. He was unlucky, because the genetic breakdown hadn't affected his pain system. The pain piled up each day, and even with all the medication, he could still feel his body rapidly breaking down. But Ji Xian was also lucky. Perhaps he still had a bit of youthful spirit at the time. The harder things got, the more he wanted to persevere. Since he had no family, he figured he'd wait until he spent all his points. Otherwise, wouldn't all his years of hard work have been in vain? But at the last moment, his angel appeared. To be honest, Ji Xian had always thought the word angel was pretentious. How could such a word possibly fit the wasteland? But when that person actually appeared, perhaps silently, she would undoubtedly be radiant in her presence when she recalled it. Not far away, Sister Chu strolled over, taking in Brother Xian's perfect profile. Then, checking on her progress, she tentatively offered a slightly lewd tone, "Let's take a shower later." There were some things she was too embarrassed to say directly, even as an adult. Ji Xian couldn't help but smile. The layers of holy light in his memory rapidly peeled away, revealing the person before him. But Ji Xian still wanted to ask, "Are you a fairy who has descended to earth to experience trials and tribulations?" The question had Sister Chu in a trance. Could it be really? She turned to look at Ji Xian. This must be the inner demon that was preventing her from waking up. Sister Chu chuckled. "In that dream, you must have held a very high position. Like King Zhou of Shang's Daji." Ji Xian curled his lips. "Okay, pay your dues." With that, he carried the person inside. After the clouds and rain at Wushan, the weather turns to autumn late. When Chu Xi woke up the next day, there was a rustling of bells and gongs, but she was still terribly sleepy. She checked her watch and realized it was only 2 in the morning. And yet, at this hour, Ji Xian had already rushed over to fix the car. She put on her coat and looked over puzzled. "So you hadn't finished yesterday?" Brother Xian blushed, a rare occurrence. He could have finished it. Chapter 674. After a quick breakfast, the two officially set off around 4 o'clock. Ji Xian drove to Old Li's place. Having just returned yesterday, Brother Xian had ordered some snake repellent and attractant powder from him, waiting to pick it up on his way out of the base that morning. This matter couldn't be delayed for too long. He was worried about potential problems, so it was better to address it as soon as possible. Brother Xian had originally thought of using the next few days to dig the cave in the cliff face. Unfortunately, the tunnel boring machine was severely damaged, with many of its parts deformed and difficult to repair. Brother Xian's original plan for the past few days was to continue digging the cave in the mountain. But now, due to hardware issues, this project had to be put on hold. Ji Xian could only think of looking for it at Old Li's place or at the scrapyard. If that didn't work, he would just have to buy a new one. Fortunately, he had already prepared a simple freezer for the mutant snake, so keeping it for a few more days wouldn't be a problem. After much deliberation, he decided to build the cold storage inside the mountain. While that would be a bit more troublesome, the mutant snake was too important, and its safety was paramount. So, Brother Xian finally decided to build it together with their secret base. But there was no rush. He needed to search for parts from house to house, and it would take at least a few days to prepare. Thus, his plan to continue excavating the mountain wall had to be put on hold for the time being. Thankfully, the barge was almost finished, so they could go there and take care of the remaining chores. Ji Xian thought for a moment. Chu Xi was indispensable in the valley. She was much more effective than he was at commanding the monkeys. Therefore, the task of moving rocks and catching poisonous snakes was assigned to her. Brother Xian's mission this time was to hunt mutant fruit core mud turtles. He heard Chu Xi mention that Ho Xiaobao might have encountered one before, and since he and Ho Xiaobao got along well, this was a good opportunity to try a team effort. Chu Xi pondered it for a moment, then immediately agreed. With the aid of the powder, catching snakes would be a piece of cake, and she estimated that moving rocks would be finished in another 2 days. In the base, the trend of scavenging for ore had already begun. As they sat in the car, they heard many people discussing the topic along the way. Some action-oriented people had already formed teams and were ready to set off. What shocked Chu Xi even more was that on their way out, they passed a mineral monitoring point. Oh my god, who could possibly understand it? At 4 in the morning, the lights were on, and there were crowds of people. Many people were carrying large sacks. Some had more rocks, more than half a sack, while others only had 2 fist-sized pieces. There were so many people lining up there, and the scene instantly reminded her of the autumn harvest. Following the same quest for food, everyone desperately seized every opportunity to earn points. Even though many people in the shantytowns were forced to work as scavengers for their livelihoods, wouldn't it be a bonanza if they stumbled upon a good piece of ore? Disregarding the labor cost, it was practically free. Many people would take a chance and bring back ores they didn't know much about. The ore testing site was packed on its first day, a testament to how well the base had promoted the project. It was bustling with activity there. Every time a car passed by, one could hear gasps of surprise and envious sighs from the people around them. Though Chu Xi couldn't see the details from the car, he knew someone had definitely made a fortune. It had to be said that this incident was incredibly similar to gambling on rocks, possessing a powerful appeal to ordinary people. Just hearing this made Sister Chu's blood boil. She also wanted to get a couple of sacks of rocks and test them to see what they could reveal. And honestly, this was much cheaper than gambling on rocks, the price being close to a $2 lottery ticket, quite cheap indeed. Chu Xi was excited, but Ji Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Sister Chu was a bit confused. What's wrong? Is it bad? Ji Xian shook his head. Mineral scavenging is certainly a good thing, but it might not be universal. In fact, if done well, ore scavenging can actually break even after factoring in labor costs. There's a fundamental difference between ore scavenging and scrap picking. Ore is simply found, there's no need for radiation testing. As long as you find it, you're good to go. The return on picking wild vegetables, on the other hand, is incredibly low. Not to mention 1 in 10, sometimes you won't even get a single leaf in 50 or 60. Compared to this, ore scavenging is indeed much more cost-effective than scrap picking. But precisely because of this, many people's lives are inevitably shifting towards this aspect of their lives. Ji Xian turned to look at the crowd outside the car, mumbling, but food prices will definitely rise. These words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling Sister Chu's fiery heart. She took a deep breath. Indeed, the Wasteland's greatest shortage has always been food. And now, manpower has been transferred en masse. Chu Xi sighed softly. At least in the near future, the number of people starving to death due to the gambler's mentality will surely increase rapidly. Chapter 675. Ji Xian could see the problem, but he was powerless to change the current situation. This was merely a brutal screening phase, necessary before a major shift in the landscape. It's just that the Wasteland is too cruel. Its screening is truly life-threatening. The man sighed. Truthfully, they didn't have much experience to offer sympathy. Take Chu Xi's solo entry into the high radiation zone, for example. Brother Xian was also deeply concerned. But he had come up with a better solution. He looked up at his wife and suggested bluntly, "Let's team you and Monkey Xiaobao." Chu Xi was stunned, not realizing what he meant. No, why should I team up with Monkey Xiaobao? She was quite satisfied with their current husband and wife team, and Brother Xian was a resourceful and capable leader. Teaming up would be so much easier. If she were paired with Monkey Xiaobao, then every outing would be like taking the kids on a picnic. What would she be waiting for? No, Sister Chu turned her head, her brows furrowed slightly, as an incredible thought crossed her mind. You don't want me to be the Monkey King, do you? That was out of the question. She could fool the little monkeys, but how could the monkeys obey a leader who was unlikable? The monkeys were already generous enough to accept her. They couldn't push their luck any further. If they did, they would ruin their relationship. They would regret it later. Ji Xian's expression froze. He turned to look at Chu Xi, then silently turned back after a moment. I have to say, his wife is quite ambitious. She's even thinking about becoming the Monkey King. That's a pretty ambitious idea. Ji Xian suddenly curled his lips into a faint smile. Chu Xi was indeed very brave. Most people, if caught in a herd of monkeys, would definitely try everything to escape. Only she would have the absurd idea of reaping some benefits from the monkeys. In the end, she even succeeded in becoming one of them. Brother Xian was deeply impressed by this. Who else would dare to so easily test the patience of mutant animals? Furthermore, they were all in a herd. Thankfully, the result was very encouraging, and it also gave the two of them a solid escape route. He suppressed a smile and explained to Chu Xi, Monkey King, don't worry about it for now. I want you and Monkey Xiaobao to form a team, and then the two of you can go to the highly radioactive area together. Having someone to help him in battle would make him feel more at ease. What's more, Ji Xian clenched his fists lightly. He had another important reason for this decision. Furthermore, we could also utilize the combat power of Monkey Xiaobao, the snake meets conscious self. This way, Chu Xi would be safer in the highly radioactive area. The base had previously conducted statistics showing that mutants of the same species that had lived in high radiation areas for a long time would be stronger and more robust than those in moderate radiation areas. Ji Xian had always been concerned about this. He himself had little experience in high radiation areas, but every time he did, he encountered many powerful mutant beasts. Outside, even with advanced weaponry, many mutant beasts were simply too powerful for a few people to defeat. Even in a high radiation area, what about? Xian sighed softly. He had actually considered that it would be good for the two of them to maintain their current state. They had a car and a house, and their home was home to 2 layers of mutant plants, enough to keep them from starving. But he ultimately overturned the decision. Because Chu Xi was different from ordinary people, and her difference, while life-saving, was also a powerful death warrant. Ji Xian couldn't guarantee that Chu Xi's secret would remain secret. Just like the wild mine, he thought it was foolproof, but the base's management still found out, and he couldn't pinpoint the exact cause of the problem. It was simply impossible for him to single-handedly fight against such a behemoth as the base. Ji Xian was also afraid that his wife would be exposed without him knowing. And if that happened, the high radiation zone would be her last refuge. So, no matter what, he had to ensure Chu Xi fully adapted to life in a highly radioactive zone before that day arrived. In fact, now that he thought about it, only people like his wife could come and go freely in this world. Aside from the energy stone, she had almost no rigid dependencies. Energy stones, on the other hand, were definitely more abundant anywhere than in high radiation areas. With them, she was completely immune to any radiation damage, including the region, including her diet. After hearing what Ji Xian said, Chu Xi's eyes lit up. This was indeed feasible. To be honest, being alone in the wild at night made her too nervous to sleep. Having a companion would certainly make it much easier. She nodded, then suggested, "Oh, and Xiaochu number 2 is incredibly honest. The 3 of us can practice attack and defense coordination, and then we can all enter the high radiation area together." The more Chu Xi thought about it, the more plausible it became. She excitedly said to Ji Xian, "Then we can use snake meat to breed more mutant monkeys, which will help us better protect our territory." Brother Xian's expression froze. This plan wasn't unthinkable, but rather something he couldn't bear to do. This was more painful than cutting his own flesh. But thinking of that special energy stone, he gritted his teeth and nodded again. Even if it's an investment for the future, it still requires careful planning. At the very least, it should be done with the utmost care. Chapter 676. I thought the stone-moving task would take 2 days, but upon entering the valley, Sister Chu was stunned. The monkeys had thrown all the stones outside, and what awaited her was a mountain of wild walnuts. She nodded in admiration. Desire, as expected, was the primary driving force behind all animals. It seemed the monkeys were desperate to keep her as their cook. When she saw the honeycomb tray prepared by the Monkey King, Sister Chu became even more calm. In fact, She was already considering the potential for teaching the monkeys how to extract oil. If they succeeded, she might not even need to prepare oil for cooking in the future. Chu Xiai paused and looked at the pile of fruits haphazardly piled on the ground. Some of the kernels had been cleaned and set aside. But the appearance, it was truly hard to describe. Monkeys were clearly more accustomed to using their mouths than their hands, so nearly every kernel had a few different shades of gum on it. Some were even half broken, clearly showing no shortage of those who were embezzling money from the laboring team. Even now, there were monkeys working, nibbling on whatever they could find. Even worse, some monkeys were even eating the kernels that others had peeled. Sister Chu was silent for a long time, then she yanked Monkey Xiaobao out by his fur. He had important work to do today, he couldn't afford to waste time here. Compared to the white kernels, catching the kernel-bearing mud turtles was naturally more important. As for herself, she quickly heated the oil in the wok. Otherwise, judging by the speed of the woodworms, she worried that if she continued to delay, her raw materials would be almost gone. Fortunately, the Monkey King wasn't just a figurehead. Occasionally, if he caught someone stealing food, he'd give them a crack on the head. That little scare kept the group quiet for a few minutes. Alas, it only lasted a few minutes. Before long, the crack and crack sounds would start again. She was getting a headache just watching. Forget it, just get back to cooking. Luckily, there was some oil left from the last frying, but now it was a second use. But these were minor matters. Chu Xiai didn't think the monkeys would care about such details. Besides, it was a well-known fact that gutter oil did have a richer flavor than fresh oil. She had hit upon something unexpected. She glanced at the solid fuel and felt it wasn't quite enough. She glanced outside and happened to see a number of branches brought down by the previous landslide. She led the two monkeys to collect some and set them out in the sun to dry. By the time the fuel ran out, they would have enough to use. Chu Xiai set the pot aloft and slowly poured in the lard, carefully skimming off any residue, then began to heat the pot. When the temperature reached the desired level, she began to add the walnut kernels. Sister Chu stood by the pot with a blank expression, her hands constantly stirring the walnut kernels. Fortunately, there was little moisture on them, so there was no oil splatter. Even so, after spending so long there, her arm and face felt hot. Sister Chu had long lost interest in this highly repetitive, unproductive dish. The sight of the honeycomb perked her up. The honeycomb contained not only honey, but also bee pupae and pollen. As for the pollen, she hadn't figured out a good way to prepare it yet. But as for the silkworm pupae, stir-frying them made them incredibly fragrant, very fragrant. She glanced around and immediately spotted her newest reserve, Xiaochu No. 2. She quickly called it over to take over while she went off to open the blind box. Sister Chu was much more efficient at opening this hive than before. She lifted all the lids and left the honey alone. There wasn't any equipment here to meticulously monitor the honey for radiation, and the monkeys were using it as a snack, so it was highly unlikely she'd be able to take it home for testing. As for the pollen, the monkeys wouldn't eat it for now, which made it a good deal for her. What concerned Chu Xiai the most were the rows of bee pupae. The monkeys knew them too. When they were short on protein, they eat them raw. As soon as Chu Xiai opened it, several monkeys joined in the fun, grabbing one and popping it directly into their mouths. Honestly, the texture was quite good. Each one was eaten without making a sound, and the smacking sound even had a bursting effect. Even when held in a hand, they moved, and some attacked the tongue after entering the mouth, causing a certain amount of damage. Of course, the one who suffered the most damage was Sister Chu. No, eating the white fat man raw would be too harmful to her, especially if they were still moving after entering the mouth. She frowned at them for a moment, but finally couldn't resist and finished off all the remaining bee pupae. Eat them. She could still accept death. Only then did Sister Chu have the energy to pick them up one by one and begin testing them. The ones with high radiation levels were tossed aside, while those with moderate radiation levels were carefully placed in a sack. Each bee pupa was as long as a forearm. Unfortunately, despite their abundance, they relied solely on pollen and honey, leaving them without a single energy stone in their stomachs, which took away some of the fun of dissecting their bodies. From the entire honeycomb tray, for edible pupae were finally detected, a bountiful harvest. Chu Xiai happily gathered the items, intending to take them home and eat them. Looking at the remaining pupae, she prepared to toss them all in the pan and stir-fry them. But the pan was still occupied. Chu Xiai, gazing at the simmering oil, suddenly thought of trying deep-frying. Sure enough, it exploded, but fortunately, it wasn't as bad as she imagined. Sister Chu poked her head out from behind Xiaochu No. 2 and flipped it twice with a branch. Only 2 white bumps appeared, but no juice splattered. She simply didn't bother with the second attempt. After frying the walnuts, she fried the silkworm pupae as well. This is incredibly delicious when eaten dry, with a crispy, burnt aroma. The walnuts were fried and coated in honey, and everything was brought to the Monkey King. Unsurprisingly, the monkeys had a new favorite this time. Looking at this scene, she turned her head and glanced at the walnut shells scattered on the ground, and her thoughts suddenly clicked. From now on, as long as she guided them properly, would she ever be short of mutant animals? Wouldn't she no longer have to hunt them herself when opening blind boxes? Chapter 677. Sister Chu spent the entire morning busy cooking in the valley, surrounded by the monkeys playing and frolicking. The curling smoke from the kitchen stove created a peaceful, idyllic atmosphere. Brother Xian's place, on the other hand, was a more typical wasteland setting. Since he had used a turtle shell as a model, Monkey Xiaobao immediately understood the continuation of his mission. This wasn't a difficult task for Xiaobaozi. Chu Xi had sent him out searching before, and he had indeed found something. Unfortunately, monkeys aren't naturally good swimmers, so even if they found their target, they'd be forced to abandon it. Thankfully, it knew the location, saving Ji Xian from having to wander aimlessly through the woods. They continued deeper into the woods, but after a long time, they still couldn't reach their destination. Ji Xian had remained calm. After all, the monkeys' territory was limited, and at their speed, they could reach the edge of the forest in about half a day. But the outcome was far from as smooth as he hoped. After crossing the border, Xiaobao showed no sign of slowing down, cautiously clinging to branches as he continued forward. Xian's heart couldn't help but rise. In the wild, trespassing into another mutant's territory could be fatal, especially when approaching a mutant population like a monkey, where the territory is often filled with creatures that rival them in combat power. Ji Xian rubbed his brows. Now, let alone a powerful individual, even encountering a swarm of mutant ants wouldn't be a good sign. Even if the smallest mutant could dominate a mountain on its own, it meant their numbers were enormous. Brother Xian checked his equipment. He had plenty of pistols, crossbows, and other supplies. However, he estimated the danger level of these items to be within the monkey's territory, and in the current situation, he felt a little unsure. Thankfully, with the presence of Monkey Xiaobao, many small and medium-sized mutants would instinctively avoid him, saving him from wasting ammunition. Brother Xian calculated his time. After leaving the territory, he planned to be out for an hour. If he still couldn't find any trace of the turtle, he would temporarily return home. These 2 points were the maximum escape time he could manage. If anything went wrong, he was confident he and Monkey Xiaobao could escape back to the territory, giving them some extra time to await the monkey's rescue. Unfortunately, an hour passed, and they still hadn't found any trace of the fruit-core mud turtle. Ji Xian restrained Monkey Xiaobao and immediately prepared to return to the capital. But Monkey Xiaobao wasn't happy at all. In its mind, it and Ji Xian had come to find the turtle for Sister Chu. They were both small soldiers, not a superior-subordinate relationship. How could they just return when the turtle hadn't been found yet? Besides, the auspicious spot it had found would soon be reached. And so, against his will, Brother Xian was abducted by Monkey Xiaobao 2 more times. His feelings at the time could only be expressed with a series of ellipses. As expected, the mutant's execution was undoubtedly a huge shortcoming. He couldn't help but think of Chu Xi's combined battle plan. It seemed that he still needed to reconsider the direction. He couldn't deny the value of the monkey group, especially for Chu Xi. The mutant monkeys got along very well with her. Even if they couldn't fight together, they would definitely not leave her behind when they escaped. This was especially true after several previous crises. Chu Xi's status within the monkey group was far higher than Ji Xian had imagined. She was the head cook. If she were ever in danger, even if her mother couldn't intervene in time, the other monkeys would certainly not let her get into trouble. This shows that sometimes mastering a skill is like having an extra life. We young people should strive for self-improvement. Fortunately, although Monkey Xiaobao's jumping time was quite long, mutant animals have exceptionally keen hearing and sense of smell. And he was also quite timid, so he didn't encounter any danger along the way. It must be said that, aside from his laziness and indifference, Monkey Xiaobao's talents were among the best in the group, and he was quite skilled at surviving. But from this perspective, Chu Xi's choice of him as a teammate was truly a no-brainer. It's just, precisely because of his unruly nature, he was often extremely difficult to control. Often, you have to treat it like a child. This was Ji Xian's biggest concern. He was afraid that if Chu Xi entered the high-risk area, not only would Monkey Xiaobao be unable to assist her, but they might even hit it off and follow Monkey Xiaobao. Brother Xian's worries reached a peak when he saw the mutated turtle before him. He stared at the giant creature for a long, speechless moment. Had he not explained it clearly enough before? What courage could have given Monkey Xiaobao the nerve to confront this group of mutated alligator snapping turtles? 1,000 alpaca horses raced through his mind. Ji Xian rubbed his brow, wanting to say something, but finding nothing to say. Alligator snapping turtles, these are serious carnivorous hunters. Chapter 678. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. He had originally planned to find a large one among the fruit core mud turtles to bring back to Chu Xiai, but now, looking across the entire swamp, there wasn't a single one he dared to tackle. Ho Xiaobao reached out and nudged him, squeaked softly twice. He was a little confused. Since he was already here, why didn't he just go? Ho Xiaobao was actually quite self-aware. He didn't dare to mess with the large mutant alligator snapping turtles, so he chose one he thought he could handle. Ho Xiaobao was ambitious. Even this low-profile one he had chosen was the size of a jeep. He was about to charge out with a howl when Ji Xian stopped him. If you just look at the size, this would indeed be a good prey, just right for Chu Xiai to set up camp for the night. But Brother Xian was also having a headache. He directed the little monkey to look towards the nearby bushes. So many large creatures were gathered there. Were they going over there to deliver food? But the little one wouldn't listen. Brother Monkey had a firm belief. Sister Chu's business was his business. The last time he came, he was incredibly unlucky. The large turtles resting on the shore were all incredibly large. He could only remember the location and come back next time. But now, he had finally found one that dared to attack. How could Ji Xian stop it? It roared and rushed out. Ji Xian's heart tightened. Monkey Xiaobao was very important to them, and he didn't want it to die in vain. He had just drawn his crossbow, intending to offer some long-distance support. But he realized he had been overthinking it. Although Monkey Xiaobao ran over, he didn't directly enter the alligator snapping turtle's circle. Just kidding, it's a monkey, not a fool. As a mutant, it still has the most basic sense of danger. Monkey Xiaobao ran to the side, where there was a very tall metasequoia tree, laden with fruit. A metasequoia cone was as big as a small pumpkin, and Xiaobao handled it with ease. What is the monkey's specialty? Of course, it's throwing various objects. Not only is its accuracy excellent, but its power is also immense. It plucked a grass-green pine cone and, with a bang, it slammed it hard onto the little turtle's head. Ji Xian lay in the distance, eager to see the result of Monkey Xiaobao's throw. Unfortunately, the alligator snapping turtle's blood was too thick, and even though the pine cone successfully hit the alligator snapping turtle's forehead, it only caused its head to shake. It didn't even flinch. Clearly, these things couldn't harm it at all. But Monkey Xiaobao remained undeterred, continuously throwing pine cones at it. Ji Xian finally understood. This guy was trying to use this method to pull the monster out. Monkey Xiaobao's skill at this proved to be a common occurrence for the monkeys. This wasn't a problem. If it were a mammal, the chances of success would be very high. But the alligator snapping turtle was incredibly lazy. Perhaps due to its anatomy, it rarely engaged in vigorous exercise. A few provocative balls were hardly impressive. Finally, tired of being hit, it finally stood up. At that moment, Monkey Xiaobao was incredibly excited, and he shook his head before diving back into the water. With a gulp, it sank into the water, disappearing completely. After this blow, Monkey Xiaobao suddenly lost his complacency. This outcome was something he had never expected. In his limited imagination, he had never imagined that things would unfold this way. When they had encountered this situation before, they would either successfully attract a single mutant, or sometimes, they would get so excited that they would bring a whole group of them over. But they had never failed. Whether it was fight or flight, they had to fight first, right? This immediately depressed Monkey Brother. Ji Xian, however, had gained some inspiration. Although Monkey Xiaobao hadn't succeeded this time, this plan was indeed feasible. His initial concern had been a group attack, but it seemed the turtles didn't have a strong sense of racial identity, and there wasn't really any such thing as when one is in trouble, all others come to their aid. Even so, he could find a way to lure out a single alligator snapping turtle. Pine cones wouldn't work, but the allure of food was a different story. The target had to be carefully selected. While it was meant to be a lure, it still had to be a snapping turtle that was already on the edge. The same problem remained. If the food was delivered to an area where snapping turtles were concentrated, it might attract more than one. Then the two of them would still be giving it away for free. Now that they had a plan, Ji Xian wasn't in a hurry to return. Snapping turtles love to eat fish, but this area of water was clearly unsuitable for hunting. The man and the monkey had no choice but to return to the monkey's territory for the time being. The environment there was safer, and there were 2 small rivers with abundant resources. They should be able to gather enough bait for the day by this afternoon. Chapter 679. At noon, Ji Xian managed to down half a tube of nutritional supplements. Monkey Shiba's lunch problem was much easier to solve, as his mouth had been constantly busy all the way, so hunger wasn't a problem at all. Of course, Monkey couldn't be relied upon for fishing. That was Monkey Shiba's weakness to begin with, so he could just watch from the sidelines. Brother Xian naturally wouldn't easily enter the wild waters. It wasn't necessarily safer there than on land. He chose a crooked tree nearby, its branches extending above the river. While the river wasn't wide, the current was swift, and accordingly, the riverbed was quite deep. After a rough measurement, he knew it wouldn't be difficult to find a mutant fish about 2 meters long. He placed a barrier between himself and the giant tree. A fish over 2 meters long had an incredible pulling power in the water. Brother Xian had to make sure he didn't get dragged into the water. This was no joke. If he really went down, he might be bitten and pinned to the bottom. A minor injury wouldn't be a big deal, but choking and suffocating could quickly deplete a person's fighting ability. He naturally couldn't take such a risk. He frowned at the water below him. The area was already covered with floating algae, and Ji Xian's vision from above was extremely poor. This wouldn't work. Otherwise, unless the mutant fish swam to the shallows and stirred up the duckweed on the surface, he wouldn't be able to find any trace of it at all. If that were the case, his efficiency would be extremely slow. After all, the river was so long, and even if a few large fish occasionally jumped out of the water, it would be unlikely for them to appear right in the area below him. After some thought, he saw no better solution, so he could only launch 2 mechanical spiders into the water. However, the creatures were so large and light that the man could only pre-program the instructions, having them carry a stone down and then slowly climb onto the water plants to their designated location. Thankfully, the water beneath the duckweed was clear, and the mechanical spider's field of vision wasn't greatly restricted. However, the current was incredibly strong, and soon after entering the water, one of its mechanical eyes was ripped from the water plants by the rushing water and carried a long way. Finally, with considerable effort, Ji finally managed to crawl back to his designated target. The 2 little spiders had found their way into the crevice, finally able to perform their surveillance duties normally. And his hunting tool was the flying tiger claw. Once he had located his target, he would literally claw upwards. At first, there was definitely a lot of adjustment required. After all, Brother Xian had only practiced this blind catching technique a few times before. Furthermore, judging the mutant fish's exact depth based solely on the surveillance footage was difficult. In fact, even just guessing their general location was incredibly difficult. But after catching so many, he always managed to pull one of the unlucky ones out of the water. With a loud bang, the fish, estimated to be conservatively 2.5 meters long, was grabbed by the spine by the flying tiger claw and swung up. With a splash, it burst out of the water and landed directly on the nearby land. Ji Xian had initially considered shooting a poison arrow. That would undoubtedly be the most efficient. But what if the fish he caught was also a moderately irradiated mutant? Although his catch rate wasn't particularly high, he still had to dream. Brother Xian gave it a tranquilizer shot. Just as he was about to descend and begin the fight, with a loud thud, the fish's head was struck hard by a monkey fist. It leaped twice, then fell silent. Ji Xian was silent for 2 seconds before realizing that yes, he had brought a helper this time. After descending from the tree, he carefully selected a small amount of fish flesh and placed it on his watch for testing. Sure enough, it was still highly radioactive and mutated, as expected. Monkey Xiaobao was also astonished. He had finally witnessed Brother Xian's prowess. He was deeply intrigued by the man's fishing technique. After all, it was due to his limited experience, but this one move was enough to astound him. After Brother Xian demonstrated this skill, he stopped jumping around and playing around, but stayed close to the man, watching him throw his flying claws with a whizzing sound. If he caught a fish, he would be much more emotionally moved than he was. Several times, he wanted to snatch his flying tiger claws for himself. There was no other option but to let it try a couple of times in the open field. Unfortunately, Monkey Xiaobao couldn't fit into the gloves, so even if it threw its claws, it couldn't complete the grasping motion. But he discovered that Monkey Xiaobao was truly gifted at throwing, likely cultivated from his constant practice of throwing hidden weapons. And it also used clever stamina, almost always ensuring that the tip of its claws landed on the ground. This undoubtedly gave Brother Xian some inspiration. He had always felt that Monkey Xiaobao's combat capabilities were too limited. Perhaps, appropriately equipping it with some simple equipment would be a good way to arm it. His mind suddenly opened up. He had considered arming the monkeys before, but after careful consideration, he had given up on the idea. Firstly, the mutant animals' abilities were incredibly powerful, both in attack and defense. Human technology wasn't much superior. The only advantage they had was in firearms. Given the mutant animals' intelligence, it was impossible for them to learn how to use them. Secondly, he was afraid of others discovering the monkey group's uniqueness. Since it wouldn't provide much help, and would only increase the risk of unnecessary trouble, Ji Xian naturally wouldn't do such a thing. But Monkey Xiaobao was different. He would be accompanying Chu Xiai into the high radiation zone. Brother Xian could easily reduce his equipment to just 1 or 2 items, so Chu Xiai could help carry him before entering the high radiation zone. Chapter 680. After working for half the afternoon, Ji Xian had caught 3 mutant fish. He estimated that if they were cut into sections, they should be enough to lure a mutant alligator snapping turtle. He collected 2 mutant spiders from the stream. Seeing the large fish on the ground, Ji Xian used his knife to do a simple job, cutting the body into large sections, and then wrapping them tightly with leaves. Looking at the pile of meat before him, Ji Xian felt a little disappointed. 3 mutant fish, all highly radioactive, and he hadn't yet dissected a single energy stone. It could be said that the harvest was completely minimal. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. This harvest would have been normal when he was a mercenary. Unexpectedly, under the influence of his wife, he felt a little uncomfortable. Adjusting his mindset, Ji Xian wove 2 net bags with rope, then took all the meat and headed directly to the mutant alligator snapping turtle's territory. After arriving, he tied 2 nets to a tree and asked Monkey Xiaobao to guard them while he went to investigate. He could have used a mechanical spider instead, but it crawled too slowly. Fortunately, snapping turtles have poor hearing, and his small stature, leaping through the trees, would hardly attract the mutant turtle's attention. As for Monkey Xiaobao, forget it. Although his intelligence was considered high among the mutant monkeys, he was still very difficult to control. Ji Xian was afraid that once he found a suitable target, he would immediately start attacking, and he would be too late to support him. This area was entirely meadow, much of it swampy, so not many mutants dared to linger there on a normal day. This in turn invisibly increased his safety margin. Relatively speaking, alligator snapping turtles must have been more familiar with this area, as large ones have designated habitats, clearly suitable for normal walking. Red leaf vines covered the area, and Ji Xian used them to hop from branch to branch. This swamp was enormous. In some areas, a large tree was a long way off. Brother Xian walked for a long time without finding a suitable target. The dense weeds obscured his vision, making his search inefficient. Suddenly, he heard a very low, faint cooing, and Ji Xian stopped dead in his tracks. It sounded like a bird, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. His brow furrowed deeply. This swamp shouldn't have large mutants, except for birds. Waterfowl, in particular, favor nesting in places like these. But this is the territory of the alligator snapping turtle. Logically, no mutant bird like that would dare to take up residence there, right? Regardless, he decided to go over and check. First, to identify the species, so he could evacuate quickly if there was real danger. Second, if it was just a nest of young birds, he'd like to see if he could find anything. That being said, Brother Xian double-checked his equipment before cautiously running toward the source of the sound. But he never expected the sound to be a turtle. Ji Xian hadn't encountered many mutant turtles before, and since they rarely made any noise, he had a misconception. He thought the turtle thing wouldn't happen. Now it seemed he'd been too surprised. To Ji Xian's surprise, there happened to be a nest of newly hatched snapping turtles right there. Although adult snapping turtles are enormous, these newborns were barely bigger than a fist. Watching them crawl out of the dirt, struggling through the weeds, and heading for the nearby pond, Brother Xian made a quick decision and jumped down. He took off his coat and began picking up the little turtles. 1, 2, 8, 10. Finally, he dug up the pit and found many more that had just hatched. The little turtles were still young, but they still had the instinct to retract their heads and necks into their shells when faced with danger. They were now too timid. The few that dared to bite Ji Xian after being caught were so weak, but their teeth couldn't even penetrate Ji Xian's protective gloves. In the end, they caught over 60 of them. This was truly a pleasant surprise today. The moment he saw these little turtles, he decided to raise them himself. The main reason was that you could never have too many turtle shells, and raising alligator snapping turtles himself would offer many advantages, such as being able to control their size and density, allowing them to kill them whenever they pleased. Also, their meat was edible and very nutritious. The ones with high levels of radiation could be fed directly to the monkeys, while those with medium and low levels of radiation would be kept for him and Chu Ci as a food reserve. As for feeding them, they could simply use scraps from the monkey's food, like chicken or duck livers. Thinking of this, Ji Xian didn't want to linger any longer and quickly prepared to return to the capital. As for finding the turtle shells, he could postpone it for a couple of days. He was worried the little alligator snapping turtles would suffocate if they were trapped in his clothes for too long. By the time Brother Xian returned to his original location, Monkey Xiaobao still hadn't found his groove. Why are you thinking of retreating again? Thankfully, this time, a group of little turtles had a good job, and the monkey boss finally approved Brother Xian's request to return. Ji Xian couldn't help but rub his brow. Oh, another big shot. Chapter 681. Ji Xian and Hou Xiaobao returned to the valley along their previously planned route. What he saw made him feel as if he were back at base. Compared to their hectic and busy day, it was thrilling and exciting. Chu Ci seemed particularly at ease here. She was leisurely roasting the bee pupae, occasionally turning the branches. Of course, although she seemed very dedicated, Brother Xian still noticed the burnt area at a glance. Sister Chu had already prepared the monkey group's dinner, and was preparing her and Brother Xian's portions. Smelling it, she felt it was almost done. She scraped off the burnt powder on the surface with a knife. She didn't know what had happened before, but the gentle simmering fire suddenly flared up. She was standing nearby fiddling with firewood. Time was too short, and she didn't even have time to save the bee pupae. After a few seconds of delay, the bee pupae's white and tender belly was burnt. She sobbed with heartache. She turned it over carefully. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious, only a layer of skin had flaked off. A bit of salvaging wouldn't prevent it from being eaten, at most, it would have a slightly burnt smell. Seeing Ji Xian return, she hurriedly cut the roasted bee pupa in half. Each one was just about 4 fingers length, enough for an adult's dinner. Brother Xian first showed Chu Ci the little turtles. Thankfully, the clothes had been soaked in water, so the little alligator snapping turtles weren't in danger of dehydration for a while. But this wasn't a long-term solution. After they finished their meal, Brother Xian prepared to dig a canal. The entire valley had been cleared out by monkeys earlier. During the day, while cooking, Chu Ci had already spread the snake repellent and attracted powders. The entire valley floor was now divided into grids. As for the mountain walls, Sister Chu had the monkeys spread snake repellent powder. Even if a venomous snake was forced out, most would fall directly into the valley below, where they would be attracted by the snake-attracting powder. Chu Ci carefully calculated and felt that this was quite efficient. Just one catch would definitely not be enough. After all, the valley was so vast, there were definitely areas they hadn't covered. However, Brother Xian had anticipated this situation, so he had ordered a 7-day supply and would repeat the spraying over the next few days, ensuring that not a single one slipped through the net. As a result, today's efforts were not in vain. Sitting alone by the pot, she had harvested over 20 venomous snakes in one day. Wow, Sister Chu exclaimed. She hadn't expected such a large harvest. Last time, she had thought she had thoroughly searched the valley floor with her monkeys, but now there were so many again. She couldn't help but feel incredibly thankful for discovering these little creatures last time. Otherwise, there would have been endless trouble. The two of them had to go home today, so Ji Xian didn't waste too much time. He simply dug a shallow pit and dumped all the snapping turtles in. Thankfully, the car had 2 large buckets of water, enough to fill the bottom of the pond, eliminating the need for back-and-forth trips to the river. To prevent the little creatures from escaping, he covered the area with a layer of weeds, then topped it with branches, and then sealed the edges with rocks. Afterward, the two packed up and prepared to go home. Strictly speaking, since everything here had been cleared, and the moderately radioactive area was large enough, it would be no problem to spend the night in the car. But building a shelter is no simple matter. Ji Xian still has many unresolved issues. The two decided to split up tomorrow. Ji Xian bought the equipment and headed to the monkey base to continue the safe house construction plan. Chu Ci went to her secret fishing spot and dug up all the snake-repellent shrubs. Everything was proceeding intensively. Ji Xian planned that if all went well and the tunnel boring machine could be repaired, the shelter should be complete in about 2 weeks. By then, they could gradually add supplies to the area. This idea delighted Sister Chu. It was somewhat ironic that as a social animal, her safety was provided by a group of monkeys. Ji Xian also mentioned his plans to build weapons for Monkey Xiaobao, and Sister Chu nodded excitedly. She remembered the rat warrior she borrowed from Old Li. It seemed to be called Dika. Back then, it was on the verge of retirement, so old that even its teeth were useless. She wondered if it was still around. Chu Xiai remembered clearly that it had such advanced equipment, which had astounded the then unworldly Sister Chu. She hadn't expected that, in the blink of an eye, she would soon have a mutant monkey as her partner. Chu Xiai smiled vaguely, then turned to look at Ji Xian. It seemed like she hadn't thought about returning in a long time. She was becoming more and more accustomed to life in the wasteland, but the supposedly real world seemed to be drifting further and further away. Chapter 682. The two were driving down the road, not long after leaving the monkey's territory, when Ji Xian's watch received a message. Chu Xiai had initially assumed it was Lei Ming discussing iron ore with him. After all, the contract had already been signed, and they needed to receive a regular supply of ore. But the recent earthquake had caused the mine to collapse, and the equipment inside hadn't been salvaged yet. Coupled with so many subsequent incidents, mining had been delayed. The failure to sell the ore as agreed was truly their fault. Ji Xian looked down and saw it wasn't Lei Ming and Fu Bowen. His brows furrowed slightly. Chu Xiai asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Who sent the message?" "Inspection office, elderly." Not to mention Chu Xi's surprise, even Ji Xian felt something was amiss. With elderly's caliber, it would have been difficult for them, at their level, to even start a conversation without some coincidence. Let alone the fact that he had initiated contact. Brother Xian opened the message and hesitantly said, "Mr. Li told us to have a meeting with him after we return, and he specifically noted, 'You must go.'" Chu Xiai tilted her head, pointed at herself, and asked in disbelief, "Me? When did she become so influential?" Ji Xian had always been the one to negotiate with the base officials. Although Sister Chu knew she was capable, it was undeniable that every time she went on a mission with the base, she was just an accessory. What was going on today? Why was she singled out? Her breathing quickened, and she anxiously tugged at Ji Xian's arm. "You say, isn't it?" Brother Xian covered her mouth, fearing his wife would burst out. Sister Chu felt even more uneasy. She pointed to her pocket, signaled to Ji Xian with her eyes, and asked, could it be that he discovered her secret? It looked like they were waiting to catch her and slice her up. She hunched her shoulders, her heart pounding, and the hairs on her body suddenly stood on end. Chu Xiai had thought countless times that her secret might one day be exposed, but honestly, the feeling had never been as profound as it was today. Whenever she thought her secret might actually be exposed, she felt as if she were lying in a hospital bed, with someone holding a sharp scalpel to her. She could feel the sharp edge pressing against her skin, as if her very flesh, bones, and blood were all used for someone else's experiments. And her own ability to heal quickly would become the source of all her evil. She couldn't help but shudder. Ji Xian quickly grasped her hand. "No, Mr. Li must be looking for us for something else. If the base had truly discovered Chu Xi's secret, they wouldn't have so carelessly noted it. Wouldn't it be easier to just rob the house?" But then again, he wasn't quite sure why Chu Xiai had to be taken with him. Brother Xian felt a little puzzled. It couldn't be just her good luck, could it? While his wife's good fortune might seem miraculous, such people weren't particularly rare. Hadn't the base had someone with exceptional luck before? It seemed his name was Jiang Yu. That person was far more capable than his wife, yet he still died on a mission. So, it's certainly possible that officials would insert someone like this when assigning a mission, but he's certainly above average in combat effectiveness compared to his peers. In other words, this kind of magical stuff is, at best, a minor bonus. He was more inclined to believe that Chu Xiai had some compelling reason to go. As for what it was, only after they met would they know. Since Elderly had already sent the message, there was no reason for them not to go. Ji Xian parked the car aside for a moment. He briefly replied to the message, roughly estimated the return time, and then immediately set off. The two of them didn't dare delay along the way, and Brother Xian's speed was noticeably faster than before. Without even bothering to pull the barge back home, they drove the SUV directly into the Shu Patrol compound. Clearly, the guards must have received the order, as the car entered without a hitch. As soon as they entered the compound, Ji Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He looked at the several cars parked in the yard and whispered to Chu Xiai, "They're from the Special Bureau." It seemed like today's event was truly a big deal. Otherwise, the Special Bureau wouldn't have needed to intervene. The two of them hurried to the conference hall. Besides Mr. Li, there were 5 young men in rustling military uniforms. Seeing the emblems on their chests, Ji Xian paused. It was indeed from the Special Bureau. Today was destined to be a big event. Chapter 683. Ji Xian had many ideas in mind, but no matter how much he thought, he had never expected that Chu Xiai would be the only one assigned to this mission at the base. Sister Chu was incredibly surprised. What was going on? She suddenly felt incredibly important. She had never imagined that the base would hold her in such high regard. It was clear that the young men present were all extremely formidable. Their eyes naturally held a fierce aura, as calm as a pool of dark water. But being watched made Chu Xi feel a little uneasy. It had to be said that this was the quickest way to gauge someone's strength. She even felt that the special branch didn't even need to draw their swords. One glance, and she knew she had no chance of winning. Forget about a contest of strength. That would be sheer contempt for these people. Who would challenge you to an arm wrestle in a life-or-death situation? Besides, Sister Chu swallowed. Honestly, she felt she might not even have the upper hand in terms of strength. These people should all be genetically modified. Later, Ji Xian confirmed her statement. The special branch is very mysterious, and Brother Xian himself doesn't know much about it. But those within are the elite of the elite, not only formidable but also the most loyal. Many children of high-ranking officials are there, deeply tied to the base. Although every mission this special branch undertakes is extremely dangerous, a place where one risks their lives to gild their reputations, it's a genuine gilding of brilliance. Upon graduating, each one becomes a capable figure. It can be said that almost all the current high-ranking officials in the military region have been trained there. Many of them are supported by their families. For ordinary people to hope to surpass those who have been injected with advanced genetic modification agents since childhood in terms of physical fitness is nothing but a pipe dream. Therefore, this was also a subtle existence within a high-level circle, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to gain access. The few people harbored no ill will towards them, but the emotions in their eyes were sharp, honed by the environment. What a strong pressure. When their gazes met, she instantly felt a sense of overwhelm. Chu Xi took a deep breath. What was going on? She was the graceful and elegant headgear lady. How could she be overwhelmed by someone's sheer aura? Thankfully, Elderly broke the silence in time. After the two of them took their seats, Chu Xi realized that Brother Xian had also been in that state of muscular tension. It couldn't be helped. Especially those with some strength. They often have a keener sense of other powerful individuals. It was clear that the two had been completely suppressed this time. The old man chuckled and offered a few polite words. After all, they weren't official, so they still had to be polite. He was truly a pillar of the family. Chu Xi now admired him immensely. Before, when he was among ordinary people, Old Li had struck her as nothing more than a kindly old man. But now, in this situation, he remained the same old man from before, which was quite remarkable. Old Li said with a smile, "The base has asked you to come here primarily to see if Xiao Xi can get a mutant monkey out of the monkey colony's territory." Sister Chu was bewildered by what she had heard, but finally realized that she had previously been Ji Xian's vassal, and now, she had been elevated directly to the monkey's vassal. She turned to look at Ji Xian, and felt that this mission assigned by Old Li was quite miraculous. Well, the destination of this mission was a high radiation area, and they were searching a mining area for a rare metal crucial for the protective shield. Mainly, this was a joint operation involving mutant animals and humans. Chu Xi had only just discovered that various bases had always had laboratories for breeding mutant animals, but private individuals were strictly prohibited from doing so. Ordinary people simply couldn't control them, and if they went berserk, they could very well cause massive casualties. Base 46 originally had a mutant blue bull as its leader, but unfortunately, during the earthquake, it was startled and broke through the laboratory's blockade, leading many smaller mutant animals out. When the base personnel found it again, it had become food for a mutant leopard. The two of them were aware of the current situation, but Ji Xian was a little puzzled. "Mr. Li, why do we have to bring mutant animals into the high radiation area?" In his opinion, the Special Bureau's personnel had already been dispatched, so this mission was no small task. Even if Chu Xi could bring a mutant monkey with him, it certainly wouldn't obey the team's instructions. It's better to have no mutant than to have one that doesn't cooperate. Xian's brow furrowed. He didn't think the base would do such a thing. And if the mutant monkey wasn't essential, then there was no need for his wife to go along. It would be safer for Chu Xi to go exploring alone. Ji Xian didn't want her to take risks over such a thing. The man sitting at the head of the special branch frowned. He snorted, "Serving the base is every citizen's duty." In his opinion, what Old Li said was unnecessary. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, a tense situation. Chu Xi hadn't expected the topic to falter so quickly. Thankfully, Old Li managed to smooth things over in time. He smiled and waved his hand, "Xiao Gu, Ji Xian, and Chu Xi aren't your soldiers. Don't bring out your training camp tactics." After that, he explained to the two, "The reason we want Xiao Xi to bring a mutant monkey is because there will undoubtedly be other members of the Foundation special branch going there, and they undoubtedly bring mutant beasts with them. Chu Xi's monkey will also serve as a deterrent. To be honest, they didn't expect the mutant monkey to be of much help. Training mutant animals into combat partners is inherently difficult. Without long-term companionship, the mutants might not be able to distinguish friend from foe, ultimately hindering their progress. But there was no other way. If their apparent strength became too weak, they would likely become targets for other bases. And the rewards of this mission were too important. Sighing, Elderly decided to lay bare the truth. The core shields of almost every base are now on the verge of aging. Our base's shields are ineffective for nearly 3 seconds every minute. Without timely repair materials, this situation will only worsen. Most other bases are in the same boat, so competition for this mission is sure to be fierce. The old man coughed softly, making a final concession. Xiao Chu, I know it's really hard for you to come along. This way, if force majeure occurs, you can escape on your own. As for Ren, mission reward? He glanced at the Special Operations Bureau personnel and pointed. They each receive 1,000 military points, and you're not required to participate in the battle. If you successfully complete the mission, you receive 500 military points. As for all expenses for entering the high radiation zone, they will be covered by the base. The reason Ji Xian couldn't go was that the cost of a mission into a high radiation zone was prohibitively high, especially since they didn't know how long they would be there. Each person's consumption of special energy stones was a significant sum. Adding a geological inspector, there were 6 of them, a perfect team. Chapter 684. Chu Xi hadn't expected Base 46 to be so dangerous. Within a minute, the protective shield was inoperable for approximately 3 seconds, a significant problem. It wouldn't take long for the core to transition from an aging state to a scrap state. For example, if that aging component were to fall off, Base 46 would likely be shut down like Base 52. The matter was settled. This trip required a large mutant animal to provide support, otherwise it would easily attract attention from other bases. Chu Xi had to go. As Captain Gu of the Special Operations Bureau had said, this was a matter of life and death for the base, and if she and Ji Xian didn't want to break up with the base directly, they had to go along and help out, even if it was just for show. Of course, all this presupposed the monkey group's willingness to send troops to support them. Otherwise, Sister Chu herself would be a burden, and naturally she couldn't bring her along. Chu Xi ultimately agreed to this, weighing the pros and cons, and believing it was feasible. Sister Chu was quite open-minded. If faced with a powerful enemy, she could simply flee. Escape wasn't shameful, especially in this wasteland teeming with powerful enemies. Not to mention her, even the special branch would have to retreat if they saw something was amiss. And putting all that aside, the most significant advantage was that high-tech electronic equipment was disabled in the high radiation zone. Even if she encountered a hostile force, their ability to kill her instantly was unlikely. In reality, Chu, was the king of the high radiation zone. After all, the equipment was there. As long as she could catch her breath, her chances of survival were very good, far better than those who would perish without supplies. What excited Chu Xi most was going out with a professional team. She was sure to learn a lot this time. This was far better than trying to figure things out on her own, and would be especially beneficial for her future independent development. Communicating with the monkey group would take time, so the base gave them 3 days to prepare. Hopefully, they would have good news in those 3 days. Ji Xian took the opportunity to express his desire to arm Monkey Xiaobao. Old Li was quite insightful in this regard. Without hesitation, he immediately had Captain Gu lead him to the Research Institute to obtain the highest quality alloy materials. Even though he secretly thought that these two were just trying to find an excuse to get some high-quality materials, after all, mutant animals weren't that easy to restrain. A custom neck guard was made, and it was removed in just a few minutes. They had previously tried adding something to the horns, but the mutants were extremely repulsive to anything that didn't belong to them. Even if it's reinforcement material, they rather suffer some damage themselves than leave it. But Monkey Xiaobao was clearly different. Since Ji Xian had used the flying tiger claw on it before, it was intrigued and even tried it itself. That's why Ji Xian felt more confident that it might actually work. In any case, he had to give it a try. Entering the Research Institute, as Brother Xian requested, the base provided him with 2 new materials. One was for protection, the other for the flying tiger claw. Ji Xian frantically gathered the materials in his hands. It was undeniable that the people here were truly skilled. He ordered a little more of each material than he ordered, just enough for Chu Xi. Thinking that Monkey Xiaobao might not like wearing them on a daily basis, he made the collar, and the gripping end of the flying tiger claw detachable for easy transport. Chu Xi could also use it in emergencies. After all, his wife needed to be well protected, Sister Chu hadn't had any other chores these past 2 days, and seeing Ji Xian busy at home, she simply headed straight for the monkey herd, taking Monkey Xiaobao with her to catch turtles. Being about to enter a high radiation zone, she naturally had to bring all her equipment. To her surprise, when she called Monkey Xiaobao out this time, Xiaochu number 2 also came along. It approached cautiously, such an obvious gesture of goodwill. Sister Chu was puzzled. When had their revolutionary bond become so deep? Only after returning did she discover that this guy had brought her a dozen or so pecan kernels. Chu Xi had assumed they were gifts for her, but Xiaochu number 2 saw her putting the things away and nearly flew into a rage. Oh my goodness, Chu Xi also had a sudden realization in that moment. Clearly, this was a very disciplined and difficult foodie. He was out all day, and he wanted her to pay him when he came back. But they didn't even get a tortoiseshell this time. Sister Chu was speechless. Was she being coerced? She had clearly not asked it when she left. Watching Xiaochu number 2 hurriedly moving things around, Chu Xi resigned herself. Okay, better get started. She had a feeling that if she didn't do it today, she might not be able to escape. For the remaining 2 days, Chu Xi wanted to stay away from Xiaochu number 2. She had things to do, and couldn't spend all her time cooking. Setting up the wok and heating the oil, even the smallest amount took her at least half an hour. She spent the most time traveling back and forth every day. Going back and forth between the 2 places basically took up half a day's work, so half an hour was extremely important to her. But there was no getting rid of it. Thankfully, their hard work paid off. By the afternoon of the second day, they had finally brought back a snapping turtle with a shell about 2.5 meters long. Her camping tent was finally in place. Chapter 685. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, Sister Chu's mobilization achieved a buy one get one free passive effect. Seeing Xiaochu number 2, who insisted on coming along, she felt a little worried. This was a mission, and she could manage with Monkey Little Treasure making do. If she brought another, the sum of the 2 would be greater than the sum of the 2. By then, she'd be too busy trying to manage everything, and it wouldn't be as convenient as bringing just one. Squatting at the valley's entrance, Chu Xi earnestly persuaded Xiaochu for a long time, finally pinning him down. She thought the matter was over. The next morning, this guy actually showed up at her house, bringing with him the carcass of a 5-meter-long alligator snapping turtle. My goodness! Sister Chu was surprised. How did it kill that alligator snapping turtle? Did it use the same tactics they used to hunt before? She took a deep breath. It looked like Xiaochu number 2 was definitely a genius. She turned to look at her own little one, trying to pick his nose with his toes. The difference was immediately apparent. The gathering time was approaching, and since she couldn't get rid of them, Chu Xi simply took the 2 monkey treasures with her. They find their own food anyway, so she didn't have to worry about feeding them. The other alligator snapping turtle was left at home, to be slowly dissected by Ji Xian himself. Chu Xi's luggage was simply handed over to Monkey Little Treasure and Xiaochu number 2. She only took a few crystal cores and left without a care. The team gathered at the east gate. When Chu Xi arrived, she discovered that the base had prepared a number of other mutant animals. It was obvious they were all from the research base, each one coded with a number. They were caged separately in iron cages, 3 mutant rats and 2 mutant hounds. They were all small. The rats had grown to the size of a relic, while the dogs were only about half the size of Ho Xiaobao and the others. Suddenly sensing the presence of the powerful mutant beasts, several of them huddled in their cages, looking extremely uneasy, their cries emitting threatening and warning sounds. At the sight of these 2 massive beasts, completely unprotected, the bespectacled man from the Research Institute's office immediately changed expression. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Why aren't they protected?" Chu Xi paused, turning to look at the mutants in their cages. Indeed, their vital areas were protected by soft armor. But on their side, only Monkey Xiaobao had a neck guard. After a moment's deliberation, she immediately turned and climbed onto Xiaochu number 2, patting him on the shoulder. "Let's go, get you some equipment first." With that, she rushed out first, her flying tiger claws grasping onto the eaves, swiftly leaping over buildings. When she returned to the Research Institute, everyone there was stunned. They hadn't expected this man to have 2 mutant beasts. After consulting with her superiors, she improvised a set of equipment for him. Unfortunately, there weren't any flying tiger claws suitable for mutants. After equipping the collar, Sister Chu could only leave with Xiaochu number 2 with a slight sense of regret. They left in a hurry, and returned just as quickly. The Research Institute wasn't too far from the East Gate, so before reaching their starting point, Chu Xi and the others hurried back. Looking at Xiaochu number 2's newly installed defenses, the man with glasses was deeply depressed. He wasn't talking about protection specifically for mutant beasts, was he? Seeing this, Captain Gu and the others' eyes lit up. It was clear that Monkey Xiaobao and his companions were far more controllable than the ones in the cage. One of them slowly approached Monkey Xiaobao and tentatively placed his hand on its calf. The man's entire body tensed, but his face tried to convey a friendly expression. Monkey Xiaobao, in a rather aloof manner, took his leg and walked away. Sister Chu couldn't help but sigh. She wanted to say, no matter how good your smile is, it's not as solid as a jar of honey. The two present were both absolute foodies. Unexpectedly, Xiaobao's performance was enough to amaze everyone present. One person exclaimed in surprise, it truly had no intention of attacking. It didn't even let out a low warning growl. This was truly rare. Even the mutants in the research institute, at best, would only be relatively close to their handlers. Anyone else trying to get close would have to spend considerable time interacting with them beforehand. With this successful case, 2 more people in the team were eager to try their luck. Thankfully, the problem remained minor. Monkey Xiaobao and Xiaochu number 2 remained calm, having lived at the base for a while after all. This small scene with just a few people was a complete riot. It was only because these people had been spending so much time at the research institute outside the base that they hadn't caught on to such exciting news. After this interruption, the atmosphere in the team became much more harmonious. There was a hierarchy of disdain here: Special Branch, researchers, and Chu Ci. Now, thanks to the 2 powerful monkeys, Sister Chu had successfully risen to the 2nd tier. The supply trucks were all in place. Just before departure, a convoy of black off-road vehicles sped out of the base. The lead vehicle made a beautiful turn, blocking Gu Huai's path. Sister Chu couldn't help but step back, leaning against Monkey Xiaobao's legs, letting him lift her up and place her on his shoulders. Chu Ci pulled a roasted fruit from his arms. Wow, they're already fighting before we even leave the house. Someone's already provoking us so soon? Chapter 686. A charmingly cool beauty got off the first car. She had neat short hair, a tall and slender figure, a hint of heroism between her features, and was dressed in camouflage uniform and high leather boots. To be honest, Chu Ci had a good impression of her. And judging by the situation, she seemed to be the leader of that group, so handsome. But unfortunately, the girl definitely didn't have a good impression of her. Sister Chu, as the breakthrough point of her team, was immediately bombarded with criticism, being devalued. She sat on Ho Xiaobao's shoulder, holding the fried fruit in her hand, unsure whether to eat it now or later. The people below were saying harsh things, and a few even echoed them with sarcastic remarks. But surprisingly, Sister Chu didn't seem particularly angry. Because she hadn't felt the slightest bit of empathy, and it was clear this person was just using her to embarrass Gu Huai's team. He really overestimated the role of this little unknown person. As of now, she wasn't even close to meeting the requirements for joining the team. Perhaps she wasn't even considered a backup. Their barrage of criticism had absolutely no effect at all. However, it did somewhat undermine their goodwill. But their arrogance was justified. It turned out they had a mutant wild boar in their team. It was indeed much larger than Monkey Xiaobao and the others. It was being pulled by a large truck, and its head was studded with 2 sharp horns. Most importantly, it had those self-contained goggles over its eyes. Wow, that was a real difference. The mutant boar's defenses were incredibly strong, and the eyes were the only place they could be targeted, and now they were being protected separately. As for the mouth, firstly, it's unlikely to pose a lethal threat. Secondly, the teeth still need to be used for biting and attacking, so they can't sacrifice offensive power simply for defense. Chu Ci glanced back, wanting to see if the pigs but had any special protection. Alas, she couldn't see it. The other half was inside the carriage. Gu Huai and the others were truly surprised. Liang Jing had only been able to secure this opportunity for their team because her family had spent a fortune purchasing this already trained mutant wild boar. Unfortunately, the final outcome of the upper-level negotiations meant that both teams would depart together, but the base's supply wouldn't be unlimited. The original allocation limit had been significantly reduced. Any excess needs could be advanced, but after the mission was completed, they would need to be exchanged for mission items. The people on Gu Huai's team looked even grimmer. They didn't need to be in such a state. It was Liang Jing and the others' interference that had led to this unforeseen change. The woman sneered disdainfully. Is this the strength of your special branches team one? You're already scared before the action even begins? Chu Ci thought to herself, this wasn't good. The team was short on resources, and they'd definitely target her first. Besides visiting and learning, she had gone on this mission primarily to earn some special energy stones for Brother Xian. But now it seemed her welfare might be at risk. After all, they had important matters to attend to, and the two teams didn't dare argue for too long at the base's gate. After a brisk exchange of words, the convoy departed one after another. Everyone followed the vehicle, and Sister Chu naturally got in as well. The vehicle was a large jeep, easily seating 7 or 8 people. But as soon as she entered, everyone in the car turned to look at her. Chu Xi gave a dry laugh. "Are you so exclusive?" She had originally thought she still had basic treatment. Gu Huai sighed. He knew the last meeting well. This girl had been dragged in under duress. She had just been ridiculed by Liang Jing and the others, and she must have been fuming. Even though their team spoke up to defend her, the facts were there. Chu Xi was undoubtedly a weakness. As for getting in the car, they certainly wouldn't make things difficult for their teammates, but through the car window, the man with glasses pointed at 2 mutant monkeys not far away. If you run after the car, those 2 wouldn't get lost. The best approach would be to cage the 2 monkeys, like the other mutants, and transport them together in a vehicle. But these were wild mutants, and they would definitely hate being caged. This was probably just one chance. If they didn't turn against each other after this, there was no chance of cooperation. Sister Chu was quite calm. "Let's drive." They catch up. The driver turned to look at Captain Gu, and seeing him nod after careful consideration, he stepped on the accelerator and sped off. In the time they had just wasted, Liang Jing's team had already advanced ahead. They had to catch up. Seeing Chu Xi's assurance, the people in the car initially retained some trust in her. Alas, that trust vanished in less than 10 minutes. In that short moment, the 2 mutant monkeys darted into the woods and disappeared. Chapter 687. Honestly, seeing those 2 monkeys carefully charge into the woods was enough to devastate everyone in Gu Huai's team. Now, it wasn't just the guy with glasses, who couldn't contain himself. Several of the teammates in the front row couldn't help but turn their heads. These 2 mutant monkeys were nothing to joke about. While they might not be much use in combat, they were the face of the team. Whether they were useful or not was completely different from whether they even had them. At the captain's signal, the driver whizzed to a stop. Well, they'd barely made it 2 miles, and the team had their first mission. Spread out, everyone, go find those 2 mutant monkeys. Before leaving, he gave Chu Xi a deep look and realized he shouldn't have had such high expectations. Now, Liang Jing's team was definitely going to seize the initiative. The others were quite well-mannered. Although they secretly rolled their eyes dozens of times, no one actually went to bother Sister Chu. Of course, their expectations of her had definitely dropped several notches. As the men prepared to disembark, it was clear the professional team's equipment was impressive, and their movements were swift. Using specialized sonar equipment, they quickly determined the mutant monkey's current location. However, the similarities were more than one source, so they needed to split up their efforts. The captain quickly divided the teams, leaving the technicians and the driver on board. The other 5 were divided into 2 groups, with Sister Chu clearly being a minor addition. Seeing the men about to spring into action, Chu Xi quickly interrupted them, motioning to Gu Huai, "Captain, lend me a pot. I can try to call them back." She should have been more confident, but Ho Xiaobao had carried off her cooking utensils. I wonder if the iron pots the team brought with them can produce that sound effect. Gu Huai's brows furrowed, and a young man named Kong Sheng couldn't help but choke out, "Can you please stop messing around? He's more trouble than helper, even worse than that researcher." At least he knew how to stay quiet and avoid trouble. It's not really their fault for being so narrow-minded. It's mainly because so few people have ever raised animals in this era. Even those in the Special Operations Bureau don't know that handling mutants is as simple as tapping on their food bowls. In fact, even the base's specialized mutant animal breeding facility rarely uses Chu Xi's unique skill. They don't know how to cook for the mutants. At most, they feed them nutrient-rich capsules. This ancestral skill has long since vanished in the long river of history. Sister Chu scratched her head. "Let me give it a try first. What if it works?" She really wanted to say, "There's no need to go out and look for them. Those 2 foodies would surely find them by lunchtime." But it was clear that these people wouldn't sit around and wait until then. So, she simply gave it a try. Su Xiao was in charge of logistics. Upon hearing this, he looked up at Captain Gu. Thinking of the scene when this girl had brought the 2 mutant monkeys, he actually began to agree with her approach a little. After all, she seemed to get along really well with the 2 mutant monkeys. Gu Huai nodded, and Sister Chu immediately added with a grin, "Don't forget, give me the iron spoon too." Su Xiao got out of the car, and soon found what he was looking for on the supply truck towing behind. The pot and iron spoon were both gleamingly shiny, and clearly much better than the one she had at home. The objects felt heavy in her hands, and she was quite pleased. She swung the spoon and brought it down with a bang. And then, looking at the dented pot and flattened spoon, the entire team fell silent. The man with glasses was closest. Hey, he quickly grabbed it, and couldn't help but complain to Su Xiao, "Can't you be more careful when purchasing supplies? What kind of lousy pot did you choose?" With this thing, he was afraid the bottom would fall off after 2 more meals. Seeing the distrustful looks from his teammates, even Su Xiao couldn't help but feel a little self-doubt. He wasn't worried about the pot and spoon right now. If those 2 items were defective, could the rest of his supplies also be defective? Gu Huai still had great trust in his internal affairs officer, and as soon as this incident occurred, he immediately started to speculate on conspiracy theories. Especially when Liang Jing's team showed up later, his expression turned grim, his eyes narrowing slightly. I hadn't expected these people to reach directly into the Special Branches elite squad. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Sister Chu's face. No wonder she always thought this pot was perfect in every way, yet it still felt a little off. Now she finally found the reason. Seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, she quickly said, "It's okay, we can knock it back." As she spoke, she extended the iron spoon to the inside of the pot and, with a crack, slammed it back again. Sure enough, it felt much smoother. After 2 such slams, Chu Xi immediately found the feel of slamming his pots. 2 slams on the outside, 2 on the inside, a very rhythmic rhythm. Gu Huai sensed something was amiss. Chu Xi's control of her strength was exquisite. Even with inferior iron, it would be extremely difficult for a normal person to knock a dent into it, and then knock it back on the other side. But this girl maintained this rhythm. He sensed something was amiss. While Chu Xi was holding the pot to check its curvature, he couldn't help but take the iron spoon from her hand, and knock it over as well. The result was only a shallow dent. Much shallower than the one she had knocked out. The others looked at each other in amazement. They hadn't expected Sister Chu's first attempt at proving herself in the team would begin with knocking over an iron pot. Chapter 688. Although the team had lost a pot and a spoon, Sister Chu's efforts weren't in vain. Kong Sheng looked at the sonar detection equipment and excitedly called out to everyone, "It's working." He hadn't expected Chu Xi to actually summon the 2 mutant monkeys back by knocking on the pot. Hearing this, everyone hurried over and saw that the red dot's trajectory on the screen was actually heading in their direction. This was a bit shocking, and everyone was quite curious. Suddenly, Gu Huai's brows furrowed slightly. A few moments later, several more red dots had entered their detection area, and it looked like they were all coming together. He was a little nervous. "Everyone, stand by. Sonar detection isn't always completely accurate. It should be fine for identifying a general species, but it's impossible to identify a specific population." He was worried that the 2 mutant monkeys had accidentally strayed into the territory of other monkeys, and were now being expelled. Normally, expulsion isn't a problem, and monkeys rarely venture beyond their own territory. But he didn't know the exact extent of the monkeys' territories. He couldn't abandon the 2 mutant monkeys, so he had to prepare for the worst. Hu Tian, pull up the nearby map and choose a suitable ambush location. With that, he tossed the broken pot and iron spoon over again, and called to Chu Xi, "Keep knocking. We need to relocate immediately." The location wasn't particularly advantageous, and it was too close to their base. They couldn't lure the mutants there. Sister Chu was also startled. She also considered whether it might be one of her other generals. But the monkeys' territory was far from here. Even with their exceptional hearing, they couldn't possibly reach them in such a short time. She had already mentally prepared for the worst. Sister Chu's expression grew unusually serious. She didn't dare pause, checking all her weapons along the way. The car sped along, and as the clatter of the iron pot faded, Monkey Xiaobao and Qiaochu No. 2 grew even more excited, as if they were playing a game of chase. Suddenly, Qiaochu No. 2 paused, clinging to a branch and stopping. It sniffed the air carefully, then squeaked to call Monkey Xiaobao to a halt. Enemy attack. The 2 mutant monkeys sniffed the air carefully. It was their mortal enemy. Seeing several dark figures emerge not far away, the 2 mutant monkeys became extremely alert. Their teeth bared, signaling they were already in attack mode. But mutant monkeys were inherently weaker than silverback gorillas, let alone a battle where the outnumbered were victorious. Both teams paused. Monkey Shuba's group consisted of 2 half-grown children, while the silverback gorillas had 4 fully grown adults. Given the size disparity between the 2 sides, 1 against 3 was an understatement. The situation was dire, and war was imminent. Then, under Sister Chu's constant banging on the pot, they decided to temporarily find a meal. So, both sides bared their teeth and threatened each other all the way, then ran back without stopping. When the two mutant monkeys brought back 4 silverback gorillas, the other mutant animals were terrified, and the people in the car were no better. Even Chusi was practically grumbling internally. While she knew both sides, Monkey Little Treasure and the others were a no-brainer, the silverbacks were led by none other than the vengeful avenger she had previously chosen, Dahe. But no matter how close her relationships were with either side, it didn't prevent them from being sworn enemies. It was completely off the mark. She hadn't even trained on this skill with the silverbacks. At most, she tapped them twice while getting food. And how could they even remember that? Seeing the big guys about to attack the car, Sister Chu hurriedly stopped. For now, nothing else mattered. The priority was to calm them down. Ho Xiaobao and Xiaochu No. 2 still had to accompany her on the mission. They had to make sure they didn't get hurt right off the bat. Thankfully, because of the two monkeys, she brought some food suitable for mutant beasts and a few buckets of honey, a great way to soothe the baby, and she brought a generous amount. Now was the perfect time to deal with these mutants. She didn't have time to cook, so she simply took out some honey, diluted it with water, and gave each one a cup. But how could the conflict between the two sides be settled so easily? They surrounded Chu Ci and drank 3 buckets of water, finally showing signs of calming down. But something even more troubling for Sister Chu occurred. After drinking their fill, the other 3 silverbacks prepared to return, but Big Black stayed. No matter how much she tried to persuade him, he wouldn't leave, and to be honest, she was still a little scared. After enduring the bullying of his tribe, Little Black had finally achieved his revenge, but his mental state had become extremely extreme. Thankfully, he had wielded the hoe well back then, and the Avengers Big Black had always considered Sister Chu his most loyal partner. Now, seeing that Chu Ci was clearly planning to go on a journey, he decided that if 2 weak monkeys could go, then he could too. In its opinion, the military advisor was very powerful, but the leader's fighting power seemed to be insufficient. Chapter 689. The team set off again, but Sister Chu was denied the right to continue riding. Firstly, they were afraid the 2 mutant monkeys would get lost again. Secondly, even though the special branch members were strong-willed, they were practically terrified when they saw the 4 mutant silverbacks following them. Although it seemed like a powerful force had been added in the end, why did this seem so unreliable? Gu Huai sat in the car, rubbing his brows with a headache. Seeing the 3 monkeys constantly on the verge of a fight, he was truly terrified that these forces would consume him internally. After a day of constant anxiety, the flames of war finally flared up in the evening. The cause of the incident was that Dahe misplaced his position and ate the fruit that Monkey Xiaobao had brought back. Ho Xiaobao was also quite cunning. After getting beaten up in a head-on fight, he teamed up with Xiaochu No. 2 to attack the silverbacks from behind while they were eating. Alas, their calculations were wrong. This guy was the Dark King who had climbed out of the mud. This incident had crossed the line with the boss. They gave them a good beating whenever they caught them. The fight was fierce, with tearing and biting, and all 3 were seriously injured. The team was extremely anxious. After all, these were the faces of their trip. Before leaving the base, Gu Huai had received intelligence that Base 52 and Base 21, which had already been destroyed, had directly sent out their mutant beasts. There was also rumor that there was a Wolf King inside. Of course, this was definitely an exaggeration, but it was certainly based on some facts. The situation on their side was not optimistic, so they naturally had to be more cautious. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the 2 factions to coexist, with injuries on both sides mounting. Captain Gu's brow furrowed. He pulled a gun from his chest and called Chu Ci aside. If this doesn't work, we need to make a choice. He couldn't allow irreversible damage to occur. It was unclear whether there would be casualties, but it wouldn't be a good thing to reveal the existence of a few remaining soldiers. In reality, he was already prepared to make a choice. The reason he asked Chu Ci was to let her make her own judgment based on her own circumstances. She would be better able to communicate with the mutant animals over there. Chu Ci took the gun and pulled out the magazine. Wow, it was full of those high-damage, high-explosive, specially formulated bullets. This guy really didn't hold back at all. She had assumed it was just a sedative. He could just knock him down once. After all, they were all in the same boat now. But judging by Gu Huai's expression, he was going to be ruthless. After holding it in for a long time, Sister Chu couldn't hold it in any longer. She asked in disbelief, "You want to kill one of them just because of that little conflict?" Gu Huai nodded resolutely, not even a hint of reluctance. "These are mutants. Using tranquilizer guns? Isn't that a joke? Are these mutants stupid? Don't they know they're being attacked? keeping them alive so they can come back for revenge? This is no joke. Many mutants hold grudges, and mutant monkeys and mutant silverbacks are among the best. That being said, Chu Si definitely wouldn't do that. Seeing Captain Gu's serious expression, she gently pushed the gun back. How should I put it? This viewpoint is not wrong. But the premise is that Sister Chu's interference with them is minimal, making it impossible to tie up any of the forces on either side. This would lead to the situation they least want to see. But that's not the case. Chu Si is the absolute leader of Monkey Xiaobao and the others, and on the other hand, she is also Dahei's absolutely trusted partner. And the reason Sister Chu was so happy to watch them fight was mainly because the new team needed to integrate. Monkeys and silverbacks are both species with a clear hierarchy. If there's no leader, there will be endless quarrels, and every day will be filled with tension. Then there's no hope of a coordinated fight. Chu Si fears they both fight and harass their teammates. Watching both sides get beaten to a bloody pulp, Monkey Xiaobao even had a patch of skin peeled off his arm. Didn't gain any advantage either, because the two monkeys had grown up together, had perfect chemistry, and had already fought together several times. Xiaochu had bitten its butt hard, and it looked like it wasn't feeling well. Even so, the two monkeys were no match for Dahei, and gradually, they were losing ground. The mutants' hides were quite thick, and Chu Si considered these superficial injuries to be nothing serious. After all, he had his ribs broken by them during a previous fight with the monkeys. This was just a minor incident, not worth the show. But fighting had to be done within bounds. Injuries were acceptable, but not deaths. It couldn't afford to lose its troops simply because of a single exchange. Seeing the situation, Sister Chu entered the arena. You were right, she was going to reap the rewards. No matter what, she had to secure her position as the leader. You were kidding. If she didn't sort out the tribe's rankings, would she wait for Dahei to rest up and then come challenge her? Chu Si brought the jab Brother Xian had made for her this time. It had a built-in venom reservoir, and was filled with a high-concentration anesthetic. It wasn't very effective normally. After all, with such a tiny spike, piercing the hide of those large mutants was simply a pipe dream. It could only be said that this equipment was perfect for slamming into the enemy mid-sentence, and it was designed specifically for a tough guy like Sister Chu. She rushed in without hesitation, prodding wherever there was a wound. The high concentration of anesthetic might not be enough to keep up with the metabolic rate of these giants, but it was definitely effective, slowing their movements to a certain extent. Sister Chu felt more and more excited as the fight went on. She was thrown out several times, coughing up blood and rushing back. That frenzied energy severely intimidated the arrogant attitude of several members of the special branch team, and the bespectacled guy, a technician, surrendered immediately. He knew that anyone who could hang out with mutants in the wild could be anything but a normal person. Watching the fierce battle in the distance, he even thought the girl had probably forgotten she was still human. The chaotic interspecies battle ended in a blur. The two monkeys ran up a tree and lay refusing to come down. Big Black lay on the ground, Sister Chu's jab still lodged in his butt. It was a uniquely brutal sight. The entire team fell silent, looking at each other in bewilderment. They had never expected someone to truly gain status among a group of mutants through physical combat. It was truly undeniable. Chapter 690. After this exhilarating battle, Sister Chu not only established her position among the mutant animals, but also secured her place within the team. Not long after the battle ended, Su Xiao approached with a medicine box and carefully examined Chu Si's injuries. It must be said that not only did it look horrific, but it was also incredibly severe. Even though he came from the special branch, sometimes the team fights could be quite intense, with broken arms and legs being common. In terms of the severity of the injuries, the two sides might be evenly matched, but from the overall visual perspective, Chu Si's was clearly more convincing. The piercing wound on her thigh extended all the way to her knee, blood gushing out. This was clearly a major artery injury. He quickly took out the spray, applied it to the wound, and then used the convenient, form-fitting sutures to urgently repair it. This was the only major cut, the others were minor scrapes by comparison. Su Xiao pulled 2 capsules from the medicine box and handed them to Chu Si. Anti-inflammatory. Out in the wild, without a proper environment to heal, inflammation can be very troublesome. Sister Chu swallowed it in one gulp. But the group, while knowing how to deliver medicine, forgot to prepare some water, and she nearly choked. This Inch-Force, it's been a long time since I've been this unlucky. She beckoned Monkey Xiaobao to come down, quickly pulled a bag of nutrients from its supplies, and gulped it down. Su Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. He only remembered to rush over to get water after seeing someone choking. but his movements were clearly not as quick as the monkey's. At the beckoning, Monkey Xiaobao leaped down from the tree. The piece of flesh on his arm trembled. Logically, upon seeing Chu Xi beaten so badly, they should have felt sympathy. But after a closer look at the other three mutants, they suddenly realized that the injuries weren't serious. How could they have known there weren't any bloody holes on their bodies? The damage was indeed caused by bites. But what mutant hasn't been bitten a few times? The trouble was Chu Xi's precise blows. His fists alone were powerful enough, and he even had a jab. When it landed on the two mutant monkeys and the black-backed monkey, the pain was far more excruciating than acupuncture. Didn't you see that Monkey Xiaobao and Xiaochu number 2 didn't even dare to get down from the trees after taking so many beatings? Only those who have endured it know what it feels like. As for Dahe, he's completely stubborn. I doubt he have any desire to sit down for the next few days. After confirming the situation, she took the potion and sprayed each mutant animal. While their healing abilities were impressive, it was a waste to not use public property. As for herself, unfortunately, she couldn't use the energy stone freely. She only planned to use it secretly at night, before sleeping. It wouldn't heal the wounds, but she also needed to boost her immunity and prevent infection. Looking at how much Ho Xiaobao was carrying, besides the tortoise shell, there were also several large and small packages, even a large water bottle. Su Xiao couldn't help but remind him, for this mission, the team will be responsible for all living needs. Weapons and ammunition can also be requested from the team. In other words, she didn't need to bring any supplies herself. Chu Xi shook her head. She knew all this, of course. But based on her previous rescue experience, if things really went wrong, few people would have the energy to get supplies. So she had to bring her own, always prepared to get left behind. And based on her past experience, she was at least 60% sure. She had this concern, but before it happened, she couldn't go to Captain Gu specifically and ask for her own share. If she said that, she would definitely be isolated. That wasn't a good plan. She'd just been thinking about escaping all day. After thinking about it, Chu Xi still felt she had to bring her own. But Su Xiao brought the topic up, and she felt embarrassed to say it directly, so she could only say that she still wanted to sleep in a turtle shell. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. So, the shell of the mutant alligator snapping turtle carried by the mutant monkey was Chu Xi's tent? At first, the team thought it was Monkey Xiaobao's defense. Captain Gu had previously commented on this girl's unique idea, actually using a tortoise shell to arm a monkey. He had suggested several modification options, but no one had imagined that this thing could actually be used as a shelter. Su Xiao frowned and considered it carefully. This idea seemed feasible. When conditions permitted, everyone could sleep directly in the car, and with a trailer behind, there would be just enough space. But often, the car wasn't enough for the entire mission. Just like this time when they had to enter a high-radiation area, the only equipment available was the high-strength camping equipment developed by the base. But this equipment had a fatal flaw. While the fabric was very strong, the overall stability of the frame was undoubtedly poor, and it couldn't withstand a blow from the mutant animals. The tortoise shell, however, eliminated this worry. While it wasn't very convenient to use, requiring constant climbing in and out, sleeping inside it was truly reassuring. Unfortunately, they could only envy this plan, as the tortoise shell had a fatal flaw: its bulk and weight. Their squad, on a forced march through the wilderness, wasn't suited to slacking off on such a bulky object. After all, not everyone had a monkey to help out with. That night, Su Xiao, acting as the housekeeping officer, distributed a boxed lunch to everyone, containing vegetables, meat, and a portion of mixed grain steamed cake made of some unknown ingredient. Everyone gathered together, eating while listening to Gu Huai's strategic plans. Sister Chu was a bit of a loner, mainly because she hadn't been assigned any tasks. From beginning to end, she was just a mascot, never even keeping watch. This time, it wasn't that everyone looked down on her, but rather that she looked just too fierce. Gu Huai eliminated her from any tasks requiring cooperation or meticulous attention, fearing she'd lose her composure and pounce on anything at the first sign of trouble. Captain Gu had initially worried she'd get upset, but he was completely overthinking it. As soon as she realized there was nothing for her to do, she immediately moved her tortoise shell up the tree. Her battered body still needed to heal. As soon as they settled into their little nest, the three mutants spontaneously gathered around, ready to sleep. This was a perfect safety factor. Sister Chu's unconscious display of wealth had the night watchman envious. If she were a bit smarter, she'd definitely be a powerful force in the wilderness. Chapter 691. The tortoiseshell tent was perfect in every way, and with several generals stationed nearby, Chu Xi felt incredibly safe sleeping inside. Feeling a cold breeze blowing in her face, she turned over and found an angle. Then, feeling something wasn't right, she shifted around inside. But the tortoise shell was too transparent, with doors wide open at the front and back, and only partitions on the sides creating the perfect alleyway effect. The breeze was whistling. I couldn't stand it, absolutely couldn't. As someone who values health, she couldn't stand the wind blowing overhead while sleeping. Turning around, she saw that the rest of her team had pitched their tents underground. She immediately perked up. After all, she was a full-fledged member of the team, and it was only right that she had a share of these supplies. She encountered no hindrance when she tried to retrieve her belongings. To be frank, after today's extraordinary battle, everyone in the team wanted to avoid her. Especially now, because she's not in a good mood due to a drafty sleep. Seeing her expression, Su Xiao even quickened his pace with his bag, fearing she might be displeased and want to bite anyone she caught. Chu Xiai, clutching the package, quickly climbed back up the tree. Unpacking the contents and taking a look, housekeeper Su was quite the kind person. Concerned that a patient like her would have to crawl up and down, he thoughtfully packed up all her bedding and other belongings. But after setting up the tent, Sister Chu truly showed her emo side. Who would have thought that this thing was the same size as a turtle shell? After much effort, she finally pieced it together, but the alligator snapping turtle shell wouldn't fit. The door had been jammed shut, and 2/3 of the shell was still stuck outside. Unfortunately, the tent's frame was built into the tent, making it impossible to remove. After finally getting the shell in, it could only be placed sideways, with absolutely no balance. It needed to be held steady against the tree, or it would just roll over. She had no choice but to pull the shell out of the tattered tent door. Although it couldn't be used today, she could find a way to repair the tent and remove the frame during her free time during the day. Then, she could glue the entire leather directly to the shell, and then use the tent's doors and windows to fix the leaky shell. The plan was good, but no matter what, she had to get through the day. She had to live in this shell no matter what. It wasn't because she was stubborn, but mainly because the shell's defenses were unmatched, far superior to those tents. She was taking responsibility for her own life. It was a wasteland night, there was no room for chance. Sister Chu would rather catch a cold overnight and recover with energy stones the next day than settle for a tent. If a large mutant animal happened to pass by, a single kick would kill the people in the tent, while Sister Chu's chances of survival would be significantly higher. This wasn't an unfounded worry. Even if they could discover them sooner, competing with a large mutant animal in speed would be ridiculous. Even if the team drove off-road and tried to fight their way through the dark forest with their lights on, they would only die faster. So Chu Xiai had decided that if anything really happened, she might as well just retreat into her shell and wait until the danger was gone. Anyway, she still had a bottle of odor-repellent potion on her. While the effect wasn't long-lasting, it was enough for an emergency. Tonight, after some thought, she moved the shell so that the larger opening faced the branches. This would at least block some of the wind. Unfortunately, it was ineffective. The gaps around the shell were too large to block the wind at all. The shell watched Sister Chu spin it, while Monkey Xiaobao and Dahe watched from the side. Even worse, after Chu Xiai entered, they tried to play with it again. Fortunately, the bottom of the shell had an upward curve, otherwise she would have been thrown out. After Sister Chu crawled out, dazed and disoriented, it took a while for the dizziness to subside. Naturally, Monkey Xiaobao and the others were bound to get a beating. She couldn't understand. Weren't they sworn enemies? Were they so excited that they had temporarily put aside their racial grudges? Once they emerged, they were bound to get a beating. Fortunately, everyone was ill, and Chu Xiai had no energy stones to replenish. It wasn't long before she collapsed. This time, she hadn't specifically targeted the wound, so her efforts were in vain. It wasn't even a superficial wound. This was when Xiaochu No. 2's high intelligence proved advantageous. It didn't follow her and start digging, clearly knowing it would get a beating. Seeing Chu Xiai rummage through her bag and pull out a jar of honey, it immediately ran over and sat down obediently, using its large body to firmly block the shell. Sister Chu looked down at the plastic bottle in her hand, then turned back to Xiaochu No. 2, who had been staring at her eagerly. She should have been happy, but she couldn't be. It knew exactly what she was facing, but without the honey to entice it, it just sat there, watching the show. It didn't seem much better than Ho Xiaobao and the others. I hadn't expected all three of them to be such idiots. But there was one thing she could be thankful for. She had found Xiaochu No. 2's weakness. In the end, she finally compromised. What was the point of being so fussy? No matter the reason, a monkey that could get things done was a good monkey. At least it was better than those two idiots, who were still trying to play tricks on her. It was a shame that Sister Chu had limited supplies with her on this trip. There were only 2 jars of honey, and if it really came to that, it wouldn't be enough to fill its stomach. After thinking it over, she decided to experiment with other things first. Thankfully, it was only Sister Chu's cooking that impressed it. It could make do with roasted meat and other things. With this delicious food, Xiao Chu number 2 was able to do whatever he was told to do, staying put all night without even moving. He was much more diligent than Ho Xiaobao and the others. It didn't follow the other 2 out foraging for food that morning. It waited until Sister Chu woke up before it realized its mission was accomplished and went back to the woods to attend to its most important life events. It must be said, as long as the prize is appropriate, this guy is much more reliable than the other 2. Chu Xi hadn't expected that, of the 3 mutant beasts that followed her, her most reliable companion would be the one she always been most distant from. Luckily, the other 2 were somewhat considerate and remembered to bring her some food when they returned. Especially the pair that Ho Xiaobao brought her. This time, he was really thoughtful. He didn't even bother to take a bite before eagerly handing it over to Sister Chu. You know, she used to be half-hearted. Mainly, it got a beating yesterday, and Xiao Chu had some news to report, so it immediately developed a sense of crisis. No, it seems even a mother can be unreliable. When it matters, she really does. Chapter 692. When Chu Xi woke up, the rest of the team had already finished their meal. Originally, everyone should have acted in unison, but it was only then that the group realized they didn't have this girl's contact number. Looking at the tortoiseshell perched high atop the tree, they quickly gave up on the idea of waking her up. After all, as long as they didn't delay their departure, there was really no need to rush up and confront those big guys just to fight for that half an hour. When Sister Chu went down, Hu Tian was feeding the mutant animals they had brought with them. The 3 mutant rats were caged together, while the 2 mutant dogs were separated. Before Chu Xi could even get close, the animals let out warning growls. Hu Tian took a long pair of tongs, picked up a piece of slowly thawing frozen meat, and carefully placed it in a cage. These guys really have bad tempers. The flesh was torn off and thrown aside. Instead of rushing to eat, they gnawed at the iron coins, which Hu Tian had to struggle to pull free. Chu Xi frowned. So these mutants are tamed? Their obedience is far worse than that of Monkey Xiaobao and the others, far worse than she had expected. She was puzzled. These beasts didn't seem so aggressive yesterday? Hu Tian nodded. Of course. They were all drugged before being caged. They're sure to be more docile. Hearing him say this, Chu Xi was even more surprised. Drugs? She wasn't surprised by the drugging itself, but by the fact that the mutants needed drugs to maintain their emotional stability. How could they be so coordinated in battle? Furthermore, this mission covered complex terrain, and the vehicle might be abandoned at any moment. They couldn't possibly drag the cage manually, could they? Not to mention the inconvenience. Reaching their destination would take forever, and by the time they got there, the food would be cold. Hu Tian nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, taming mutant animals requires medication. After all, he hadn't encountered many girls as fierce as Chu Xi, and even if they had, their luck certainly wasn't as good as hers. Replicating her animal taming skills would be nearly impossible. It wasn't like others had tried before, relying on family ties to successfully integrate into a mutant population, but alas, they were all dead by now. Thinking Chu Xi wouldn't know much about this, Hu Tian explained it to her in detail. Just thinking about it was amazing. In all his years working in this field at the base, he had never seen a large mutant tamed without medication. Even for those raised from childhood, a skilled genetic warrior can easily suppress them for a while. But they have a habit of competing for higher family status after reaching maturity. And they are naturally rebellious, doing so every now and then, year after year, making them practically impossible to guard against. You have to understand that even the most formidable genetic warrior has only developed human genes to their full potential, and their strength is simply incomparable to that of mutant animals. Even if a few humans have a close relationship with mutant animals, they are clearly at a disadvantage when dealing with them, unable to command them to do anything for them. So, accordingly, people came up with the solution of controlling them with drugs. In fact, this drug has long been a key research topic at the base. It works like a dummy potion, restricting some of the mutant animals' neural reflexes, rendering them as if they were idiots, allowing them to obey human commands to a certain extent. However, it has 2 fatal flaws. First, the injected drug is ultimately a toxin. Excessive use can cause irreversible damage to the mutant's body. Second, with its brains clogged, the mutant's combat effectiveness is naturally greatly reduced. Often, they only know how to fight to the death, not evade. Once they encounter a strong enemy, their casualty rate is extremely high. Mutants are easy to find, but training one to understand human commands is difficult. This is not a scenario humans desire, and therefore this has been the focus of the base's ongoing research. Listening to Hu Tian's explanation, Sister Chu's thoughts had already drifted far away. Gu Huai's brow furrowed. After a moment's thought, he pulled a red injection from his pocket and handed it over. Chu Xiai took it and looked at it. He saw a picture of an animal head on it, and underneath were small, large characters. Captain Gu coughed lightly. This is a single-use potion for large mutant animals. You can use it if the situation gets extremely out of control. Hu Tian's expression changed, and he reached out to stop him. This was originally the base's trump card for containing Chu Xi's large mutant monkey. This enhanced potion was very valuable. They only brought 3 of them on this trip. This meant they had 3 chances to recover their losses. Don't think 3 is a lot. Mutants are capable of abandoning their fight at any moment, especially when facing mutants larger than themselves. Their first instinct is to flee. Humans, however, often have to fight, and mutant animals that have been classified as our own fighting force naturally cannot afford to escape mid-battle. Even if it comes at a huge cost. Chu Xiai placed the potion in a small bag, grinning as he climbed back up the tree, and retied the items to the monkey Xiaobao and Xiaohe, who had just returned from foraging. Sister Chu lowered her eyes slightly. She wasn't completely foolish. She knew immediately that the red potion wasn't a good thing. Of course, she couldn't use it on her own treasures, but she could test it on hostile mutants in the future. As for Gu Huai, she mostly wait and see. He was the quintessential leader. If things got tough, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. As for her and her little Karami, she seldom without a second thought. Chapter 693. The convoy officially set off. Sister Chu had originally thought that this leisurely life could last a few more days. The next day, they encountered Liang Jing's team, which had already left. Their car was parked on the side of the road, and several large craters had been blown out in front of it. Chu Xiai observed that they had been ambushed, but their convoy and personnel were unharmed, but the team had been forced to stop. The faces of the members of Gu Huai's team were also very grim. The current situation was obvious. Teams from other bases had already advanced ahead of them, and these bastards had set traps along the way. This was very troublesome. Time was running out, and the current task was to understand the specific situation ahead. The preferred source of intelligence was naturally Captain Liang. Although the 2 sides were in competition, it was still just a matter of internal strife. This mission to collect rare energy minerals was extremely important, concerning the survival of the base, and no carelessness was allowed. They could fight among themselves, but they absolutely couldn't let anyone else take advantage. Otherwise, everyone would be doomed, no room for negotiation. Gu Huai stepped out of the car and walked alone to the front of Liang Jing's convoy. He tapped on the window, and it rolled down, revealing a bright, beautiful face. However, her expression was frosted, the kind that made anyone shudder. Clearly, she was in a state of panic. She had clearly seized the initiative, yet she was still tricked. Gu Huai grinned. Sister Liang, what's going on up ahead? Is it possible for us to work together to break through the minefield? At this point, Liang Jing's face grew even colder. No way. The enemy is using Base 21's latest hidden mine. It's undetectable to electronic equipment, but it has multiple triggering methods. Captain Gu looked up and saw a large speaker hanging from the tree ahead. He took a slight step forward, and before he'd taken 2 steps, a warning message began playing. How thoughtful. They clearly explained the properties of this mine, telling you so clearly that even knowing it would be useless. This was pure technological suppression. Base 21 was already at the end of its rope. After the earthquake, the base was then hit by a tsunami, severely damaging the core of their protective shield. That's why they had to so unceremoniously bring out their ultimate weapon. The reason for such a blatant warning was that this hidden mine was too iconic, and Base 21 didn't want to create a mortal feud with other bases. After all, they had just received assistance from other bases, so they couldn't go too far. Gu Huai glanced forward and saw several shattered mutant rat carcasses not far away, their legs still etched with numbers. He immediately understood Captain Liang's mine-clearing method. Captain Gu couldn't help but grumble, what a wealth of resources. Using trained mutant rats to explore the path. You see, these mutant rats are specially trained. They're extremely sensitive to the scent of specific minerals. Through long-term training, these little creatures can locate certain associated minerals by scent. In high radiation areas, this can greatly improve their mining efficiency. That's truly heartbreaking. You have to remember that Gu Huai and his team were the first team of the Special Operations Bureau, and the base initially planned to send only this team on the mission, so they were given the most mutant rats, 3 in total. And Liang Jing's team only had 1. If they went down, they'd be completely wiped out. Hearing this, Captain Liang's eyes flushed with rage. She had previously used an electronic spider to discover a mine hidden nearby. After dismantling it, she let the mutant rat sniff it out so it could find other locations. Supposedly, to prevent small mutant animals from triggering it, these mines would typically have a minimum trigger weight. Before they actually conducted the experiment, they had also captured other small mutant animals to test it. No problem. But in the same area, the mutant rat went over and detonated the bomb. This led her to conclude that this bomb must have other, unknown detonation methods. But it was already too late. Their team's only mutant rat had perished. Although Captain Liang had suffered a setback this time, it wasn't enough to drive her to despair. In fact, their team had already split into 2 groups. One group, with the mutant pigs, took a detour to negotiate a new gathering location, while the other group remained, preparing to cooperate with Gu Huai. To be more precise, she had her sights set on Sister Chu's companions. Since they couldn't travel by land, they could always find their way through the trees. But there were many things they couldn't carry, like the 2 large mutant roosters they had brought with them. With just the right amount of manpower, they couldn't move them all. The negotiations went smoothly. It was unknown what favors Liang Jing had promised Gu Huai, but by the time he returned, Sister Chu would officially have a job. Unfortunately, it was a beautiful thought. Not to mention the reluctance of several of the big guys to move, Sister Chu wasn't entirely happy about it either. If they had to move Gu Huai's team's belongings, there was no way around it. After all, she had joined the organization. But he was clearly trying to take on external work and didn't want a share of the profits, which made him feel really good. Of course, she couldn't be too harsh. She pretended to be trying hard to persuade him, but in reality, it was just talk. A simple chat, me talking, him doing his thing, without any genuine interaction. After Sister Chu's efforts, Captain Gu finally came to his senses. It turned out that the resources weren't in place yet. He looked through all the supplies, but this trip, all the team members' necessities were covered. In the end, he gritted his teeth and paid the points directly. It was from a personal account. He would get reimbursed when he returned. After all, they weren't his men, so he really couldn't say anything about that. Chu Xiai wasn't greedy. There were 4 medium-sized mutant animals on both sides, each costing 150 points to transport, and 3 small mutant rats. To save money, the team decided to carry them themselves. They already earned 600 points right off the bat, a good start, and Sister Chu was delighted. After injecting the mutant animals with anesthetics and letting them take effect, the hiking trip began smoothly. She moved the tortoise shells and some luggage to her area and prepared them. Ho Xiaobao and Xiaochu each carried 1 monkey, while Dahe took the trouble to carry 2 chickens. Sister Chu took out the iron wok, and with a couple of bangs, the team set off. Chapter 694. Sister Chu was out with the team, so Ji Xian had been mainly busy with the shelter construction for the past 2 days. After returning home that afternoon, he checked his watch, then again not long after. His brows furrowed slightly. Chu Si's mission this time was special, highly confidential, and quite dangerous. Brother Xian had been restraining himself from sending her a message, fearing the timing wouldn't be right. But he couldn't help but rub his brows. His wife was such a jerk. Now that she had some free time, couldn't she remember there was someone at home who needed to be informed of her safety? Finally, he couldn't help himself, thinking that maybe in the middle of the night. Never mind, he decided not to take the risk. Instead, he managed to get Gu Huai's contact information. That evening, he sent him a message, subtly suggesting that if the situation warranted, Chu Xiai could reply. Brother Xian naturally had his own reasons for doing so. First, as the team leader, Gu Huai was highly capable and had a strong attitude, so asking was understandable. Secondly, Chu Xiai would definitely sleep in the tree with Ho Xiaobao at night, while Captain Gu and the others would guard the car and most likely camp on the ground. This way, if there were any problems, they could split up and run. Ji Xian was very thoughtful, but Gu Huai was a little confused. He clicked on the communication button and saw an unfamiliar number. Who is this? Later, it turned out to be Sister Mang's boyfriend, but why didn't she talk directly to his wife, but instead came to him as a transit point? It was like deliberately torturing a dog, but then, on closer inspection, he immediately realized that he was trying to avoid risk for his wife, and then the risk was avoided on him. I have to admit, this guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's completely different from his wife. After thinking it over, he decided to climb up the tree and talk to Chu Si. After all, they were a team, and her mutant animals were indeed very useful. They weren't sure they completely crossed the minefield yet, but as evening approached, they explored a portion of the minefield-free area to use when setting up camp. Tomorrow, they have to hire her mutant animals again to transport the dogs and chickens. By then, Sister Chu had already made bedding inside the tortoise shell, and Xiaochu number 2 had also arrived. She was happily counting the 600 extra points on her watch. Oh my god, this girl has really made it. It's only been so long, and she's already gained so much. If only I had met the monkey group when I first arrived. But thinking back to her miserable state, Chu Si couldn't help but shudder. Never mind, now was just the right time. If I just arrived, I've been terrified of everything, my skin was so fragile, and I didn't have any energy stones. If I've fallen into the hands of the monkey mother, I have been torn to pieces by her. Hearing a cough outside, Sister Chu poked her head out of her shell and looked down. She saw Gu Huai standing on the branches 2 levels below. Above that, the mutants wouldn't allow him to go any higher. Looking at her, Captain Gu was speechless for a moment. This person was truly a living treasure. In this dark forest, Chu Si, with just her head exposed, looked like a turtle. Sister Chu tilted her head in confusion. Captain Gu, what's going on? Ahem, Gu Huai regained his composure and hurriedly told the real matter. For a moment, Sister Chu's smile faltered. It wasn't that she had forgotten, it was that she simply couldn't recall it. She could only blame the countless unexpected events along the way. She had spent all her time training Monkey, training Big Black, engaging in fights, and earning points. But these reasons didn't seem sufficient. She scratched her face and decided to transfer 300 points to her brother Xian as pocket money. At least that meant she'd done something useful, right? As soon as the transfer went through, Ji Xian sent a text message. Video chat? Chu Si's immediate response at least showed they were relatively safe. Sister Chu quickly called him. And then she saw an incredibly sexy scene. What was this? Smoke curling, undressing, longing. Raising her gaze, she caught sight of Brother Xian's piercing eyes, and her previously vacant soul was instantly pinned to the spot. She chuckled, showering. Ji Xian sighed. This heartless man, did he still have to use his beauty to seduce her, so he could have the chance to be picked up every day? Although he hadn't meant to, he was now somewhat worried. The Special Branch's personnel weren't very capable, but because of their upbringing, they had a very good appearance, temperament, and knowledge, easily attracting some ignorant young women without substance. Unfortunately, his wife was 90% like them. Thinking of this, Brother Xian's headache grew even worse. He took out a piece of freshly roasted snake meat and ate it bit by bit. When the temperature gradually rose, he undressed and entered the tub. He calculated that hot water should accelerate the absorption of the special energy in the snake meat. When everything was ready, he brought his watch back to his face and saw Chu Si lying on the side, holding his nose. This was terrible. She couldn't bleed in the wild. She had to quickly find a sealed bag and deodorant to deal with it. As expected, beauty can be deceptive. But it was precisely this very reason that made her immediately think of an excuse. After all, I love you so much, and this is all a test for myself. Of course, Brother Xian couldn't have truly believed her lies, but it wasn't appropriate to hold people accountable while they were away. Any issues would be settled after they returned. Thankfully, Sister Chu had finally learned her lesson this time. Every morning, she sent a message and an evening video, driving the other singles in the group crazy. Even Liang Jing's opinion of her had changed. She hadn't expected this girl to be so popular. She looked down at her impressive figure, feeling a bit unbelievable. Why, such a high-quality stock? Didn't she still have a boyfriend? Chapter 695. The next afternoon, after ensuring they had safely crossed the minefield, Liang Jing immediately led her men away. She felt the atmosphere in Gu Huai's team was growing increasingly eerie. It should have been extremely tense, but there was a lingering whiff of dog food, dampening her fighting spirit. Chu Si felt deeply regretful that her 300 points had been lost so easily. But Captain Gu didn't let her continue the trap. After confirming that the ground explosion hazard had been cleared, their mutant animals could run on the ground, without having to complete the gorilla delivery. Well, the other 300 points weren't saved either. Just kidding. Although Gu Huai had a strong foundation, it was all earned through his own hard work, and Sister Meng's charges were comparable to usury. This was even more expensive than renting a truck at the base. Just ask yourself, what idiot would continue to let her harass them? Of course, as it turned out, it was too early to say anything. Shortly after Sister Chu and Ji Xian finished their rant, their camp was attacked at night by a pack of porcupines. Chu Si, standing high up, spotted these creatures from a distance. But unfortunately, she had provided the team with incorrect information. In the dim light, she simply assumed they were a pack of hedgehogs, a bit tricky to deal with, but definitely not difficult either. The team braced themselves for their arrival. Hedgehogs are rare prey, being of medium size, the largest no bigger than a calf. It would be a good way to replenish their fresh meat supply, but they didn't dare to hope for a mutant hedgehog that met the radiation standards. Even if they were all highly radioactive, they wouldn't be at a loss. The mutant dogs and the mutant rats all needed food. When they abandoned the car, they weren't destined to carry much supplies, especially food for these mutants. Given the right conditions, they could be hunted on the spot, so carrying anything was unnecessary. But as the mutants approached, their expressions grew increasingly complex. The man with glasses looked at Chu Si in disbelief, then pointed at a few large creatures not far away. Is this the hedgehog you were talking about? She herself wasn't afraid of life and death, but shouldn't she care about normal people like them? Although, when it comes to life and death, it's a bit exaggerated. But honestly, in the wild, no one wants to encounter a porcupine unless absolutely necessary. These creatures are too difficult to deal with. Although the porcupine's combat effectiveness is average, its speed, impact, and bite aren't particularly impressive. The real problem is its spines and extremely bad temper. Truly, even if they die, they take everyone down with them. But many people suffered greatly. The quills on a porcupine's body fall off at the slightest touch. They're hard and brittle, and they're also lined with barbs. Not only do the barbs exacerbate the damage if they penetrate the skin, but the part that penetrates the body is also extremely prone to damage, making it difficult to treat and highly susceptible to infection and other problems. The best treatment is to rush to the hospital, where the environment is clean and the supplies are comprehensive, minimizing the risk of further injury. But in reality, when encountering a porcupine, most people can't return to base in time, which is a real headache. Whether surgery or no treatment is done, there's a high risk of infection. The team could only temporarily climb a tree for safety, but the two mutant dogs hadn't been anesthetized yet, so they had no way of moving them. Even Monkey Xiaobao and the others found it difficult to get close to them. Fortunately, the three mutant rats were relatively easy to control. Given their size, they could easily be hooded and thrown into the trees by the waist. There was no way around it. The mutant dogs weren't really at an advantage against these porcupines. Gu Huai didn't want his mutant animals to suffer any damage now. He estimated that in a day or two, the team would encounter teams from other bases, and these mutants were meant to counter their mutant forces. Captain Gu gritted his teeth and instructed everyone, while ensuring your own safety, do your best to prevent them from getting hurt. If all else failed, he would have to inject the two creatures with the controlled drug. However, that drug had a daily limit, and they had already used up today's allotment. Overuse would have had a number of adverse effects on the mutants' bodies. It could also cause the mutants' bodies to rapidly collapse, a highly unprofitable outcome. When Sister Chu heard about the point reward, she had already jumped down, her tortoise shell on her back. It was only after she jumped down that she realized what was happening. Wasn't the purpose of domesticating these mutant animals to protect humanity? Then why was she still jumping around like that, risking her life? Hearing the noise, the porcupine herd quickly approached. These creatures were completely unsportsmanlike, their quills erected, charging forward with fury. The mutant porcupines were so numerous that even though Kong Sheng and Su Xiao tried their best to dodge, they were still pierced by several long arrows. The pain must have been extremely painful. The two tough guys' faces turned pale. Kong Sheng decisively broke the quills, then rolled to the side, holding his breath as he quickly climbed up the tree. Su shouted the same thing. Sister Chu had been fighting vigorously, but a closer look revealed that she was the only one left standing in the area they were defending. Could this be what Mr. Li had said back then? When faced with adversity, one can just focus on oneself? So, this was meant for their own team members? Now they're relying on her, a non-staff member? Chapter 696. Sister Chu was having a blast fighting. She found the turtle shell incredibly useful, though it was still a bit large. Otherwise, she could wrap herself inside it and tuck her head in when it mattered. That would be incredibly satisfying. Now, it could only be used as a shield. Swing it and pound it. It could be used both offensively and defensively, especially with the spikes on the alligator snapping turtle's carapace. It was incredibly easy to use. The only downside was that it wasn't easy to grip. She nearly dropped it several times. This should be improved in the future, perhaps by adding a handle on the underside of the shell. She was having an easy time, but the team situation wasn't optimistic. Everyone knew the mutant porcupines, including the 3 mutants in the tree. They obviously suffered before, and now they were all incredibly well behaved. I remained unmoved as Sister Chu fought fiercely below. Lying in the tree, it was like being blind. It was the end of the world. Monkey Xiaobao scratched his head, thinking that if Sister Chu fell, he would benevolently pull her out. There couldn't be more. After all, everyone knew that a porcupine with its quills blown was even more formidable. Even a flat-headed tiger would take a few hits. The sharp quills pierced the flesh, and the mutants were even less able to deal with them, so they often left the barbed part in the flesh. This wasn't something that would heal itself in a few days. Besides being extremely painful, there was also the risk of suppuration and fever. Who would bother to mess with them? Ah, porcupines with their quills blown. There were 6 of these little cuties, who initially joined the battle, and the team fought back and forth. Because porcupines only have so many quills, once they were all worn down, their attack power would be greatly reduced. Gu Huai and his men, leveraging their geographical advantage, dispatched 3 of them in quick succession, while Chu Xi also effectively killed 1. The remaining 2 were clearly no more trouble. Although several team members were injured, their quills had been worn down, many of them piercing the surrounding trees. Killing them seemed easy enough. But then, with a few swish sounds, and the sound of muffled footsteps, a dozen or so mutant porcupines, each as strong as a calf, sauntered over. They had clearly noticed something was amiss here. These hot-tempered creatures, seeing a fight coming, excitedly rushed over on their short legs, howling. Captain Gu's face was as pale as the bottom of a pot. He took a deep breath and had no choice but to retreat. With their current strength, they simply couldn't outlast this new group. Once the 2 mutant dogs were released, they were bound to follow. These mutant animals weren't very intelligent. Even if they were ordered to search for their masters after being drugged, they wouldn't be able to find them. Seeing the porcupines rapidly approaching, Gu Huai didn't delay any longer and immediately injected the 2 mutant dogs with the drug. The drug took effect quickly. Soon, Sister Chu's eyes grew dull. Gu Huai shouldered the cage and immediately followed. The others moved quickly as well, each picking up their backpacks. Hu Tian took Captain Gu's pack, and they quickly fled this troubled area. Chu Xi threw his tortoise shell upwards, and Monkey Xiaobao immediately caught it. Sister Chu turned around, picked up her porcupine, and chased after them. Just kidding, a fight can't be in vain. Besides, with this porcupine, she has an extra shield. Don't the others want to take it? Of course not. It's just that this calf-sized creature is still not enough of a burden for them in battle. Didn't they see they'd lost a lot of supplies this time? They didn't even have time to pack up their tents for the night. As for the monkey bao, as soon as they saw Chu Xi move, the 3 of them immediately jumped down from the tree as if their Ren and Du meridians had been opened. Just kidding, you can be passive in a fight, but you absolutely can't pick up the missing pieces. Ho Xiaobao grabbed the tortoise shell with one hand and deftly scooped up the porcupine with the other. Both hands were full, so he couldn't climb up the tree, and could only run along the ground after Sister Chu. Xiaochu No. 2 and Dahe were no less powerful. Xiaochu grabbed 1, and Dahe grabbed 2. During the fight, they were all just cowards, but when it came time to pick up an opportunity, they all stared. Due to poor handling, Xiaobao and Dahe both had several thorns stuck in their arms and waists. But compared to the joy of picking up free prey, these injuries seemed so insignificant. Chu Xi hadn't expected them to be so enthusiastic. She thought she'd wait until she tired herself, and then give them a ride. But before long, Xiaobao strode past with long strides. Sister Chu was a little stunned for a moment. She was used to watching monkeys leaping in the trees, so she hadn't expected them to race on the ground, twisting their waists. To be honest, in such a serious atmosphere, she almost couldn't hold back her excitement. She wanted to fly over and kick it. And that was just the beginning. Soon Dahe and Xiaochu caught up, both in a glamorous black. But finally a reliable person came, and Xiaochu grabbed a prey. Seeing that Chusi still had one in his hand, he tentatively took it. Now, the formation was finally unified. Chapter 697. The group didn't get very far. Mainly, it was too unsafe at night. If they moved around randomly, they could easily run into other mutants out hunting. The forest at night was much busier than during the day. Furthermore, much of the team's supplies had been left behind, and they would have to retrieve them after the porcupines retreated. Those were supplies for this mission. This wasn't just some random scavenging. The team simply didn't have time to gather food everywhere. So, once out of the danger zone, Gu Huai immediately ordered the group to split up. He and Hu Tian would each track down a mutant dog, while the rest of the group would rest in the trees. After the porcupines retreated, Su Xiao would organize the rescue efforts. There was no disagreement. Everyone understood their role within the group. Sister Chu was also well aware that she was merely there to make up the numbers, and that at a crucial moment, she had the right to flee. This was personally confirmed by Elderly. So, naturally, she just laid down on the tree and rested. Ho Xiaoao and the others also arrived one after another, hanging their prey one by one on the tree. But Chu Xi, by comparison, no longer had the excitement she had just felt. Although the members of the special task force were quite respectful, neither Gu Huai nor Su Xiao had ever questioned the ownership of the prey. But she still couldn't just take it all for herself so comfortably. Alas, who wanted these people to go back and clean up the battlefield again? Honestly, if they had simply escaped today, she definitely wouldn't have given any of it to them. After all, we had gotten it by force. But she had a follow-up plan. In other words, the team hadn't intended to abandon these things, she was just taking advantage of them. Chu Xi sighed. Such an advantage couldn't be taken, or else there would be endless trouble. Hadn't you seen how several people were paralyzed by those sharp thorns? Their injuries were far more severe than hers, and Sister Chu had only been playing it safe, figuring they wouldn't have time to pick them up, so she'd take them all. But in reality, of the 5 mutant porcupines she brought back, only one was killed by her. Clearly, Monkey Xiaobao and the others had been completely unsuccessful this time. She fondly patted the bellies of several porcupines. She had no shortage of highly radioactive meat and skins. The big guys could handle their own meals. Chu Xi wanted the experience of feeling through the corpses. She wanted the energy stones within the bellies of these mutant animals. Ah, this is a great place. Her experience tells her that areas like this near high radiation areas tend to have a much higher probability of producing energy stones, and their quality is significantly higher than in other areas. After all, it's these areas that are responsible for bringing the resources from these areas out. She had previously carefully examined the surrounding terrain on her watch, and felt that this place was truly a prime location. About 3 miles further, the east and north would border high radiation areas. Unfortunately, she was traveling with a team this time, otherwise. There were many mutant porcupines here, and they couldn't climb trees. She could dig a trap to trap 1 or 2 of them, and slowly, she could reap a good harvest. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise her watch and carefully remark the area. Bring Brother Xian with you later, and the 2 of them will definitely slaughter their way through this herd of porcupines. A few of them huddled together in a large tree. Because the glasses-wearing man was a skilled tradesman and had no combat missions, he was the least injured of the group. He was now using a knife to pick out the arrowheads one by one. Chu Xi had also been pierced by 3. She acted like a man, having dealt with the arrowheads herself before the other men could reach her. Kong Shum couldn't help but praise her. You're quite patient. Although she grimaced as she pulled the arrows out, she actually didn't make a sound. And after handling the arrowheads, she skillfully sprayed them with medicine to stop the bleeding. She also properly handled the bloody arrowheads. It must be said that she was truly a qualified partner. Sister Chu smiled subtly. She wanted to say, this is just the beginning. Looking at the wounds on her body, she couldn't help but think of the time she was captured by the Ichneumon wasp. That was truly the beginning of hell. Not only did it sting you, it also laid eggs inside you. She'd been so afraid there might be eggs inside that she cut a huge hole and had to dig around inside constantly. Thinking about it now makes her teeth ache. After she finished, she didn't forget to treat the monkeys. They weren't injured during the fight, but they still been stung several times while carrying the prey. Luckily, the mutants' hides were thick, so the stings weren't deep. Chu Xi used the right amount of force, and some were pulled out with the arrowheads, saving a second operation. By the time they were done, about 40 minutes later, the mutant porcupine's grunting could no longer be heard nearby. Su Xiao figured it was almost done. She pulled 2 mechanical bees from her backpack and flew back to check on the situation. If everything was fine, they would prepare to return to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 698. Seeing the situation was almost settled, Su Xiao prepared to lead the team back. Ordinarily, everyone should have gone back together, but there were still 5 porcupines. Monkey Xiaobao and the others were lying on the side, refusing to move no matter who called them. You must never let go of your prey, otherwise, who knows if it will still be there when you return? Chu Xi had no choice but to go back alone. Luckily, the campsite wasn't far away. If they traveled quickly, they'd be there in about 20 minutes. But their plan was promising. Shortly after arriving, they were ambushed. A faint sound. Sister Chu was packing up her tent. Her ears had barely registered the information, and before her brain could react, she felt a sharp pain in her back. First, a numbness, then an intense, piercing pain. Oh no! Her reaction was incredibly fast. The moment she was struck, she used her backhand to knock the needle away from her back. But alas, she was still a step too slow. Chu Xiai could clearly feel a stream of icy liquid being released from the needle tip into her body. A few more whooshes, and Sister Chu fell to the ground with a thud. She watched helplessly as several small syringes flew out and pierced the bodies of her companions. Chu Xiai took a deep breath. Fortunately, her fall had already pierced the protective layer of the energy stone hidden in her gloves, and some of the energy stone had already adhered to her skin. Thankfully, after being directly struck by snake venom, Ji Xian had upgraded her gloves, just in case she encountered a situation like this where she wouldn't even have time to react. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy today. Feeling the energy gradually flowing into her body, Sister Chu finally felt a little relieved. It was clear that their team had been targeted. I didn't know if it was a recent plot or if they had been targeted for a long time. But regardless, the fact was established. Their team from Base 46 was doomed. Chu Xiai sighed imperceptibly, wondering if this defeat was a little too easy. After all, this was an elite team from the Special Operations Bureau. Their deaths were a bit too swift. Not long after being attacked, Su Xiao and the man with glasses fainted. Chu Xiai observed their expressions and imitated them. Soon after, several footsteps could be heard all around them. She lay on the ground, carefully listening. There were probably 4 people approaching. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Chu Xiai quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be dead. You're kidding. If the team members were still alive and kicking, they could still fight. Now they want her to fight 4 of them alone? Come on, she might as well get some sleep. She didn't dare to entertain the slightest hope. These were the elite from each base. Any single one of them would definitely be more capable than her in combat. The only thing she could be thankful for was that they were using anesthetics. But the dosage was far from ideal. Chu Xiai and his team also used this kind of drug regularly. Judging by the length of the syringe, if they injected it all in, they could easily take down a full-grown mutant boar in 5 minutes. Of course, this was just an analogy, as it was nearly impossible for this kind of injection to penetrate a wild boar's skin. If that happens, the potion won't be able to enter the bloodstream and circulate, and all the effects will be in vain. While they might not be able to deal with large mutant animals like those, they're more than capable of dealing with humans. Even though they were wearing armor, the needles used by these elite teams were specially crafted. Even affluent individuals like them would collect and reuse them, demonstrating their preciousness. Seeing several people fall, the attackers made a judgment and swiftly emerged from their respective shelters. One whispered, "Hurry! This place isn't safe." As she spoke, she felt herself being flipped over, the watch on her wrist being removed, and Chu Xiai felt hands groping her. All the weapons had been removed, and even the energy stones on her chest had been taken. The man hadn't expected this unassuming little girl to possess so much treasure. Taking advantage of the night, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quickly tucked the small cloth bag into his arms. Sister Chu's face turned green. This was truly doomed. If she had known this would happen, she would have stuffed another small short-tailed viper in her purse. Touch her things, and from now on, whoever touches them will die, but no amount of yelling was working. Her hands and feet were quickly bound, and she was immediately thrown onto a strong shoulder. Her stomach was pressing against her, and she barely managed to avoid a cough. The others were also busy. Several people needed to move supplies, and they didn't want to miss out. For people were truly insufficient. A sudden voice made Chu Xi's heart tighten even more. There was actually Liang Jing among them. That was the second team sent from Base 46. But what was going on? The other people here were clearly new to her. Were they collaborating with other bases, or had the rest of the team returned? Chu Xi didn't know, but she was certain of one thing. That meant their secrets had probably been revealed long ago, and tonight's ambush had likely been prepared for a long time. The situation was definitely extremely unfavorable for them. Chapter 699. Sister Chu was clearly feigning unconsciousness, but after a moment, she knew things were truly ruined. The few emergency energy stone fragments in her glove seemed insufficient. The effects of the anesthetic began to take effect quickly. Chu Xi felt her eyelids grow heavier, her eyes swollen and aching. Carried on someone's shoulders, it felt as if all the blood in her body was constantly rushing to her brain. She felt incredibly dizzy, her heartbeat accelerating, and soon palpitations set in. Sister Chu took a deep breath, trying to stay awake. She clenched her hands tightly, and some of the sharp energy stone fragments pierced her palms. A slight pain pierced her. All I can say is, it worked, but it was extremely ineffective. You're kidding. These anesthetics are designed specifically for these genetically modified individuals, especially those in the special service. They all been tested for drug resistance. How could ordinary drugs dare be used in such an embarrassing way? Now that it's out, how could it possibly be repelled by a tiny bit of flesh and blood? Isn't this just ridiculous? So, all of Chu Si's efforts were in vain. She exerted considerable strength, blood still oozing from her palm, but all her senses rapidly left her. Her head was groggy, and all she could think about was a complete sleep. In the end, Sister Chu couldn't withstand the dose of the drug, which could have brought down an elephant, and passed out completely. Thankfully, there was some good news. The next day, she woke up early again. And the situation was far beyond her expectations. She had been captured by the mutant animal squad again. She was cradled in Monkey Xiaobao's arms, leaping from tree to tree at a furious pace. Xiaochu No. 2 followed closely behind, carrying a dead porcupine on his back, while Dahei, the rebel, charged directly into Liang Qian's group, the two porcupines dancing fiercely. The porcupine's quills were incredibly long, and the piercing effect was far more painful than an anesthetic needle. Add to that Dahei's incredible arm strength, and he could literally drive the needles in. It was a shame he couldn't use poison. Even so, these puncture wounds were enough to give the men a hard time. Even worse, he was so engrossed in the fight that he completely lost all sense of friend or foe. After all, Chu Si had already been taken away by Monkey Xiaobao, so in his eyes, the people here weren't even human. Though the few lying on the ground didn't receive any special care from him, they were still injured quite a bit during the battle. It wasn't without its benefits. At least Su Xiao struggled to wake up after being kicked 3 times. It was precisely because of this that he was able to take advantage of the chaos and turn against the two enemies. Chu Si, however, was completely oblivious to the situation. Even at the risk of being beaten by Dahei, those people would risk their lives to unleash 2 volleys of high-intensity bullets on her side. It was clear she was filled with hatred. How could she not hate him? Liang Jing's teeth were nearly broken with hatred. She knew this woman was not to be trifled with, so she had made all the necessary preparations. By then, Chu Si had already been knocked down, leaving her no way to actively contact the outside world. She had also immediately sprayed the men with odor-blocking agent, fearing that the mutants would follow the scent. With such thorough preparations, she couldn't understand how these crazy monkeys had even found their way here. It must be said that Liang Jing is truly capable. She began preparing to ambush Gu Huai's team long before they entered the minefield. One can only say that this woman's luck is truly unlucky. If the person shot today were an ordinary person, there's no way they could escape the effects of such a large dose of anesthetic. But Chu Si wasn't like that. Furthermore, she even slashed her palm mid-sentence to counteract the effects of the drug. It was the scent of her blood that instantly dawned on the 3 dining companions. Unfortunately, Liang Jing and her team had a car, and the windows were kept sealed during their retreat, making tracking them quite difficult for the mutants. After much effort, nearing dawn, they finally found the person. Chu Si glanced back, and a burst of bullets grazed her forehead, causing her to shrink back in fear. I've been thinking about getting her weapons and the looted energy stone back, but now, looking at the situation, I better retreat quickly. The timing isn't right, I don't dare try. Ho Xiaobao is carrying a tortoiseshell, and its hide is thick enough that even if it gets hit a few times, the bullets would at most just get stuck in its flesh, causing no real damage. But it's different for her. Without the energy stone, Sister Chu can definitely call herself a fragile creature. When her purse was stolen, she could still mentally threaten others with a fierce look, promising to kill anyone who touched her. But in reality, she's most likely ready to fight back and die first. No matter what, the right thing to do is to escape quickly, save some energy stones, and then return for revenge. Chapter 700. After Chu Si escaped, it could be said that her challenge had just begun. At first, Sister Chu didn't really realize the severity of the situation. She figured that since she was protected by 3 powerful creatures, the chances of her encountering danger were slim. Chu Si's thinking was sound. Even if she ran out of weapons, she could always just use her fists if things got tough. But her long-standing lifestyle had made her instinctively more dependent on the use of energy stones, which inadvertently weakened the watch's practical uses. For example, it could be used to monitor food. If Sister Chu had enough energy stones, she could easily eat high-radiation foods without discrimination. There was also the ability to monitor regional radiation levels, another crucial function of the watch in the wilderness. For Chu Si, this was even more insignificant. With the energy stone in hand, she could easily identify high-radiation areas with her naked eyes. Even if she did enter, she wouldn't be afraid. After all, Monkey Fist's territory lies within a high-radiation zone. She'd been wandering in there quite a bit in the past 2 days. But was that the case now? Chu Si couldn't help but wipe her face. She was completely depleted. Her bag of life-saving energy stones had been completely taken. Even if they left her too, she'd be able to make ends meet, but alas, they hadn't. Dahe was fighting furiously in the background, but she had no idea what the outcome had been. Thankfully, Xiaochu No. 2 had been following them the entire time. Chu Si's eyes lit up when she saw the porcupine on its back. Seeing no more pursuers, she hurriedly had Monkey Xiaobao find a secluded spot to hide. No matter what, she had to get a few energy stones to save her life. The porcupine's corpse hung on the tree. Chu Si felt around and remembered that the dagger had been taken by that bastard. With no other options, she could only let Monkey Xiaobao take the initiative. But the creature wasn't very happy about it. It preferred cooked food now. If it was like that, Xiaochu No. 2 would be even more so. But Sister Chu couldn't just bite it herself, could she? She wasn't concerned about saving face. The main thing was, the porcupine was looking at meat that was 90% likely to be corroded by high levels of radiation. Was she just going to swallow a few mouthfuls of blood because she was worried about her life? In the end, the stick still brought out the good in the child. Neither of them showed any sign of pretense. The two heroes who had just saved the Emperor were now receiving another beating. Now, they were all incredibly well behaved. After gnawing on the skin, they all spontaneously ate the raw meat. It wasn't Sister Chu's fault for being so cruel. It was mainly because she really didn't have time to cook right now, and she couldn't let them do what they wanted. They had to put their taste aside. Filling their bellies was the priority. Otherwise, if they ran into another group later, they probably wouldn't even have time to eat. Dahe had no choice. He was a staunch vegetarian, averse to any meat. Chu Si could only let him do what he wanted. Looking at the gaping wound on the porcupine's belly, she took a deep breath and reached in. She carefully felt it from head to toe, then fell silent. Unwilling to give up, she simply pulled out her intestines. But, still nothing. A bolt from the blue, nothing more than that. Thunder had never struck so accurately. To think that such a large mutant porcupine wouldn't even give her a single F-grade energy stone. Even drinking water was so difficult, she had reached a certain point. The situation was now extremely awkward. She didn't dare go anywhere. She vaguely remembered that there were several high-radiation danger zones nearby. And Monkey Xiaobao had been running around with her for quite some time. Sister Chu was feeling fine, but she was worried that Brother Bao would overdo it and take her to a high-radiation area to settle down. If she couldn't refill her energy stone in time, wouldn't she be dead? Chu Si sighed helplessly. It was too early to think about this now. She pulled a strip of meat from the cloth bag on Monkey Xiaobao's back and chewed it with a dull taste. Looking at the thing in her hand, she couldn't help but laugh. Knowing that the team would provide meals, she still brought her own belongings. Now it seemed like a lesson learned from being tricked. As expected, there's no such thing as a wasted journey. Next time she sets out, she definitely have a whole watch ready. That being said, it's unlikely to happen again. After all, in the wild, it's incredibly rare for someone to rob you of your watch and still be able to save your life. In most cases, the watch is still there after you die. And if you really fall into the hands of the enemy, even a dozen watches wouldn't be of any use. But what if there's a chance of that happening? After 2 strips of meat, Chu Si felt almost full. Seeing that Monkey Xiaobao and the others showed little interest in the remaining porcupine meat, she pulled a few plastic bags from her backpack and let them tear off a few good pieces of meat to take away. Then, they quickly left the area. The stench of blood was too strong. If left alone for too long, it would inevitably attract some carnivorous mutant animals. Her current condition wasn't suitable for rashly engaging in combat. Chapter 701. Chu Si had thought that the best scenario right now was undoubtedly to return to Captain Gu and the others. That way, at least she could restock her weapons, and with the guidance of others' watches, they could avoid many dangerous sections of the road. But it was obvious that she was overthinking this. Monkey Xiaobao and the others weren't that intelligent. After all, from what Sister Chu knew about them, their minds were mostly focused on eating, and the only time they remembered her was probably around mealtime. They were all free-range and rarely stayed together on weekdays. Since Chu Si didn't provide meals, they had to forage for their own food. Only at dinner time would they think of returning to enjoy some of the chef's cooking. To be honest, the fact that these 3 had arrived so promptly was truly beyond Chu Si's expectations. As for wanting Monkey Xiaobao to find Gu Huai and the others again, I'm truly sorry. If Sister Chu had a pair of 2-person gloves or smelly socks, and offered them to little Monkey to sniff, it might understand what the boss meant. Now, Chu Si really didn't dare try it. She was terrified that after her demonstration, Little Monkey would take her with him and fight back against Liang Jing and her team. Alas, then, the escaped meat would automatically come running back to the door, and that sister would be so happy. Desperate, she could only enter single-person survival mode. But just as the feeling of melancholy rose, before she could even calm down, Dahe rushed after them. This should have been a good thing, but hearing the gunshots from behind, Sister Chu's heart sank. She deftly removed the shell from Ho Xiubao's back, then crouched down inside, poking her head out and patting Ho Xiubao's arm, prompting him to lift the entire shell. She stepped on the side bones, so she wouldn't have to worry about falling out while running. With both hands clinging to the edge of the shell and securing it with a rope, she called out to Ho Xiaobao, "Run!" She was now vulnerable to bullet grazes, so she had to be fully prepared. From then on, a new round of pursuit began. But this time, Chu Xiai clearly didn't have the same luck as before. She ran for a long time, but couldn't shake off the enemy. With Dahe no longer available to support her, there was no one to contain the enemy's forces, and almost all the firepower was now directed at Chu Xiai. Thankfully, she had the foresight to retreat into the shell first. Hiding inside, she could hear the sound of bullets hitting the outside of her shell. A moment later, she smelled a burning smell. Clearly, her precious shell had sustained some scratches. What should she do? She couldn't just passively take the beating. Her mutant beast squad was quite capable, otherwise, a single blackie wouldn't have been able to hold them back for so long. Sister Chu slapped her forehead, truly confused. With 3 medium-sized mutants, she shouldn't be afraid of a human squad. The main reason they kept running away was because of this weakness of hers. But with her shell on, did she still need to be afraid? Not to say she was invincible, but as long as she made sure the bullets didn't penetrate the shell directly, she wouldn't be able to break through its defenses for a while. Dahe and the others were used to following their boss's orders. Otherwise, if they were free to fight, there was no telling what would happen. I can't guarantee a fertilization, but one thing is certain, unless they have particularly damaging weapons, if the mutant beasts get close, the consequences for those people will definitely not be good. Thinking it through, Chu Xiai took the opportunity to have Ho Xiaobao and the others speed up. Once they were at a safe distance, she called an emergency halt. She even changed her leader midway. He had already run into Qiaochu No. 2's arms. To be honest, although Ho Xiaobao was her closest friend, he was too impulsive. Sister Chu was afraid that he would get into a fight and, in a fit of excitement, would just swing his tortoise shell. Then she would be in a terrible situation, lying there. Remembering his and Dahe's past history of playing with the tortoise shell, she truly didn't dare trust him with her life. Fortunately, there was one more thoughtful person. She'd rather it fight more restrainedly than fly out and be used as a hidden weapon. Sure enough, Chu Xi's organized counterattack excited Xiaobao and Dahe. They charged back under the barrage of bullets, immediately disrupting Liang Jing's team's rhythm. The bullets were deliberately aimed at vulnerable areas like the eyes, mouth, and nose. Unfortunately, Sister Chu had trained them before. In such situations, use cover if available. If not, simply shield your eyes with one hand. At most, they suffered minor skin injuries, and the team rushed forward in a flash. The mutant animals' fighting methods were always so simple. In close combat, it was all about biting, clawing, and swinging fists. How many of the enemy could withstand such a devastating blow? Even though they were wearing protective suits, the immense force still transmitted its force through their bodies, even if the outer garments remained intact. Every bone was inevitably broken. Anyone they managed to get close to escape was left unharmed. The team over there, realizing the situation was amiss, hastily retreated. But 2 people were still beaten to death by the big blacks. Such a shocking blow prevented them from even trying to retrieve the bodies, fearing they would be left behind. Looking at the 2 bodies sprawled on the ground, Sister Chu was thrilled. Now she had the watch and the weapons. Who knew she could even find a few energy stones? She nimbly climbed out of her shell. As she approached, she saw someone's watch with the video feed turned on. At that moment, her body was much faster than her mind. She leaped back with all her might, and heard 2 loud booms. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and didn't suffer serious injuries, just some debris hitting her body, causing some redness and a few bumps. The 2 bodies that had been relatively intact earlier, even though they were wearing armor, were immediately ripped off half of their bodies. This shows just how perverse those 2 bombs embedded in the watches were. Chapter 702. Chu Xi's efforts weren't in vain. Those 2 weren't killed in vain. Although their watches had been destroyed, they still had some weapons. Both pistols were intact, And what surprised Sister Chu the most was that she also found 2 unused tranquilizer magazines on them. 10 magazines in total, plus the ones left in the chambers, for a total of 13. A dagger and a work name tag were also found on one of them. Chu Xi took them up and examined them carefully. They all belonged to Base 46. Alas, she felt a little sorry. These 2 should have been her teammates, but what a pity. Shutting away her excess emotions, Sister Chu searched them again, and indeed, she found a red energy stone on one of them's necks. It was small, but the color was vibrant. She immediately took it and hung it around her own neck. Of course, it was through her clothes. Good steel should be used on the blade, especially now, when lives are at stake. She weighed the weapon in her hand, her brow furrowed. No, after much deliberation, she decided to go back. There were so many high radiation areas here, and with Sister Chu's poor sense of direction, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to find her way back for a while. By then, even if she encountered a suitable mutant animal, 1 or 2 energy stones might not be enough. She always had 30 or 40 in her little pocket. That was her true spiritual support. Sister Chu's eyes darkened. She had to at least steal her bag of energy stones. After counting the spoils, Ho Xiaobao and Dahe returned in pursuit. It was a satisfying fight, but unfortunately, the attacks were ineffective. Some were injured, but those who should have escaped had already fled, leaving her with nothing. Both of them also had a number of new wounds. Chu Xi climbed onto Monkey Xiubao's back and rummaged through the bundle he was wearing, pulling out a bottle of hemostatic potion. After some thought, she couldn't bear to give it to them. Mainly, mutant animals didn't have specific radiation levels for medications, but she did. After considering all factors, she put the bottle of hemostatic potion back into her pocket. But the hero's heart couldn't be discouraged. She searched for herbs that could stop bleeding, but she couldn't find any, such as thistle or citron. Finally, she was surprised to find a large, mutant loofah. She suddenly remembered a folk remedy she had read about before. She picked a relatively tender root, cut it into large, thin slices with a knife, and applied it to Dahe and the others' wounds. It actually worked. It was edible, and Baozi and the others had already started eating, but Chu Xi couldn't. She broke off a piece and put it in her backpack. She figured that once she stole her watch, she could have Monkey Xiaobao and the others find it by smell. They stayed there for most of the day, allowing them to recuperate. It was almost dusk when Chu Xi called them back. Having previously seen Gu Huai and his team's sonar equipment, she was even more cautious. Chu Xi was torn. Logically, the best course of action was to return quietly and alone, as the mutants were incredibly difficult to control. Whether they encountered danger or prey, they would instinctively roar. But if she went back alone, she feared she would be trapped again, unable to escape. After careful consideration, she decided to take the 2 monkeys back with her. There was no other way. Dahe's mood was too unstable. When he got excited, he would roar. Sister Chu simply couldn't control him. As for the little monkey, he was barely usable. Chu Xi planned to hold him the whole time. As long as she got a good grip on him, he wouldn't cry out. The one she was most confident in was Qiaochu No. 2. He had a somewhat reserved temperament, and was the epitome of using stillness to control movement. Chu Xi had given him advance notice, and was keeping him under constant supervision, so she thought there shouldn't be any problems. Sister Chu patted her weapon, and the little monkey immediately became excited. It instantly understood what the boss was saying. It just so happened that it hadn't had enough of the previous fight. This time, with the boss personally taking action, wouldn't it go on a killing spree? The little monkey was mysteriously confident about this. After all, Sister Chu's strength was there. She earned it through fighting one punch after another among the monkeys. It was all real skill. Of course, this creature had completely forgotten that just this morning, their leader had been snatched from these very same gang. With its leader at its helm, it now felt incredibly powerful. And Sister Chu was terrified of it getting too carried away. She slapped it whenever she saw something fishy in its eyes, and along the way, she practically paced it. By the time they arrived, it was already completely dark. Chu Xi left the other 2 nearby while she quietly made her way over. But it was all too easy. This wasn't the kind of night watch this squad should be. At that moment, she thought they were being targeted again, but as she approached, a green figure suddenly fell from the tree and grabbed her arm. Luckily, she didn't scream. The figure immediately covered her mouth with his hand. The green figure gently leaped down from the tree. Chu Xi looked closely, and saw it was Gu Huai. Sister Chu's heart was pounding. She hadn't expected to find the organization directly this time. She had returned to retrieve her belongings, but he had clearly come to rescue the hostages. Before this, he had already used his equipment to jam the signal from Liang Jing's team. This not only blocked Gu Huai's own equipment, but also significantly affected the sonar receivers. This meant that even if the two mutant monkeys had made any noise along the way, they wouldn't have been able to pick it up. As expected, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Chapter 703. Having connected with Gu Huai, Chu Xi felt she had a 60% chance of success today. Besides her energy stone, which she should be able to steal, she could probably steal a few of Su Zhao's men too. Following his instructions, the two of them slowly advanced. Seizing the opportunity, they knocked down one of the enemy night watchmen. Then her third teammate appeared. Seeing that face, Sister Chu nearly sprained her ankle. Brother Xian, why is he here? Ji Xian quickly advanced, reached out, and held her head down, pulling her into the surrounding cover. Chu Xi's eyes widened. She was acting like a little fangirl. Sister Chu suddenly found herself in the role of Monkey Xiaobao. With Ji Xian around, her spine instantly straightened. She even thought a direct counterattack might be a possibility. Brother Xian gestured for silence. He pulled the man into his arms and held him tightly, his eyes visibly relaxed. To his surprise, the man he had desperately rushed to rescue wasn't among the captives in the first place. It seemed he had been tricked by Gu Huai. But now that he was already involved, now wasn't the time to chat. He checked the location of the flying tiger claw, and it was definitely there. This meant that these people had at least kidnapped Chu Xi. Brother Xian removed his crossbow and tied it directly to Chu Xi's wrist. Today, it was loaded with highly poisonous bolts, guaranteed to kill anyone who touched it. He also had a pistol on him, which he kept for personal use. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from within the camp. The two men exchanged glances and quickly joined the attack. For tonight's operation, their guns were silenced. It was clear that Liang Jing's team had already responded. The battle quickly descended into a bloodbath. Chu Xi's side, including herself, consisted of only 4 people, while the enemy had a full 12. If the assassination attempt was exposed, they could quickly organize an effective counterattack. After all, standing on the enemy's home turf, Sister Chu and her companions had no advantage. But it wasn't a big deal. She crouched behind a rock and shouted loudly, and Ho Xiaobao and Xiaochu No. 2 rushed over, howling. Seizing the perfect moment, she leaped onto Ho Xiaobao's back and swiftly slipped into his shell. The movements were so skillful that it was heartbreaking. Unexpectedly, Xiaochu No. 2 managed to lift Ji Xian onto his back, and then the two of them decided to unleash a killing spree. At first, things went smoothly. After Ho Bao and his companions knocked down a few men, they had almost completely destroyed the outermost defenses. Ku Xian had barely floated upwards for a moment when she plummeted back down. Ji Xian, lying on Xiaochu's back, used his pistol to narrowly intercept a bullet aimed at Ho Xiaobao's eyes. Sister Chu's mind suddenly cleared. She had too many angles to defend against. These men were, after all, well-trained elites, and their equipment was excellent. If they were to truly clash, it wouldn't be impossible for them to take down Ho Xiaobao and the others. Since human defenses couldn't be overcome, then they might as well eliminate the source of the problem. Who doesn't know how to sabotage things? Just as Brother Xian, Captain Gu, and Kong Sheng were engaged in a heated battle, Sister Chu led the 2 monkeys to raid their lair. Their team had 2 jeeps, which they couldn't carry away quickly, so they simply smashed them. The material was simply too good. The steel was reinforced, the glass bulletproof. Even with Monkey Xiaobao's punch, neither tire budged. Sister Chu acted decisively. She stacked the 2 cars on top of each other, back to back, and after a simple rope reinforcement, she had the 2 monkeys lift them up and carry them away. Of course, others witnessed this, but there was nothing they could do to stop them, even if they fired their guns and drew blood. The 2 monkeys were also quite professional, ready to finish their business first before returning for the fight. The 2 cars couldn't be stolen. Besides being crucial transportation, they also contained most of the supplies for the trip, as well as a wealth of specialized equipment. The cars absolutely couldn't be lost, or the subsequent mission wouldn't be possible. If they lost their food and drinks, they could still find a way, but efficiency was paramount on this trip. Without their cars, would they have to walk to the mission site? Furthermore, once they reached their destination, they would have to conduct geological surveys and mineral exploration, all of which required specialized equipment. With no other options, they were forced to release the mutant pig. However, the mutant pig was enormous, and to fully control it, 3 red potions would be needed at once. This was a huge expense, and Liang Jing's heart ached. But there was nothing she could do. she had been pushed to this point. She now felt immense regret. If she had known the consequences would come, they would not have coveted the mining labor force, and would have killed it immediately. How could she have returned with the mutant monkey now? Alas, it was too late. Chapter 704. Gu Huai felt a bit bewildered as the fight went on. How could it be that in just a moment, only he and Kong Sheng were left on their side? Chu Xi had just run off with the two monkeys, and the new guy, Captain Gu, rubbed his forehead, a little nagging. The two men's brazen actions had given him the thrill of cutting off the source of a fire. But he couldn't say anything. One of them was a battlefield deserter handpicked by Bosley, and the other had no connection to their squad at all, like a family member. There was nothing he could do, so he could only bite the bullet and fight on. Thankfully, the mutant boar had already been released, and Liang Jing's men had to send at least 2 men to follow, which would relieve some of the pressure. The battle had already begun in earnest. This time, even anesthetics were useless. Every shot fired was a live round, bang bang blood. Sister Chu wasn't having an easy time either. With 2 cars in tow, Xiaobao and the others couldn't climb the tree. Thankfully, they practiced earlier today, so they trotted along without causing any trouble. But the wild boar, with its massive size, was chugging and catching up. The distance between the two sides was closing, and with the occasional sneak attacks, if Sister Chu hadn't stayed in her tortoise shell to cover their retreat and luckily managed to kill one of them, their situation would have been even more difficult. That's when it became clear just how cunning Brother Xian was, and how well he understood the situation. He was already close to the mission site. He had Chu Xi lead the team directly into the high radiation area. There was a small steep slope nearby, and without hesitation, they threw both cars down. This was a blatant conspiracy. This was a high radiation area, and the car couldn't even start. The slope was so steep that even one person couldn't get the car up. Taking one look at the situation, the young man immediately realized that Sister Chu was burdened and was about to retreat with the 2 mutant monkeys. But how could that be possible? And the mutant boar had already been released. 3 red potions, how could they not return to their original state? The man surveyed the surrounding terrain and decisively led the mutant boar in pursuit. After all, the combat power of a full-grown wild boar was simply not comparable to that of 2 mutant monkeys. But a foolish boar and 2 cunning monkeys were another matter. Especially when one could only run on the ground, while the other could roam freely through the trees. This alone was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. The combat power of the 2 sides was so unequal that it made the people herding the boars depressed. He was a member of an elite squad, and he never fought such a frustrating battle before. When other mutant animals fought, both sides gave orders and then watched them fight fiercely. At best, they give commands remotely to keep the battle from going off the rails. But here in Chuxi, the 2 mutant monkeys, unaffected by any drugs, were thinking incredibly fast. With Brother Xian occasionally providing direction, the whole process was like fishing, the bait in front, the pigs chasing. Aside from the threat of live ammunition, the whole journey was quite enjoyable. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, the mutant boars couldn't keep chasing forever, as the potion had a time limit. The young man wasn't stupid. He understood the current situation perfectly. Neither side was typically able to do anything to the other. Any further delay would only result in a seesaw battle. Without a solution, he could only drive the mutant boar back. Thankfully, the trip wasn't in vain. At least the 2 vehicles had been salvaged. But after all this time, would Ji Xian let him escape? Since Liang Jing had allied with the people from Base 52, he sent his family home. Before leaving, the base had specifically sent him a message. The people from Base 21, flooded by the tsunami, were stationed nearby. But they were coming from a different direction. He only knew their last known location, which suggested they had entered a high radiation zone. Just now, he had Xiaochu No. 2 leading the mutant boars around the area, hoping to find their campsite for the day. But no one was stupid. With the mutant animals on both sides preparing for battle, any normal person would have preferred to stay away, and wouldn't have been able to move forward. Thankfully, hard work paid off. After a long, busy day, they finally managed to successfully connect the wild boar to the camp at Base 21. Although they had already fled to the trees, having noticed something was amiss, there was a mutant bison below, and the wild boar's charge had knocked its cage over. A fierce battle was imminent. Before the actual fight began, Ji Xian quietly gestured for Chu Xi to retreat. They still had to get the car out. Sister Chu was overjoyed. Now that Brother Xian had arrived, she simply left the team. Although they would continue to travel with Gu Huai's team, they were now divided into 2 groups. Of course, the spoils of this battle would go directly to the 2 of them. Gu Huai thought about it and agreed. The team had originally positioned Sister Meng as a mascot to protect the house. There was nothing wrong with this arrangement. Besides, with Ji Xian as their family member, they didn't need to use any of the team's resources, but it actually increased their combat effectiveness. So, it seemed they had a great advantage. At night, the two of them huddled in their shells. Sister Chu hadn't been intimate for a long time, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep. She had a feeling that her luck was starting to take off. Chu Xi pondered carefully, are we about to enter the mining area? She figured she might have to make a move. Chapter 705. After the battle, Chu Xi and Brother Xian made a killing. Gu Huai wasn't too bad either, unfortunately losing one man, but he managed to kill 4 enemy soldiers. As for the rest, they all suffered injuries of varying degrees. Their squad was now completely sick, and Brother Glasses and Su Xiao were both seriously injured. The two were taken hostage, and Su Xiao successfully rescued himself. Brother Glasses was accidentally shot in the chest during the struggle. Normatively, this situation should have been extremely critical, but they had the special energy stone, the benefit of having a lot of money. After Kong Sheng removed the bullet, he simply sutured the wound, applied the special energy stone, and Brother Glasses fell into a peaceful sleep, as if dead. The rest of the group was similarly injured. They had all been battered after the battle, but now they were all able to move freely. Chu Xi, on his part, carefully searched through the newly seized supplies. There was a complete range of items, including their own stockpiled weapons and ammunition, as well as Sister Chu's previously confiscated weapons. There was also a fair amount of protective gear inside, all cutting-edge technology. She donned every piece of gear she could find. She had also cleverly used some chain mail to create a youthful collar for Dahe, which must have looked quite impressive to the mutants. The reason for this was that Monkey Xiaobao had taken the initiative to strip off his protective gear and toss it to Sister Chu, hoping to look cool and domineering himself. Facing that hopeful look, Chu Xi couldn't bear to refuse, figuring that a uniform of ugliness wasn't such a bad thing. Then, a monkey knight, once so good, suddenly took on a bit of a wilderness wanderer vibe. I thought Xiaochu number 2 would join in the fun, but he remained completely composed. Great. He had those early signs, and now, among the 3 cobblers, he instantly stood out. Looking at Monkey Xiaobao, who was beaming with joy over his new collar, Sister Chu sighed helplessly. Even though Xiaobao had been nurtured with her loving care since childhood, his aesthetic taste hadn't caught up in the slightest. She rolled her eyes with a hint of disdain. I can't carry him. I simply can't carry him. Ji Xian found it amusing. He turned to look at the tortoiseshell hanging behind Monkey Xiaobao, and instantly identified the most unsightly figure. Brother Xian couldn't understand how his wife had the nerve to condemn Xiaobao from such an aesthetically pleasing position. At his level, Monkey Xiaobao was more than a match for her. Seeing Chu Xi return to sorting out the rest of the harvested supplies, he chuckled and shook his head, then set about getting down to business. Brother Xian set the remaining pieces of chain mail aside, and took the initiative to remove the tortoise shell from Ho Xiaobao. I had the pleasure of seeing my wife crouching on the tortoise shell before. Because of the gaps at the edges, every time she huddled inside, she had to push against the sides with her feet, and hook her hands on the top edge to stabilize herself. Just think about it, she really looked like a little tortoise. He suppressed a smile, as he spread out the chain mail, protecting the edges of the tortoise shell. They were all removable, and could be removed when not in use. After he finished these tasks, Chu Xi strolled back not long after. The newly delivered supplies were quite diverse. Besides a few pieces of equipment she couldn't see, there were also some food and potions. But Sister Chu was still not happy. She leaned in close to Ji Xian, her voice muffled, the bag of energy stones that was stolen from me isn't here. In other words, they worked all night, packed a car, and still failed to achieve their original goal. No. She pondered, how about we encourage Captain Gu to go back and rob them again? It must be said that, while the fight was brutal, the haul was still substantial. Even though the car had been hijacked, they still had quite a bit of stuff in their camp. And judging by the situation, they had all their valuables on them, so they were still quite a lucrative catch. Brother Xian rubbed his forehead helplessly. I don't know if it was his arrival that gave his wife a sense of security. She couldn't get any more complacent. Don't chase a desperate enemy, especially since these weapons and equipment are all elite. If they were determined, they would definitely not hesitate to perish together. In the Wasteland, survival might be difficult, but dragging someone down with them was incredibly easy. But the matter of the energy stones couldn't be let go, yet directly fighting back would be too reckless. He decided to use courtesy before force. He asked Gu Huai for Liang Jing's contact number. Although they had a bad relationship before, their ranks within the base were similar, and they inevitably exchanged information on a daily basis, so they must have had contact information. Gu Huai had nothing to hide, so he immediately passed the information on. After thinking it over, Ji Xian sent Liang Jing a location, asking her to drop Chu Xi's bag of energy stones off at the designated location. If not, De He and the others would visit them one by one. Now that all the teams were almost at their destination, they had no time to waste. Ji Xian predicted that the energy stones would definitely be returned, as they simply didn't have time to argue right now. There would inevitably be friction in the future, but since the relationship was such, it really didn't matter if there was another one. Chapter 706. As Ji Xian expected, Liang Jing didn't bother them any further, and they successfully retrieved Chu Xi's bag of energy stones. The road ahead was about to enter a high radiation area, so the team had to hide all vehicles and proceed on foot. Of course, someone as capable as Sister Chu could ride a monkey. Gu Huai's team was full of patience, although they all used special energy stones for basic treatment and protection. But small red dates were extremely precious, and most of the time, they only served to keep people alive. No one was willing to waste them. Once they were sure there was no danger to their lives, they would turn to medication to help with treatment and reduce costs. However, this would inevitably slow the effectiveness of the medication. As a result, several of the men were still dependent on crutches during the next day's journey. Luckily, they still had 2 mutant dogs to share the burden of the patients. But there weren't many seats left, as the 2 dogs still had to carry supplies, like tents for the night, basic supplies, and the testing equipment needed by the glasses-wearing man. These were the bulk of the expenses. As soon as they entered the high radiation zone, Gu Huai had conscientiously delivered a small red date to Chu Xi. As for the family, supplies were limited, and special energy stones were strictly allocated, so he was truly powerless. Although Chu Xi and Ji Xian had left the team, these supplies were agreed upon before departure. Since Sister Meng was still going, they naturally couldn't be shortchanged. Most importantly, he gave the couple a calm look. Based on their previous behavior, if they had just thrown a bag of energy stones, this sister would have the guts to fight back alone. The 2 of them teamed up and hauled back 2 truckloads of supplies. It was truly legendary. The most devastated people right now were probably Liang Jing's team. Having previously colluded with the prospecting team at Base 52, she hadn't intended to defect from Base 46, she simply took the opportunity to eliminate Gu Huai's team. Unfortunately, the whole thing had gone wrong. She knew everyone in Gu Huai's team intimately, save for Sister Chu, the makeshift team. In the end, she hadn't expected to suffer such a catastrophic setback. Now that the truth had been exposed, she couldn't resist defecting from the base. How could she not feel resentment at having her years of hard work destroyed? During yesterday's battle, Gu Huai and Kong Sheng had deliberately installed numerous micro-eavesdropping devices in their tents and other buildings. It seemed that the mutant boar hadn't returned since leaving. The potion's expiration date had long since expired. In his opinion, their greatest support was probably gone. Thinking of this, Captain Gu immediately adjusted his attitude. Finally, his previous sense of superiority faded. Not to mention that the special branch had no habit of bullying its members. Even if they truly had poor ethics, he figured he wouldn't want to test the couple's endurance with their meager supplies. Unexpectedly, Chu Xi was quite happy to even get a small red date. It felt like the kind of surprise that was both unexpected and understandable. It was just right, so he gave it directly to Ji Xian, even though he had brought some dried mutant snake meat with him on this trip. But that stuff had some side effects. If he took even a small amount, he would become extremely tired. It was simply a bodily reaction that human power couldn't prevent. In a critical situation, this was a very troublesome matter. Now, using a special energy stone, these troubles could be avoided. To reduce the risk of exposure, she could wear a special energy stone around her neck and secretly use a regular energy stone instead. It just so happened that she had found a small red date while scavenging corpses earlier, which she could use now. But once the supplies were distributed from these locations, Chu Xi felt embarrassed to just watch them suffer underground. In the end, she made a nest out of a tent, sheltered the patient inside, and simply had Dahe and Xiaochu No. 2 carry him away. She and Ji Xian followed Monkey Xiaobao. Since learning his wife was in danger, Brother Xian had driven out immediately. He hadn't slept a wink all day and night, his spirits high as he traveled through the night. Upon arriving, he immediately joined the battle. The battle lasted most of the night. After returning, Ji Xian spent time modifying the turtle shell. Since they were only on the road today, Chu Xi simply let him rest in his newly modified shell. As the strongest member of the team, she took it upon herself to guard the entire group. In matters like this, one must always trust the abilities of Chu Ci and her 3 mutant companions. Even if there's no danger, they find a way to create some. Because these creatures have to forage for their own food, Chu Ci's control over them has been slightly lax. Who would have thought that Xiao Chu Tu would lead this group of sick people straight to honey in the first bloom of spring? It happened so quickly that the 3 mutants were still some distance apart. Even the glasses-wearing man on his back, shouting at the top of his lungs, couldn't stop the foodie. Brother Xiao Chu simply scooped up the honey and ran off, eating as he ran, honey dripping all over the place. He wasn't afraid of the fist-sized bees at all. Let them sting. It's a fair price to pay for the stutter. After all, he has a thick skin. But the guy with glasses on the back didn't share the same sentiment. His shack had no roof, but thankfully, the material was good enough that the bees' stingers couldn't penetrate. But he kept his hand firmly gripping the bag's opening. Through the gap, the bees' stingers kept piercing him. That hand, that arm. His heart was already broken. And the other 2 weren't much better off, because Ho Xiaobao and Dahe were about to go grab the honey. You can imagine how chaotic the scene was. Ji Xian was the best off, hiding in his tortoiseshell, surrounded by chain mail. But that was only the beginning, because he was soon pulled out by Sister Chu. It wasn't some high-level sentimental thing about love fading. This sister was simply getting carried away. She simply jumped in, leaving the roof open, waiting for the mutant bees to swarm in. Sister Chu's eyes flashed green. Aside from the slight pain, this was truly a perfect example of catching a turtle in a jar. Chapter 707. Sister Chu's basic punches stunned the special branch team. Looking at the shelf filled with mutant bee corpses, and Sister Meng, who should have been in peak physical condition, now swollen and shiny, everyone's emotions were quite complicated. Brother with glasses applied ointment to his arms and hands. He couldn't help but sigh to Sister Meng. You don't you even have any sense of self-awareness? She really put her face on the line. He'd been traveling with the team for years, so he thought he had some experience. Not to mention the female team members. Even the tough guys rarely used this kind of mutual destruction fighting style unless their lives were in danger. The chubby pig-faced man glanced at him with disdain. Sister Chu chuckled, I can tell you're single. She already had a high-quality young man like Brother Xian, so why would she need to save face? Hearing this, the other's eyes twitched. Even Ji Xian almost couldn't contain his anger. His words were good, but after Chu Ci's words, he suddenly felt so worthless. A pause filled the air, but Sister Chu was busy dissecting a bee corpse, so she didn't have time to think about such things. But before the fight, he only considered it a mutant. But bees eat pollen and honey, how could they possibly have energy stones in their stomachs? Chu Ci looked up and rubbed her face, feeling rather resigned. Gu Huai frowned. Chu Ci was now his primary target for surveillance. As soon as he saw something was amiss, he immediately told everyone to continue on their way. He really couldn't figure out this sister's tricks. He was afraid she'd go back and raid their lair if they disagreed. They really didn't have time. It was obvious this person wasn't familiar with Chu Ci and didn't know her perspective. She wouldn't let her own concerns affect the team's progress during the mission. Unless she had no choice. Sister Chu lay in her shell, feeling a bit depressed. After detecting a highly radioactive mutant bee, she threw it out for Xiaobao and the others as a snack. After finally getting a few moderately radioactive ones, she planned to cook them for dinner that night. After this incident, everyone was envious of Chu Ci, the mutant beast knight. This was the first time the special branch had seen wild mutant animals get along so harmoniously with humans. Seeing Sister Meng was in a bad mood, these monkeys and gorillas even picked wild fruits to amuse her, and looking at the mutant animals they brought with them, they were practically morons. Not only were they not allowed to roam freely, they needed constant supervision. Since they were freed from their cages, the daily injections of red potion had been a considerable sum. Comparing the two, the difference was enormous. This feeling of envy lasted until dinner time, when Ho Baozi was carried back by Dahe. And Xiao Chu No. 2 still clutched a throbbing spicy strip in its claws. Perhaps because Sister Chu had been catching snakes in the valley for a few days, Ho Xiaobao mistakenly believed she enjoyed this mutant food. Seeing it in the woods, he excitedly grabbed it. A mutant coral snake, this creature's venom is no less toxic than a short-tailed pit viper. After a few bites, Ho Xiaobao was instantly knocked unconscious. The main reason Xiao Chu No. 2 was unharmed was because it had already used up all its venom, and it couldn't produce any more for a while. When these three returned to camp, everyone was initially concerned about Monkey Xiaobao's condition. But when Xiao Chu arrived and saw what it held, Sister Chu was the only human left. Even Ji Xian took 3 steps back, securing his gloves, neck, and head before entering. He grabbed a cloth bag from the side, and immediately stowed the silver ring. Chu Xiai was most worried about Monkey Shiba's condition. Since its return, it had been breathing more than it was breathing, and was in dire straits. Ignoring everything else, Sister Chu placed the small red date, which she wore as a decoration on her neck, against the bite site. Everyone's expressions varied, but no one said a word. Firstly, this was Chu Xi's own choice. Secondly, several teams from other bases were about to meet, and in this situation, a mutant's life wasn't necessarily any less valuable than a human's. Only Ji Xian approached, offering his special energy stone to Chu Xiai. Sister Chu naturally didn't want it, but after noticing his gaze, she put it on through her underwear. Brother Xian knew this wasn't worth the risk, but Chu Xiai still had regular energy stones to replenish her supply, and her symptoms were definitely different from a typical radiation reaction. This couldn't withstand the test. Although the Special Operations Bureau members seemed to be on their side, no one could be sure if there would be further consequences. Especially since there were people from the Research Bureau inside. He had to be fully prepared. Thanks to Xiao Hengzou's help, Ho Xiaobao was fortunately saved, but Ji Xian was already showing signs of radiation damage. First, red spots appeared on Brother Xian's skin, followed by blisters that began to swell. By the time Monkey Xiaobao was completely out of danger and Little Red Date was returned to its owner, Brother Xian was already pale as paper, dizzy and nauseous. With the power of the special energy stone, his symptoms gradually began to ease. After settling both the man and the monkey, Sister Chu finally found time to check on the silver ring snake, about the thickness of her arm. But it was dead. It had been accidentally stepped on by Big Black, and it had stood there for a long time, suffocating it to death. To be honest, this creature had caused a great deal of trouble, but Chu Xiai hadn't really considered killing it at first. When traveling, it's good to have a living source of poison. But today, it was destined to return the favor. Without a choice, Chu Xiai could only begin the process of collecting corpses. Surprisingly, the meat of the highly venomous snake was edible, and it was a very nutritious, moderately mutated ingredient. Finally, an energy stone was found in its stomach. Chu Xiai was initially pleased, finally making some money back. But after a closer inspection, it turned out to be just a piece of stone. Suddenly, a device in the camp beeped. The eyes of the previously silent group suddenly lit up. The man with glasses scurried over. "Girl, can you let me test this piece of ore?" Chapter 708. Seeing everyone's excitement, Chu Xiai realized, could this be the rare mineral we're looking for? Glasses' mouth stretched almost to his ears, as he nodded quickly. The machine's all on, so it's probably still there. It's just that the area we're in happens to be the transition zone between two high radiation zones, and the radiation levels here are much higher than in other places. If we want to test it, we have to go outside. At this point, everything had to make way for this stone. Gu Huai immediately planned a new route. As soon as they reached the target area, Glass's brother came running over again. Looking at that flattering face, and the pair of claws so close, Sister Chu handed over the stone. The main thing was, it was only the size of a walnut, so it was enough for something. They might as well quickly determine the ore's origin, then go for the big buck. Gu Huai quickly removed the equipment from the mutant dog's back. They gathered around, and watched as the man with glasses placed the stone into a sealed small box. The data on the screen began to scroll rapidly, red and blue data swishing up. The man with glasses' expression was unusually serious. Chu Xiai leaned over. She was also nervous. This was a crucial transition from 0 to 1. As soon as Sister Chu approached, Jiang Yu leaped up, clenching his fists, his voice distorted with excitement. It's thorium molybdenum ore. They hadn't expected to find the ore they needed so soon after arriving. Even if they ended up with nothing, this trip wasn't in vain. Gu Huai immediately transmitted this message directly to the base's top inspection team via the encrypted channel. Thorium molybdenum ore is extremely valuable. I wonder if they recall everyone for safety reasons. Unfortunately, the signal here is still spotty, so it takes some time for any news to get back. Everyone stood there, discussing the stone. Sister Chu, a bit behind the flow, had to interrupt their revelry. She hesitated. Well, even if it's a rare ore, what can we do with this little bit? Chu Xiai stretched out his hand and drew a line. Don't we need to find the source now? What about the Special Bureau's witnesses? They can't be so petty, can they? But after the last tower theft incident, honestly, Sister Chu's view of the Special Bureau's divine glory is almost gone. But she wanted to go too, and Chu Xiai was planning to make a killing. The man with glasses suppressed a smile and nodded, restoring. Origin? Does this girl have some misunderstanding about rare and special minerals? She looked like she was about to go all out, so he had to educate her again on this point. Thorium molybdenum ore is extremely rare, with limited reserves in nature, usually found as tiny crystals or fine particles in veins. He pointed at the small stone Gu Huai had just taken. Yours is already a large ore. Chu Xi looked up at Captain Gu, then down at his empty hands. The bespectacled man had sharp eyes. As soon as he saw something was wrong, he seemed to immediately recall the helpless moment when Xiaochu No. 2 was leading him away. He immediately grabbed Gu Huai and said, "Captain, please explain clearly, or Sister Meng will think we're trying to steal her things." As soon as he said that, he sensed something was amiss. He really had to embezzle the thorium molybdenum ore, but he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Instead, talk about the rewards. Otherwise, he felt the team would probably collapse today. Gu Huai hadn't initially considered this. After all, the team's previous mission proceeds had been tacitly handed over to him for safekeeping, with individual rewards distributed based on performance upon return. But Chu Xi stopped him. The reward was important, but Elderly had already agreed to it before they set out. When a big boss takes action, he should have some sense of proportion. Besides, Ji Xian hadn't stopped them, so she felt there was an 80% chance this would go wrong. Furthermore, thorium molybdenum ore was the core material for the radiation shield, and they had decided not to covet it when they set out. But Sister Chu coughed lightly, turned to look at the man with glasses, and asked with some confusion, "Did you just call me Sister Meng?" "Which Meng?" As expected, it was the reckless Meng. She come up with a new nickname so quickly? Isn't this insulting to anyone as bad as Sister Mask? Chu Xi was a little worried. She couldn't understand why no one could see past her rough exterior and see the sparkling heart within her. Why were all the nicknames so superficial? Sister Mask. The people at Base 46 were fine, but anywhere else, who wouldn't think she was calling a fugitive a criminal? And this Sister Meng, haha, take off your glasses, let's practice. The man was still a little confused. He didn't understand why the topic had gotten to him again. Sister Meng, isn't that what everyone calls her in private? In his haste, he actually forgotten to dodge. But he wasn't afraid of practicing with this girl. No, we can't let mutant animals participate in combat. Sister Chu nodded, saving a last shred of dignity for the man with glasses, not having the nerve to say it wasn't necessary. He's such a weakling, how dared he look down on her? The guy with glasses just charged right in, ignoring Chu Xi's friendly warning. As a result, his glasses shattered into pieces, and both eyes were bruised. He must have been swollen in many places. Thankfully, it was just flesh and bones, his bones were intact. Besides, he definitely had to have extra pairs of glasses ready when he went out on missions. After a beating, the guy's nosebleed subsided. Gu Huai's mouth dropped open. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to be defeated so easily. Even if this guy wasn't a combat athlete, he must have been quite skilled to be able to follow along. And now that's it? Seeing Chu Xi looking at him, Captain Gu's mind snapped into place. It seemed he was trying to clear his name. Gu Huai quickly said, "Why call me Sister Meng? From now on, call me Sister Chu if you can't beat me." Chapter 709. They'd beaten the man into submission. Perhaps it was Sister Chu's overly cool performance, but the atmosphere in the entire team has become a bit eerie. Afterwards, everyone waited in place. The team would not make any further moves for the time being, awaiting instructions from base. But Chu Xi and Ji Xian were determined to go no matter what. It made no sense for them to just walk away when they were so close to the final push. This was undoubtedly a profound disrespect for the resources. Gu Huai, in his heart, actually preferred to stay, but their respective destinations were clearly at odds. He assumed that base would send someone to escort the thorium molybdenum ore back, and the rest of the team would continue their mission. After all, the preparations for this trip were extensive. Take, for example, the ultimate weaponry like the little red dates. Such extensive equipment wouldn't be possible in other missions. When you go out, you naturally have to maximize your effectiveness before returning. Sure enough, about half an hour later, base replied. They handpicked Gu Huai and Kong Sheng to return, while Su Xiao temporarily assumed captain duties, leading the others toward their target. In addition, if conditions permitted, they could explore the area where the thorium molybdenum ore had been discovered. Of course, they were cautious and didn't dare to hope for the discovery of such a rare ore. However, if molybdenum reserves were plentiful, it would be a valuable mineral resource for the base. After receiving the order, the two quickly packed up and left. Captain Gu had never imagined that he would be the one to be transferred back. This mission was extremely important to him. His advancement within the Special Operations Bureau might very well depend on it. But now, the chance was gone. Thoroughly speaking, thorium molybdenum ore was incredibly valuable, so the escort had to be completely confident. After the two men left, as for the team, without a second thought, they swiftly followed the three mutant beasts. Hadn't the base said that, if conditions permitted, they could first explore the thorium molybdenum ore source and reserves? Seeing Chu Ci wanting to quit and go solo, they readily agreed to the plan, thinking of the mutant beasts from the other teams. Otherwise, they would be abused if they encountered them. Not long after their departure, they had to applaud their own wise judgment. Previously, Ji Xian had used Base 21 to trap Liang Jing's mutant boar, and this time, they had unfortunately been targeted by the people from Base 39. They were carrying 3 large mutant lizards. As these creatures grew larger, the gaps between the trees became too close, and they would often stand up and attack. The killing power was truly impressive. With just this basic attack, 2 trees that thick were already broken. Chu Ci's brow furrowed, and without a second thought, he called out to his 3 combat partners to scoop everyone up. Run! Just kidding! These mutants are clearly not easy to deal with. They look like Tyrannosaurus Rex. Except, their front legs are a bit longer, but that doesn't affect their fighting power at all. What are they waiting for now? In her opinion, Dahei was the only one in their team who could handle the situation for a while. Ho Xiubao's injuries hadn't healed yet, so a head-on confrontation like this wasn't really suitable. But even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't necessarily be let go. The personnel from Base 39 discovered a suspected rare mineral mining site nearby, so everyone in the vicinity must be cleared out. Of course, compared to expelling them, extermination would require significantly greater secrecy. Naturally, everyone would choose. Pushed to the point where Sister Chu hadn't expected Ho Xiaobao and the others to be so enraged that they actually engage in a fight with the mutant lizards. Of course, maddened by these creatures, they needed human assistance. A few people were responsible for eliminating the Beast Tamer's guard members, which would prevent at least 3 mutant lizards from engaging in organized combat. This would also alleviate some of the burden on Ho Xiaobao and the others. But the mutant lizard's size and combat power were there. Even when unconscious, they were still a formidable force. Sister Chu had initially worried that Baozi and the others would suffer numerous injuries today, but once the fight actually began, she realized she had greatly underestimated the mutant silverback's fighting power. They were indeed the bosses of Area 1. As for the monkeys, Xiaobao and the others weren't much to talk about. After all, Chu Ci had spent so much time among the monkeys before, so Sister Chu had a rough idea of their potential. But she never expected Dahei to surprise her so much. These mutant lizards were half the size of him, with sharp teeth and a powerful bite. Their claws were no slouch either. They had already scratched and twisted the surrounding trees. And yet, even such a killer was outmatched by Dahei. The scene was incredibly violent. It pried open the lizard's upper and lower jaws, and the lizard tried to close its mouth, but Dahei wouldn't let it. "Can't you bite?" It simply ripped the man's mouth off. And it pried it open several times, snapping the lower jaw. Even a ruthless person like Sister Chu couldn't help but cover her mouth tightly. She couldn't afford to offend. She truly couldn't afford to offend. Ho Xiaobao and Xiaochu No. 2 were also impressive on the other side. One was responsible for using her strength to knock the lizard down, while the other was responsible for biting its neck. And it was this elite group that was the most embarrassed. With a few snaps, the glasses guy had already been thrown out. Chapter 710. The battle with the mutant lizards was a rather disastrous one. Bang! A shot rang out, and the lizard dodged by tilting its neck. The bullet left only a shallow scratch. Not even a splash of blood. The mutant lizards were large and extremely agile, and their skin was highly defensive. Even a human armed with a pistol wouldn't seem to have much of an advantage against them. The team fought fiercely, each displaying their own unique skills. Originally, this should have been a very rational scene. But the other two sides had already concluded their battles. Only they were left fighting for their lives, and the atmosphere suddenly changed. Dahei was fiddling with the dead lizard's head, perhaps still fuming, and he occasionally wanted to hit it. The 2 monkey treasures were also quite quiet. They were all just watching the show. The bespectacled man, having been thrown out once again, felt helpless. He didn't have the mental burden of Su Xiao and the others, so he pleaded directly, "Sister Chu, could you get those 3 big darlings of yours to help? Even if they couldn't get all of them, they wouldn't mind just one." His ribs hurt just running now. They must have been cracked again. Chu Ci looked back and saw the 3 mutant beasts, all eager to join in. She suddenly understood. These 3 might actually want to join in. But taking out this annoying mutant lizard was one thing, and there was another more important point. Perhaps this collaborative battle had given them some false impression. I guess they thought the team was getting a new member. That wasn't a good thing, because the first thing they do after taking out the mutant lizard was to reevaluate their strength. In other words, if these creatures were to be shot at, the first to suffer would be the giant lizard, and the second would be these poor little ones. So, Sister Chu didn't resort to external forces. With the team's efforts, all sorts of weapons flying everywhere, they finally managed to defeat the last mutant lizard. But Sister Chu wasn't happy. The incident itself wasn't a big deal, but after observing the three prey, she suddenly realized something that made her neck shiver. Why hadn't they noticed it before, except when these three rescued her? From now on, whenever they encounter mutant beasts, they will consciously leave the strongest one for her. Is this just the after effects of pretense? Because in these beasts' minds, Chusi is invincible and powerful. And leaving the most powerful mutant animal to their leader is a recognition of her strength. Look how perfect the logic is. But this isn't a lie, since she have to lead a solo search for supplies in the future. At that time, she would be the one to fight the most powerful mutant beasts. Then, after they finished their own fights, they would watch the show from the sidelines, perhaps even cheering her on in the end. Why did just thinking about this scene make her so furious? After the fight, watching the other three drag their prey towards them, especially the two monkeys, their eyes practically trembled with emotion. Sister Chu suddenly felt that perhaps her original positioning was flawed. The position of boss was certainly tempting, but the most tempting position was definitely being a cook. Looking at the two prey beside her, she instantly understood. Her future growth and strength would definitely be incomparable to theirs. After all, the mutant's physical abilities were there, and she couldn't even begin to match them. But as long as she took control of the cooking, all the prey would flow into her hands. Things like energy stones, the mutants had no desire to possess them, so wouldn't they all be hers? Just think about it. That's why Sister Chu worked so hard to develop a second career after returning. It's a pity that some people are naturally gifted, like our Sister Chu, who lacks talent. To learn how to cook, she worked in the Tomorrow Mercenary Group's kitchen for a while. Even her strong interpersonal skills were ultimately isolated. This clearly shows that she wasn't destined to go far as a chef. Chusi didn't know this at the moment, and she happily let them drag the prey away. As for the prey she had hunted together with the team, according to the distribution of labor, she didn't hold the dominant position. Sister Chu will have to wait a bit longer here. After all, besides that one, she still has two mutant lizards to deal with. Honestly, the harvest was far from what she had originally expected. As expected, the meat of both mutants is highly radioactive, but since they've been captive bred, they have no energy stones in their stomachs. Luckily, we still have a hide, which we can use to make some protective gear and armor back home. As for the meat, we just have to isolate the smell and leave it here. Everyone has already made plans to wipe out the nearby mining site of Base 39. This is thanks to the two men who came to assist in the battle. Perhaps they never expected defeat and died too easily, and their watches were promptly disconnected by Su Xiao. So, the other side still hasn't learned the details of the battle here. This way, they can take advantage of the fact that the people at Base 39 are cracking down on dissidents and attack their lair. Chapter 7:11. A group of people rushed towards Base 39's temporary encampment. Brother Xian, dragging Chu Sizui behind, had an inexplicable feeling. Rare minerals aren't that easy to find. Logically, they should all be buried in thorium molybdenum mines, and the amount dug out would be small. Taking them away or hiding them would be very convenient. But these people's behavior was too abnormal. The most normal behavior should have been like Gu Huai and the others, avoiding all other teams along the way. Instead of just laying out their cards, and brazenly surrounding, and killing them from the outside. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Base 39 was clearly setting up a hunting trap, creating momentum to draw other teams in. The second was that they had discovered something they couldn't hide, and they were forced to resort to this method of protection. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and Ji Xian deliberately slowed down. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. But Brother Xian had a feeling it was the second scenario, for no other reason than that group had just fought so hard. If he were the captain, planning his tactics, the first option wouldn't have resulted in such a high casualty rate. Seeing the situation wasn't going well, he would have definitely retreated strategically before planning his next move. With the mutant lizard support, those two men had plenty of opportunities to escape. But they risked their lives to fill this hole. What was worth it? Ji Xian pondered over it, but came to no conclusion. The most likely and unlikely outcome he could imagine was the discovery of a large, rare mineral. He turned to look at his wife, and it seemed the situation wasn't so hard to accept. Not noticing anything unusual, they continued to follow the group forward, until a row of tall, mutant monstera trees appeared. Their broad leaves, layered and dense, covered the sky overhead. Walking a little further in, the sunlight was almost invisible. Even in broad daylight, it didn't feel dark, it felt like walking through a green passage. Chusi was fascinated by the sight. Honestly, she quite liked it. It was like being in a green ocean where you couldn't drown. This scene was very different from anything else they had seen in the mutant forest. Sister Chu felt like a caterpillar as she wandered through it, her heart unbridled and unrestrained. Also, the underground areas of the monstera trees must have lacked sunlight. The weeds growing above them looked much more normal, only about waist high. It was a feeling I hadn't felt in a long time. At first, it was fine, but at some point, Monkey Xiaobao and the others refused to move forward. The same was true for the mutant animal Su Xiao and his companions brought with him. As they continued their journey into the forest, they discovered that there were many plants growing there that the mutants disliked. Now, even someone as perceptive as Chu Xi noticed something was amiss. For these plants seemed to have been planted individually. While there were many monstera trees in this area, they were clearly not as numerous as those on the other sides, leaving plenty of room for many animal-repelling plants to grow. They were all well-maintained. The man with glasses frowned, examining the raised roots of a plant. There were some fine white sand and gravel on the loose soil. This thing was common enough that if it were anywhere else, it wouldn't have caught his attention. But there were too many suspicious points here, especially since the stones were too white, unlike the more common quartzite nearby. Jiangyu strolled over, picked up a few white stones, and brought them back. After examining them carefully, his doubts grew even more. To ensure his accuracy, he took them to the equipment for testing. The machine took almost 20 minutes from startup to completion, but this time, no one rushed. The results were exactly as he expected. Jiangyu tossed a few stones onto the ground and said with certainty, "It's broken beast-repelling stones." The beast-repelling stones were specially configured based on the characteristics of various mutant beasts. They weren't formed naturally. This proved conclusively that someone had planted them here. The team members were no longer in a hurry to continue. They took out all the mechanical spiders and bees and spread them out to explore. It turned out this Monstera deliciosa forest was truly enormous. Chu Xi exchanged a silent glance with Ji Xian. Ji Xian's meaning, this place must be different from their self-built shelter. It must be a hidden outpost belonging to a large organization. All base construction theoretically needs to be reported, but this one certainly isn't. Places like these are often dangerous. Some of their possessions aren't meant to be seen in public. If they were, the consequences would be a life-or-death struggle. Sister Chu received Brother Xian's signal. Learn from them. She nodded cautiously. There were indeed many clever ideas here that could be applied to their own territory. While Ji Xian was desperately trying to figure out how to avoid danger and exit safely, she was already considering how to move the trees back. It just so happened that there were many trees here that could repel animals, saving Chu Xi the trouble of wandering around searching. Chapter 712. The men raised their alert to the highest level, but after searching the area for a long time, they still found nothing. If it weren't for the white powder that had just been lifted up by the tree roots, they would have suspected they had misjudged the situation. The more they thought about it, the more uneasy they became. The location was so well hidden that it was impossible for them to have no defenses at all. If they advanced rashly, they would likely face an unbearable attack. After all, they were on the enemy's home turf, and they had no advantage at all. But after discussion, the special branch decided to investigate further. There was a reason for their actions. Because of the previous actions of the Base 39 team, they must have discovered something, and began to clear out the surrounding teams. And if they could discover something, then the people from Base 46 could certainly do the same. Kong Sheng thought they might be overly demonizing this place. But Chu Xi and Ji Xian still chose to withdraw. Brother Xian had always felt that a sudden incursion was too reckless. If they encountered a truly formidable enemy, they might not even be able to escape. He doubted that an organization capable of such a large-scale operation would be truly incapable of dealing with foreign invaders. Sister Chu naturally followed swiftly, primarily because the monkeys were extremely resistant. Naturally, she didn't want to go in either. Chu Xi believed that people should still listen to advice. Mutated animals often have a much stronger sense of danger than humans. Whatever the reason, since the monkeys had sounded the alarm, she couldn't ignore it. After all, she was just there to accompany them, so why should she be so diligent? Chu Xi thought. Su Xiao and the others would definitely report this back anyway, so she waited for the base's personnel to come and investigate first. After leaving, she could mark the perimeter of the mutant monstera. Once she was sure there was no danger, she could find time to come back with Brother Xian and steal some trees. Now, it really wasn't an option. However, since the mining mission assigned by the base hadn't yet been completed, Chu Xi couldn't really run away. They waited for the team to reunite at the camp where they had camped the previous night. After discussing it, just as the two sides were about to part ways, Sister Chu suddenly stopped. Her hands were quicker than her mind, and she raised her hand and fired a crossbow arrow. Everyone's nerves immediately tensed, thinking they were about to attack. The group quickly retreated, their backs pressed together, facing outward in unison. The atmosphere was extremely tense, but it turned out that Chu Xi had only shot down a single bird, and a very small one at that. Unable to bear the grumbling, Sister Chu walked out. A moment later, she returned with a grim expression, clutching a bird. Jianyu was also helpless. He almost wanted to kowtow to this woman right there and then. "No, Sister Chu, are you giving us a baby bird to test our courage?" Seeing the little creature in Chu Xi's hand, he didn't want to say anything more. This creature was clearly underdeveloped. Judging by its fur, it looked like a mutant sparrow chick, but this one was clearly malnourished. Its feathers were fully grown, but it wasn't even as big as a newly emerged bird. It's so rare to find a little Xiaoxian like this in nature. Ignoring the glasses man's taunts, Qi Xian walked over to Chu Xi. He keenly noticed that Sister Chu's expression was off, and she was squeezing the mutant sparrow very hard. But she desperately controlled herself, trying not to accidentally crush the sparrow again. Sister Chu shook her head. They had no idea how important this sparrow really was. She looked at the bird, so easily released with a single palm, and her heart clenched with a burning sensation. She said firmly to Qi Xian, "I want to go in and take a look too." For no other reason than to see if there were any mutated animals here. The small, soft body was still in her palm. Holding it, Sister Chu felt her mind was paralyzed. Only when Qi Xian held her hand tightly did Sister Chu's mind slowly begin to work. She checked the radiation with her watch. Beep. Low-level mutation, edible. As expected. She hadn't expected her sudden change of heart. They vaguely suspected it was related to the prey in her hands. Hearing it was a low-level mutation, everyone was immediately surprised. Sister Chu is lucky. You're even able to hunt a low-radiation mutant animal here. The surrounding area is almost entirely high radiation, so the chances of such a thing are extremely low. Chu Xi was indeed lucky, but unfortunately, the animal was too small, barely big enough for a bite. The special branch had plenty of food, so they didn't really have any deep feelings about this. Qi Xian didn't ask further questions. Since his wife wanted to see, they could go in and take a look. If things weren't going well, they could just evacuate immediately. Since everyone had a common goal, they didn't waste any time and immediately headed towards the interior of the mutant monstera bamboo forest. After walking for over 10 minutes, Chu Xi finally recovered from her shock. While asking Brother Xian for something, she handed the sparrow, already wrapped in a plastic bag, to Qi Xian. She whispered, "It's not mutated." He had to know this. But Chu Xi's words didn't help Brother Xian's thinking. "What do you mean by no mutation?" Looking at the corpse in his hand again, his mind exploded. His right hand couldn't help but tremble. Was his wife suggesting this was a primitive species without any mutation? Chapter 7:13. The progress of the exploration was far from what Qi Xian had originally expected. They advanced for a long time without encountering any resistance. Even small mutant animals appeared in some areas. It was truly normal. Except for the larger area of the monstera, this place looked like a normal forest. But Chu Xi was still holding the primitive species. Things definitely couldn't be that simple. After repeated investigations, they finally discovered a small cenote hidden on the backside of a mountain, amidst the rocky terrain. I shouldn't say small. It simply meant that the cenote's opening was small, only about 2 square meters, but its depth must be terrifying. Jianyu, feeling uneasy, simply threw a stone in. He was simply acting out of habit. As a technical member of the scientific research team, his first reaction when faced with such a problem was to try to predict the well's depth using the echo. Kong Shung slapped him on the head. "Why are you throwing it? What if there's a secret base down there?" With this stone, they were essentially exposed. But there was no point in saying more now. They could only wait. Whether it was or not, the truth would soon be revealed. Everyone held their breath, but they didn't hear the sound of the stone hitting the ground. Jianyu checked the time. 30 seconds had already passed. It was impossible for it not to have reached the bottom. He shook his head. The cave must be very deep. I suspect the echoes have been absorbed by the walls. Sound attenuates in various ways during propagation, such as absorption by air, scattering and reflection by objects, and so on. This was also because it was difficult for someone standing on top to hear the echoing stone in such a deep cave. Chusi nodded. Shall we go down and take a look? Nothing else mattered. She only wanted the result. But this cave really made everyone hesitate. This was a wasteland. Even in the modern world, few people would dare to descend into narrow, dark caves like those. There were too many uncertainties. Even if attacked, whether by mutant animals or humans, it would be extremely difficult to escape in such a confined space. Sister Chu took a look, while Ji Xian was quite straightforward. He immediately asked his wife to take out the little sparrow for a closer look. The discovery of the primitive species here was, in a sense, even more important than the purpose of their trip. It held so many possibilities. Each one was so exciting. He and Chusi wanted to find answers, but the urgency of the base was probably 1,000, 10,000 times greater than theirs. Kong Sheng was initially puzzled as to why Sister Mang had suddenly brought out the sparrow. The man with glasses was also perplexed. He looked up at Chusi's sister. Why are you bringing out this chick again? No. His expression suddenly changed, uncertain, and he leaned in closer for a careful look. This is already an adult? The beaks of juveniles and adults differ greatly. The beaks of chicks are generally rounder and flatter. Jiangyu, who frequently visits the breeding farm, is well aware of these differences. In that case, there was only one possibility. A primitive species? The others were so frightened at this conclusion that they nearly jumped out of their cradle. A primitive species? Sister Mang actually killed such a precious primitive species? Su Xiao, his hand shaking, collected a little blood from the bird and measured it on his watch. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation, edible. The scene was deathly silent. After a moment, he raised his head with a complicated expression, looking at Chu Ci with an indescribable gaze. What kind of natural nemesis is this? Sister Chu felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. Well, let's talk about this sinkhole first. Should we go down there or not? With the situation now at hand, Su Xiao, as the temporary captain, made the final decision, go down there. Now, even if knives fell from the sky, we had to go down there. If there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance of uncovering the secret, he would be willing to sacrifice his life for it. In the end, Sister Chu was more reasonable. She felt that she couldn't really trap him. There were some things she had to remind him of. She could imagine how crazy the wastelanders of the primitive species could be. And precisely because of this, there were some things Chu Ci had to say up front. Could this have escaped from that secret breeding base? Ji Xian nodded. Very likely. Because native species simply can't adapt to the current wasteland, even if they weren't eaten by other animals, the intense radiation outside wouldn't be something they could withstand. The probability of it being wild was incredibly small. But even if there was even a slight possibility, they had to take the risk. Even if this trip yielded nothing, as long as they could bring this bird back, Base 46 would continuously send personnel to investigate. Su Xiao and the others didn't pause, fearing this trip would be a disaster, so they specifically sent Kong Sheng back to deliver the message. This time, they didn't even dare to send a message, fearing the encrypted channel would be intercepted and the news leaked. Chapter 714. Now that the plan was set, the group didn't delay any further. As usual, they used the spider as a preliminary scout. No obvious anomalies were detected within the surveillance area. Then the personnel proceeded to the deeper caves. Each person was equipped with a special rope anchor, allowing them to switch between two positions, eliminating the need to worry about insufficient rope. The cave was narrow, so everyone had to proceed separately. After discussion, Su Xiao and Ji Xian led the way, followed by Jiangyu, and finally Kong Sheng and Chu Ci as the rear guard. Sister Chu had originally had the opportunity to share the protective position with the man with glasses. Although her combat prowess had previously been impressive, that was when there were several mutant animals present. Now, with 2 mutant monkeys and the silverback, she naturally couldn't get down, and her combat power would need to be adjusted accordingly. But Sister Chu insisted on taking the back row, and Ji Xian supported this. Although this increased the safety risk, it provided greater mobility and facilitated retreat. Ultimately, they didn't trust them. At this critical moment, it's better to keep your life in your own hands. Everyone secured their first position at the cave entrance, and then entered the Tianqing one by one. For the first 10 or so meters, the light was sufficient, but further down, they needed to use their headlamps. They tentatively descended. The passage was very rugged, with many protruding and concave rocks on the surface, which made climbing easier. Further down, The air became increasingly humid, and the cliffs became noticeably more slippery. They had to be extremely careful every time they set a position, fearing that their equipment would lose its grip and they would fall. Soon, with the light shining through, they saw moss beginning to form on the inner walls. The humidity was growing thicker, and water droplets occasionally dripped from the plants. The stench of stale mold filled their nostrils, and the hustle and bustle outside seemed to have vanished. Chusi looked up. In the darkness, they could only see a faint ray of light shining on the cave wall far above. As they continued to descend, the light source grew increasingly distant. It was a strange feeling. Even though nothing had happened, their hearts involuntarily tightened. This must be the development of claustrophobia. Sister Chu was a little nervous, and couldn't help but cough lightly. It was a small, subconscious reaction. Outside, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but it had stirred up a hornet's nest. This cave was truly conducive to the generation of echoes. She coughed once, and then heard a continuous stream of coughs. Cough, 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 cough. Intermittent, endless. Su Xiao and the others looked unhappy, but they said nothing. After all, they had already thrown stones, and those who should have been alarmed had already been alarmed. But by this point, everyone was under considerable psychological pressure. Later, the coughs changed pitch, and the sound effect was unimaginable. In the deep, dark, damp, and cold cave, occasional drops of cold water fell on one's face. Paw. Cough, cough, cough. Chusi wiped her face. She was truly worried. It was so scary. The echoes from the cave walls were intermittent, sometimes soft, sometimes heavy. Sister Chu stayed at the end. Even though there was no one above, she could always hear sounds coming from behind her. It still comes with that overlapping, illusory sound effect buff. It's truly life-threatening. Fortunately, the sound gradually dissipates during transmission, but Sister Chu's incident has already caused them mental distress. Most noticeably, none of them dared to look at each other, lest another image easily conjure up in their minds. The atmosphere was tense, oppressive, and thrilling. Suddenly Su Xiao paused. He waved his hand, and the others froze in their places. What's going on? Chusi was a little nervous. Had they finally discovered something unusual? And indeed, before coming down, everyone had muted their watches, making it convenient for them to communicate in the group chat. Deputy Captain Su was the first to send a message, checking the spiderling's reaction. There's a sensor embedded in the rock wall below. In other words, they finally discovered some trace of human intervention. This trip to the Monstera was incredibly frustrating. They knew there was a problem, but they couldn't find it. Now, had they finally discovered its lair, he activated the signal jammer and slowly crept down. This way, while they couldn't communicate, the sensor signal wouldn't be transmitted back either. Su Xiao found the location and used his dagger to pry the button from the wall. However, it was far from what he had originally imagined. Rust had formed all around it, clearly indicating it was broken. He turned off the jammer and examined the button carefully. It was significantly larger than the ones they had used. It looked like an obsolete item that had fallen into disrepair and dust. Even if it wasn't broken, the effectiveness of the plan was practically non-existent. What model was this? Su Xiao wasn't very familiar with it, so he handed the button to Jiangyu, who possessed the most comprehensive theoretical knowledge. The man with glasses quickly removed the small cover from the sensor. On it was a set of parameters. He carefully wiped off the rust and vaguely made out the words starting with KW. This is a product that was discontinued a long time ago. There's no stock in the base warehouse now, so why is it still here? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. He didn't share this hypothesis directly in the group chat, but sent it to Su Xiao separately. Deputy Captain, I suspect this is a long-abandoned underground base. Chapter 715. As they descended deeper, they occasionally encountered a few unreliable detectors, and everyone was almost ready to make a final decision about this place. Unlike Jiangyu, most of them simply assumed it was a research institute belonging to a certain organization. Clearly, it was now abandoned. With almost no obstruction, they descended at a rapid pace, soon reaching approximately 600 meters below ground. The man with glasses was the first to call a halt. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled an oxygen bag from his bag to refill it. Sister Chu keenly noticed that the man's hands were shaking slightly. No wonder she had felt a little off from the start, but she was much better than Jiangyu. For a moment, she didn't consider it a lack of oxygen, simply the pitch-black darkness inside the tunnel and the mental stress. Since they had stopped, Ji Xian also attached his oxygen bag. Although he had also undergone genetic modification, the level of medicine was clearly not as high as those present. Further down, it was almost the end. Sister Chu, observing this, swiftly pulled out hers and put them on. In reality, it was already a bit too late. The reason the glasses-wearing man had persisted until now was because he knew Chu Si was ordinary. He had, after all, been genetically modified, and logically, his adaptability to various harsh environments must be better than hers. But as they continued down, she showed no sign of reacting. He couldn't hold on any longer, so he had to call a halt. After taking 2 or 3 deep puffs and catching his breath for a long time, he complained in the group chat, "Sister Chu, who among us is the ordinary one?" Sister Chu's heart skipped a beat, but a bright smile played on her lips. "Of course it's you. I was born with supernatural strength and a strong physique." The words were brushed aside. After all, some people are naturally stronger than ordinary people, and they had already witnessed Chu Si's immense strength. The others simply laughed at this explanation. Only Brother Xian knew how fragile the girl had been when they first met. She almost felt like she was going to die after running a few steps. The remaining few persevered for another 200 meters, before all of them donned oxygen masks. After 800 meters underground, the environment became extremely unsuitable for human survival. The oxygen concentration had already dropped to a very low level, and instead, the rocks were releasing gases like carbon dioxide and methane, forcing even high-level genetically modified individuals to surrender. Chu Si had assumed she had reached the bottom. After all, a depth of nearly 1,000 meters seemed incredible to her. In fact, it was almost there. Having just experienced the oxygen deprivation phase, just when everyone's minds were relaxed, they encountered the first wave of attacks. Luckily, only Su Xiao was hit. It was also his bad luck. The mechanical spider had no problem crawling over it, but when he stepped on it, he triggered the gravity sensor hidden under the moss. Bang! A small explosion was immediately triggered. Although he was wearing protective clothing, it didn't provide much protection against such impact damage. With just this one blow, his ankle was severely bruised. And that wasn't the end. The next second, a barrage of short, tiny arrows filled the area within a 2-meter radius, ping-pong, pelting everyone. It really hurt. The only consolation was that everyone had immediately protected their faces, so at most they only sustained minor scratches. This was also their fault. The base had provided them with more protective hard helmets, but wearing them would have affected their hearing and head mobility, slowing their reaction time. Furthermore, they took up space, and no one knew the exact situation below. It might as well have been better to carry a few oxygen bags. From the looks of it, there was no clear view of what lay below, so their decision was not wrong. But Sister Chu didn't hide her own agenda. She had a secret plan. Chu Si took out the hideous headgear she had made earlier and put it on her forehead. It was just a thin piece of leather. Being ugly was better than being completely disfigured. The only downside was that she had dyed it a cool black to enhance its appearance. But given the current situation, black might not be so cool. With the hood on, her head was perfectly invisible. Thankfully, due to Su Xiao's injury, his position was adjusted, moving him into the middle protection zone. And from the front row, Hu Tian, originally Sister Chu's partner, was sent over. This way, she could stay alone in the back, and no matter how outlandish her outfit was, it wouldn't bother anyone else. But Ji Xian was different. Handsome guys don't worry about their appearance, they only care about safety. He pulled his gear out of his bag, and such a handsome guy became invisible with such a sleek look. The atmosphere in the team was momentarily strange. Hu Tian's expression was indescribable. He couldn't escape the clutches of this couple, could he? Mainly, he felt his mental state was still lacking. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was afraid that if something went wrong again, he would subconsciously target the headless Ji Xian as well. The only one who didn't notice this was the bespectacled man Jiang Yu. He was busy calibrating his equipment. After 2 tests, he finally confirmed it, and quickly announced to everyone in the group chat, about 300 meters below, the echo has bottomed out and rebounded. Everyone was startled. Is this the bottom? Not necessarily. Jiang Yu explained, that's unlikely. This is supposed to be an abandoned base, and the rebound area is too small. It could be something in the mine. Everyone, that wasn't good news. After the incident with Su Xiao's explosion, and the discovery of a new obstacle point, the psychological state of the group had long been caught off guard. Without branches or other heavy objects to explore the path, they used the spare ropes in their backpacks to carve out a viable route. Reaching the bottom, they finally saw what Jiang Yu had predicted. Above, a spiked electric fence, and below, a completely sealed rainwater diverter. It was assumed to prevent highly radioactive rainwater from flowing into the cave floor and affecting the underground ecosystem. Seeing this, Everyone ruled out the possibility that the sparrow had escaped from there, as it had already been sealed. It was finally Jiang Yu's turn as a technician to handle the professional matters. He needed to find a way to disconnect the high-voltage power supply below, otherwise, no one would be able to get through. He had finally ruined a rare opportunity to shine. Something struck the surrounding cliffs, and the surrounding cliffs suddenly swung, causing the grip they had been holding onto to slip. Bang, bang, bang. Like dumplings falling, several people screamed and fell. Fortunately, Jiang Yu still had some sense. Before being thrown, he risked electrocution and cut all the wires in his reach. They only lost their rakes, not their kebabs. Chapter 716. Everyone stopped on the spiked rake, and the two who had been exploring the path ahead were undoubtedly the worst hit. Thankfully, Ji Xian and Hu Tian reacted quickly, and with the protection of their protective suits, the sharp spikes didn't penetrate their bodies, but they certainly sustained significant damage. The two men first protected their heads. Hu Tian felt like his arm was broken. After stabilizing themselves, the others quickly climbed off their bodies. Sister Chu, distressed, pulled Brother Xian up and hurried to check. Fortunately, his face wasn't damaged. Ji Xian's face paled. "Wife, you're holding the wound on my arm." Without the high-voltage spiked rake, the bowl-cut head was now a safe haven for them. Everyone repositioned their positions, just in case another turntable appeared. They even selected 2 extra locations to avoid further falls. After taking protective measures, the men each found a spot on their rakes to rest. Su Xiao immediately produced 2 special energy stones, one for Ji Xian and one for Hu Tian. Although Brother Xian was participating in the mission as an extra, he had indeed covered the back end for their team this time, and deserved to be taken care of. Unfortunately, even with the special energy stones, their physical fitness wouldn't be instantly restored to peak condition. Otherwise, Deputy Captain Su wouldn't have been forced to retreat. This presented an awkward situation. The only 2 remaining uninjured men seemed to be the most useless, the glasses-wearing man, and the most reckless, Chu Ci. The men hesitated, but this was the only way to proceed. Jiang Yu sat off to the side, his emotions mixed. Every time he went on a mission, he assumed he was the one being protected. He never imagined that one day he would be at the forefront, charging into battle. Sister Chu was quite calm, though that was only unusual before. Ever since she became independent, every time she went out, she slaughtered countless enemies. She was now concerned with one question: is there anyone down there? Several people looked at the message that popped up on the screen, and everyone fell silent. Although he wasn't certain, Ji Xian felt more than 80% certain. There should be. From the detectors above, we can see that this Tianqing base was definitely built a long time ago. Without maintenance, the nearby power facilities would have been difficult to maintain until now. Ji Xian's explanation met with the crowd's approval. Chu Ci sighed. This was a real problem. The passage was so narrow, and if they were shooting from below, they wouldn't even have anywhere to hide. Had she known this, she would have brought out her shield shell, only about a meter wide. Wouldn't it have been perfect for the current situation? What a pity. But now the arrow is on the string. They have to shoot. Suddenly, Sister Chu glanced downward. Under the rake was a piece of rainproof material resembling a pot lid. She tapped it with her knife through the gap, exerting considerable force, but the pot lid showed no damage. Sister Chu's eyes lit up instantly. Come on, come on. She pushed everyone away from the center, making room for herself, and then fired a shot straight down. With a bang, the iron frame above shook, and then the man with glasses jumped up, clutching his butt. He exclaimed in disbelief, Sister Chu. What kind of a stunt is that? Injuring innocent people was something Chu Ci hadn't expected. She had clearly chosen the lowest point to fire vertically downwards. Logically, even if the bullet was deflected, it should have been aimed straight up. Who knew? It would go straight for Jiang Yu. Is this the legendary karma? But she couldn't care less. She quickly leaned over to see. The pot lid hadn't broken. Isn't this just a pure tortoiseshell substitute? Sister Chu immediately responded, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to accidentally injure you. Don't worry, I just lead the way for a while. You stay back to recover. While the others were still confused, Brother Xian instantly understood his wife's intention. Since the equipment had been powered off, the people below should have known, and they already knew. They couldn't stay here for long, otherwise it would undoubtedly give others more time to prepare. The men exchanged glances, and immediately began using tools to remove the upper rake cover. They could just blow up the wall first. The lower rainproof cover would be much more delicate. Jiang Yu had also used gel to create 2 handles inside to facilitate Chu Ci's control. With everything ready, they began their descent at a rapid pace. Before leaving, Brother Xian had maliciously shrunk the rake slightly and tossed it down. If there were any other traps, he let it run its course. Alas, no screams were heard. It likely didn't hit anyone. But that was to be expected. After all, if the people at this base had truly set up their battlefield in the tunnel, they would have taken precautions against this problem. Sister Chu held the pot lid, adjusting its angle to prevent it from getting stuck inside, while Brother Xian helped her adjust the position so she wouldn't be tied up. And so, they paddled down another 700 meters or so, and the space around them suddenly expanded significantly. It looked like they were almost there. But who could have predicted the group's thinking? They had set up an ambush above the tunnel, but instead of attacking them head-on, they waited until they were about to land before emerging from the holes on either side and firing with their guns raised. She could only immediately raise the pot lid, then quickly call for everyone to drop down beside her, then raise it again to defend herself. In this situation, the most feared thing was a bullet hitting their heads, so everyone unanimously blocked it with their hands. They all sustained some injuries from the barrage, but thankfully nothing serious. But this level was definitely not going to be easy. As soon as they ducked down, someone from below launched another sneak attack. Forced to retreat, attacked from both sides, they could only risk a quick landing to seek cover. Sister Chu, upon seeing this, immediately thought it was another day of miracles. She twisted the sides of the pot lid with all her might, forcing the round lid into a closed shell. The bullets were instantly blocked, the only drawback being the loud noise. Slowly descending to the bottom, where the fighting was intense, Sister Chu reshaped the shell and slowly crawled towards Ji Xian. Su Zhao's men were no strangers, using her as cover. Thankfully, the special branch team, who had been fragile all along, finally showed their true strength. When the real hand-to-hand combat began, the enemy's combat effectiveness was clearly lacking. The battle quickly became one-sided. Chapter 717. The outcome of the battle was decided, but it was ultimately the other side's home turf. Although a few remained, most of the others had escaped through various secret passages. Su Xiao led his men in pursuit, but the complex network of passages made pursuit difficult. In the end, they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Since the news had already been passed back to base, someone would naturally follow up. Sister Chu stood in the back, holding Ji Xian at a distance from the others. This was far different from what she had originally expected. Initially, she had simply wanted to see if the sparrow had indeed flown up from below. She wanted to see if there was a paradise here. Or, like in the novel she had read before, would she crawl through a dark cave and emerge into another normal world? After all, she had already made it through, so it seemed normal to make it out again. But are they invaders now? Ji Xian, seeing her hesitant expression, roughly understood what she was thinking. But with the appearance of the primitive species, everything is beyond their control. Whether it's a suitable environment or technological capabilities, these are all things the base desperately needs. Ji Xian patted her head. Therefore, their little home must be hidden. And their wife must be hidden too. Any matter that even remotely touches upon the greater good of humanity will always be sacrificed. The best solution here is that this is just an ordinary abandoned base. If another primitive species is discovered inside, it's destined to be assimilated. After a few steps, this assumption was shattered. The entire cave was illuminated by fluorescent lights, and the few weeds sparsely growing along the path were small and short. Sister Chu recognized its identity at a glance, even without needing to test it. After a long absence, she finally saw the long-lost dogtail grass in its proper form. Her hands trembled slightly, and tears fell unconsciously. Through these few seedlings, it seemed as if she could actually see the ridges of her hometown. Looking up, the wheat fields were a boundless sea of green. When the wind blew, the waves of wheat surged, rustling softly. Each seedling was a loyal guardian of the land. From the tender green to the scorching heat of the wheat ears. Ji Xian pulled her hand, anxiously wiping away her tears. What's wrong? He hadn't expected the discovery of the original species to have such a profound impact on Chuci. Supposedly, for ordinary people, this would be nothing more than a spectacle. It was still unclear whether a universal method of radiation protection could be found in this place. Seeing the appearance of this base, Brother Xian suddenly remembered a piece of news he had heard before. It said that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the first shelters people established were built underground. Estimating the depth, this location perfectly suits the current conditions. But, wasn't this plan ultimately ruled out? It was indeed tried for a while at first, but the rain, carrying high levels of radiation, corroded the soil layer by layer. And with the groundwater reaching its limit, even with waterproofing measures, the base couldn't change the surrounding environment. They still lived in a constant radiation environment. Furthermore, the environment below wasn't actually suitable for human survival. At 1,000 meters, the air pressure fluctuates dramatically, causing severe damage to organs like the lungs and eardrums. Then there's the issue of ventilation. Even with a large number of exhaust fans installed, the air quality is incomparable to that on the ground. They have to produce their own oxygen, and the nearby rocks release a large amount of waste and toxic gases, which also require human treatment. Sister Chu wiped her face, putting aside her homesickness for the moment. She didn't feel it as she slid down. After all, it was a different kind of ride. Standing quietly aside, she soon began to sweat. It was too hot. Compared to being in the sun, the only advantage here was that you wouldn't get a flaky skin. Seeing no one was around, she decided to take off her hood. As soon as she took it off, water began to drip. Seeing that bitter face, Ji Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly. The temperature underground is definitely much higher than above. For every 100 meters you descend, the temperature rises by about 1 degree. And we're almost 2,000 meters underground now. A 20-degree temperature difference wouldn't be easy for the body to adjust to for a while. The two of them took off their outer layers. Since they were wearing their protective gear underneath, they didn't have to worry too much about safety. By the time Sister Chu had calmed down, Su Xiao and the others who had gone out to hunt the enemy had returned. On the way, they had seen the plantations here, and their amazement was beyond words. When a major incident or significant gain occurs during a base mission, the team leader has the authority to implement a special plan of the highest order. Now is the time. They urgently dispatched personnel to notify the base to send someone to receive the information. A large signal jammer had been installed in the cave to prevent any leaks during this period. And until the personnel arrived, no one could leave the tunnel. This, of course, includes Chu Xi and Ji Xian, two non-staff members. Chapter 7:18. The underground was under control. She and Ji Xian were temporarily housed in a room to rest. While their personal freedom wasn't completely restricted, they were still quite measured. They didn't wander around to check the situation, which was a gesture of respect for the special mission. Sister Chu leaned against the window. Outside, there were many mechanical spiders roaming around. It was obvious they were controlling the situation. A little worried, she quietly ran over to Brother Xian and asked, "What should we do?" They looked so concerned. "I wonder if they kill us to silence us later." The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Several teammates, once good friends, had turned against them without blinking an eye at the huge benefits they saw. Now she was worried about her own safety, without a doubt. Silence? Ji Xian smiled and shook his head. It hasn't gotten that serious yet. After all, the base was still a legitimate organization. If they were so easily willing to take human life, then Su Xiao and the others should consider their own situation. Furthermore, the two had also contributed instructions for using the special energy crystal ore. This alone earned them a higher reputation within the base than most mid-level officials. In fact, everyone was well aware of Elder Li's ability to rope Chu Xi into this mission. Thus, until the real team arrived, they could only passively rest. As long as there were no clear signs of treason, no one would target them. Jiang Yu remained to the side, ostensibly guarding the two men, while the others dispersed to capture the suspects. He was also feeling incredibly insecure at the moment. When the assignment was first assigned, the man with glasses was completely stunned. No, he pulled Sun Yo aside and pointed at himself in disbelief. Chu Xi alone could easily take me down. How capable do you think I am of keeping an eye on both of them? This matter. Deputy Captain Su rubbed his nose. Leaving Jiang Yu behind to watch over the two wasn't a sign of confidence in his abilities, but rather, he pointed his finger in a circle. The truth is, not just you, but none of us are a match for them. Leaving Jiang Yu behind was a sign of respect for the two. Sun Yo patted the man on the shoulder. If anything goes wrong, you can send me a message before you die. Or, even if he didn't, Jiang Yu's watch would automatically send them a danger alert if the heat sensor was gone. With that, everyone quickly went about their business. The man with glasses was left standing there, lost in thought. So, his life depended entirely on whether these two people wanted him or not. After watching everyone else leave, Jiang Yu stood there, thinking for a long time. Logically, they already fallen out, but to prevent things from getting worse, he decided to go in and walk around. Being cautious, Jiang Yu gave a couple of awkward laughs, then carefully leaned against the table and began unpacking his bag. There were all sorts of food, including the usual assortment of dried meats and a palm-sized cherry. After he finished, he slapped his forehead again and timidly shoved a few more nutritional supplements back in. I still have to save some food for myself. Without another word, He turned and walked out. This whole process completely stunned Sister Chu. Walking to the table and picking up the bright red cherry, Chu Xi wondered, is he planning to poison it? The atmosphere had been quite serious, but Ji Xian suddenly felt like laughing. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his wife's head. Do you think, is it possible, that he's here to pay tribute? In fact, one could guess it from Jiang Yu's appearance when he first entered. If the young man had heard his wife's speculation, he'd probably have wanted to hang himself. But these things were indeed inedible. After all, they were finished foods. If they were poisoned in a certain area, they wouldn't necessarily be able to detect it. This was easy. After Brother Xian's analysis, she immediately found her position. She flung herself out the door and called the man with glasses back in. With a typical grin, he pushed the food back to Jiang Yu. I want to exchange it all for points. The guy with glasses hadn't expected this development. In fact, he should have had an idea the moment he saw Sister Chu's smiling face. But most of this food was the rations allocated to him by the team. But he had painstakingly accumulated those points. The worst part was that the food passed around between the two of them, and he didn't dare eat it. But under the pressure of their gazes, he had no choice but to transfer 500 points, and buy back the food he had previously given away. This deal had cost him 2 losses. After that, the guy finally calmed down. He finally came to his senses, and wondered if he was stupid. Although the team leader had assigned him the task of guarding the 2 men, he also had Spider-Man, so he didn't need to do anything himself. Looking at the little creature intently lying at the door, Ji Xian shifted his gaze, and saw Jiang Yu hiding in the distance. He curled his lips and smiled. If his team had someone like that, it would definitely be more than just a disciplinary action. Brother Xian took out both of their spiders, then chose a blind spot and released them. They better see for themselves what the situation was like before they could be sure. Chapter 719. Spider-Chan wandered for a long time, occasionally bringing back a few grains of pristine wheat and corn, but nothing else came of it. Through the surveillance camera, they did see several rows of scallions, ginger, and garlic growing well. Sister Chu was thrilled to see them, but unfortunately, they were too big for Spider-Chan to carry back. There was a pleasant surprise, however. On the way back, the excellent Spider-Chan managed to pick up a small chili pepper. This excited Chu Xi to bits, and she excitedly pulled Ji Xian. We can make spicy stir-fries from now on. Ji Xian smiled, though he didn't quite understand why his wife was so excited. The original seed was indeed a valuable item. But to serious Wastelanders, it was like a commemorative coin. It had collectible value, but not much practical value. Onions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers all had edible variants. While their genes aren't as stable as those of the original varieties, each harvest yields a substantial harvest, something these original varieties simply can't compare to. This doesn't mean these original varieties are truly useless. On the contrary, in the eyes of scientific researchers, their role is immense. Having these original varieties will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to the genetic engineering of current mutant plants. Through screening for superior genes, the mutant traits in plant growth might be effectively guided in a positive direction. But such advanced knowledge is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even someone like Ji Xian, with his extensive background, has only barely heard of genetic engineering and possesses no knowledge of the more in-depth professional knowledge. But a few grains of rice could make Chu Xi happy, and he was happy to watch her busying around. But one of the 2 little spiders still had to be picked apart to do the real work. After all, the most valuable secret here for everyone was how such a large area of primitive species could be cultivated. Since arriving, he had tested the area, and the radiation levels in the air and soil were far below the normal values within the base. This meant that there must be something here that was more powerful than the radiation shield. And Ji Xian was certainly not the only one with this idea. He had watched from afar, controlling the little spider, as Jiang Yu conducted various soil tests. But other than the lack of radiation, there really wasn't anything remarkable. And Su Xiao and his men frequently roamed the base, searching not only for the so-called enemy but, perhaps most importantly, for any possible high-tech gadgets. Unfortunately, until the reinforcements arrived, there was no progress. The team was led by Gu Huai, and to Sister Chu's surprise, they had even brought Debao and the others with them. Aren't they unwilling to go any deeper? Su Xiao and the others were also confused. The captain, knowing the current situation, had brought Sister Chu's ultimate weapon? Was he afraid of an unfair victory? Gu Huai shook his head, signaling them to drop the subject. He wasn't a fool. How could he carelessly give someone an ultimate weapon? By the time they reached the Tianqing, Xiaochu No. 2 had already led Ho Xiaobao and Dahe to about 500 meters below. It was time for dinner, but their leader hadn't come up yet. After waiting for a long time, they decided to follow the scent and search for it themselves. When the two sides met, they met on a narrow road. None of them dared to engage in reckless violence. If they injured one of them, they would become enraged and tear down everyone's positions, and everyone would surely perish faster than they would. Luckily, the team leader was a familiar figure, and Monkey Xiaobao and the others showed no apparent hostility, so they all climbed down peacefully. Sister Chu patted her left and right. Curiously, you guys are still reliable. The words couldn't be more obvious. What a lousy team, stabbing her in the back at the critical moment, nothing compared to her mutant animal support. No, she looked at Monkey Xiaobao. Where's my tortoise shell? Gu Huai could explain this. If it weren't for the tortoise shell stuck in the cave, in the dark, it might have gone off. Ji Xian didn't bother to exchange pleasantries. He asked directly, when can we leave? After observing them for the past few days, Brother Xian had already formed some suspicions. Feedback from the detainees also confirmed his thoughts. Ji Xian and Chu Xi were willing to wait here obediently because they wanted to see if the plan here could be successfully applied to their own safe house. But this was pure luck. The location was well chosen. The base was located right on top of a large granite vein. It was also deep enough, and fortunately, there were no underground rivers nearby. From the very beginning, the environment here was uncontaminated. Furthermore, a large amount of recycled materials were sent down at the time, which allowed the population to thrive here. This was merely an experimental base. Initially, 6 such underground bases were opened for testing. All the others failed without exception, and the reasons for their failure were common. This made the researchers in charge of this site realize that their success was a special case. So, they concealed this information. After all, Chu Xi had only been there for less than half a year, and he had already experienced firsthand how difficult living conditions in the Wasteland were. Her luck was already exceptional. The real Wasteland was far more brutal than this. But with such a hidden safe haven, the families of all the researchers could be properly accommodated. So, they would one after another, using various missions as excuses to escape, and then, in batches, bring their loved ones back to live. Luckily, the environment back then was chaotic, and human life was cheap. Their deaths didn't cause a stir, giving them the opportunity to start over. Ji Xian wasn't actually interested in any of this, but after carefully analyzing it, he came to a conclusion. A massive rock formation. The mountain behind Monkey Valley perfectly met this requirement. Chapter 720. People from the base had almost arrived. Once they had established security measures, there was no need to detain Chu Xi and Ji Xian. Otherwise, the base would have been completely devoured by those 3 mutants. As soon as it was confirmed that the operation was feasible, the 2 were immediately released. The onions, ginger, and garlic that Sister Chu had secretly failed to collect were now collected by Monkey Xiaobao and the others. Although these were primitive species, they were grown in large quantities at the base. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu decided to remain blind. Chu Xi and Ji Xian had been waiting for their release, and Brother Glasses was even more eager. No one else was monitoring these clowns around the clock, so he was the only one who knew the true lethality of these mutants. Under Sister Chu's control, they were somewhat capable. Every time they made a mistake and were disciplined, they generally wouldn't do it again. The problem was, they made nearly every mistake possible. Under his farewell gaze, these powerful weapons finally left their territory. Chu Xi and Ji Xian climbed to the top, their waists fixed at all times. Their ascent relied primarily on the contraction and tension of the flying tiger claw. It wasn't as easy as the descent, but it wasn't much of a hassle. But Monkey Xiaobao and the other 3 were in dire straits. On their descent, they reached nearly 2,000 meters in one go. Near the bottom, Dahei jumped them straight down. Seriously, their claws were practically worn out. Now, with every step, they were like doing pull-ups, carrying their own body weight. Just 500 meters in, the usually pampered little monkey started to get upset. Looking at the endless sky, it suddenly decided that a lifetime of living underground, eating that kind of starving wheat, wasn't such a big deal. Squeak! It called out to Sister Chu. Seeing her looking in its direction, it took a tentative step down. Chu Xi's heart instantly went off the hook, and he quickly stopped the monkey. This is a trap. We must get them all out in one go. As the saying goes, the first push is strong, the second weak, and the third exhaustion. If they give up halfway this time, they might not even have the courage to challenge again next time. Sister Chu immediately swung over, pulled a piece of dried meat from her bag, and placed it in the little monkey's mouth. With this sweet promise in the air, the little monkey managed to persuade himself to climb another 50 meters. After that, he refused to go any further. This was a mess. Ji Xian looked and saw that the other two were clearly reaching their limit, especially Dahe. He was incredibly large, and had been carrying his own weight all the way. Dahe was a man who refused to give up. Although he didn't make a sound, a closer look revealed that his arms were trembling slightly. This couldn't go on. He sent a message to the people below, asking them to make a safe position. Then, he and Chu Xi dug a hole in the wall for the three giants. A large area wouldn't be practical, but at least enough for Xiao Bao and the others to stand on their feet, using their hands for support. Sister Chu wasn't stingy, and simply gave each one a small cup of honey. A few of them rested there while the other two continued their ascent. About 200 meters further, they dug a second foothold. After a long, laborious effort, they finally managed to lure the three giants out. It was truly unbearable to look back. Besides, Ji Xian was also exhausted. They sat together near the cave entrance and took a good rest. After such a long and grueling journey, Chu Xi was the only one still full of energy in the team. It couldn't be helped, she was in good health, and she had plenty of money. She had previously unearthed a lot of energy stones while digging out manure, so she naturally didn't mind using them now. After finally waiting for the monkeys to rest, Chu Xi and Ji Xian were finally able to return. Brother Xian led the way, and their first order of business was to retrieve the supplies they had hidden in Gaofu community. They had their own modified SUV, and the two stolen from Liang Jing's team. While Sister Chu didn't accomplish much on this trip, she had made a killing on that one. What surprised Ji Xian most was that there was a proper mineral detection device inside. This one was far more powerful than the low-end version he bought. With this device, they could completely bypass the base's detection system. The only concern now was that it must have been equipped with a positioning device. This was fine in the high radiation area, but once outside, things would get more complicated. This issue had to be resolved, otherwise, wouldn't their entire route be completely under surveillance? Drawing on his experience, Ji Xian directly found 8 surface mount positioning devices among the 2 vehicles and several electrical appliances. He searched the entire vehicle thoroughly but found nothing. However, Brother Xian was still worried. Even one remaining positioning device would cause them significant trouble. But it was inconvenient to haul these items back to base. Happily, Brother Xian went all out, keeping the signal detector running, and transported the items all the way back to the monkeys' territory. For example, those extremely thin S&D locators usually only have a built-in power supply that lasts for a month. Ji Xian decided to place them directly in a high-radiation area for a month. Once the power is depleted, they will naturally become useless. Chapter 721. After so much time traveling, Sister Chu felt like she was home the moment she saw the valley. She had expected to be greeted by the eager gaze of her monkey mother. After all, both of her nominal cubs were here. She had never expected that she would seize this moment to find love. Sister Chu was shocked, looking at the two clinging to each other. She felt a mixture of emotions. She patted the monkey Xiaobao beside her. Well, your mother found you another stepfather. It was obvious that Chu Xi would always stir things up at the critical moment. Xiaobao had already sensed something was wrong, and now, seeing the two clinging to each other, he rushed forward to start a fight. The mother-grabbing operation officially began. And then, it was just a prelude. The tall man didn't indulge Xiaobao at all. Bang! Xiaobao was sent flying with a punch. Brother Bao rolled twice on the ground before stabilizing himself. Chu Xi looked at them, and decided that this romantic relationship wasn't something she couldn't accept. She strategically took 2 steps back to show respect for their relationship. The Queen Flower's new mate wasn't the Monkey King, but a very tall, majestic male monkey with one eye blind. It wasn't hard to see that even with a blind eye, this guy was still incredibly powerful. Monkey Xiaobao suffered a setback, but fortunately, his mother was very supportive. She couldn't bear to see her son being bullied like this. She stopped her possessive new husband and ran over to check on him. After confirming that her son was still alive, she decisively took her new partner and left. This was a bit of a downer. This time, Xiao Buzzy almost became autistic. It doesn't believe it. After going out for a trip, why would its mother be gone after coming back? He followed up without giving up, and was beaten again. Follow me again, beat me again. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel pain in his face when he saw it, and couldn't help but trick it back. Sure enough, Sichuan's monkey has no humanity. Why can't it be more open-minded? However, after Sister Chu observed carefully, she really agreed with this one-eyed hero. There are no miscellaneous and crooked thoughts. Just focus on the Overlord flower. Unlike those high-quality stocks, which usually have a small harem of 2 to 3 stocks. And it is also very considerate of its wife. Any food it steps on will be given to the monkey mother first. When it is idle, the two of them will get together to catch lice. Apart from being domineering, Chu Xi is really optimistic about it. She shared this with Brother Xian. Look, even a monkey can cultivate a doting wife persona. Sister Chu felt her life was pretty good now, but back in the beginning, Brother Xian's most established persona was that of an instructor. And he was a devilish instructor at that. Ji Xian nodded, having learned his lesson. In fact, he had considered this issue before. He also wanted to dote on his wife, to the best of his ability, if possible. Unfortunately, he never dared to let go. Because it was obvious to the naked eye that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chu Xi would definitely outlive him. Even if he used gene repair agents later on to temporarily restore his health. But genetically modified humans are like people walking on the edge of a cliff. Once their genes are modified, and they can never recover. They could only do their best to maintain stability. In reality, Ji Xian had always been timid, always afraid that he would leave first. Always wanting to make Chu Xi powerful as quickly as possible within a limited time frame naturally put a lot of pressure on him. But now it was different. The appearance of the giant python had truly given him a sense of direction for the future. Perhaps they could both live the same length of time. His gaze unconsciously shifted to Chu Xi's belly. Perhaps, in the future, they would even have someone to take care of them in their old age. Sister Chu immediately turned his head. Where are you looking? Is Brother Xian not clear about his own position? The reason he was able to rise to power so smoothly in the past was not only because he was a good person, highly capable, and had a good appearance, but most importantly, because he was infertile. As a native of the Wasteland, she might not have felt anything. After all, reproduction was human nature. But Sister Chu was different. Having seen the beauty of the modern world, she truly didn't want her child to suffer such hardship. Thinking of this, she shook her head sharply and sincerely suggested to Brother Xian, "Why don't you get a vasectomy?" Ji Xian, I'm talking to you about the future, and you're asking me to get a vasectomy? Of course, he never doubted his wife's heart. But aren't you worried about your retirement? Sister Chu patted his shoulder cheerfully. Young people should take a long-term view. As long as you do your job grilling me well, the monkeys will take care of you in your old age. This left Ji Xian speechless. Most importantly, he actually thought this was a very reliable plan. Chapter 722. After completing his mission and returning, Dahe returned to his tribe. There was no other way. After all, the Silverbacks and this monkey group were sworn enemies. When they sneaked out before, there were only a few of them. After friendly negotiations and Sister Chu's powerful presence, they happily coexisted peacefully. But now it was different. After returning to the monkey group, Sister Chu's power no longer held an overwhelming advantage. If Dahe approached, he'd be beaten. Even without Chu Xi saying anything, Heisey wilted on his own. Dahe's personality was rather cynical, but he wasn't completely foolish. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything that guaranteed him a beating. So once Chu Xi and the others entered the valley, he found a distant spot to hide. It wasn't long before Chu Xi returned with a large bag of ripe golden bells. This was the reward for this big guy's trip. A large bag full of orange-yellow golden bells. Smelling the aroma of fresh fruit, Dahe was filled with satisfaction. He picked up the large bag and immediately turned and left. Looking at that frisky figure, Sister Chu felt a mixture of emotions. Mutated animals can be tricky sometimes. Normally, it's quite difficult to persuade them. But when you do, it can be absolutely worth it. Logically speaking, if calculated by combat power, its reward would surely be more than just a bag of highly radioactive fruit. But rarity makes things valuable. What's more, the mutant silverbacks are pure vegetarians, and golden bells are a rare fruit they appreciate. Coincidentally, they don't have this in their territory, so Sister Chu's sack made them incredibly happy. This is something other mutant silverbacks can't even find. After boasting for a while, it can be considered a triumphant retirement, returning home in glory. Sister Chu returned to the valley floor, and saw Brother Xian there, measuring data with his equipment. Oh, she suddenly remembered. You said earlier that rocks can block radiation. Looking at the towering peaks, why did she feel so unreliable? Such a simple method, if it truly worked, should have been tested long ago after all these years. With so many smart people, this should be the first plan to be eliminated. If radiation were truly so easy to combat, why would people today have such a difficult life? Ji Xian shook his head. Not entirely, and I need to test it further. My main goal is to utilize those energy crystals. However, this trip to the Tianqing did give him some inspiration. Brother Xian had just tested it, and the granite ore in this mountain is truly enormous, which gives him the capital to implement his plan. As the rock thickness increases, it can indeed reduce some of the radiation. Otherwise, the original idea of an underground base wouldn't have come about. However, this alone was clearly insufficient. Jixian planned to locate their safe house nearly 100 meters underground, almost at the bottom of the massive ore mass. And a certain safety barrier area would have to be reserved below. This depth should, in theory, absorb most of the radiation damage. But the problem was that, after years of accumulation, even 100 meters underground, the living environment was no longer suitable for long-term human survival. This brings up the issue of purification. Brother Xian thought of two solutions, and the image of a large field of Monstera deliciosa flashed through his mind. This plant has a certain ability to resist radiation, but it's not often valued. Firstly, because the intensity of radiation outside is too high, their effect is minimal compared to the surrounding environment. Secondly, because they can absorb radiation, they are almost all high radiation plants. In terms of individual damage, they are more harmful than many ordinary mutant plants. So, on a normal day, these plants are somewhat unwelcome. But they are perfect for clearing radiation from underground caves. There, if they are planted in large quantities, the radiation increase should not keep pace with their absorption rate. In this way, they achieve the goal of purifying the environment. There are many other plants like this, such as cacti, sunflowers, aloe vera, spider plants, and so on. Once it is proven feasible, Jixian also wants to plant as many of these plants as possible in the nearby mountains, making it easier for them to obtain more plants in the future. Once the radiation level reaches the target, Brother Xian will embed fragments of energy crystals into the cave walls. According to previous speculation, this will significantly slow the growth of radiation levels in the underground base. And if it truly works, even if it exceeds the critical point, they can still use plants to clear it out again. The man broke it down and told his wife about it. Although he hadn't yet articulated the specifics of the plan, Chu Xi was still quite excited. So if it works, we can just live out here? Jixian smiled and nodded. In theory, that was true. But Chu Xi was still a little worried. They still had some energy crystals at home, so they didn't need a very large house. It should be enough. But where are we going to find so many mutant plants that can absorb radiation? If I'd known this, I would have picked up some Monstera when I came back. There was a large area there. They could just find a secluded corner and dig. Jixian shook his head. We can't go after those Monstera plants. Because of the underground base, the area around them will definitely be under strict scrutiny. There's no need to take such a risk. And it was precisely because of that large patch of Monstera that Jixian wanted to diversify his plantings of these mutant plants. Otherwise, it would easily arouse suspicion. As for the supply, don't worry about it. I'm about to sell the ore to Bowen. When the time comes, you can purchase it directly from Base 52 through his channels. Chapter 723. Chu Xi and Jixian didn't stay in the valley for long. After so many days, it was time to tidy up the family vegetable garden. Besides, after such an outing, Sister Chu had to return to settle her commission. Brother Xian had even more work to do. Equipment maintenance was just the finishing touch, and he also had to purchase a lot of tools for building a safe house. On their way back, they took a detour to dig up the snake-repellent shrub that Chu Xi had marked earlier. The bush was quite dense, its branches as thick and upright as young poplars. But compared to the vast area of Monkey Valley, this amount of material was clearly insufficient. This bush must be a special mutation. Jixian examined it for a long time before roughly identifying the species. It looks like a mutated rosemary. The leaves look similar, but compared to ordinary rosemary, its branches were more woody. Chu Xi was a little confused. Rosemary? That seems like a spice plant, right? She pulled off a leaf and held it to her nose, sniffing it. No smell. Jixian shook his head. It should be, but we humans probably can't smell it. In fact, many rosemary varieties have mutated, and their scent has become weaker, but that doesn't mean their snake-repelling properties have been weakened, like this bunch today. Even with prey right in front of them, it can still repel large snakes. Its effectiveness is even stronger than many chemically synthesized snake repellents. Brother Xian figured that if they could plant more of these mutated rosemary plants in the valley where the monkeys lived, the mutated snake problem in the valley should be completely solved within 2 years. He carefully gathered the branches and collected any broken ones back in the car. Rosemary can be propagated by cuttings. After Jixian returned, he cut off all the tender shoots from the top of the shrub he was preparing to grow. The fresh, unwooden tips could be used as cuttings. This way, he could maximize his profits. Seeing Ji's wife so well managed, Sister Chu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Is that how she manages life? But rosemary is truly a good thing. Not only can it be used to extract aromatic oils, it also has excellent medicinal properties. Traditional Chinese medicine also believes that rosemary has diaphoretic, spleen-strengthening, calming, and pain-relieving properties. Now that she has a monkey herd to worry about, Chu Xi will have to make some plans. While most of this stuff is definitely high in radiation, it's not a problem for the monkeys. Besides, she also plans to dig up some more prickly ash. Next time, the monkeys go out to fight and return covered in blood, they won't have to lick their wounds. She can just give them some medicine. The more she thought about it, the more plausible this idea seemed. Many people in the shantytowns grow highly radioactive prickly lettuce, and they can harvest a large harvest with very few points. When she discussed this with Brother Xian, he naturally agreed. Besides, since the valley's environment needs to be improved, some of the plants the monkeys favor can be transplanted there. For example, the raspberry forest we discovered earlier produces large, sweet berries. And the mulberry forest Chu Xi visited earlier is also a delicious plant. Both its leaves and fruits are edible. With this decision, the two of them instantly increased their workload. As his thoughts opened up, Ji Xian even considered planting a bamboo forest near the valley entrance. This would not only improve the valley's concealment, but the dense bamboo forest would also reduce the risk of large mutant animals invading the valley. With the only vent blocked, winter would be easier. What's more, bamboo shoots are also a source of food for the monkeys. Aside from the slight hassle of transporting them, this move was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. After the matter was settled, the two returned to their respective duties. Chu Xi first collected his 500 military points. That evening, they tidied up the vegetable garden. The next day, he and Ji Xian drove the newly repaired excavator to the bamboo forest collection site. The temperature wasn't that high yet, and since the bamboo forest didn't get much sunlight, many areas were still rocky. Not many people would travel that far to dig for bamboo shoots. This made their work easier. They both specifically selected medium-sized bamboo shoots, leaving a ring of soil around the roots to keep them alive. They filled a cart and drove back. Ji Xian hadn't been idle that day. Chu Xi had finally made it to the bamboo forest, so she naturally had to find something to do. Her harvest was a bamboo shoot the size of a water tank. Sister Chu was very satisfied. Brother Xian was very calm. Chu Xi unwrapped the leaf package beside him, revealing a plump bamboo worm, plump and white, a delightful sight. Let's fry it tonight as a treat. Unfortunately, only one. Ji Xian tied up all the bamboo he had dug. He couldn't even entertain such a topic. As a non-local, he could only demonstrate his value by doing more work. The two of them thought for a moment that it wouldn't be appropriate to transport so much bamboo to the base, otherwise they would have to transport it out again in 2 days, which would only arouse suspicion. After some calculations, they hid the cart in a valley along the route through the monkeys' territory. The next day, they would buy some prickly ash in the shantytown, dig up a few mutant raspberries, and then set off. Chapter 724. After all, leaving so much bamboo outside, even if it wasn't particularly useful, would likely result in someone taking it home and using it as firewood. Early the next morning, Chu Xi and Ji Xian set out. Under the dim light, Sister Chu thought carefully and decided she couldn't openly buy the prickly ash. 1 or 2 would be fine, but the two of them wanted to buy it all, and that was a hard excuse to justify. After spending so much time in the wasteland, Chu Xi had become much more relaxed about her work. She asked Brother Xian to drive the car away, and the two of them divided the food they had brought into small portions. Then, she wrapped herself up and went out to steal. She paid, so the girl felt more comfortable stealing. Thankfully, she was strong enough to pull it out without being noticed. Most of the work went smoothly, except for one family whose wooden house was too shoddy. Chu Xi uprooted 2 prickly ash plants next to their house, and in doing so, she shook the house's foundation. Sister Chu, clutching 2 vegetables, watched helplessly as the house collapsed. The wall tilted, and in an instant, the entire roof crashed down. This startled not only the people inside, but even Sister Chu, the instigator, was terrified. From inside came screaming and cursing. Fortunately, the roof was made of lightweight bamboo boards and straw mats, and judging by the stifled tone, it seemed no one had suffered any serious injuries. A large hand pushed aside the board blocking the way, and Chu Xi snapped back to her senses. She quickly pulled a palm-sized piece of dried meat from her arms, and quickly left the scene. She took up her position in the shadow of a house, carrying 2 stalks of prickly lettuce. She wanted to see if there had been any irreparable damage. That piece of dried meat was definitely more than enough compensation for the straw hut. Chu Si was just worried that there might be elderly, children, or patients inside who were unable to move. If anything happened, she could pretend to be a passerby and rush to help. She didn't expect that one of the 2 people who crawled out of the abandoned house was someone she knew. Qin Wanwan, they really had a bad connection. Sister Chu didn't care about anything else. She took off her hood and ran over. As luck would have it, she remembered that the man had just given birth. A baby that size, let alone being hit by a bamboo board, even by cardboard, would have put the whole family on edge. After arriving, she quickly pulled someone over and asked, "Where is the child?" With that, she prepared to get to work. Although the man next to her looked tall, he was so thin that he was just skin and bones. He struggled to lift a single board at a time. Chu Si watched anxiously, seeing Qin Wanwan still dazed. He couldn't help but pull her closer. "Where's the child?" This time, the girl finally reacted. Qin Wanwan took a deep breath and shook her head. "The child isn't here. He's been taken away by Zhang Yu's parents." She herself, branded a jinx, was sent back to her parents' home. Because they couldn't afford the betrothal gift, her husband's family, in anger, sold her to the black market. Zhang Yu had connections during his lifetime, but after his death, they all became a scissors stabbing her in the back. When she was declared an illegal immigrant, her life suddenly became hopeless. A man who needs to buy a woman and has the money to do so can't be a good person. Luckily, she was thrown out right after giving birth. She was breathing heavily and breathing little, and her whole body was lifeless. No one with real power was interested in her, a useless little girl. When she was nearly dead, Su Liang, her former neighbor, found her a bargain. She even sold her previous house to scrape together 30 points, all to fulfill a childhood dream. Unexpectedly, after raising her for so long, he would eventually bring Qin Wanwan back to her. But everything had to start all over again. Only recently, their lives had gradually returned to normal. After such a devastating change, Chu Si seemed like a completely different age group. His dry black hair was streaked with white, his face was haggard, and his eyes held a deep, unbearable pain. Just looking at her, and looking at her, Qin Wanwan began to cry. It was as if they had just met, when Qin Wanwan approached Chu Si and expressed her admiration and love for her. Afterward, so many things happened, and the relationship they had finally forged was suddenly shattered. And she fell into hell. In the end, even her parents had given up. At that moment, she wondered if Chu Si saw her, would he take pity on her and buy her? Alas, the girl's life had completely derailed this place. She waited and waited, even to the point of dying, but she never saw her again. She had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, they would meet again. Chu Si sighed and helped her sit aside. Her emotions were mixed, and she couldn't figure out how to treat Qin Wanwan. She simply went to work and clean up this mess. She had never truly held a bad impression of Qin Wanwan. However, after so many things happened, Zhang Yu exploited her connections to trick her, and this guy showed no mercy, killing her. In her opinion, the two of them were simply not suitable for further contact. She had assumed that with her parents and her in-laws, her life wouldn't be too bad. But judging by the current situation, things were definitely not what she had expected. Chapter 725. Meeting again under such circumstances, both of them were a little speechless for a moment. Su Liang couldn't bear it any longer. He dug out 2 short stools from the rubble, set one down, and helped his wife sit down, then handed the other to Chu Si. Her bent body was just right. Standing for too long would be tiring. The man was quite dull. After taking care of his wife, he turned back to his own affairs. Sister Chu looked at the girl before her. After just a few steps, her breathing became rapid. Though she tried hard to suppress it, she couldn't help but cough. Taking a glimpse of the bare bones of the house, Chu Si couldn't help but recall the most miserable times for her and brother Xian. It was no less miserable. She turned her head, and saw that the piece of meat she had thrown in the corner hadn't been discovered. The large man rummaged around, and unearthed 2 cracked clay jars from the corner of the house. Water stains rimmed the edges, clearly indicating they had once been used to store water. He sighed slightly, but said nothing more. Perhaps he looked honest. Chu Si, surprisingly, had a much better impression of him than Zhang Yu. Sister Chu turned to look at Wanwan. Besides Jixian, she was her first true friend in the Wasteland. Although they had experienced many setbacks, and ultimately parted ways, it was undeniable that a certain superficial sisterhood still existed between them. Sister Chu pondered for a moment. She had originally reasoned that since she and Ji Xian were moving to Monkey Valley, they would inevitably not be able to return to the base as often. She could hire Qin Wanwan to help tend the vegetable garden. But she still felt uneasy. The temptation was too great. Even if Wanwan could resist, who knows what those around her would do to her. Just like before, using food to lure the Wastelanders was no different from a sting operation. What's more, Wanwan's child was still in the hands of Vong Yu's parents, a mother's weakness. With this bargaining chip, Sister Chu was even more hesitant to even think about it. A shriveled, slightly rotten apple rolled past her, and suddenly, her eyes lit up, instantly hitting on a brilliant business idea. Chu Xi picked up the mutated apple. Qin Wanwan quickly reached out to stop her. You can't eat it. It's highly radioactive. They had been starving for the past 2 days, so Su Liang had picked this fruit to satisfy his hunger. He hadn't dared to choose a ripe one, fearing it would be too delicious and he'd be unable to control his appetite. Even so, he ate 2 large mouthfuls straight away. It wasn't for any other reason, he was simply too hungry. His movements were completely uncontrolled. Sister Chu was holding a small, unripe fruit, the size of a palm. She curled her lips into a smile and handed the fruit to Qin Wanwan. I want some delicious mutant fruit. Grapes, pears, apples, anything. 30 pounds for 1 point. Would you do it? Qin Wanwan was still a little confused. Her first reaction was disbelief. How could anyone spend points on such things? Then she realized, that's right, the girl in front of her also had a troop of monkeys. But she also knew that Chu Xi had proposed this deal simply to help her out. Since mutant animals can find their own food, such expenses would be unnecessary. She wanted to refuse, but looking at the tooth mark on the apple, she was speechless. Although she knew she was sorry for Chu Xi, she wanted to live, and she wanted Su Liang to live too. If the two of them could redeem 4 points a week, equivalent to 1 nutrient supplement, they would be able to survive. As long as they could get through this most difficult time, they could both go out scavenging in the future, and their lives would definitely return to normal. When Sister Chu spoke these words, even the big, dumb Su Liang froze in his tracks. He gripped the wooden board, his fingers white from gripping it. Not running over to help his wife was his ultimate moral compass. Even ants try to survive, let alone humans. Wanwan couldn't say no. Tears quickly filled her eyes, and with a slight shift in her gaze, tears fell. She quickly reached out to wipe it away. Thank you, Chu Xi. We definitely do our best. But 30 kilograms for 1 point is taking advantage of you. When the base harvested hail, they only exchanged 50 kilograms for 1 point. And good deals like that didn't come around often. In the end, the two of them renegotiated the price, adjusting it to 40 kilograms of fruit for 1 point. After all, finding these things would be a long journey. Of course, try to have a wide variety. Chu Xi paid them 2 nutrient supplements in advance as startup capital. In her opinion, this deal was a good one. It wasn't a good deal either. If she had found the hail herself, she wouldn't have earned a single point. But what she needed now was time. She could both take care of her former good sister and get things done. Why not? Qin Wanwan was also very resourceful. She didn't try to squeeze in as many points as she could just because she found someone who was a sucker. Instead, she tried to control the number of points she could redeem, just enough to get through the current difficult times. She would remember this favor, and would definitely repay it in the future. Chapter 726. With the matter resolved, Sister Chu felt relieved. Under the gazes of Qin Wanwan and Su Liang, she calmly walked to the corner, then left with the 2 mutant spinach plants in her arms. She was so relaxed that she had completely forgotten the previous incident, but Qin Wanwan was different. She was naturally more discerning than Sister Chu. Looking at the figure from behind, she felt something was amiss. After glancing back and forth several times, she finally realized that the 2 spinach plants belonged to her family. With this, the cause of the house's collapse could be basically determined. It wasn't her fault for being slow to react. It was mainly because now that the house was gone, it would take some effort for her to recall it. Just looking at the 2 new nutrient supplements in her hand, Sister Qin instantly felt at ease again. With these, she could even build the house, and then have Chu Xi tear it down again. There's nothing you can do. In the Wasteland, having food is a luxury. She called out to Su Liang, who had finally come to his senses, and told him to quickly hide the food. This mess needed to be cleaned up quickly. Around 5 o'clock, they would go out together to scavenge. Unexpectedly, they finally found a big surprise. Su Liang held a piece of dried meat, feeling a little excited. It was so big, it could easily fill a palm. Unsure, he looked at his wife. Jerky? Only meat that can be eaten would have the energy to dry it into jerky. After all, even if it was meat, no one dared to eat too much of it due to its high radiation content, so storage time wasn't an issue. He took a deep breath, muted his watch, and carefully tore off a piece of meat and placed it on the testing table. The screen flickered, and 2 seconds later, the detection information began to appear. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation, moderate consumption recommended. It's really edible. He was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. This was truly edible jerky. With the 2 nutritional supplements, they could eat it for a long time. Su Liang hugged his wife tightly. Now, they could really make it. Even if they didn't find any harvest for several days, they wouldn't starve to death. What kind of confidence was that? After showing his wife the watch, he let out a deep breath. The burden that had been weighing on his shoulders seemed to have suddenly lightened. A smile crossed his face, and he placed all the things in his wife's arms. He reached out and tucked her hair behind her ear, his eyes full of smiles. Wanwan, you're feeling well now. Rest for another day. Besides, it wasn't safe to leave so much food alone at home. Taking it out would also risk being robbed. Even staying home wasn't 100% safe. But the 2 had previously dug a small pit in the house, making it difficult for outsiders to find without careful searching. Even if he was a patient, they could still call someone over to deter any thugs. After some thought, little Qin didn't refuse. She was quite apprehensive about having so much food on hand all of a sudden. Of course, it's never too cautious. Sister Chu dumped her haul into the car, then moved to the passenger seat, and told Ji Xian all about today's deal with Qin Wanwan. Even though they weren't short of money right now, she believed that informing each other about all decisions was the proper attitude of a married couple. Brother Xian nodded. Yes, it does save us some time. As for the aid, he didn't think there was much to discuss. After all, mercenaries still maintained a tradition of caring for orphans, so Chu Si's actions seemed perfectly normal to him. And his wife handled the situation with discretion, and without overtrusting others. Everything was under control. If the 2 men were to take advantage of them in the future, they had the ability to cut their losses in time. Seeing that Brother Xian had no objections, Sister Chu felt a huge sense of relief. She wondered what the people in the Wasteland would think of her, a woman's softness, a saintly light, but as long as she ensured her own safety, contributing to others' well-being couldn't be a bad thing, right? Ji Xian curled his lips into a smile, leaned over, helped his wife secure her seatbelt, and handed her a nutritional supplement from the passenger seat. Eat your breakfast. They were in a hurry today, so they left immediately after getting up this morning. It was a good time to deal with it in the car. This time, they were carrying a lot of stuff. The cross-country runner was in the lead, followed by a barge. On the deck of the barge was a newly repaired tunnel boring machine, and behind it, a mining excavator was towing. At the very back, there was a cart of bamboo. Such a large group was why they had to leave early. With so much stuff on the road, it was inevitable that someone would notice. Although they were confident they could secure everything, the car and barge were bulletproof, so looting wouldn't be easy. The only fear was that some unscrupulous person would dare to attack with just the few weapons they had. Adding to the bloodshed. The car quickly picked up speed as it drove onto the highway. It wasn't long before it was gone. Chapter 727. Today, 2 pieces of equipment were brought in together, and Chu Si and Ji Xian decided not to return to base for the next few days. Work began on the safe house and cold storage simultaneously, and they needed to complete the cave's protective measures before the spring rains. After arriving, Brother Xian assigned tasks to his wife. The monkeys weren't idle either. Seeing how much bamboo had been brought in, Sister Chu added a couple's activity for them to interact with. She unloaded the large spike rake from the back of the excavator. Then she had one monkey perch on it while the other monkey, with a rope, led the rake forward. It was perfect. Seeing that they already exhausted their regular dating activities, adding something new would stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. Sister Chu was also enlightened. One-on-one partnerships, like the monkey mother and the one-eyed tough guy were fine, but those with a small harem even had several beauties fighting over a spot on the rake. Chu Si watched the show for a long time. Some were quite frustrating, with 2 monkeys coming at once and the male monkey simply unable to pull them off. Before long, the usual scenes of lovingly catching lice were gone. I can only say that the mutant monkey's jealousy is truly unique. Sister Chu suppressed a laugh. Never mind. Let them do whatever they want. At any rate, it was enough to finish plowing the field at the valley entrance. Most importantly, we couldn't delay the afforestation. As for the mutant raspberries they dug up earlier, she simply planted them in a few sunny spots within the valley. The matter of the mutated rosemary would have to wait a little longer. After returning home last time, Ji Xian had already taken cuttings from all of its branches. Once the root system was established, they could slowly plant them along the valley. After watching the excitement, Ji Xian called her back to continue digging the tunnel above. Although the plan had changed later, the previously dug cave couldn't be wasted. It could be used to build a freezer. Although emergency measures had been taken at the snake site, the temperature had been rising recently, and leaving it like this wasn't a long-term solution. The two of them figured they might as well finish this matter right away, while staying here for the next few days. Brother Xian's task was to dig directly down at the designated location, focusing on conquering the safe house. They were working furiously, and during lunch, Chu Xi went out to observe the progress of the field cultivation. Unfortunately, before they were even halfway through, the rake was left in the valley, and the entire monkey group was out on patrol. Chu Xi, shouldn't I praise them now? They know to protect their belongings? They even know to throw them into the valley. Forget it. They already brought soil with them when they dug up the bamboo and mutant thornweed, and the mutant plants are resilient. They won't die if they don't plant anything for a few days. There's no rush today. But not long after, the entire herd returned. This shouldn't happen, Sister Chu hesitated. Normally, they'd be back by mid-afternoon after a patrol of their territory. She glanced at her watch. It was only a little after 11. They definitely hadn't completed their run. Could it be that they discovered some danger? Although their feet felt hot when they walked, their expressions didn't suggest so. As soon as he saw her, Monkey Xiaobao rushed over, plopped down on the ground, then shot up again, his arms and legs shifting back and forth. Why did this situation look so familiar? She pushed Xiaobao down hard, his back on the ground, his legs in the air. With his exposed arms and legs and bottom no longer bearing the weight, he finally calmed down. From a distance, it wasn't visible, but Chu Xi got closer to its furry paws, and saw they were covered in short, green thorns. Each one was like a silver needle. This thing must be quite prickly. Monkey Xiaobao tried to scratch it several times, but stopped himself in fear. It must be both painful and itchy. Sister Chu put on gloves, removed one of the thorns, and tested it against her watch. Sorry, we're in a high radiation area, so the watch isn't working. She took the item, and walked further into Monkey Valley, only to return to the moderately irradiated area for testing. The thorns weren't poisonous, but Chu Xi examined them carefully, and discovered they were hollow. This meant they were likely the route of venom injection. After finding the spot, she shook the needle vigorously, finally detecting a trace of residual toxicity. Acidic venom. When it enters the human body, it will cause severe pain and burning. In an emergency, alkaline substances can be used to temporarily neutralize the toxicity, followed by appropriate medical treatment. She squinted at the instructions. The symptoms brought back childhood memories. Could it be a mutated lycanthemum? Sister Chu examined the needle in her hand carefully. It really looked more and more like one. Whether it was or not, she would find out once she went to investigate. The most urgent thing now was to rescue these monkeys. She ran inside the barge and searched, revealing Brother Xian's small processing room. She found a roll of tape. There were too many needles, and pulling them out one by one was too time-consuming, so Chu Xi simply used tape instead. A single application lifted a small area, which was quite effective. After much effort, all the monkeys were treated. But the poisoning had clearly not yet subsided. They didn't have any soap, so what alkaline substance could they use? Finally, Ji Xian offered a suggestion. Sister Chu stared at the bag of freshly mixed cement, somewhat speechless. Testing it with her watch, it was indeed alkaline. Most importantly, the monkeys had adapted well to it, lining up to get the mask. I wonder how many hairs will be left when I peel it off. Chapter 728. The two men applied a cement membrane to each monkey's hands, feet, faces, buttocks, and any areas with sparse hair. It must have worked. The monkeys visibly calmed down. The cement membrane soon began to solidify, limiting the mutant monkeys' mobility to a certain extent. They could no longer climb freely. Chu Xi noticed several monkeys wandering around the valley, picking up falling golden bells. This was odd. Although golden bells were delicious, they had grown right next to their homes, so they'd eaten their fill. On a normal day, they only take a bite to taste, and even eating half and throwing the rest away was considered saving food. But now, many monkeys had already started eating them. In other words, they couldn't even fill their stomachs after a single outing. Ji Xian frowned. There was definitely something wrong with the monkeys' territory. Without time to dwell on the events in the valley, the two of them, weapons in hand, hurriedly set off. The monkeys showed little interest in venturing out again, and Sister Chu's plan to find a guide was dashed. But it wasn't a big deal, they were still on the monkeys' patrol route. At first, everything was fine, the two of them had smooth sailing, finding no trace of any powerful mutant beasts. As they crossed a hillside, Chu's eye immediately wanted to turn back. As expected, the source of those poisonous needles was indeed a mutant slug. But Sister Chu had misjudged its population size. It had only been a few days since she'd been out with the monkeys. Is their reproductive capacity so terrifying? Ahead was a definite no-go zone for people with trypophobia. Everywhere they looked, each broadleaf was densely packed with at least 20 of them. Their eating shouldn't have made much noise, but the forest was full of them, their simultaneous slurp sounds echoing through the leaves. The trees were filled with little heads bobbing. Chu's expression froze, and she unconsciously took a step back. What had she done wrong to deserve such a relentless attack? Ji Xian's expression wasn't very good either. It's fair to say that anyone with a sense of aesthetic taste wouldn't look too good right now. He turned and walked back, and Sister Chu immediately followed. She was glad she didn't have to fight those bugs, but she was also worried. These creatures were incredibly good at eating. Are we just going to leave them alone? In a matter of days, this forest might be lost. Sister Chu never imagined that the first battle to defend the monkeys' territory would be against these creatures. Ji Xian shook his head. Of course we won't just leave it alone. Yes. Sister Chu understood. A wasteland doesn't mean technological backwardness. They can definitely apply pesticides. But just as she finished her thought, Ji Xian dealt her a fatal blow. Let's go back and make a few more snakeskin bags, then come over to catch the bugs. Catch bugs? Chu's paused, her brows furrowed. So many bugs, so densely packed, how could she possibly handle them? She looked down at her paws, feeling the pain unbearable. Even though monkeys' hands aren't covered in hair, their skin is still very thick. How could her thin gloves withstand the sting? Sister Chu hesitated. Not really. If anything, we should buy some poison. Seeing his wife so troubled, Ji Xian suddenly smiled. She had dared to charge directly at mutant beasts far more formidable than this one, only to be defeated by a bunch of idiots. Brother Xian patted Chu's head. Alright, you can't spray poison here, but I can catch the insects myself. Poison wouldn't target just one mutant animal, and its residual effect would last for a long time, easily affecting the monkey herd. Besides, so many mutant insects are high-quality protein. Now they have to support not only their own family, but also the monkey herd. Catch all these insects, burn them, and save them for the monkeys as snacks. The two returned to the valley, and quickly gathered their supplies. Chu's thought again and again, but ultimately decided to follow. She was now incredibly powerful. Come on! She was going to slaughter everyone in this world. Of course, slogans were just slogans. Even when she actually arrived at the site, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. She struggled to overcome her mental block and simply wrapped the snakeskin bag around the leaves, then used a knife to cut them off completely. This was a shortcut. But even then, some damage was inevitable. Thankfully, these little creatures weren't very aggressive. Unless they were directly touched, they didn't bother to fight back. They had picked more than a dozen bags full, which looked like a lot, but they hadn't even finished picking a single tree. This also showed how large the number of jalapenos could be. The two of them tied the sacks together and transported them back. These creatures couldn't be frozen to death in the cold storage, as they would only enter a dormant state at low temperatures, and there was no guarantee that all of them would dormant. If they were still able to move, they would inevitably damage the cold storage they had built. So, Ji Xian simply lit a fire pit and threw all the jalapenos in, preparing to cook and store them. It was a good thought, but when the aroma finally wafted into the air, the mutant monkeys, who had previously been desperate to hide outside the valley, came running back in one after another. To get something to eat, they dug their furry paws directly into the fire to poke at it. Chu's was startled, but fortunately, nothing unpredictable happened. For one thing, monkey fur didn't seem to burn easily, and even if a little bit ignited, the monkeys could quickly deal with it. The final scene was everyone gathered around the fire, plucking at the freshly baked food. The mutant chilies were each the size of a sweet potato. They could fit 7 or 8 into their palms, their mouths black with mush. Apparently, they were enjoying the food. Chapter 729. The monkeys became addicted to the fresh food after trying it for the first time. But that wasn't a bad thing, it could motivate them to work harder. Aside from the few big guys Chu's couldn't mobilize, the remaining monkeys were divided into 2 groups. One group followed Ji Xian, while he filled the bags and the others acted as porters. This significantly reduced time. She, on her side, moved the fire pit into the cave. There was no other way. If it were an open kitchen, she wouldn't be able to control the monkeys' eagerness to eat. She assigned the remaining monkeys to plow the fields. With food as a lure, the monkeys' work efficiency was truly remarkable. By less than halfway through the afternoon, the valley at the doorway was nearly plowed. Chu Xiai then decided to do both the planting and watering tasks at once. Ji Xian wasn't idle either. Monkeys would frequently bring back mutated chilies, and after receiving their rewards, they would rush back with empty bags. Since they were baking in the cave, Sister Chu could control the output, and thus, unknowingly, she had accumulated a considerable amount of dry food for the monkeys. Once these had cooled thoroughly, they could be placed in the temporary cold storage, where the giant snakes were stored. Once the official cold storage in the cave was completed, they could all be moved in. It was completely dark when Ji Xian returned with the monkeys, belatedly. Sister Chu had just finished cooking her last pot, her face a pitch black. She choked and coughed as she hunched over as she emerged from the cave. Hearing that Ji Xian would continue working until dark, Chu Xiai lost his composure. Why are you working so hard? Although there were plenty of oysters, they wouldn't be able to eat them all in a short time in that forest. Going out in the dark at night is a cardinal sin for Wasteland survival. Brother Xian was also helpless. He pulled an ostrich egg from the large bag he was carrying. Sister Chu was a little confused at first. This thing was gray and looked like a ball of mud, and she hadn't remembered it for a moment. Until Ji Xian pried it open, and a small, golden insect rolled out. Fuck, oyster can. A jolt of electricity struck her soul. Chu Xiai slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten this thing? This thing is the oyster cocoon. Inside are the overwintering adults. When they emerge, they will become moths and lay eggs. Goodness, it turns out that this mountain of oysters is just the first batch. The thought of this made her spine shiver. Chu Xiai didn't want to see the entire monkey territory taken over by this thing. Ji Xian sighed softly, and there are so many. He only realized the situation after seeing the worm in the tree. After all, this was the first time he'd seen a worm infestation, and he didn't know much about it before. Remembering that it might be possible for it to cocoon in the soil, he tentatively dug under the tree. Effortlessly, he pulled out a sack full of worms in no time. Brother Xian's face turned green. This was no small problem. If they all hatched, the surrounding forest would probably be destroyed. The worm larvae's feeding speed was no exaggeration. From the moment they hatched, they did nothing but eat non-stop. If left unchecked, they could potentially eat the tree to death. Secondly, this was Ji Xian's biggest concern. He feared that if he couldn't remove these pests in time, the gathering of so many ichneumons would quickly attract their natural enemies. That would be a terrible situation. The ichneumon wasp that had previously captured Chu Xiai, as well as some mutant birds, were among their natural enemies. But these things weren't friendly to them either. Moreover, parasitic bees like the ichneumon wasp didn't produce honey at all, and had little beneficial impact on the monkey colony as a whole. Instead, they posed a significant safety risk to the two of them. Ji Xian sighed slightly. Luckily, this was the monkey colony's territory. Even if they went out at night, with monkeys following them, the risk was much higher than in unfamiliar territory. Time was running out. Brother Xian had returned now primarily because the signal here was poor. Besides wanting a quick meal, he had also come back to let his wife know he was safe. Sister Chu saw this. Okay, everyone, get out of bed. She didn't want to be driven out by these mutant ichneumons in a few days. With their decision made, the two of them made a quick meal and set off with a small team. Only after arriving did they feel a sense of relief, thankful they hadn't underestimated the problem. These little bugs were truly voracious eaters. Even at night, they showed no sign of stopping, each one working like a food-eating machine. The sound of chewing leaves filled their ears. 20 or so gnats working together could have devoured such a large patch of leaves in just one night. If they were working all over the mountain, what destructive power would that cause? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Sister Chu hurriedly called the monkeys to work. Luckily, the gnat pot wasn't buried deep enough, so the rake they brought was more than enough to handle it. Chu Xiai wiped his face, putting aside any physiological reactions for now, and getting to work. Chapter 730. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. The monkeys were plowing the field below quite smoothly. After all, the territory was limited, so they could just plow through it all. Chu Xiai followed behind them, collecting all the unearthed eggs and bagging them. Since the jackfruits hadn't yet shed their shells, there was no need to worry about them chewing on the bags. All of this could be transported in ordinary sacks. The worrying thing was the newly hatched youngsters in the trees. Once they had taken over a tree, almost every leaf was untouched. Ji Xian could only climb up and down the trees to collect them, which was very slow. This wasn't a big deal. Brother Xian thought for a moment and decided that since the bags they had brought out were almost all gone, he asked his wife to go back first. When she returned, he would have the mutant monkeys bring back the 2 large plastic sheets from their home. This time, since they were pulling a tunnel boring machine and a mining excavator, the 2 men wanted to conceal themselves, so they used 2 large camouflaged plastic sheets. Unexpectedly, they come in handy right now. However, this method had many flaws, so Ji Xian could only use it temporarily. So, without further delay, Chu Xi tied all the bags to the cart, called the 2 monkeys, and hurried back. These insects needed to be dealt with promptly to prevent them from chewing through any of the bags. If that happened, the worms would take advantage of the situation and spread to other areas, making control even more difficult. After throwing the insects into the fire pit, filling it with burning branches, and covering it with a large iron plate, they hurried out. She tied 2 sheets of thick plastic wrap together, and sent the monkeys, who had just returned with her back home, to take them back. Then she hurried back to her cave to continue her work. She still needed to stir-fry the leaves inside to prevent the chilies from getting burned. After receiving the bag, Ji Xian immediately unfolded it and chose a large tree, laying it flat under its canopy, and then spread the leaves on top. Then she had the monkeys go up and pick all the leaves and discard them. Monkeys have simple minds, and some complicated operations are very laborious for them. For example, opening the bag, cutting the leaves, stuffing the leaves and the insects inside the bag, and finally locking the bag is too tedious for them. It's fine if someone is watching, but once they do it on their own, they can barely remember a few steps. So, they have been confined to plowing the fields. But this time, Ji Xian eliminated most of the intermediate steps. All the monkeys had to do was climb the tree, and then pluck the leaves. This greatly reduced their brain capacity, making the job much smoother. The main problem now was whether the insects would flee in panic. But it seemed unlikely to be a problem. After all, they had been catching insects all afternoon, and he was familiar with some of the characteristics of the larvae. These creatures had very low intelligence. It could even be said that, aside from the most instinctive defenses, they were almost unresponsive to any other stimuli. As long as there were leaves to chew on, they would be fine. Even at close range, if Brother Xian's hand passed over them, they wouldn't react at all. Take the cutting of leaves, for example. If the surrounding environment had undergone significant changes, ordinary mutants would have fled long ago, but they were remarkably calm. Even after being stuffed into the snakeskin bag, very few insects panicked. Only later, when the leaves were too many and squeezed, would they symbolically scurry to other leaves to continue feeding. This was why Ji Xian dared to try this method. As long as he was quick and swift, tightening the bag neatly, with leaves right before their mouths, and a thick layer of leaves protecting them above the plastic sheeting, they wouldn't react for a while. Of course, some precautions were still necessary. If this method truly worked, harvesting efficiency would undoubtedly increase significantly. When the time came, he would personally escort these things back. If he spotted that clever creature attempting to escape, he could immediately use his steel needles to kill it. As for the plastic sheeting, it would definitely be scrapped after this use. Thankfully, it was inexpensive, and for them right now, this investment wasn't significant. After one test, the plastic sheeting was rolled into a large package. At least for now, this method seemed to be working well, at least 3 to 4 times faster than before. However, the plastic sheeting wasn't as durable as the snakeskin bags, so everything would have to be expedited. They had to be delivered to the fire pit as quickly as possible. Ji Xian was hustling, arriving and leaving in a hurry. With this kind of work, stings were inevitable. Even though Chu Xi was only responsible for emptying the sacks, she had been attacked several times. The pain was truly excruciating. Thankfully, she had the energy stone, which allowed her to immediately remove the poisonous needles and heal them in no time. Brother Xian's condition was definitely much worse. Even if he didn't make a sound, one could tell by the glistening, swollen glove on his glove. Sister Chu felt a pang of pain. In modern times, this kind of thing would have been burned on the spot. No need to transport it all over the place. But there's no way around it. In this wasteland, who would dare light a fire openly outside at night? But then again, in modern society, how could such a terrible thing happen? Chapter 731. This job took 3 days, and the 2 of them, along with the monkeys, were completely exhausted. Fortunately, they were dealt with promptly, and no major disaster occurred. Watching the few mutant trichogrammidids flying around from time to time, Sister Chu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were quick and decisive, otherwise they would have been surrounded by parasitic wasps by now. Chu Xi had been captured by a Ichneumon wasp once before, and it had left a deep psychological scar on her. Although trichogrammidids are much smaller than Ichneumon wasps, each only about the size of a palm, they were no match for their despicable behavior. But within 2 days of her relief, her joy had faded. Outside, the trichogrammidids were gathering in ever-increasing numbers, buzzing and clamoring. There were at least 200 or 300 of them. She couldn't understand why these creatures were so stubborn. It was just that when they first arrived, there were still some leftover shavings from the Schisandra that hadn't been cleaned up. This allowed the new arrivals to take advantage. It's unknown how they relayed the message, but for the past 2 days, there have been signs of the main group being pulled in. Now, not only have the few remaining basil trees been harmed, but even the mutant rats and rabbits nearby haven't fared much better. But there are only so many small mutant animals around, so how could they possibly withstand their prey? Now, it's clearly a situation of too many wolves and too little meat. Even the trichogrammidids themselves are ravenous with hunger. Their mutated nature has given them a ferocious character. No one is willing to give in. Even monkeys patrolling their territory are chased by these hordes of 3 or 5. They're like the honeybees of the honeybee world. This is a headache. Sister Chu sighed helplessly. She hadn't expected things to develop to this point. However, she was also grateful for Brother Xian's persistence the other day, otherwise, who knows how out of control it would have gotten. What should I do? She glanced at the mutant monkey outside, popping its pimple. She felt like she was about to collapse. She absolutely couldn't coexist peacefully with these parasitic wasps. Their attack power was average, but their size was there. At best, they were like a toad on the back of my foot. The bite wasn't painful, but it was irritating. But hunting these creatures wasn't easy either. They were mutant bees, and their flying speed was incredibly fast. Furthermore, they were extremely adept at changing direction in the air, and since trichogramma wasps were relatively small, aiming and shooting at moving targets at a distance would be extremely difficult. And while they swarmed during the day, they were solitary at night. Soft soil, cracks in the rocks. Any corner or crevice could be their hiding place. Even if Chu Xi and his team wanted to sneak in and attack them in the dark, they wouldn't be able to do so. If they couldn't kill them all, even if they managed to catch 20 or 30 at night, it would be meaningless for the 2 of them. This small number wouldn't even cover the fresh supply they need the next day. What could they do? It seemed they were daring to target the monkeys. Although the trichogramma wasp's parasitism didn't cause any fatal damage to the monkeys, every successful parasitism was often followed by a slap from the mutant monkeys. But reproduction is their nature. Like a moth to a flame, they do anything for it. Sister Chu, She wanted to say, really, not really. But she couldn't speak this foreign language, otherwise she would have had a serious conversation with these parasitic wasps. Hadn't they seen anything good? Why are they so attached to this shabby monkey colony? Ji Xian had a solution. They could spray some repellent specifically for parasitic wasps in the areas where the swarms were. It wouldn't be ineffective, but it certainly wouldn't have affected them much. The monkey colony's territory was quite large, and they had roamed quite a bit in the past 2 days. When they were driven away from one area, they would automatically move on to another. Strong repellents have a time limit. After 12 hours, their effectiveness would wear off. Spraying the entire territory with repellent was unrealistic. Even if they had the financial resources, such a huge expense was unnecessary just for this swarm of parasitic wasps. Besides, it was too conspicuous. After 2 more days of languishing in the cave, they even finished laying the foundation, but the trichogrammatis situation hadn't been alleviated at all. Instead, it was gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Chu Xi had thought the situation was truly hopeless, but Ji Xian, looking at the number of parasitic wasps outside, feared it was finally time to put an end to it. That evening, after the 2 of them had secured their concrete shields, Brother Xian led her back to base. Seeing his wife still look worried, Ji Xian smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow, I take you somewhere. Chapter 732. After the 2 returned, before Ji Xian had even revealed his plan, Gu Huai unexpectedly showed up. His intention was clear. He wanted to borrow Sister Chu's services again. The last time they went prospecting, quite a few incidents occurred. Now it seemed the underground base had been redeployed, allowing the special branch team to resume their exploration. Meeting Captain Gu's earnest gaze, Chu Xi chuckled. Where's the nerve? Has he selectively forgotten about the issue of their house arrest? Since Brother Xian wouldn't be involved this time, Sister Chu swiftly declined. I can't borrow even a little. Gu Huai, eh? Although he knew the chances were slim, he didn't expect there really was none. Before coming, he assumed Sister Mang was simple-minded and possessed a rare, unfettered passion. Even if there were a slight conflict, she wouldn't take it too seriously for the sake of the people at the base. But he hadn't expected her to refuse so bluntly. But he definitely needed to fight for it. After all, he was the best at raising the flag. Chu Ci shook his head. If you're rich, you should help the world. If you're poor, you should take care of yourself. Sister Chu admitted that compared to this group of elites, she was quite poor. Furthermore, protecting the base is your responsibility. I'm just a commoner happily bouncing around at the bottom. Gu Huai was speechless, but Chu Ci's words were true. As an ordinary citizen, not receiving any salary from the base, he naturally didn't need to bear any additional pressure. He wanted to say, those who are capable should work harder, and every man has a responsibility. But seeing Ji Xian's expression, he felt he couldn't continue to fool around. After all, he was a captain himself, so he was undoubtedly well versed in these tropes for shifting responsibility. Talking too much would have the opposite effect. Luckily, he hadn't held high hopes for this matter. All this groundwork was simply to get Chu Ci to introduce their people to the monkey group. Furthermore, the Special Bureau's discussions concluded that it was more reliable for their own people to manage the resources. Furthermore, the farm had suffered significant damage from the earthquake. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to retrieve a few mutant monkeys, that would be a truly wonderful opportunity. The idea was a nice one, but infiltrating the wild mutant population on their own would be incredibly difficult. Hence, Gu Huai's test today. Since joining the war isn't allowed, then as a good young man from the base, I wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, right? Sister Chu listened as the topic veered around and around, finally becoming a matter of matchmaking. Her eyes narrowed. Did she really think she was clueless? Was there any need to go to such lengths to trick her? In Chu Ci's opinion, this wasn't a big deal. But the special branch clearly saw it differently. Having a pack of mutant monkeys at their disposal was a massive resource. No one would let go of it so easily. So, this roundabout tactic, in their view, was the minimum respect for Sister Chu. I just hope she's a sensible person. And Chu Ci was indeed a sensible person. If this had happened before they built the safe zone, she would have agreed immediately, without hesitation. But not now. She was about to open her mouth to refuse, but unexpectedly, Brother Xian nodded first. He grasped his wife's hand and pulled her behind him. Sister Chu was terrified when she heard the man say, the monkey group probably won't be able to survive. Their territory was taken over by other mutants some time ago, and they moved directly to a high radiation area, making it difficult for us to encounter them. Sister Chu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. But on closer inspection, she realized her worry was completely unnecessary. Brother Xian wouldn't do something like that, proactively destroying their home base. Sure enough, she then heard him push the mutant silverback group out. She froze. Admittedly, this guy is truly mean. What? He just quit, and he was still thinking of sending slaves to his old employer? Mutated silverback? Gu Huai's expression lit up, and he couldn't help but think of the powerful damage dealer in the team. In terms of combat power, it was far superior to the mutant monkeys. Or maybe they could become the regional hegemons. Gu Huai was overjoyed. He had initially thought Ji Xian would be difficult to deal with. To his surprise, he actually got things done when it mattered most. His awareness was truly high. He immediately nodded and agreed. Okay. But we like Sister Chu to help guide our team members in the early stages. That's fine. Sister Chu nodded. But I have to be frank up front. Their team isn't the easiest to integrate into. Gu Huai didn't really take this reminder seriously. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously. It was just that, in his opinion, this was how it should be. He had clearly underestimated the difficulty of this mission. After all, he had seen how harmoniously Dehei and Chu Ci got along. Sister Chu was still the leader of the group, which gave him some undue impressions. After being chafed by the blackbacks for a long time, they finally realized that not everyone had Chu Ci's approachability. The team worked hard for a long time, employing many strategies learned from the farm, including food enticements, which were just the basics. They resorted to numerous tactics, but as soon as Chu Ci left, they were always ostracized. Worse still, they were suppressed. This was no small matter. After all, the mutant blackbacks were incredibly powerful. Even their ordinary playfulness was too much for a human physique to handle. Not to mention this targeted attack. It was truly impossible to defend against. They fought tooth and nail for half a month, but apart from new injuries piling on old ones, and broken limbs being the norm, there was no progress at all. Everyone was utterly miserable, and yet, after all their efforts, they couldn't even get close to a blackback, let alone abduct them. Finally, after pouring countless resources into the effort, they could only retreat in disgrace. Chapter 733. Sister Chu has been spending the past 2 days with Gu Huai and his team. The mutant silverback's territory is vast, and Chu Si always timed it, leading a few people to intercept them while the guerrillas were patrolling. Mainly, she simply didn't dare let them wander off on their own. Firstly, these people weren't actually familiar with the guerrillas, and if they moved around too far, they might mistake it for a provocation. Secondly, Sister Chu and her team's wild minds were still there. While the chances of her wandering over were slim, what if something happened? They were the family's main breadwinner, and any problems couldn't be avoided. The trichogramma wasp issue couldn't be delayed, and Ji Xian naturally didn't have time to waste with this special branch. That afternoon, he used an off-road vehicle to pull the barge out. Parasitic wasps have many natural enemies, such as birds and certain insects, like mutant mantises. But the natural enemies attracted by the jasmine were formidable enough, so they wouldn't make the same mistake. It's easier said than done, and by then, there's no telling how bad the situation will get. But Ji Xian wasn't worried. He already had a good solution. You know, besides the natural enemies mentioned above, the trichogrammatid wasp also has a natural nemesis. The mutant spider. That would be a real trap. With webs spread out from all sides, the parasitic wasp's speed advantage would immediately become its weakness. While the trichogrammatid wasp could harm the mutant monkeys, it was also afraid of a head-on confrontation. When the time came, he and Chu Si would just need to position the spider web in advance and have the monkeys drive it over. Furthermore, this plan was easy to implement, and there were no worries. The mutant spiders didn't need to personally intervene in this matter. As long as they could gather enough spider silk, they could solve all the problems themselves. Other animals were difficult to find, but the mutant spiders still had a cave waiting for them. For the two of them, the mutants closest to them were monkeys and silverbacks. But the easiest mutants to find were definitely piranhas and mutant spiders. Monkeys and silverbacks sometimes moved around, but the activity areas of these two mutants were essentially locked down. The underground river's environment was relatively uniform, and a balance had formed between the two mutants. One dominated the water, while the other controlled the airspace above. If it weren't for the ironclad barge, no one would be a match for them there. But they had the barge, and it was an upgraded, invincible version reinforced with turtle shells. As long as Ji Xian hid well in the cabin, he was invincible there. So, Sister Chu wasn't worried about letting him go alone. After finally conning Gu Huai and the others, she finally found time to do her own thing. Over the past few days, she'd taken the time to steal a few peaches from Silverback's territory. It wouldn't have been worth it to bring them specifically to the monkeys, but since she previously made a deal with Qin Wanwan, she figured she'd take some of her fruit along. On her first trip, she'd come up empty-handed, waiting until almost 6 in the evening before seeing the two return, each carrying a large bag. In the past, their situation might have seemed out of place among the scavengers. But since the base started encouraging or collection, many people have been picking up some useful or upon returning, saving it for a while, and then bringing it all back to the base to exchange for a few points. Saving up little by little over a month would eventually net them a nutritional supplement. For them, this was a significant achievement, enough to benefit the people. Facing the backlight, the two were delighted to see Chu Si standing at their doorstep. In fact, they had already saved up some fruit the next day. Although it wasn't even 40 kilograms, they wanted to give it to Chu Si to show their support. But after sending the message, it fell on deaf ears. They panicked instantly, but Sister Chu hadn't replied, so Qin Wanwan didn't feel comfortable asking. She had a vague suspicion that Chu Si might have regretted his efforts. After all, no one's points came by chance. Thinking about it now, exchanging highly radioactive fruit for points was still an incredibly good thing. Even if there was no reply, it would have clearly shown their support, and asking would have only caused embarrassment. But the two of them still had some hope, and every day when they returned, they would tacitly bring some fruit with them. At least Sister Chu had already prepaid them 10 points, which alone was enough to buy a lot of fruit. Not to mention, because of this activity, the two of them had recently found an edible tea bubble. This excited them to bits. The tea bubble was roughly the size of a landmine melon, though the skin hadn't completely peeled off yet. Only one side was beginning to turn white, while the rest was still a vibrant green. This kind of tea bubble was not fully ripe, and tasted very astringent, but they didn't care if they left too much on the tree, otherwise they wouldn't even be able to eat it. After returning home, Qin Wanwan quietly broke off the ripe white part and set it aside, carefully wrapping it in linen. Su Liang watched without saying anything. He knew she might be saving this for her son. The child hadn't had an easy life in that family, and as a mother, it was only natural for her to think about him more. But these days, Qin Wanwan couldn't care less. With this thing, she was even more concerned about whether she could exchange it for points. Wanwan knew Sister Chu probably had plenty of food, but this was a rare find after all. Luckily, Chu Xi was actually interested. Sister Chu gave her 3 points for a palm-sized piece. The price was a bit steep, but she asked for the location and planned to look for it herself tomorrow. As for the 2 sacks of fruit, they were exchanged for 2 points. Nearly 100 kilograms of food was certainly a treat for the monkeys. Chapter 734. For the past 2 days, Ji Xian hasn't been able to return, instead hiding in the underground river collecting spider silk. As for Chu Xi, after visiting the monkeys the next day, she headed straight for the tea tree collection site Qin Wanwan had shared with her. This location is quite remote, close to a high radiation area. The yield here is very low, and on weekdays, few people wander around here. Chu Xi approached cautiously. The fog still hung thick in the air. The tea trees weren't very tall, their trunks twisted, their bark rough and gray. She was puzzled as to why the leaves on these trees were so sparse. It was so abnormal. Ever since arriving in the Wasteland, she had always felt that the so-called Wasteland was only for humans. The flowers, trees, and mutant animals couldn't even thrive in such a pleasant environment. Here, it was unbelievably normal. The leaves weren't their usual vibrant green, but were instead tinged with dark yellow and gray, like someone exposed to radiation. She was a little confused. Of course, before this, Sister Chu had entertained a small suspicion. Her luck had always been good, and perhaps there lay beneath the ground a vast, untapped deposit of special energy crystals. It was precisely because of these protections that the trees above were constantly exposed to low to medium levels of radiation, while their fragile bodies couldn't withstand high levels of solar radiation. Hence, this paradoxical situation. She believed her reasoning was perfectly complete. So, as she approached, she felt a certain eagerness to try. The thick layer of fallen leaves rustled in her ears as she stepped on them. Occasionally, a few tea leaf fruits could be seen hanging from the branches. They were peach-sized, shriveled, and brick-red, far less vibrant than they had been before the disaster. A gentle breeze blew by, and Chu Xi finally reached the severely deformed tea leaf trees. As soon as she stood still, the slight sense of ease she had felt vanished. A buzzing of dizziness ripped through her head, and then the sensation intensified, until her head felt as if it were about to explode. She couldn't help but feel weak, and her whole body began to tremble. She fought back the discomfort and quickly stepped back, vomiting a few mouthfuls of acid. She struggled to find her pupa and, with great effort, removed her gloves. Sure enough, the energy stones inside had been drained in an instant. She quickly replaced them with 2 more to keep herself alive. Fuck, the reason those trees had grown like that was simply because of the excessive radiation. Sister Chu lay there, silently waiting for rebirth. It had been a long time since she experienced this feeling. Every inch of her skin felt like it was being pricked by countless needles, sending a burning pain. Her vision blurred, the scenery distorted. Her ears were filled with a sharp buzzing sound, making it almost impossible for her to hear anything outside. Finally, the energy stone began to deliver its power, and the discomfort slowly began to fade from her body. Sister Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't fallen into it. She was now filled with fear. It seemed she hadn't respected the Wasteland enough. Even if she could find a way to exploit the bug, the Wasteland's power would still burn her CPU in a matter of minutes. Over 300 energy points had been wasted to pull her back from the brink of death. After that, Sister Chu only dared to dig up a few saplings from a distance, keeping her distance from this place. But she was genuinely curious. Any sudden drop or increase in radiation levels anywhere must have a reason. Just like the special energy crystals, could there be some special mineral here? Chu Xi was curious. Could this thing also be beneficial to them? But then she shook her head, thinking it was unlikely. Even if such a mineral existed, no one would dare to study it. Not to mention, with such a treasure in the air, the base's protective shield would likely be completely paralyzed. Thinking of this, she could only suppress her myriad thoughts and head to the outermost edge of the tea forest to find some tea. And tea ears. The further east she went, the more lush the oil tea forest grew. The trees grew taller and taller, one next to the other, their lush branches and leaves intertwined. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, scattering specks of light onto the leaf-strewn ground. The tea trees were laden with camellia fruits, which looked much more normal, each one plump and round, with a faint sheen. Among the tall leaves, a few teapods, resembling white steamed buns, could be vaguely seen. The number was far less than she had expected, but that made sense. Firstly, this fruit was already quite rare, so the number depended entirely on fate. Secondly, it tasted good, and was undoubtedly a staple food for many mutant animals. She climbed up the tree and plucked one. It was plump, as if covered in a layer of white frost, with a slightly curled edge. She picked up her watch and checked it. Ouch. Moderate radiation. She had such bad luck today. She hadn't expected that the first fruit she stepped on could actually heal her. This tea-infused tea tasted even better than the one Qin Wanwan had sold her. It was slightly soft in the hand, but when she took a bite, the flesh was thick like grapefruit peel, and the sweet juice instantly filled her mouth. The unique sweetness mixed with the faint aroma of tea. The taste really surprised her. It was surprisingly good. Chapter 735. In the dark underground river cave, Brother Xian navigated the barge, entering from the lake. The boat cut through the water, making a gentle gurgling sound. The river at the entrance was wide, but not far before the light from outside was completely swallowed up by the darkness. As the boat plunged completely into the darkness, Brother Xian suddenly felt completely cut off from the outside world. He sat in the cab, his eyes wandering around the surrounding rock walls. This time, the water level had risen significantly compared to before, indicating that the underground river's water volume had increased significantly. Ji Xian felt a little worried. The water storage capacity of this branch had suddenly increased, and he wondered if more powerful mutant fish would appear in the river. Although the turtle shell provided strong protection, the barge's size was still a problem. If he encountered another large, mutated creature like a Burmese python, swallowing it whole would be useless, even the best defenses. Thinking for a moment, he pulled a large piece of highly radioactive dried meat from the warehouse, tied it to a rope, and tossed it far into the water. The river was clear, and the light shining on it illuminated everything within a radius of 2 or 3 meters. Almost as the drop was made, a large splash erupted on the surface. Fish scales flashed, their bodies resembling metallic textures. Their tails flickered, and soon a flock of them arrived. Ji Xian sat in the cockpit. Even from the distance of the battlefield, he could faintly feel the ship's hull tremble, and the rumbling sound of splashing water filled his ears. Soon, as the meat fell, their figures sank deeper into the water. A few flicks of their tails, and they were gone. Seeing this, Brother Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, judging by the size and density of the piranhas, it seemed no other dominant predators had entered the area yet. But he still decided to speed up his movements. It wasn't anything else, but the main reason was that after the water level rose, this cave entrance was directly connected to the lake outside. This type of cave is a perfect habitat for large mutant snakes like anacondas, and Ji Xian couldn't afford to block it. This operation had to be swift. The barge continued to move inward for a while, before he spotted the jumping spiders on either side of the cliff. Perhaps due to a change in their living environment, their range had clearly moved a considerable distance inland compared to last time. But these weren't his target. While jumping spiders are powerful, they don't usually rely on webs to hunt. Ji Xian didn't want to get involved, but the mutant jumping spiders had excellent eyesight, and many mistook such a large, unfamiliar creature for prey. From time to time, spiders would climb to the cave roof and lower themselves to try to lift the barge. Despite its small size, the boat was made of very solid materials, and the power of 1 or 2 jumping spiders wouldn't pose any threat to it. Ji Xian still managed to find time to fire off a few volleys of sniper rifles, but the mutants were so densely packed that even if he managed to hit a vital spot, he wouldn't be able to collect the bodies. Mostly, the spiders simply fell from the cliff face, and became a feast for the piranhas in the river. A few brave ones even leaped directly from the cave wall onto the deck. Brother Xian let them do whatever they wanted. Since they couldn't break through the defenses, he led them into the spider territory ahead. These jumping beads could also serve as pioneers, scouting the way for him. As expected, the mutants' perception was much stronger than humans. Before Ji Xian noticed, the jumping beads on the deck began to stir. He slowed the barge. Using a wooden hull, he drove several spiders on the deck toward the rock face. They had entered someone else's territory, and soon, a scene of aggression and counterattack erupted. Brother Xian waited for them to finish their meal. The battle was drawing to a close. He pulled out several dust bombs made of luminous material from the side. He loaded them into his gun and fired several shots at the cave ceiling. There were a few bangs, and the bullets exploded into fireworks the moment they made contact with the cave wall. The powder inside fell in a shower of rain. Ji Xian narrowed his eyes and fired a few more shots from a distance. The commotion unleashed a number of mutant spiders, who agitatedly crawled out of their hiding places. This noise clearly didn't indicate prey had taken the bait. A little uneasy, they surveyed the area. Once they were sure there was no danger, they crawled back to their original hiding places and took cover. Brother Xian had prepared for the situation before arriving. As the smoke and dust cleared, the transparent spider webs were covered in a cloud of luminescent dust. He shone his flashlight around for a moment, charging the luminescent materials. After shutting off all the light sources, the cave was a dreary green. The spider's eyesight wasn't great, but that didn't mean they were blind. I had never imagined I'd encounter such a shock. Below me, a spider was ripping its web in the lush green. Unable to react, it fell directly into the water. With a loud thud, it was time for the piranhas to eat again. Ji Xian assembled his equipment. Next came the all-important step of collecting the silk. Spotting a gap in the web, he used his flying tiger claw to swoop in. Carefully avoiding any contact with the spider silk, Ji Xian reached a section and used his flamethrower to cut off one end of the silk thread. He then poured water on that end of the web to prevent the fire from spreading further upwards. The web suddenly lost a support point, and the spider at the other end immediately reacted. It tentatively crawled forward, then immediately retreated behind the rock. This surprised Brother Xian. He had expected a fight, but perhaps because of the louder movement on his side, or perhaps because the green web felt unfamiliar, the spider finally retreated. Ji Xian didn't dare delay any further, and quickly cut through the remaining support points of the web. The entire web was immediately returned to the cabin. Of course, one web wasn't enough. Ji Xian's goal this time was to dismantle at least 4 webs. But things obviously weren't going so smoothly afterwards. This was the mutant spider's territory after all. If they got too excited, they'd be surrounded, which would be very disadvantageous for Brother Xian. Luckily, he made preparations. He originally planned to save the meat for fishing, but now it seemed he'd have to put that idea aside for now. There were still a few highly radioactive pieces of meat left, perfect for traps. They'd been soaked in potions beforehand. They'd been reluctant to use snake venom, but they added a generous amount of anesthetic. If they were preyed upon by nearby spiders, it would significantly slow their movements. This gave Brother Xian time to maneuver. Chapter 736. After gathering enough tea fruit, Sister Chu dug up a few more saplings, and then began to set her sights on the high-radiation tea trees. Of course, she was too fragile now, so she didn't dare to bother them. But the more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. There must be something here, causing such high radiation levels. She drew a circle along the area, feeling a little regretful. This red fog wasn't smart enough. If the higher the radiation, the darker its color would be. That way, she could make a more intuitive judgment. Unlike now, she could only follow the edge of the red fog, constantly testing the mark with her watch. Thankfully, although her method was a bit clumsy, it was effective. She had never expected that the soil with the lowest radiation level was actually within the red fog's range. This was strange. At least based on natural conditions, that place should definitely be a high radiation zone. She found a few tea trees for testing. Don't be fooled by the fact that the trees weren't tall. Their thin, short stature looked like they were malnourished. But their fruit yield was far superior to anything in the transition zone. One could only sigh amazing. No wonder, right here, right next to the high radiation transition zone, Qin Wanwan and her team were able to find a moderately radioactive tea leaf. Elsewhere, it would be incredibly difficult. At this point, Sister Chu looked at the crooked trees again. It was nothing short of miraculous. Compared to the effects of special energy crystals, they seemed more like a highly effective method of fighting poison with poison. She estimated the location and concluded that if a few of these high-explosive tea trees were planted on the hillsides of the Monkey Valley, it might even level the valley's environment. Sister Chu was incredibly excited, but ultimately, she didn't dare to make the move. Let's wait for Brother Xian to return and discuss this. It's a good thing, but its lethality is too high. What if Brother Xian stumbles into its radiation range someday? With such explosive power, his genes will collapse, and he won't even be able to survive. The thought is horrible. By then, she'll only have a safe haven, a valley full of food, and a loyal guard. How will she survive the rest of her life? Haha. Ahem. Sister Chu held the corner of her mouth tightly, packing up her gains with a serious expression. Wait, once they eliminated the mutated trichogrammatids in the monkey colony's territory, then we come back to investigate this issue. By then, this land, even the tea trees, will have to be dug up, but not yet. Even though this place is rarely visited, people still come here. They won't rashly enter a highly radioactive area, But this place is very close to the transition zone after all. If she simply dug up the dirt, it would only arouse suspicion. Coincidentally, Brother Xian also said that his work there was almost finished, so the two of them simply arranged to meet in Monkey Valley. Now the benefits of the family's wealth were evident. Although the two newly acquired off-road vehicles were still parked in the high-radiation area, at worst, there was an electric scooter and an inflatable boat at home that Sister Chu could use as her personal mounts. It might sound a bit unimpressive, but after riding around in the luxury car, Sister Chu still felt that the electric scooter was the perfect match. What's that called? Wild boars can't eat fine bran. It has to be said that in the Wasteland, riding a small tricycle often makes for more agility. And the bike Brother Xian had modified for her was truly durable, taking no hits or collisions. Seeing a mutant rabbit leap up and injure someone, Sister Chu jumped out of the bike. The bike then drove away. After she finished her fight, she carried the mutant rabbit's corpse to the three-wheeled motorcycle that had crashed against a tree, its wheels still spinning diligently. She straightened the carcass and found it was still rideable. The quality was excellent. Chu Xi found a plastic bag and sealed the rabbit's corpse. Although it was highly radioactive meat, she had a monkey colony to feed and couldn't let it go to waste. Looking at the corpse in her hands, Sister Chu suddenly thought of a question. Since plants could be cultivated on their own, why couldn't they raise some less lethal mutant animals like the mutant rabbits in the valley? That way, if there was a heavy snowfall, there wouldn't be any need to worry about the monkeys starving to death. She also wanted to eat spicy rabbit heads, and she had just transplanted a few chili seedlings at home. Could such good times be far behind? Most importantly, after this period of domestication, the monkeys' meat consumption had increased significantly, and the storage of high-radiation meat was indeed an issue. Besides, the labor force in the valley was truly wasted if it wasn't used. Sister Chu was thinking. She wanted to lead them to a well-off life. Chu Xi's plan was a good one, but the monkeys had no idea that their lazy and comfortable free-range life might soon be coming to an end. Chapter 737. Everything was going smoothly for Chu Xi, but unexpectedly, it was the highly ranked Brother Xian who was being targeted. The entrance to the underground river was not in a good location, being relatively close to the fishing spot for the mutant giant salamander. The team didn't realize the boat had emerged from the underground river, simply assuming the barge had been sailing in the lake. A few of them observed from a distance with binoculars. Wang Long nodded affirmatively to the black-clad man beside him. "Boss, you're right. We've been observing for so long, and we only seen him. Haha, what a fat sheep. How brave they must be to take such a risk alone. They truly don't care about their lives." But without a doubt, this was a gift from heaven. A young man swallowed. He was a new member of the team, and had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. My God, such a huge boat, plus that huge cart on the deck. If he could secure this order, wouldn't he be able to stop working for a few years, and never have to worry about starving to death? The young man had a good idea, but he certainly hadn't considered that even if he snatched it, it might not be of any use to him at all. The man in black narrowed his eyes slightly. Don't be careless. He must be very capable to dare to hunt alone. But he was still overconfident. Even the most formidable individual couldn't withstand a group attack. Furthermore, their hunting team's equipment was not bad. Their wealth had been accumulated through this. So even with all his caution, Anping wouldn't yield an inch. Caution is a sign of respect for his opponent. The lake was clearly not their battlefield. After strategizing, the men waited nearby to ambush Ji Xian once he reached shore. Xian, sitting in the cabin, glanced up at the white light reflected from the telescope across from him. It was slightly dazzling. Ji Xian flicked on the signal scanner on the screen and took a look. Aside from this minor issue, they were hiding fairly well. At least they knew to activate their vehicle's jammers first. Ji Xian pondered. If the enemy wanted to ambush him, he wouldn't be afraid, with the protection of the barge and the off-road vehicle. The problem was, after reaching shore, he would need to exit the barge and transfer to the off-road vehicle, and there would be a series of loading operations involved. If they took advantage of this opportunity, it would be very troublesome. Xian had no intention of continuing the fight. After a moment's deliberation, he immediately launched the barge towards the other side of the lake. But before doing so, Ji Xian used his wits to fling a small mechanical spider over. It landed in the water and slowly crawled ashore. Brother Xian piloted the small mechanical spider toward the hidden location of the others. As expected, as soon as the boat changed course, the people on the other side impatiently came out to investigate. The mechanical spider crouched down, its skin mimicking the surrounding vegetation. Anping's face was grim. "Think you can get away like this? Let's go around and intercept them." Ji Xian couldn't just sail directly through the center of the lake. With the barge's warning, he only dared to slip around the edge. So, there was a real possibility that Anping and the others could catch up to him. Brother Xian's eyes darkened. Haha, so they were treating him like a soft persimmon. These people had overlooked something from the beginning. He wasn't going through all this trouble just to escape. No matter how fast they chased, Brother Xian still had time to change mounts. He opened a map of the area near the ambush and carefully selected a red circle to dock. Wang Long's face darkened. Is this guy insane? How dare he enter the mutant wild dogs area? Despite being dogs, these creatures' fighting power was no less than that of wolves. And they were a large pack. If bitten, they would be dead. But with so much property at stake, they couldn't bear to give up like that. The men thought, although the team's vehicle was a three-wheeled one, they had two, and both had recently been fitted with bulletproof glass. Their safety factor was undoubtedly superior. Anping nodded. Perhaps they couldn't afford to give it a try. Besides, if this guy didn't really want to die in there, he would surely quickly exit the area. Then, he would still be unable to escape their encirclement. Xian's car wasn't going very fast, and the little mechanical spider was still lying on the ground of the electric tricycle, needing to be recovered soon. Soon, two cars flanked Xian. They raised their hands and fired 2 shots at the car. As expected, the bullets missed. Rather than being upset, the men felt even happier. The car had been reinforced and modified, which meant it could be resold for a higher price in the future. The soldiers in the wild teams were even more reckless than those in regular teams. Already on the verge of becoming a lunatic, many chose to join the wild teams with the sheer desire to risk their lives for riches. They dared to lean out and throw roadblocks, and Xian didn't hesitate, instantly dispatching several. They did fight back, but unfortunately, their marksmanship wasn't accurate enough, and with such a narrow gap, it was impossible to get their bullets into the car. They even used chains to drive into the wheels, trying to break open Brother Xian's car. It must be said, these were ruthless individuals. The chains were welded directly to the 2 tricycles, determined to kill the off-roaders. Once the cars were tied, no one could escape. Even if Ji Xian's car was fast, there was no way he could shake off the 2 tricycles. But why would he do that? He slowed down, controlled the barge with his watch, and opened its deck. Inside, fresh fish had been prepared long ago. The barge was high, so no one noticed Brother Xian's actions. But the smell of blood wafted out, and packs of wild dogs immediately came running. They were ready to enjoy this feast. Chapter 738. When the mutant dogs caught up, Anping and the others were still somewhat incredulous. No, was this guy really willing to risk his life to hold him back? The mutant dogs slowly approached, but when they actually engaged, they realized they were the only ones truly risking their lives. Seeing the dogs approach, Brother Xian quickly used his watch to close the barge's deck. He wanted to lure these giants over, but he had to save the meat for the monkeys, not give them a leg up. The hunting team watched helplessly as the man hid in the car, not even revealing his head. Although the mutant dogs also attacked, this off-road vehicle was clearly much more modified than their tricycle. The dogs were massive and tall, each one incredibly powerful, like a calf. A single charge could easily overturn the tricycle. Although their car had been fitted with bulletproof glass, the frame was still intact. The steel, seemingly solid and strong, couldn't withstand the barrage of the pack. The solid truck bed was dented by the impact. The people inside were terrified, especially when the sharp canine fangs bit directly into the surrounding bulletproof glass, their scarlet tongues clinging to the glass surface, complementing the fierce gleam in the dog's eyes. The people sitting in the truck bed, under immense pressure, dared not even look at the surrounding giant dogs. If it were just one, or even 2, they might have risked their lives. But now, a whole pack, at least 40 or 50. Everyone had long since given up all other thoughts. Anping gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat. Retreat immediately." But the chains attached to the off-road vehicle were tied to the outside of the protective shield, and no one dared to open the door. The 2 vehicles could only tow Ji Xian away. But Brother Xian had deliberately led them here, so how could he be so easy to talk to? 2 electric tricycles could easily pull an off-road vehicle. The problem was, Brother Xian was also towing a barge behind him. This barge was specially built to haul ore, and its materials were extremely solid. Brother Xian retracted the wheels of the carrier vehicle below. Towing it with just 2 tricycles was a no-brainer. The 2 vehicles towed Brother Xian's off-road vehicle for only a short distance before they could no longer move. The immense pulling force caused the rear wheels to crush the surrounding dirt and gravel to the side, threatening to sink. Even the most clueless people knew they had hit a wall. They tried to communicate with Ji Xian, But unfortunately, Brother Xian was not a kind person. If there were no conflict, the two sides could naturally live in peace. But he would never let his enemy go. From the moment they decided to kill and rob, a life or death struggle awaited them. Seeing they couldn't break free, Anping directed 2 tricycles to encircle the off-road vehicle, leaving no one behind. Since his side couldn't stand any better, then everyone might as well die. In the past, this method would have had some deterrent effect. But Brother Xian had more than just an off-road vehicle, he was also towing a barge. Even though the chain was quite long, wrapping it around him 3 times would have been extremely difficult. But even if it tangled 3 times, what harm could it do to him? It would still be easy for the car to pass. In the end, Brother Xian remained motionless, while the hunting team was overwhelmed and unable to cope. As the mutant wild dog's attacks grew more ferocious, the central axle of one tricycle was broken, and it seemed impossible to escape. Anping gritted his teeth. He was also a ruthless man, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to build such a fortune in a shantytown. While the wild dogs were attacking another tricycle, he used 300 points to buy a life and successfully unlocked the chain. He opened the car window a crack and pulled a white paper bag from his backpack. He clenched his right hand tightly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce glint. Let them all die. He had always been known for his ruthlessness. After all, the reputation of a desperado carried weight everywhere. Unfortunately, he was destined to return home empty-handed today. The fear of a desperate criminal only has an impact when it can inflict harm on others. Ji Xian's eyes darkened, and the moment the man opened the window, he immediately aimed his gun at his target. It must be said, this man is truly ruthless. The mutant animal frenzy powder has significant drawbacks to its use, the most important being that its range is difficult to control, and it must be used at a very high distance, otherwise, one could easily fall prey to it. So, upon seeing his actions, Ji Xian immediately became alert. Unfortunately, the tricycle's angle was poor. No matter what, it couldn't hit anyone. He took a deep breath, quietly adjusted the equipment on the barge trailer, and prepared to flee at any moment. Since this man was seeking death, there was no need to be polite. While he couldn't hit anyone, he could definitely wrap him up in paper. With a loud bang, a cloud of dust poured back into the car window. Anping froze for a moment, then quickly closed the window. But the dust from outside had already settled on the car, and the strong smell immediately attracted the attention of the nearby dogs. Chapter 739. While the wild dogs were being held back, Ji Xian immediately started the car and drove away. Coincidentally, one end of the chain had already been untied, and the other tricycle couldn't escape for a while. But Brother Xian's off-road vehicle, normally used to tow barges, had a specially modified engine, so adding this little weight wasn't a big deal. The car had already been overtaken by the dogs, and the tricycle was dragged along for a long time. Ji Xian was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this broken car to hold out for so long. He prepared to wait until he left the mutant wild dog's territory, and then find time to deal with the remaining people. But how could those people dare to bother him? Even the most foolish of them knew they were facing a wall. So, as soon as they escaped the wild dog's sight, they quietly jumped out of the car and fled. Ji Xian remained silent. In that case, he really didn't have the time to deal with them. After escaping the wild dog territory, he found a place to park, and used a crane to move the bumpy tricycle onto the deck of the barge and tie it down. He was a bit amused. He'd been with his wife for so long, and now he was out and about, even starting to buy some goods. Unfortunately, the old car was practically broken. He'd have to sell it to Oldly when he got back to the base. But at least, he could finally return to the monkey territory and meet his wife. The matter of the mutated Trichogrammatus had to be addressed promptly. There was no time to put it off. Furthermore, after exterminating the Trichogrammatus, they had to conduct another round of disinfection, otherwise there might be another small batch next year. Brother Xian continued driving, plotting. Suddenly, his watch chimed, and Ji Xian looked down. It was Lei Ming calling. His brows furrowed slightly. They were both quiet people, rarely contacting each other unless necessary. And just 2 days ago, they had confirmed the delivery date for the next batch of ore. Why was she contacting him again so soon? Something was amiss. He picked up the call, and within 10 minutes, the two had finished their conversation. Ji Xian rubbed his brow. Even though it was only a short moment, the news Lei Ming brought him was devastating. Brother Xian let out a deep breath. He had known something like the special energy crystal would cause unrest. He had thought that with the strong suppression of the base, this wave of chaos could be passed smoothly. Unexpectedly, the black market rebelled. Lei Ming's people were doing well at base 52, and this time, he had received some advance information. As his important partner, Ji Xian naturally had to share this kind of information. Once the black market took action, the base would definitely be unsafe. Captain Lei considered inviting him and Chu Ci to base 52 for some shelter. Unfortunately, Brother Xian declined. Lei Ming vaguely knew the two had a property at another base, so he didn't say much. He simply hoped the ore trade could be moved up, as he needed to quickly stock up on supplies. Ji Xian naturally agreed to this. After all, he and Chu Ci weren't planning on actually moving to base 38, so there would naturally be time for them to mine. The car sped forward, and Brother Xian sighed helplessly. Well, since base 46 wasn't doing anything major right now, he might as well just turn back. Sell the broken car and stockpile more supplies. The valuables from home, along with the machine operating tables and the pile of living creatures, were also taken out. Later, while Brother Xian was selling items at Old Lee's, he bought some more goods, including cement and electrical wiring. This time, he simply went all in and gathered all the materials for the safe house. Until things settled, they probably wouldn't return to live permanently. At most, they take time to gather food and replenish supplies. Chu Ci waited for a long time at Monkey Valley, but Ji Xian still hadn't arrived. The trichogrammidids had bullied her right to her doorstep, and she and the monkeys were in a frenzy. She had indeed killed quite a few bees, but even more were coming. Inevitably, she took several blows. Tears pierced her as she pulled out her knife, but then she thought, maybe she didn't need to be so cruel to herself. She could ask Brother Xian to bring her some medicine to help her recover. It didn't make sense. They could cure genetic diseases now, but they couldn't solve a parasitic insect problem. But she couldn't wait too long, so she deliberately wandered outside the valley to explore. It was then that she received Brother Xian's message, and after a quick run, she returned home. Ji Xian didn't elaborate on the black market, intending to discuss it in detail after they met. As for the medicine, since the monkey group had previously been infested by mutated trichogrammidids, he happened to have some stored in the valley. Unfortunately, the medicine wasn't intended for mutated animals, but rather to prevent infection from mutated animals. In other words, some pain was inevitable. Sister Chu gritted her teeth and said, "Come on." She then decided to send the monkey group's other patients to hell first. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than joy alone. My happiness must be shared by everyone. Chapter 740. After a period of chaos, Sister Chu successfully saved the monkey horde and benefited herself. With an arm and a sling, at least he looked like a patient. She pondered the message Ji Xian had sent her. Brother Xian hadn't said much, but Sister Chu was certain of one thing. The base was going to be in chaos again. Alas! Chu Ci sighed helplessly. Life in the Wasteland was truly miserable. Natural disasters struck every now and then, and in the little free time left, civil wars broke out. Fears were brewing that the population would exceed the standard. She glanced up at the one-eyed man, who was picking lice off a monkey mother not far away. She felt a sudden sense of peace. It seemed she had found a new home. A home for the monkey horde? Haha, a perfectly healthy person actually thought hiding among animals was the only way to be safe. Either society is crazy, or she's crazy. When Brother Xian arrived, he saw Chu Ci gazing at Monkey Mom's belly. She had the protection of the tyrant flower, so the one-eyed man, no matter how vehemently he resented her, couldn't get his way and could only follow her in frustration. Sometimes, he even secretly tried to reach out and seduce his wife. Ji Xian couldn't stand it anymore. Why did he insist on being a figurehead when he was perfectly fine? With no extra plans for the time being, the two of them decided to stay in the valley and work on the construction. Brother Xian suddenly felt a sense of relief. He carried his wife away. "Why are you chasing Monkey Mom? Didn't you see how jealous the one-eyed man was?" Chu Ci shook her head. She had a feeling Monkey Mom seems pregnant. Many of its recent behaviors had been a bit unusual. Its activity level had decreased, but its appetite had increased significantly. Most importantly, it's becoming increasingly moody. Even Sister Chu has seen her new favorite, the one-eyed man, eat several cards. But that guy seems to enjoy it. Soon, he'd be back again. This gave Sister Chu some ideas. She touched her belly. "You know, I've been a little moody lately. Could it be I'm pregnant?" Ji Xian paused and looked down at his wife in his arms. It's not impossible, after all, they're a perfectly normal couple. But there's something wrong with his genes. It's not completely impossible for her to get pregnant, but he's more afraid of. Brother Xian breathed a sigh of relief and gently touched his wife's face, a rare gentle gesture. "It's okay. Let's do a test." If she's pregnant, they need to visit the hospital more often to check on the fetus. There are also many other methods that can interfere with the genes during fetal development. With a heart filled with anxiety, he activated the health data monitor on Sister Chu's watch. Monitoring status, good. Don't underestimate the good value. Even among the people of the Wasteland, this is already an excellent indicator. Chu Xi was a little anxious. How many months? I gained a little weight recently, and my appetite has improved a lot. It's just that her condition had been unstable before, but there weren't any major problems, so she had never paid much attention to the issue of her period. Could it be? She gently grasped the small amount of fat on her lower abdomen. Could it be that the baby has already been with me in several fights? That child of the Wasteland was really strong. Stop! Brother Xian raised his hand to stop her. You're in good health. The weight gain is simply due to food issues, not pregnancy. Ji Xian breathed a faint sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't want children. If they could have a child of their own, he would cherish her as much as he cherished his mother. But this also sounded a warning to him. Even if they wanted children, they could only choose artificial embryo screening to minimize the risk. As for not having one, he could accept that. But for some reason, he always felt that Chu Xi was a very lonely person. She interacted with so many people, but she was so distant. Apart from him, it seemed as if no one had a deep connection with her. Crackling, Monkey Xiaobao came over and offered his boss a peach. It was the trophy he had won today by raiding Dahe and his group's territory. Xiaobao was so proud. Ji Xian suddenly smiled, as if, in addition to himself, this connection now included a group of monkeys. Chu Xi felt a little regretful. She touched the swim ring around her belly, finding it a little unbelievable. In this wasteland, she still had a belly. How well did she take care of herself? Oh, and where were her morning and evening workouts? She couldn't afford to be fat. Lack of flexibility would be fatal in the wasteland. Chapter 741. Suddenly free, the two of them focused on their small plot of land, and Sister Chu suddenly felt a bit like herding sheep. Both their bodies and minds relaxed considerably. The cave wasn't ready yet, so that night, they spent the night in the barge's hold. To be honest, aside from the lack of windows, which made it a bit awkward, it was actually quite comfortable. The space was ample, more than enough for the two of them to sleep in, with everything they needed, including quilts and electric heaters. While it wasn't as comfortable as home, it was far superior to living in the shantytown. Most importantly, it was safe. Absolutely safe. She slept soundly. The next morning, Ji Xian got up and made breakfast outside. A simple rice porridge and meat soup. When Sister Chu woke up, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Little brother Xian, a small pot, and a circle of tall monkeys squatting beside it. In this situation, even the pot seemed a bit pitiful. Surrounded by wolves, it was just like that. Ji Xian was also helpless. The meal had long been cooked, but he didn't dare to stop the fire, so he could only keep it warm with a small flame. Mainly, these big guys were constantly watching, their eyes never leaving. Even if Ji Xian wanted to go back to the barn to get some fish to grill for them, he couldn't get away. Otherwise, once he turned off the fire, he'd probably have the pot gone by the time he returned. After finally waiting for his wife to wake up, he quickly made them another pot, and the matter was finally over. At breakfast, Sister Chu sipped her porridge while trying to stifle a laugh. But it was indeed a rather frustrating task. Cooking for the monkeys was a huge undertaking, and they couldn't possibly schedule it every day. Ji Xian rubbed his forehead. Today, let's go hunt the mutant trichogrammidids. After that, we can put the finishing touches on the safe house. Let's finish the house quickly and cook inside. With the air filtration system, we can avoid problems like today's. Sister Chu immediately straightened her attitude upon hearing about the trichogrammidids. Although the cuts on her body had long since healed under the influence of the energy stone, her hatred for these creatures remained. Having quickly finished her meal, the two of them didn't waste any time. Fully armed, they set off with their spider webs. After Brother Xian determined the current location of the swarm, he selected several trees to the west and set traps. Unfortunately, after several attempts, the effect of driving them away wasn't very good. Because these trichogrammidids weren't mutants with a collective mindset, it was difficult to get the swarm to escape in their predetermined direction. When startled, they tend to scatter, and they generally prefer to run upwards. Luckily, the two had other options. After some thought, Ji Xian decided not to use attractants for the time being. Using them in open areas is risky. While effective, it might also attract enemies who shouldn't be there. So, they ultimately settled on a less sophisticated approach. In the evening, they would use light to lure the wasps, and then he and Chu Si would slowly use repellent powders to reduce the encirclement. To minimize exposure, Ji Xian chose the lightest powder available, dissolving it in water. Once they had captured all the trichogrammidids, they would sprinkle a layer of water around the area, and any traces would disappear completely. That way, there wouldn't be the kind of flaw we discovered near the Tianqing before. Now that the plan was finalized, and it was still early evening, there was no need for them to stay all night, so Brother Xian fortunately returned to continue building the safe house. Sister Chu, with nothing else to do, just watched from the side. Occasionally, if a trichogrammidid wasp accidentally landed on her, she used her flying tiger claw to remove it, snapping it off one by one. Then she wrapped it up in a large plastic bag. As for the corpse search, we'd deal with it later. It was safer in the valley, and we could even roast it and give it to the monkeys as a snack. After a busy day, nearing dusk, Brother Xian finally arrived with his headlamp. This had to be done quickly, otherwise, once it got completely dark, the light would spread too far, which wouldn't be a good thing. The two of them, each holding a large cloth bag, began to work. Flowers scattering like a fairy. The scene was so beautiful that Sister Chu was choked. Thankfully, things were finally getting back on track. The mutated trichogrammidids were driven away one after another. A few more rounds followed, and except for a few stray ones, most of the others finally found their way into the net. They simply wrapped them in the net, and dragged them all back to the valley. Chu Si went back to check. Ji Xian was quite efficient. By now, the cave had been completely solidified. In other words, the general framework was complete, and the remaining issues were just renovations. The monkeys were even more excited about their capture of the trichogrammidids than they were about the two of them. Finally, these troubles had been sent away. A few stings wouldn't have been a big deal, but Chu Si continued to follow and sniff. Many monkeys in the group were very dissatisfied with these parasitic wasps. Chapter 742. Chu Si and Ji Xian spent half the night in the valley cleaning up the carcasses of the trichogrammidus. It turned out to be quite a swindler, consuming only honey and pollen on weekdays. After all their hard work, they only managed a few extra dishes, and didn't find a single energy stone. Sister Chu felt like she'd been going crazy lately. In the tea tree forest. Oh, she slapped her forehead. She'd forgotten to tell Brother Xian about something so important. She quickly described the situation, especially the patch of moderately radioactive soil in the transition zone, and the tea trees growing there. This couldn't be wasted, absolutely not. These were extremely precious resources. Sister Chu thought again, and decided to find time to dig them all up. If she was afraid of being exposed, she could try other methods. If that didn't work out, she could even invest in creating a landscape. Ji Xian was initially quite calm. After all, his wife had had many adventures. He felt he'd seen a lot of the world, and was mentally strong enough. As he listened, his movements couldn't help but pause. This matter was indeed suspicious, and Chu Si's suspicions were likely correct. But what made Brother Xian even more frustrated was that his wife had nearly died in this situation again. Seeing her still dreaming about the future, Ji Xian sighed helplessly. He wanted to tell her not to go to dangerous places. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. Where in the wild is there such a thing as absolute safety? Take the tea tree forest Chu Si mentioned this time. It should have been much safer than their current location. But in reality, the danger there was far greater than here. The oil tea forest wasn't too far from the base. Someone must have noticed something unusual before, but they certainly wouldn't have survived to pass on the news. Seeing his wife still look careless, Ji Xian couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair. Never mind, he'd be with her in the future. Since danger is inevitable, being able to face it together is a last bit of luck. Sister Chu asked cheerfully, "Can we go check it out again sometime?" Ji Xian nodded. He had a hunch that this discovery might be even more beneficial than the energy crystal. It was a double-sided shield, capable of both offense and defense. If they could calculate reliable data, the two of them could use this material to significantly improve Monkey Valley's defenses. Even larger mutant animals could be protected. That way, the monkey's territory would be completely secure. How could such a discovery not excite people? Furthermore, it has a side benefit. Every high-risk, highly radioactive area is a breeding ground for a new area of moderately radioactive land. Used properly, this thing will be a boon to them. But we have to wait a little longer. Chu Si's experience showed that this thing was extremely dangerous. Before that, Ji Xian would at least need to strengthen himself with snake meat. And for the time being, he certainly wouldn't dare rush in. All the data needed to be thoroughly deduced. He had to minimize the risk. Yeah, Chu Si nodded. She wasn't in a hurry. Looking at the valley, there was still a lot of work to do. Then I go out on patrol tomorrow with Monkey Fist. This will also be a good opportunity to plan suitable areas for planting fruit trees. The valley itself is still too small. Seeing as the monkey population is still growing, their daily ration certainly can't rely solely on this small area. Jixian nodded. His original plan was to gradually improve the vegetation cover in the monkeys' territory. The valley is their last resort, primarily for situations like heavy snow blocking the mountain or being surrounded by other mutant animals. Brother Xian is also planning to set up the hydroelectric power generation equipment. The cold storage's insulation has been installed. The next step is the power testing phase. A cool breeze blew gently across the valley, and Chusi yawned. We still have to make do with the barge for a few days. I went in today to check the solidification of the cave walls, and it seems like it should be ready by tomorrow. Jixian nodded. Wait a little longer. Once the ventilation system is tested, we can move in and start the soft furnishing. That way, things will go much faster. They had no shortage of basic necessities, like furniture, which could be made from trees or bamboo from the wild. Brother Xian had already pulled the workbench over, so these were just small matters. Chusi also liked flowers, so she could pick some delicious petals and plant them in the valley, which would also improve the monkeys' lives. It wouldn't be a waste of land. Chapter 743. Progress has been rapid these past few days. Brother Xian had the hydroelectric power generation equipment set up the next day. However, relocating the power line still requires digging a protective tunnel, enclosing the wires in a high-density steel hose, and filling the surrounding area with animal repellent powder to prevent damage to the circuits by mutant animals. Jixian's work is repetitive, but Sister Chu's work is much more meaningful. The monkeys are the boss of this territory, and Chusi follows them on patrol, each one like a picnic. She take a quick tour, taking time to check for edible plants. But her efficiency wasn't very high, mainly because the monkeys move so quickly. She barely made a start before they already moved on to their next feeding spot. This resulted in Sister Chu doing a lot of wasted work. Sometimes, at the end of the day, she only received a voluntary participation award. Later, Chusi decided that this wasn't the way to go. Over honey-covered barbecue that evening, she suddenly found a new direction for her endeavors. She couldn't help but feel proud. Her mind was truly becoming increasingly sharp. Chusi thought she could build a beehive and lure wild bees to settle there. Once she was successful, she and the monkeys would have no shortage of honey. She discussed this with Brother Xian, and sure enough, he strongly supported her. While it was certainly feasible, he wasn't confident his wife could carry it out alone. Firstly, Brother Xian was worried that her elaborate arrangements might arouse the hunting team's suspicions. Secondly, Jixian also needed to determine the exact location of the hive. Furthermore, the mutant bees they needed to attract had to be of the specified species, and not too powerful, to prevent them from becoming out of control. They must also follow up on these matters in real time, until the bee colony is confirmed to have settled in. Third, and most importantly, seeing his wife excitedly preparing to find wood planks, Brother Xian knew she was probably still only considering the idea of enticing wild bees to build a nest. Since the hydroelectric components were already installed, they figured they might as well go out together tomorrow. After a good night's sleep, Sister Chu, contrary to her usual habit, woke up even earlier than Jixian. She crawled out of bed before the alarm even went off. She couldn't help it. She was genuinely excited about enticing wild bees. Chusi had already wanted to start a breeding business in the valley, so this was the first step in a similar endeavor. By the time Brother Xian got up to make breakfast, Chusi had already gathered the wood planks, nails, and hammer. Thinking that now that they were all mutated bees, the nest would have to be even bigger. Sister Chu even prepared ropes, ready to build them a supersized nest. Looking at the large wooden planks that had been used to block out the cave, Jixian rubbed his face helplessly. Forget it, let's cook first. After eating, he went to the pile of materials Chusi had gathered and pared down the items. Only 3 planks remained, but he did bring 2 shovels and a piece of beeswax? Chusi was puzzled. She looked at the 3 planks. So we can't even make a beehive like this? Even if it was a complete triangle, it still lacked the front and back panels. Brother Xian smiled helplessly. How can you just leave a box out there? Now he was sincerely grateful, but he still retained a certain degree of skepticism towards his wife. We're going to build a beehive. Only that way would it be discreet enough and still give the bees a sense of security. Chusi had never heard of such a concept, but one of her strengths was recognizing her own shortcomings and listening to advice. The monkeys were about to depart, and she didn't have much time to adjust. After dividing the necessary supplies with Brother Xian, the two of them set off on their journey. Ji Xian thought for a moment and decided to dig the beehive in a more remote location. This way, while collecting honey would be more difficult, it would also reduce the risk. After all, bees are a gregarious, mutant species. Living too close to the monkey's habitat might conflict with their daily lives. There was no need to take such a risk just for a few steps. Once the bee colony had established itself, it would be difficult to move. Halfway through the journey, Brother Xian had chosen a spot on the mountain wall for the first beehive. He shoveled the dirt and explained to the curious Chu Xi, choosing the location of the beehive is crucial. Try to choose a sunny, damp area. They were trying to attract fist-sized bees, and Ji Xian designed a beehive measuring 5 meters by 5 meters. He poured hot beeswax onto the wooden board. Then he placed the entire board on the top of the hole. The previously excavated dirt wasn't wasted. It was mixed with a bag of salt and water to provide a salt supplement for the bees. He blocked the hole's entrance with rocks and smoothed the outside with mud, leaving a watermelon-sized opening for the bees to enter and exit. Ji Xian poured the remaining beeswax onto the hole's entrance. Finally, he took out a small spray bottle and sprayed a little pheromone inside the hole. This basically guaranteed a foolproof plan. Unless, however, there had been no bees visiting the area. Finally, Brother Xian reconstructed the surrounding area and marked it on a map. The beehive was now complete. Just wait a few days and check the results. Chapter 744. The house had just been built, and the furniture inside wasn't ready yet. Lei Ming called again, demanding the delivery. Ji Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Judging by the time, it was about a week earlier than their last scheduled date. It seemed the situation outside had been really bad lately. Brother Xian didn't say much. Since they had nothing urgent to do recently, they readily agreed. That afternoon, he and Chu Xi packed up and set off. Thankfully, the mining equipment had already been repaired, so they didn't have to put in much effort. To be honest, one person was enough. It wasn't that a single person was more efficient, but the mine was limited in area. There wasn't enough space for 2 pieces of equipment to operate simultaneously. Sister Chu came here primarily to deepen her connection with the black-backed chimpanzee group. She had better not go all the time, or her status would be marginalized further. Silverbacks are fundamentally different from the monkey group. Chu Xi had been busy for so long, but she only had close relationships with a few of them. Unlike the monkey group, who treated her like an outsider. She wanted to establish a strong position within the silverback group, but that was definitely harder than climbing to the sky. Sister Chu came back, gave some treats, and then she see if she could take advantage. She was very satisfied with that peach orchard. Taking advantage of the gorilla's rest, she secretly found a few saplings and prepared to dig them up. Of course, she had to avoid the original owner while doing this. After all, it was still a theft, and she felt uneasy. As luck would have it, when she finally managed to dig the roots out of the water, she emerged to see several gorillas watching from the top of a nearby tree. From time to time, she glanced over, occasionally chewing on some fruit peel. She looked just like the old ladies chatting at the village entrance. This situation presented a dilemma. Chu Xi held the fruit tree in her hand. Putting it back in wasn't the right path, and taking it out seemed even more awkward. It was still chilly in spring, and Sister Chu couldn't stay in the water forever. After a moment's thought, she suppressed her uneasiness and looked up carefully. She saw that the silverback seemed to have come to watch the fun. The gaze she gave her didn't carry the resentment of having their food violated. Adhering to the principle of acting boldly, and then carefully verifying, Sister Chu took the initiative to lift the small tree in her hands. Sure enough, the orangutans watching from above didn't react excessively. At most, they were a little curious. What was there to worry about with a thin stalk? Not even a single fruit hanging on it. After all, with such a vast peach orchard, they really didn't care about such a small sapling. Seeing this, Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. This way, she knew the limits of her actions. While Brother Xian was mining, she wasn't idle either. She specifically went looking for those useless peach saplings. In a day, she dug up about 10 of them. While wandering around, she also managed to stealthily dig up 2 wild grapes and a wild hawthorn. These 2 were truly stolen. Because there weren't many of these trees nearby, Sister Chu was worried the monkeys wouldn't be so easy to deal with. As for etiquette, she was quite prudent. She took all the fruit and handed it over to the public, leaving only a few lush, bare stems for herself. The gorilla tribe trusted her enough. Brother Xian couldn't mine all they were in a day, so after finishing their work, they decided to return. What Chu Xi never expected was that Dahe actually wanted to leave with them. That outing opened up Heizi's perspective. From then on, He always felt out of place with this group of silverbacks. He had previously considered leaving on his own, but the monkeys were no pushovers. In individual combat, they might not be a match, but in a group fight, they were unfazed. After several failed attempts, he finally seized a good opportunity. This time, with a leader leading the pack would surely accept him in. Of course, integrating into the pack wasn't his ultimate goal. Firstly, Dahei wanted to go out with Chu Si again, and his chances of success were significantly higher with the other two monkeys. Secondly, he thought Xiaochu number 2 was truly wonderful. Seeing that no agreement was reached, Dahei finally ran back with them. Sister Chu didn't dare take it back directly, fearing the Monkey King might accuse it of the same crime. "Lift up your skull, let me see your brain." Chu Si shuddered. He couldn't think anymore, he really couldn't. Sister Chu pondered for a moment and offered Dahei a suggestion: have him pretend to be injured or sick. Monkeys have a habit of taking in the weak. This might lead to unexpected surprises. Chapter 745. Dahei carried out Chu Si's plan as planned, but it didn't go as planned. When the silverback limped and tried to intrude into their territory, the Monkey King immediately became excited and led the rest of the monkeys in a charge, clearly intent on taking advantage of the silverback's weakness. Sister Chu nearly collapsed upon seeing this. At her current speed, she hadn't caught a single one, demonstrating the monkeys' deep hostility towards the silverback. The hatred of having their home taken away. After much difficulty, they finally caught a lone one. All I can say is, a monkey's hard work pays off. Thankfully, Dahei wasn't stupid either. Seeing this, he ran even faster than the Monkey King and the others. In a moment, he vanished from sight. Chu Si couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The conflicts between the ethnic groups were irreconcilable. If it didn't work, it would still have to practice hard and go back to compete for the clan leader. So when the two of them went back to dig the next day, Dahei ran back with them again. But he still didn't give up the idea of getting married. But he and Sister Chu came up with a solution. It needs to be strong, if it can withstand the beating. Ji Xian didn't know their novel thoughts. In the past 2 days, I have been mining vigorously. As soon as I reached the predetermined weight, I immediately contacted Fu Bowen to trade. As usual, they walked along the waterway for a while, and completed the transaction on the way. When Bowen came over this time, he also brought over the plants that Ji Xian asked him to find before. A boatload of ore went out, and a boatload of supplies came back. This trip back, there is life again, the mountains are full of seeds. The last time Ji Xian went home, he brought out the pressed rosemary seedlings. This time, he just wanted to comprehensively upgrade the vegetation species in the monkey's territory. It sounds simple, but while the work is extensive, they also have plenty of helpers. Digging the holes and planting the trees isn't a difficult task. The main difficulty lies in watering them, with all the back and forth. Even the active monkey's legs were nearly broken from running. When the situation finally came to an end, not only Chu Si and the others, but even the monkeys themselves lay flat on the ground, unwilling to move. But Brother Xian was very understanding. No matter the reason, there must be financial rewards after mobilizing the monkeys. Good interaction fosters good communication between both sides. After all, Sister Chu's plan is to use them for her retirement. Ji Xian's lips curled up slightly, and after frying the silkworm pupae for the monkeys, he went to the cold storage and cut off a small piece of meat. Now that he finally had nothing else to do, he could try eating snake meat to boost his health. He didn't dare eat too much, just a small bite, fearing his wife would worry, so he made a point of mentioning it. Sure enough, no sooner had the hot meat entered his stomach than he felt a deep sleepiness. How sleepy was he? Sister Chu watched him make a bed on the side of the barge. With a thud, he was so soundly asleep that his face landed on the hull, and he rolled to the side. This happened quite suddenly. Sister Chu silently set the bowl of soup down. Just a moment ago, she'd been wanting to sneak a few sips of the snake soup, but now she knew what to do. Forget it, it was better to take care of the man first. At least they could take turns, so she wouldn't be stuck crawling back in. After all, he was her dear husband, and Chu Bao couldn't bear to see him sleeping outside. She hurriedly ran to help him up, but in the blink of an eye, she realized he was already burning. Miraculously, despite such a heavy fall, Brother Xian's face didn't even have a mark. And he seemed to be in good health, despite the high fever. Ji Xian, however, showed no sign of distress. His features were relaxed and his breathing steady. It was just a fever, but Sister Chu wasn't alarmed. She'd seen this happen many times before, so she remained calm. Chu Si bent down, reached out, and lifted the man up, then walked back to the cabin and put him on board. He went out to get some water, so he could clean him up later. When he came out, he saw several monkeys lying outside. Great, it turns out there's always someone who will try something you don't dare to eat. But fortunately, with the experience of Monkey Little Treasure and Chiaochu number 2 as a warning, she wasn't overly worried. Of course, it turned out she was still too young. The valley at night had sparked a passionate fire for several couples. The drug's effect seemed to be weak. Look at our brother Xian, he can't even wake up now. But what surprised Chu Xi was that he was actually slowly starting to shed his skin. Ji Xian's body was like a boiled red egg. At first, Sister Chu was quite calm. But the situation escalated further, and when white steam rose from him, Chu Xi was completely bewildered. It was fine just now, how could it be burning and smoking? Not long after, Ji Xian's skin began to shed. Chu Xi discovered this while wiping him down, gently rubbing with a towel dipped in warm water. Wow, a lot of old mud. But a closer look revealed that she had been overly optimistic. Brother Xian was shedding a large area of skin. Chu Xi didn't dare move. When the initial wave of heat subsided, much of his skin had broken off. She carefully lifted a little, revealing jade-like white underneath. Why would a grown man do this? She just wanted to say that she should have finished that bowl of soup just now. Chapter 746. Brother Xian slept for 4 days, thanks to Sister Chu who regularly fed him nutrient solution. The boy's complexion had become even brighter and brighter. Unless you laid down to look at him, you couldn't even see his pores. Chu Xi felt a little envious. After finally waiting for Ji Xian to wake up, before they could share their feelings, she quickly stewed a piece of snake meat for herself. Seeing Ji Xian emerge from the cabin, a ray of sunlight shone down, a dazzling white. Chu Xi took a deep breath. Finally, it's my turn to be a beauty. Her heart was filled with excitement, her hands were trembling. Nervously, she cut off a fist-sized piece for herself. Ji Xian had only taken a small bite, but now he had such a transformative effect. And she wanted more than just better skin, but also a rounder figure, a radiant beauty. But she had everything planned out, the meat already in the pot, when Ji Xian narrowly stopped her. So far, snake meat does seem to have no side effects. It could even be argued that it has many benefits. But it's a completely unfamiliar species, unheard of before, and no one has ever hunted such a mutant animal. Who knows if any problems will arise over time, if snake meat is so problematic, let alone the unique energy stone. Ji Xian didn't even dare expose it to the public, carefully storing it in an isolation box. He had a compelling reason to eat snake meat himself. He wanted to repair his genes and strengthen himself, and then live a few more years with his wife. As for the monkeys, he was also willing to let them try it. For one thing, their physiques were far stronger than humans. Secondly, in Ji Xian's eyes, anyone except his wife could be sacrificed to gain a glimmer of hope. Even the monkeys, even himself. But Chu Xi was clearly not among them. She possessed a golden finger that could absorb ordinary energy stones, and her life was already as stable as it could be. She could clearly live a good life, so there was no need to take such a risk. After all, they knew very little about this kind of energy. What little they knew came from experimenting on themselves. This would take time to verify, and there was no need to rush. Chu Xi's eyes were fixed on the pot lid, then shifted to the fair hand. How long had it been since she had seen such a delicate hand, placing her own chubby, brown hand beside her? It felt like 2 generations apart. Tears welled in Sister Chu's eyes. She wasn't one for sentimentality, and rarely showed any emotion. Unless she couldn't help herself. Are you willing to give up? You're willing to be beautiful all by yourself? She didn't dare to say it out loud, but her eyes were filled with accusation. Ji Xian smiled helplessly, knowing his wife's inner thoughts. He pulled her close and hugged her. You're still cute even without snake meat. Besides, the safety factor of this thing is uncertain. Honey, there's no need to take the risk right now. Chu Xi looked up at him. Her first reaction was that he called her honey. Her second reaction was, thank you so much. At such a critical moment, she still respected the facts. She didn't even dare to bring up the idea of beauty when she was being sweet. Brother Xian stroked the small hair on her head. Besides, even if I'm the only one who gets more handsome, you won't suffer at all. I remember when we first got our marriage certificate, I heard people gossiping behind his back about him being a kept gigolo. This guy was pretty happy for a long time. It was my own fault that my wife was anxious about her appearance. Otherwise, she would be feeling like she was taking advantage of me now. Brother Xian successfully PUA himself. This also indirectly illustrates that Chu Xi's rule by inaction approach was quite effective. Looking at his uncle's smile, which radiated a hint of saintliness, Sister Chu's mouth twitched. You can PUA yourself, but you can't PA me. Admiring handsome men is fine, but self-admiration is the ultimate killer. Who doesn't want to be a fool who finds joy in looking in the mirror? But now that it was said, with Ji Xian watching her, it seemed she really wouldn't have a chance at snake meat. But then she suddenly thought of a very good skincare method. Ji Xian could use the energy from the giant snake to shed its skin, so could applying the last drop of energy stones on her face quickly achieve a similar effect. She had never considered such extravagance before, but now she had a lot of assets. She naturally couldn't bear to use the high-energy ones, but she had previously found quite a few single-digit energy stones in the dung pile of the mutant Cliff Martin, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to give a few a try. But it still seemed a bit too monotonous. After all, she was a handy craftsman, so making a DIY face mask was easy. She also needed to prepare a few other things, like Angelica dihurica, Atractylodes macrocephala, Poria cocos, and Paris polyphylla. She had no idea where to get Angelica dihurica and Atractylodes macrocephala, but Chu Ci knew where to find Poria cocos and Paris polyphylla. Chapter 747. Ms. G has been adjusting to her physical condition for the past 2 days, and Chu Ci, with nothing else to do, has been leading the monkeys through the mountains and plains, collecting suitable tree species to dig up and plant. One day, while busy, she suddenly received a message. Since moving out, she's been wandering around high radiation and transition zones, with spotty signals. She hasn't received any external messages in a while. There are only a few people who can contact her. Chu Ci pondered for a moment, and guessed that Qin Wanwan had saved up enough fruit, and was looking for her to exchange. She clicked on it, and saw it was indeed the case. But she was puzzled. Why was the transaction location chosen here? Chu Ci opened the map and looked. Wasn't the location right at the edge of the raspberry forest? She looked again carefully. There was no mistake. This was the treehouse. If she didn't leave the things at home, where would they go? These highly radioactive fruits were directly tied to points, and Chu Ci didn't think Qin Wanwan would just leave them there without worry. Even if no one cared, she was worried about mutant animals spoiling them. Besides, highly radioactive food wasn't a rare commodity. There was no need to worry about anyone snatching it up. Chu Ci didn't believe it. She was just trying to save a few steps. She rested her chin in thought, unable to help but think of Qin Wanwan's awful ex-husband. Was this another case of waiting for the rabbit to appear? But she looked at her own physique. With her current fighting power, even with a tortoiseshell on her back, 5 or 6 slum dwellers probably wouldn't be able to hold her down. Besides, we still had Lady G. Just as she heard Brother Xian mention the Black Market Rebellion last time, she was still a little unsure. She wanted to take advantage of this transaction to see if she could find out more. She went back to get someone and drove off. We traveled by water, and then by land. Luckily, we were using electricity, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to recover the gas bill. It was an old location, and Chu Ci didn't even turn on the navigation. It was a rare opportunity for her to act like a walking map. Along the way, she noticed something was amiss. Why were there so many tents in the nearby woods? She wondered why. Are the shantytowns starting to evict people? She knew how resistant the Wastelanders were to the wild. They would rather starve to death at home than live outside. Ji Xian shook his head. The shantytowns won't evict people. It was a tradition passed down through generations, and besides, the Bays simply didn't have the extra manpower to manage the shantytowns. Who would do such a thankless task? As for the idea that the shantytowns were raising a local tyrant, that was a foregone conclusion. The pressure on the Bays to manage the shantytowns long-term was immense, but killing a chicken was easy. No one would easily break the long-standing rut. Even if there were, its glory would be too short-lived, the gains outweighing the losses. Ji Xian frowned. The most likely scenario was that the black market riots had already begun, and the shantytown residents had temporarily taken refuge in the woods surrounding the base. This made Chu Ci feel a little more reassured about Qin Wanwan. It was very likely that they had actually moved there. Compared to the surrounding area, the raspberry picking site was still quite far away, so after Chu Ci and his group's car turned around, the number of people camping nearby began to decrease rapidly. But Chu Ci still quite agreed with Qin Wanwan's decision. That tree hole was much more secluded and safer than these tents. As long as they set up a set barrier on the top of the tree hole, sprinkled some animal repellent powder around it, and stayed inside, their safety factor would be quite high. When the two of them approached, the area was completely silent, not a sound at all. Chu Ci raised his watch and sent her a message. A moment later, a head quietly popped out from the treetop. Sighting the newcomer, Qin Wanwan was overjoyed. Chu Ci had been out of touch all day, and she almost thought her business deal was going to fail again. She quickly threw down the rope ladder and waved for someone to climb up. The faint sound of a baby sobbing made Chu Si's eyes light up, and he immediately climbed up the rope. From the treetop, he looked down and saw a skinny little baby lying in the haystack beside the tree hole. Tears welled in his eyes, but with a claw stuffed in his mouth, his cries were muted. Chu Si was a little surprised. "This is your son?" In the Wasteland, raising children for others was practically non-existent. But if she remembered correctly, wasn't Qin Wanwan's baby going to her ex-husband's family? Seeing her son crying, Qin Wanwan hurried down from the treetop. She held the tiny being in her arms and gently soothed him. She removed the cloth from his mouth and, with her other hand, scooped a small spoonful of water from a nearby bowl and gently fed it into his mouth. She had been seriously ill, and her milk supply had long since dried up. The son was as hungry as a kitten. Even when he cried, he only whimpered. Chu Si hurriedly pulled 2 nutritional supplements from her backpack and handed them over. A gift. I wonder if a child this old can take these supplements, but since it was a wasteland, there probably wouldn't be much baby food. Qin Wanwan's eyes were red, and she remained speechless for a long time. Finally, her smile shone brightly, a hint of girlish cunning in her eyes. "How about I kowtow to you?" Chu Si suddenly smiled. The old sisterhood had finally returned a little. Chapter 748. Only Qin Wanwan and her son, Xiao Shi too, were in the tree hole. Su Liang had gone out to scavenge, and had not yet returned. They chatted for a while before Ji Xiang climbed in along the rope ladder. In a trance, the only phrase left in her mind was gentle and graceful. Wanwan felt a little awkward. The last time they met, she hadn't found him particularly alluring. Now, he looked like the noble young man they described as coming from the central area. Although she hadn't seen him, it was probably like that. Chu Si chuckled. "Just a few glances will be enough. Any more and you be charged." She felt helpless too. Was this what it felt like to have a spoiled husband? Qin Wanwan quickly and politely turned her eyes away. "Sorry, he's dazzling." Chu Si didn't mind. It's human nature to love beauty. She always take a second look at any handsome guy she passed by. Besides, this person is hers. Getting that marriage certificate at the beginning of the year was a real win. It's a solid stock. Just looking at it every day feels like it's accumulating interest. The two stopped joking. She returned to the topic, looking at the little one in Qin Wanwan's arms. "Are you taking him back? This little one must be my ex-husband's only child. Will his family let him go?" Qin Wanwan's eyes were calm. Of course they wouldn't. But what they weren't willing to part with wasn't the blood relationship, but the 35 points. She took a deep breath. Their family wants to sell Little Stone. Sell? She was so inexperienced. At that moment, Sister Chu's mind was rumbling. She was so shocked that she was momentarily stunned. In the Wasteland, buying a child this young meant raising them to become slaves. This is too unrealistic. Has the base deteriorated to the point of cannibalism? Distressed images flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but feel nauseous. Wanwan quickly scooped her a bowl of water. "Drink some quickly to calm down." Her eyes flickered to Chu Si's belly. Although it still looked flat, perhaps. The month wasn't showing? Chu Si quickly covered her stomach. "What are you thinking?" She felt a little helpless, but Ji Xian was even more helpless. Helping his wife sit down, he couldn't help but reach out and tap her forehead. "You use your brain." Qin Wanwan didn't know the specifics of the situation, but didn't Chu Si know? In the Wasteland, the conditions for human tragedy were indeed there. But considering the circumstances surrounding the incident, and the fact that a child of this age was being bought and sold, it was easy to deduce that the black market was using the child for experimentation. From the looks of it, the purpose of the special energy crystal mine must have been leaked. They simply wanted to experiment and see how different conditions would affect a child's growth. Children this age are like newborn seedlings, experiencing their most rapid growth and development. Testing on them would yield far stronger and faster results than on adults. Chu Si, after hearing this, somewhat understood. This matter couldn't be discussed further. She changed the subject, asking, "Will his grandparents agree if you bring the little one out?" Of course, they wouldn't agree. Qin Wanwan shook her head. Her ex-sister-in-law had been the one who had brokered this, so she wouldn't compromise easily. 35 points, you could buy over 10 nutritional supplements. But she couldn't let that family sell her son. Lately, there have been a lot of children being sold in the shantytowns. Some of them had discovered small bodies in the wild, but they looked unremarkable and had high radiation levels. Who would spend 35 points to buy such a small child without some ulterior motive? During an argument, she accidentally killed her sister-in-law, creating an irreparable personal vendetta. Then, Su Liang sent the two elders to reunite with their children. The shantytown has been particularly chaotic lately, with more break-ins and robberies. After discussing it, the two decided to move out with their son. Chu Xi was speechless for a long time. It was hard to believe. He was such a ruthless person. Ji Xian, on the other hand, took it very well. Anyone who dared to harm his child would lose if their ashes were scattered. For now, it looked like the shantytown was in complete chaos. As for the base, things were probably still relatively calm. If not, Lei Ming would have at least contacted him. Still worried about the small amount of belongings in his 3-story house, Chu Xi didn't talk anymore. He quickly weighed 4 large bags of fruit and left with Ji Xian. Unexpectedly, the security in the base was still acceptable, but the number of patrols had increased a lot. Chapter 749. Fortunately, the fears didn't materialize. After the two returned, they found the house still intact. The high-voltage grid outside was still functioning normally, and the several alarms Brother Xian had set up showed no signs of being triggered. There were indeed people watching nearby, but it was clear none of them had moved. Each of them had the will but not the nerve. It wasn't that they were inexperienced, they were simply frightened. The actions that should have been taken had already been taken during the cold snap, but most of them ended in vain. And then, there were the monkey's threats. I was really afraid that if I didn't handle it properly, that girl would come and kill me. Not to mention, the incident of a mutated venomous snake biting someone to death had caused quite a stir at the base. And Sister Chu had given them a special education lesson. The mutated short-tailed pit viper was being displayed on the wall outside. Even if they didn't recognize it at first, they would know what kind of person it was after checking it out. So even though the base was in chaos again this time, no one dared to be the first to intervene. Otherwise, with no one home for so long, any other family would have turned their nest into a hornet's nest. Even their beds would have been removed. How could the current illusion of peace be lost? The moment they saw the two return, the others knew their chances were over. They retreated into the alleys and soon disappeared. Ji Xian controlled the barge with his watch, and they first parked it in the ground floor courtyard, then used the elevator to transport the off-road vehicle to the second floor. Chu Xi pushed open the car door and stepped down, taking a deep breath. This place was currently their base, their most important source of food. She couldn't help but stretch. Tonight, she could finally sleep soundly in her big bed. For the past few days, they'd been crammed into the barge's cramped lounge. At first, she managed to snag a bed, but after Brother Xian's meeting made him pass out, she stopped daring to sleep there, and instead slept on the floor. She knew she wasn't a good sleeper. She usually do whatever she wanted, sprawled out, seemingly unconcerned about others' lives. She'd been able to sleep peacefully until dawn thanks to Brother Xian's selfless dedication. At this critical moment, she couldn't ignore the lives of her comrades. Thankfully, she made it through. As usual, she went to the second and third floors to check on the crops. Her face paled. She quickly called Ji Xian in. The drip irrigation system had stopped working. The soil here was limited and couldn't support so many adult mutant plants. In just a few days, at least half the leaves had turned yellow and withered. Thank goodness I came back today, otherwise, if I'd been a few days late, I probably wouldn't have seen any of them. Ji Xian hurried to repair the equipment, only to discover that the problem was with the water tank. A mutant rat had blocked the drain, preventing the water from flowing. It must have been one of those mutant animals that panicked and fled to the base during the last earthquake. The rat's carcass was easy to deal with, but the water inside was clearly unusable. Ji Xian's brow furrowed, a bad feeling building in his heart. He took a little water from the tank and tested it. Sure enough, highly radioactive mutation. Chu Xi, startled, hurried to the field to test the soil. Thankfully, the situation wasn't too bad. Thanks to the giant rat blocking the drain, not much of the contaminated water flowed down, contaminating only a small area near the drip pipe. She quickly cleaned it out, then, seeing the withered yellow, rushed out to fetch water. This was a massive project. Besides the drip irrigation system, they also had a filtration system for the hydroponics. The demand was enormous. Today, they could only gather some for emergency use. No one had a daily maximum water allowance, so the two of them didn't argue much. They hurried home after finishing their work, waiting to clear the remaining water sources that evening. The demand was so great that before leaving, Ji Xian specifically ordered a case from the water delivery driver. This was also a way for the driver to earn extra money. Since it was a personal service, the purchaser had to pay for the shipping. The water wasn't worth many points, just the price of a few purifier tablets. In theory, they only needed to stay at the base for a few days to gather enough water. But the base was in such a state, and Ji Xian didn't want to just go through with it for those 10 or so points. Moreover, he planned to install another water tank this time, so that if the pipes were ever depleted again, the water source could be immediately switched to another storage device. However, the tank opening would need to be specially reinforced this time to prevent a repeat of this situation. Cultivating these plants is not easy, each one is precious and cannot be lost. In the afternoon, Ji Xian went to Oldli to buy a water tank, while Chu Xi went home to harvest the vegetables. Sure enough, her heart ached as she held a dried vegetable. A perfectly good vegetable, but because she was a few days late, all that was left was a dry, yellow leaf on the length of her arm. When she touched it with her hand, it rustled, and the leaf fragments fell down. Chu Xi, distressed, hurried to catch them. Even drying vegetables in the sun didn't have this effect. She cut off all the dried vegetable leaves and took them aside to test them piece by piece, discovering several more that had slipped through the net. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and hurried downstairs. Luckily, there was still plenty of water in the shrimp pond, and she painstakingly fished out a mutant shrimp. With a snap, she broke off a shrimp leg and carefully smeared the juice onto her watch. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Chu Xi, Chapter 750. Throwing the highly radioactive mutant shrimp aside, Chu Xi lifted her sleeves and fished out all the shrimp. The water inside couldn't be reused, so she tested all the prawns. Oh my goodness, only 3 were edible. Sister Chu's heart was pounding. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. The few with moderate radiation weren't suitable for keeping anymore. She was afraid she'd lose them if she kept them for 2 more days. As for the inedible ones, she threw them aside so she could bring them back to the monkeys and let them have a taste. Looking at the 3 remaining shrimp, Chu Xi sighed helplessly. Although they were unlucky, they were still a rare and fresh ingredient. Freezing them would be a waste. She couldn't lose both the wife and the army. She didn't dare try the most fresh sashimi method. After all, this was a wasteland, and any animal would mutate, so there was no guarantee it wouldn't harbor some serious parasites. For her safety and mental health, there was no need to try it. In Chu Xi's opinion, many preparations were more delicious than sashimi. She wasn't picky. Braised, spicy, garlic, and salt-baked were all fine. And then, there was the Typhoon Shelter's stir-fried shrimp. She had many ideas, but she was a complete foodie, always focused on showing off, not the execution. There was Chef Ji before, but his last attempt at braised shrimp wasn't very successful. But thinking back, it wasn't a big deal, they'd simply been lacking seasoning. Now that they returned from the Tianqing base, they brought back all sorts of seasonings. It was just a shame the quantity was still a little small, and they didn't dare make anything too strongly flavored. After much deliberation, she decided on the simplest method, salt baking. Salt baking is simple. Just cover the shrimp with salt. It's a no-brainer. Anyone with hands can do it. This is absolutely no problem. The 3 mutant shrimp hadn't fully grown yet, only about the size of an oolong, so Chu Xi simply cooked them all at once. If they couldn't finish them all at once, they could be frozen in the freezer and taken out when they were ready. With great confidence, she set to work, first heating the salt. For flavor, she also added some ginger slices and chili peppers. This step was absolutely perfect. The successfully salt-baked shrimp were tender and fresh, retaining the original flavor of the shrimp meat with a subtle salty aroma. When the salt got too hot, she smacked the shrimp to stun them and placed them on top. As soon as she placed them on top, with a few pops, all 3 shrimp shot out simultaneously. And, after the intense heat, they had actually come back to life. And it seemed like her spirits had improved. She hadn't held back at all that force just now. Chu Xi felt a hard slap on her face, and for a moment, she felt like she had lost all feeling in her nose. Her face was buzzing and numb. She quickly covered her nose, and soon, she felt a warm liquid dripping from her palm. She removed her paw and saw that there wasn't much on her palm, but a lot had already flowed down her numb lips and into her mouth. She felt her teeth. Thankfully, they were all there. What's that? Even rabbits bite when they're angry? When Ji Xian returned with Lei Ming, he saw his wife, her face covered in blood, catching a jumping shrimp in the house. Captain Lei was startled, and Ji Xian rushed over to catch her. By this time, her mouth had swollen like 2 sausages, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. She looked up at Lei Ming and waved, "Lei Dui, excuse me." Lei Ming nodded stiffly, his gaze unsure where to look. Seeing the man's bruised face and nose, he felt a bit offended. It seemed he was still short on experience. He wondered if he had come at the wrong time. No, Lei Ming coughed lightly. He couldn't let Chu Xi get away with it. He had come to Ji Xian for a serious matter. The situation was getting worse. Bowen alone couldn't control Base 56. Since the two of them had just returned, he had come to see if Ji Xian could be asked to take charge of the Base 56 branch. The black market had been thriving lately, having already taken down several factions, both openly and covertly. That was his base, and he couldn't afford any problems. It was a pity he couldn't spare the time. After much reflection, it seemed only Brother Xian could lend him some support. Furthermore, they were deeply connected through the mineral trade, so there was no need to worry about him easily defecting. After Ji Xian finally settled his wife's affairs, he listened to Captain Lei explain his purpose. He was sincere and offered a number of tempting conditions. But that was only for others. The two of them were, logically, close to achieving self-sufficiency. So many of the conditions that seemed generous to others were merely icing on the cake for them. Ji Xian didn't need to risk such a thing, so he naturally declined. But he couldn't really disregard Fu Bowen's life or death. After some discussion, he agreed to trade an additional batch of minerals and, in addition, sell them some short-tailed pit viper venom. If he really wanted to intimidate a few people, this should be enough. Chapter 751. After seeing Lei Ming off that evening, the two of them cooked some pork food overnight, preparing to take it to their new residence. Ji Xian figured he still had plenty of mutant pork at home, and since the monkey colony's cold storage was large enough, he decided to take some more. With fresh cuts of meat, he could make a variety of dishes. Seeing his wife's miserable state trying to eat some shrimp, he sighed and stabbed 3 shrimp heads with a knife. They're definitely dead. There's no way she'd jump up and slap anyone. Chu Xi paused for 2 seconds. She silently glanced at Brother Xian, then sighed softly. Never mind, the blow she received in the face was completely in vain. But she also understood Ji Xian. As a proper Wastelander, he probably hadn't long since given up on the idea of fresh food. How could the shell of this shrimp head be cracked? The broth inside would have been gone in a moment. This should be the essence of this dish. Peeling back the shells, a rich, mellow, and fresh aroma hits you. That prawn broth is the epitome of the true essence of the sea and the fresh shrimp. The broth has a faint golden hue, an alluring blend of shrimp oil, and the umami released from salt baking. A gentle sniff first captures the sweet, tender, and springy aroma of the fresh shrimp, like the sea breeze carrying the shrimp's vibrant energy, followed by a lingering, subtle salty aroma. The perfect blend of salt during the sea salt baking process not only doesn't mask the shrimp's delicious flavor, but instead further enhances and heightens it, adding layers of depth and a fuller taste. Every aroma tantalized the taste buds, eager to savor this delicious, rich broth, a fusion of ocean and land flavors. It felt as if with every sip, one could feel the ocean's richness and vitality dancing on the tip of their tongue. Now, with Brother Xian's 3 sharp cuts, at least half of the delicious flavor was missing. Ji Xian closed the pot, noticing his wife's resentful look and raising an eyebrow. You have to wait a while before you eat. Chu Xi nodded, silently suppressing the immense melancholy in her heart. She thought, with such a model husband, who needs a bicycle? Ji Xian had no idea his wife was thinking so much. After setting the timer, he went straight to the bedroom and retrieved the bouncy mat Chu Xi had made earlier. The cave only needed the final, simple furnishings, and this would be a welcome relief for the fact that they hadn't yet finished making the bed. Brother Xian didn't sleep all night. After a quick dinner, Chu Xi went to inspect the remaining dishes, while Ji Xian went to Old Li's to replace the newly purchased water tank. Old Li's place was out of stock, so he contacted an old friend to find a used one. Ji Xian didn't mind. As long as it worked, it didn't matter if it looked worn. Just at 3:30 in the morning, they received a call from the water truck. Since they had ordered a truckload of water directly, the water was delivered directly to their door. This saved Ji Xian a lot of trouble. He connected a water hose from above and filled the hydroponic system first. After that, he poured the remaining water into the tank and restarted the drip irrigation system. Sister Chu only dozed off for 2 hours that night. When Ji Xian came to call for help this morning, she was too sleepy to open her eyes. She glanced at her watch. It was almost 4:30. She hadn't even noticed the alarm. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh at her listless look. He casually picked up a coat and stuffed it into his wife's hand. The heater's on. If you're still sleepy, you can lie down on the seat for a while. It was a pity the barge was already filled with pork, otherwise his wife would have been perfectly fine sleeping in the cabin. Sister Chu nodded mumblingly, only to wake up as soon as she left. She touched the slight chill on her face. It's raining. The first rain since the beginning of spring, falling so softly. She looked up into the distance. Outside, lights twinkled, and the world gradually became noisy. Ji Xian came from behind, quickly helped her put her hat on, and pulled her to the side of the car. There was really no time to lose now. The rain had come unusually early this year, and it didn't seem heavy yet, but he didn't dare to take any chances. At the monkey cave, measures to prevent rainwater backflow haven't been implemented yet. Originally, they planned to address this issue immediately, so they only implemented simple protective measures, but they're worried they might not be effective. If contaminated water were to flow into that underground chamber, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of clearing the radiation damage. Chapter 752. The raindrops soon began to fall, and a cool breeze began to blow. The car heater was still on, so Chu Xiai didn't feel much, but she could see the leaves around her swaying more and more violently. She looked at her watch. It was already 5 o'clock, and the sky was still dark. It looked like the rain might really get heavy. But at the time, she naively thought it was just an ordinary downpour. Compared to the blizzards and hail she experienced before, this rain was like a Jiangnan folk song. Chu Xiai was so sleepy that she simply took advantage of the warmth and fell back asleep. Click! A loud noise came. It startled her awake, and she subconsciously jumped, only to be pulled back down by the seatbelt. When she first opened her eyes, Sister Chu thought she was still asleep. Wasn't it just daybreak? How come it's completely dark again? The surrounding branches rustled and slapped against each other, breaking many fragile trunks. A branch fell from overhead and hit the car window, leaving a puddle of water. Ji Xian had already turned on the headlights, otherwise, the forest wouldn't be bright enough for them to continue. Chu Xiai was a little worried. The situation was no different from night. Will we attract the attention of other mutants if we keep the lights on? Ji Xian shook his head. No. Although he spoke firmly, his expression was grim. Because they don't dare to come out freely today. Chu Xiai didn't understand his meaning at first. After all, in her eyes, these mutants were almost invincible. There were several muffled rumbling sounds. Following the sound, they saw what looked like a number of fallen trees in the distance. That must have been the work of a mutant beast. Chu Xi's face paled. To have caused such a commotion, its size must have been even more terrifying than the mutant python they had encountered earlier. She couldn't help but grab Ji Xian's arm. How about we turn off the engine and park the car? They really couldn't afford to mess with a mutant beast like that. Her biggest fear was that it would be attracted by the off-road vehicle's headlights. Ji Xian shook his head, not because he was arrogant, but because he knew exactly what it was. It's a mutant earthworm. Although it can sense light, there are too many interference factors right now. Before he could finish his words, a faint blue lightning flashed across the sky, streaking across half the sky. A few moments later, there was a sharp, crisp sound. Sitting in the car, Chu Xiai felt the ground shake. She held her breath in her chest for a long moment, then slowly let it out with a belated realization. How could one describe that feeling? She was completely stunned. Suddenly dragged into such an environment, Chu Xiai felt insignificant, as if experiencing divine punishment. After the thunderclap, it was as if heaven and earth were silent. In the car, only the thumping of the heartbeat remained. In such an environment, people are truly as insignificant as insects, their lives and deaths dictated by so many factors. A single lightning strike could be the most swift and decisive death. If a giant tree fell, who knew if this modified SUV would be able to withstand it? To be honest, Chu Xiai didn't dare hold out too much hope. Even if the shell couldn't be broken, the wheels and axles would probably have been scrapped long ago. That wasn't just a tree, it was a tree with gravity accelerating it. And there were also wildfires caused by lightning. That would definitely mean everyone would die together. Thoughts raced through his mind, and when they reached his lips, Chu Xiai uttered only one sentence. Can we go any faster? Reach the valley, and they be safe. The fear rising from within was hard to grasp for those who hadn't experienced it firsthand. No wonder Ji Xian had been so calm just now. All she wanted to say now was, forget about the mutant animals. Don't delay my escape. Her strategy now was to run faster and faster. As long as the lightning couldn't catch up, she'd be safe. Finally, they had covered the entire land area, more than half the distance. The two of them quickly lowered the barge into the water, and drove off-road onto the deck. Under normal circumstances, Chu Xiai would have gone to the cabin, but this time, Ji Xian had filled the cabin with pork, and the cockpit was stocked with plenty of supplies, so she had no choice but to stay in the car. But this time, perhaps because of the rain, it was like they had bombed a frog nest. From time to time, mutant frogs would jump onto the deck. The rain in the wasteland was highly radioactive, and everyone avoided it. So Chu Si didn't plan to do anything about it at first, but as more and more mutant frogs jumped onto the deck, the hull began to tilt. She wiped her face, put on her raincoat, and headed out. The hunt has officially begun, and I'm going crazy. Chapter 753. Sister Chu's battleground officially began. With something to do, she felt less afraid. Amidst the wind, rain, and thunder, she wielded her sword with her own hands, looking quite handsome in the dark. She wiped her face, and slightly tilted her body, to avoid a flying tongue. Chu Si's combat power had increased significantly, but unfortunately, there were too many frogs here, and there were always a few kicking from behind, making it impossible to defend against them. With a bang, she fell into the water. Thankfully, it wasn't a big deal. She threw her flying tiger claw, grabbed hold of the deck, and pulled herself up. The battle was raging. Seeing that his wife was more than capable of handling the situation, Ji Xian didn't come out to help, believing it was best to leave the area as soon as possible. But his worst fear had already occurred. The rain gradually subsided, but that didn't necessarily mean anything good. A few more lightning strikes struck, and finally, a tree caught fire. At first, neither of them noticed the fire, as it was relatively low down and the dense forest trees completely obscured their view. Chu Si only realized something was amiss as she continued firing. She initially sensed a faint red glow in that area. By the time she could truly pinpoint it, the flames had already shot up. Chu Si's tongue was almost spinning. Is this a wildfire? Isn't it still raining? How could this be set on fire? Isn't that ridiculous? She took a deep breath, then quickly checked her watch and told Ji Xian the news. Chu Si had a good idea of how serious this was. Although there weren't any mountains near Chu Si's home, she had once encountered a wildfire while on a trip and almost didn't make it back. She couldn't bear to think about the despair of being chased alive. Upon hearing this news, Ji Xian immediately stopped the boat. Everything else had to be put on hold. Reporting the wildfire threat immediately was the duty of every Wastelander. Every minute saved could ultimately mean dozens, or even hundreds of lives. Because the base was nestled within the forest, wildfires were arguably one of the most dangerous situations they faced. Ji Xian stopped the boat and immediately went on deck. He checked his watch. Fortunately, the signal strength was moderate, so communication was not a problem. He called Chu Si aside and opened the map on her watch for backup. He dialed Captain Zhang Haochen's number. He was one of Old Li's men. They had exchanged contact information during their last route expansion mission. He was probably the most relevant person for the job. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Ji Xian tapped the map on Chu Si's watch and began to verbally report the situation. Captain Zhang, the following is a wildfire report. Reporting date, June 12, 3089. Reporter, Ji Xian. Basic wildfire information. 1. Fire location, 30 degrees 15 minutes north, 110 degrees 20 minutes east, approximately 65 kilometers southeast of the base. 2. Discovery time, 7:19. Fire situation. 1. The current fire front is approximately 100 to 200 meters long and is rapidly spreading northwestward. There is one fire head, and the flames are estimated to reach an average height of 25 meters. Thick smoke billows and visible. Convection columns are evident. 2. The burned area is roughly estimated to be 500 square meters. The surrounding vegetation is primarily a mixed forest of mutant pine and oak trees and shrubs, and the fire is burning very rapidly. Surrounding environment. The mountainous terrain is complex, with slopes reaching up to 45 degrees in some places, and numerous valleys. Many cliffs obstruct the firefighting route. The wind is expected to intensify, making firefighting more difficult. Zhang Haochen was initially puzzled. Why did Ji Xian suddenly think of calling him after 8 generations of silence? But as soon as he heard the first few words, he knew something was amiss. He immediately called someone over, recorded all the fire data, and then immediately dispatched personnel to carry out firefighting operations. After the two hung up, Chu Si hesitated. Do we need to go back and help? But what could they do? They couldn't just drag a boatload of water over there to provide support, could they? Ji Xian shook his head. They wouldn't be much use going over there, and there was a high chance they would get killed. There were only pine trees over there, and the fire wouldn't be easy to put out. The best approach is to have someone in the front using high-pressure water cannons, wind-powered fire extinguishers, and other equipment to put out the fire, and then dig multiple containment zones in the back. If the fire is severe, a large firefighting helicopter will be needed for coordination, which is beyond the reach of the two of them. The two of them didn't leave, but stayed where they were, constantly monitoring the fire's developments. Ji Xian frowned, feeling the cold wind on his face. This isn't good. This wind direction could very well carry the fire towards the base. I just hope Zhang Haochen can be faster. Chapter 754. The two waited anxiously for a long time, but they weren't idle either. The mutant frogs continued to climb upwards. With Ji Xian joining them, their harvest progressed even faster. The frog carcasses piled to one side, forming a high peak. Finally, Chu Xi saw two planes flying in the distance toward the fire. The rain gradually intensified, and Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly turned and went down to the cockpit. Now that the location was clear, there was no need for them to stay any longer. For the firefighting, this was a timely relief, but for the two of them, it wasn't much good news. Ji Xian restarted the boat and increased the speed, heading towards the monkey territory. Due to the shortage of manpower, Sister Chu inevitably had to work a little longer. Thankfully, the effort was proportional to the reward. It had been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. But they hadn't gone far when the mutant frogs hopping upwards began to dwindle, until finally, there was nothing left. Chu Xi climbed back into the car, figuring they had already left the mutant frogs area. Looking back, she felt a bit of regret. After a few crackling clap of thunder, the sound suggested the explosions were getting farther and farther away. Chu Xi felt a little relieved. The power of heaven should not be defied. It was best for everyone to go about their business and avoid encounters. While this was a good thing, the rain was getting heavier, which was definitely helpful for the firefighting efforts. Even Chu Xi, with her strong nerves, began to worry about the cave flooding. An hour later, they finally reached their destination. Normally, by the time the car arrived at the gate, a few monkeys would have emerged to help pull the goods. But today, there was no movement at all. Chu Xi's heart skipped a beat, wondering if something had happened. Ignoring the car full of goods, she headed straight through the valley. Ji Xian waited outside. If there were no problems, he would take another mountain road around to the valley. If something did go wrong, he could still respond immediately by waiting outside. Chu Xi spent a long time inside before emerging listlessly. Ji Xian hurried over. How's the valley? In fact, he didn't smell any blood, and there were no signs of fighting around. At first, he judged the probability of danger low. But now, seeing his wife's condition, he felt a little uneasy. Chu Xi shook his head helplessly. The monkeys are fine. It's us who are in trouble. Seeing Ji Xian's slightly relieved expression, she resisted the urge to complete the information. The monkeys took shelter in the cave. To increase their range, they automatically expanded the tunnel. Not a good thing. Ji Xian frowned and nodded. It's not a big deal. It's a pity the newly built tunnel has solidified, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. He had been inconsiderate before. In situations like today, the monkeys also needed a place to shelter. It was a good idea to find a place right away, saving them from rework later. Sister Chu forced a smile, and Ji Xian's heart immediately went on alarm. It seemed that the situation was far from perfect. After a moment's thought, he immediately thought of the cold storage nearby. Somewhat uncertain, yet somewhat unwilling to believe, could they have touched that mutant snake? Chu Xi, Should I praise him for his good brains? It was a kind word, but judging by Brother Xian's current state of mind, he clearly didn't want to hear it. She closed her eyes and nodded. Stealing her resolve, she told him everything at once. 1/3 of the snake meat is gone, and the monkeys are now unconscious in the cave. This was also why none of the monkeys had noticed their return. Ji Xian's heart skipped a beat. He was certainly distressed by the loss of so much snake meat. But what was even more worrying was the unknown effects of the monkeys consuming so much mutant snake meat. The physical enhancement was a foregone conclusion, but Ji Xian couldn't guarantee a sudden and drastic change in their temperaments. If the monkeys became violent and bloodthirsty, then they clearly weren't suitable to be together anymore. Ji Xian sighed inwardly, wiped the rain from his face, and let his wife go in first, while he drove into the valley from another route. There was no rush for anything, so all we could do was wait. Only when the monkeys woke up could all our speculations be put to rest. When Brother Xian entered, he saw the rain had already flooded the cave. The protection he had put up had long since been stripped bare by the monkeys. But that wasn't a big deal, as the monkeys were lying in a mess not far away, and the large latticework was effectively blocking the incoming water. Now, let alone just a little rain, I wouldn't be afraid of a torrential downpour. Chapter 755. Monkeys lay scattered across the floor. Knowing nothing was amiss, the two of them relaxed their anxiety. Ji Xian went down to the basement to check the safe house for any water leaks, while Chu Si simply began dissecting mutant frogs outside. She carried the bodies down one by one, each one resembling a large millstone, a total of 37. The mutant frogs were still covered in mucus, and Sister Chu was stained with quite a bit. Bearing the fishy scent of aquatic plants, she took out her dagger and began dissecting. My dear little red hand had finally returned. She had recovered 37 mutant frogs, and she had recovered 18 mutant energy stones. If you spread it out, that was almost half of her intended return rate. The kids next door were crying with envy. Chu Si examined each one, 5 F grade, 10 E grade, 2 D grade, and 1 special E grade energy stone. A smile curved her lips. One of these frogs had a moderate radiation mutation. It was so satisfying. Now, while the monkeys were frying frogs, she could finally get a few bites herself. Sister Chu was very satisfied. This was a good harvest. Thankfully, this time, it was a blessing from heaven, otherwise, she wouldn't have come across so many mutant frogs at once. This creature was considered high-quality prey. The meat was delicious, it could yield energy stones, and most importantly, its attack power wasn't too high. It was a desirable prey for many hunting teams, but unless there were special circumstances, aquatic creatures weren't that easy to catch. Sister Chu was delighted as she carried the frog downstairs. A moment later, she also brought the pot, stove, and cooking oil downstairs. Since there wasn't anything urgent upstairs, she decided to make some frog meat to satisfy her craving. Ji Xian was measuring various areas in the safe house. Furniture and other items needed work. Watching his wife busying herself, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He could only say that being generous had its benefits. After they were both done, Chu Si invited him to a feast of frog meat. It was indeed tempting. No wonder his wife couldn't stop thinking about it. The aroma of burning frog meat had already filled the room. Each piece of frog meat was golden brown, fried to a crispy exterior and tender within. Chu Si took a bite. Crunch. 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 Even though she had no particular knowledge, she thought it was truly delicious, infinitely better than pork. Puffing out her cheeks, she couldn't help but smile. She had really made it, the new little princess of the Wasteland? Ha. We even have room for picky eaters here. Amazing, incredible. Seeing someone once again absorbed in the feast, Ji Xian couldn't help but cough lightly, but didn't interrupt. After just a quick bite, he consciously left the remaining frog meat for his wife as a snack. The reason for his restrained behavior was, first, he couldn't bear to part with it, and second, he couldn't afford to offend. If it really touched Chu Si's bottom line, that accusing look would follow him for days. By the time the two of them finished their work and returned to the mountain, it was already 4 hours later. They were going to cut some bamboo at the valley entrance to make furniture. Just after exiting the cave, Sister Chu turned back. Feeling something was off, she went back and took a closer look. There's nothing wrong. Not a single monkey is missing. No, Chu Si suddenly remembered. Ji Xian had been suffering from a fever. Could the monkeys be affected too? She raised her hand and gently touched Monkey Xiaobao's face. Thankfully, the temperature had risen slightly, but Monkey Xiaobao should be able to adapt perfectly. For a mutant animal, this temperature wouldn't even be considered a high fever at best, so there was really nothing to worry about. Chu Si was about to leave when, after 2 steps, she turned back. She finally knew what was wrong. Chu Si pinched Monkey Xiaobao's face. Damn, he's lost weight. How long has it been? How did he lose weight so quickly? She hurried over to a few monkeys she knew. It was truly shocking to see. These monkey cubs were easier to deal with, but the weight loss effect was even more pronounced for mothers raising their cubs. The fat that had been built up by the one-eyed man had long since been shed. The perfect sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked effect had been achieved. She instantly knew this was getting tricky. She quickly called Ji Xian over, and the two of them unpacked the sealed honey from the cold storage. Fortunately, these things didn't smell, otherwise they'd be in trouble. She quickly added water, and fed it to the monkeys bit by bit. Ji Xian dragged out the mutant leeks they had stored. Just drinking this honey water won't cover their energy needs. We need to make more liquid food and feed them more frequently. He had thought that, given the mutant beasts' physiques, the risk of eating snake meat would be lower than that of humans. Now it seemed that wasn't the case. If no one helped them along the way, they would likely fail to evolve and starve to death. Chapter 756. The monkeys were in such a state now that the two of them couldn't even think about doing anything else. They even took turns sleeping at night. This matter was serious, and they couldn't afford to neglect it in the slightest. Ji Xian was an expert at making rice porridge, while Chu Si specialized in mincing the meat. She would roughly process it while Brother Xian added water and celery fruit to simmer. Then, each of them took a bucket and a large spoonful to feed each of them. It felt like feeding pigs. Juicy Eye wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two of them were incredibly busy, either cooking, feeding, or on their way to cooking or feeding. After 3 days, the monkeys finally woke up one after another. She was terrified. It was too late to rescue them. Although the monkeys' sleep time was shorter than Ji Xian's, it was clear that their condition was more critical. Even with a constant supply of food, these mutant monkeys were practically skin and bones. Now, Sister Chu can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Monkey Xiaobao awoke drowsily, his awareness of the outside world diminishing significantly. Following instinct, he found the large bucket of rice porridge, lifted it, and slammed it firmly into his mouth, consuming the remaining slop. But it didn't quench his thirst at all. Instead, the more he ate, the hungrier he became. The other newly awakened monkeys were also raven-eyed with hunger. Several rushed out, frantically stuffing their mouths with falling golden bells. They ate without stopping, swallowing them whole without even chewing. Chu Xiai immediately understood and hurried to help them make arrangements. It just so happened that they had caught so many mutant frogs this time, they would stir-fry them all later. But as soon as she arrived, dragging the 4 mutant frogs, they were snatched away by a pack of monkeys. They grabbed their legs and began to gnaw on them, and soon, they were completely devoured. Chu Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since they started providing chef services, the monkeys rarely ate raw meat. Even the mutant chilies they'd previously eaten, they waited until they were cooked. This time, it seemed, they really couldn't wait even a moment. It showed how depleted the monkeys' energy was. The 4 frogs were quickly devoured, and she glanced at the group's still glowing green eyes. Yes, she understood everything. Chu Xiai turned and returned to the cold storage. This time, she dragged out 8 frogs, threw 4 of them over, chopped the remaining 4 into pieces, and heated oil in a wok. She even cut 2 slices of ginger to enhance the flavor. Only when the smoke of cooking rose did they belatedly return to the ranks of civilized monkeys. Wiping the still-melted blood from their mouths, a group of monkeys sat in a row around the pot. Eat whatever came out of the pot. Eat whatever came out of the pot. With the fruit they bought from Qin Wanwan mixed in, their mouths kept busy for a whole day and a half. By around 3 p.m., the monkeys' feasting finally subsided. Each one rubbed their bellies and lay contentedly on one side. Chu Xiai made a point of visiting the pregnant monkey mother and listening to the fetal heartbeats. The little ones were all strong, which reassured her. Hadn't slept well in the past couple of days, she simply dozed off with the monkey mother. Later, she was woken by the shaking. She was curled up in the monkey mother's arms as the monkey jumped up and down the tree. It was moving incredibly fast, or rather, the entire troop was moving much faster than before, at least twice as fast. Awesome. If Brother Xian hadn't told her otherwise, she really wanted to be a girl as quick as the wind. No, she glanced at the direction and the surrounding vegetation. Although she wasn't familiar with places in the wild, she walked this route so many times recently that it had a certain affinity. Chu Xiai stared at it for a moment before finally realizing, no, isn't this the way home? The troop has returned home in glory. Why are you going to the base instead of showing off in your own territory? She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. These crazy bastards don't even think about returning to dominate the base. If they did, she'd be hard-pressed to explain herself. She turned and glanced around. Brother Xian hadn't followed her. It seemed her status within the troop was unmatched by most people. But now wasn't the time to be complacent. Sister Chu was worried. How should this situation be handled? But the team suddenly changed direction. Looking at the nearby peach orchard, a wire suddenly connected in her mind. With a start, she immediately wanted to escape from the monkey mother's body. They really didn't want to suffer any loss. They had driven the mutant silverbacks from their territory. Just when their combat power had increased, the monkeys immediately returned to seek revenge. But those were mutant silverbacks. The two were not even on the same combat level. Was she going to get involved and get beaten up? Chapter 757. Despite Sister Chu's extreme reluctance, the monkeys and the silverback gorillas still engaged in a fight. There was no way around it. The monkeys were now extremely arrogant, running into the peach forest to pick peaches, taking one and throwing one away. The silverbacks couldn't tolerate their actions, which were too despicable. Furthermore, they were already defeated. In their eyes, the monkeys had no right to be arrogant. At the beginning of the battle, the silverbacks didn't take it too seriously. The entire group of silverbacks simply squatted on the tree trunk, munching on the fruit and shouting encouragement to the younger ones. To them, this fight was just a practice session. So, at the beginning, at the signal of several adult gorillas, The 3 half-grown children went down. Needless to say, they were severely beaten. After the transformation with snake meat, the fighting power of both sides had narrowed considerably. A few of the children went down to challenge a group, and they fully realized the dangers of the monkeys. I don't know if they cried, but they definitely returned limping. The horn of war was about to sound. The mutant silverbacks were very proud. Such a provocation was enough to make these monkeys come to me with their heads. With a few bangs, the silverbacks' fighting power was gradually eliminated, and the real battle began. Sister Chu, she took this opportunity to hide behind a peach tree and began to inspect the fruit. Since they were already here, she thought, there was no time to waste. After a while of work, Chu Si prepared to move to another tree. He peeked out at the battlefield across from him, and couldn't help but congratulate himself on his quick thinking. They were really angry. Now, whether it was the monkeys or the silverback gorillas, who was not injured, with my small frame, I was lucky I didn't go over and become a target. Judging from the intensity of the battle, it likely wouldn't stop anytime soon. She simply. With a bang, a mutant silverback was kicked over by a monkey, crashing right into the tree where Chu Si was standing. Man and ape locked eyes. Look at those burning eyes. Chu Si, I should be under the car, not inside. As expected, the rage-seeking creature couldn't be bullied by the bigger ones, so it immediately charged at her. It was Sister Chu's fault for usually being so indifferent to these apes. If it had been a monkey flying over, it wouldn't have been so quick to distinguish friend from foe. Bang! A fist struck. Chu Si felt the unbearable grinding of her sternum. Such a girl, bang, slammed into the battlefield. The scene fell silent. Chu Si clutched her chest, her mind swirling. She shook her head, then spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, tinged with the smell of rust. The monkeys were furious. It bullied our hairless cubs. The silverback had now infuriated everyone. Several adult monkeys leaped down, leaving the cubs helpless. The silverbacks weren't faring any better either. After all, there were also the likes of Dahe. Chu Si had long been considered one of their own. Chu Si bit her tongue. It had happened so suddenly, and she accidentally bitten it with that punch. There was so much blood, the cut must have been quite large. But then she saw the silverback's miserable state, and she wanted to check if she had just accidentally spit out her tongue. Otherwise, why would it have come to this? She shouted a few times with her tongue out, but alas, there was no response. She knocked helplessly on the tree trunk. Let's eat. It wasn't a big deal, but she had to make sure there weren't any casualties. Who would have thought that she just yelled, but they took it seriously? Perhaps seeing that Chu Si was fine, their anger subsided, and the monkeys, along with the gorillas, decided to go get some food. On their way back, Sister Chu touched her ribs, which had been aching slightly not long ago, feeling a sense of being ripped off. But mutant animals shouldn't have that kind of intelligence, right? But she couldn't understand why the ones trying to stop the fight were always the ones who got hurt. Chu Si was carried all the way back like this. The silverback couldn't enter the monkey group's territory, so they stopped at the edge of the group's territory. Most of the monkeys also stopped where they were, and 2 of them split off and continued running back. Watching Monkey Shubao's figure gradually disappear, Chu Si wondered what their intention was in making such an arrangement. A moment later, Monkey Xiaobao and his companions arrived, bringing over pots, meat, and other supplies. This time, even Ji Xian was brought along. Knowing their leader was injured, Xiaobao was thoughtful enough to bring over the backup cook. As sensible as they are, they understand the situation perfectly. Monkey Xiaobao gave them a perfect score for this action. Chu Si watched silently, watching them bring over all the honey he had stored. The pain in his heart was even greater than the punch he had received. He glanced up at the monkey cubs. This was going to be a different story, right? Is treating your opponent to a meal this lavish? Aren't they using their own supplies? Chapter 758. At first, Chu Si really thought Monkey Xiaobao was being too generous, but then she figured it out. Silverback gorillas are completely vegetarians. The meat and honey that Xiaobaozi carried were for the monkeys, to make honey barbecue. Of course, it wasn't like he didn't take care of his battle partner. He picked up many golden bells from the valley floor that the monkeys didn't eat themselves and gave them to the monkeys. Although it was a lucky coincidence, Chu Si was still pleased with Monkey Shubao's current intelligence. He's already turning things around. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes, and the silverback gorilla stole some of the honey originally intended for the honey barbecue. The 2 sides almost got into another fight over this. The pot was kicked over, and the freshly heated oil inside spilled all over the floor. Chu Si looked at the mess and exploded on the spot. Battle power is another matter, but at least her aura was unmatched. Even the Monkey King was ready to retreat at the sight of the sparks flying all over his body. He quietly took a few steps back, scratching his head. It was truly frustrating. This bald monkey, seemingly so mild-mannered on ordinary days, could be quite explosive when provoked. Simply relying on her voice and a glare, Sister Chu suppressed a near-breakout fight. The mutant monkeys immediately rushed over to help clean the pot. Their attentiveness instantly awakened the silverback gorillas, who had always treated themselves as superiors. So, this is the cook's position in the tribe? After receiving a few inexplicable kicks, they suddenly realized their place. The silverback gorillas then followed behind the monkeys to assist. Looking at the situation, Chu Xiai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had been reckless. That situation would likely be considered a provocation among the mutant animal tribe. Before, she was completely fearless. She couldn't defeat the strongest monkeys, but she could easily defeat a few weaklings. But now, the overall combat power of their race has improved, and she's the only one who slipped through the net. If a fight really breaks out today, wouldn't her position be in jeopardy? Sister Chu secretly wiped her sweat. Fortunately, her influence still lingered. But it wasn't entirely without benefits. At least this outburst of anger had inadvertently reaffirmed her position within the tribe. Intimidation was also a way to consolidate her status. What's more, she had even managed to establish a presence among the silverback gorillas. Today's meal had finally been fooled. Chu Xiai fully believed that a peaceful life would finally begin. The next morning, smelling the thick smell of burning in the air, she couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy again. There was no thick smoke on their side, suggesting the wind direction hadn't changed significantly. The smell had already drifted over, and she didn't know how the fire was being put out. Perhaps because they saw her concern wasn't genuine enough, the monkeys took her directly to pick up the slack. After all, no matter how much you think, nothing compares to an on-site investigation. Chu Xiai fell silent. This time, not only did they take her along, but Ji Xian was included as well. The monkeys led them past the silverback's territory, but didn't enter. But a moment later, the silverbacks emerged on their own. Then the two groups of mutants joined together, following the scent and running towards the fire. Following them shouldn't be a problem for safety. Because mutant animals are extremely sensitive, they won't head straight for an active fire, they seek out areas that have already been burned. Once they arrived, everyone busied themselves searching for food. The silverback gorilla scavenged the ground for roasted nuts. The monkeys were clearly more eager, eyeing the prey that had also come to snatch up the spoils. Soon, a herd of wild boars sauntered over. They grunted and dug for food in the dirt. Little Monkey, rummaging through the dirt, approached stealthily, spotting a wild boar cub. The cubs clung to their mother, unconcerned with the large monkey. It was truly unimaginable. Its mother could easily crush several with a single blow. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such an opponent before. Then, Little Monkey dragged it away and stole it. A piglet about the same size as Monkey Xiaobao. This was a brilliant move, something not only Mother Pig, but even Chu Xiai hadn't anticipated. Mother Pig reacted briefly before charging after Monkey Xiaobao. But once it ran, it didn't matter. Seeing that Monkey Xiaobao's plan had worked, the other mutant monkeys immediately followed. Mother Pig spun around, and of the group, only two piglets remained. In a panic, one of them scurried into Silverback's territory. The gorilla took several glances. It was already within reach. Wouldn't it seem unsociable if he didn't catch it now? As soon as he reached out, he was met with Mother Pig's frenzied retaliation. This was an indiscriminate attack. It intended to kill all monkeys equally. Chapter 759. The piglets, just now roaming the ground, were being captured one after another, and the Mother Pig finally lost her patience. With its massive size, it was clear that it wasn't easy to deal with. Even if the monkeys could hide in the trees, they were still afraid of its brutal charge. Especially for these large trees that had been burned, the bark had already been carbonized, easily breaking in half after just 2 hits. This method was effective, but it couldn't withstand the monkeys' agility. The trees might fall quickly, but they certainly couldn't escape as quickly. Chu Xiai hid to the side, watching them easily flee, carrying the piglets high and low. The piglets were terrified, and the entire forest was filled with deafening screams. Chu Xiai was truly worried about the wild boar's intelligence. If you're going to chase it, just chase it carefully. With its fighting power, there's always a chance to drive the monkeys down from the trees. Instead of turning and running off to whichever piglet screamed miserably, as it did now, it would have exhausted itself before it even finished its task. Watching this maneuver, even Ji Xian couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. I don't know about the others, but the monkeys were now controlling their aggression with remarkable precision. Seeing the battle here was already a foregone conclusion, He took a detour, intending to find someone to learn about the situation at the base. This was clearly the site of a fire that had already burned out, but the black smoke was still thick in the air. This situation usually indicates a larger source of fire still burning. If this were the case, this would be very bad news. After all this time, if the wildfire wasn't effectively contained, the burned area would expand, and the number of flames would increase. This would greatly increase the difficulty of firefighting. If this were true, then contacting Zhang Haochen at this time would be inappropriate. His full attention should be focused on the disaster. After much thought, the only person who could be the culprit was Lei Ming. Most importantly, his position was relatively high, allowing him access to a wealth of inside information that others couldn't. And the facts were indeed, as he had anticipated. In fact, the situation was far more serious than Ji Xian had anticipated. Although it was rainy, the location of the fire was truly unfavorable. It was a forest dominated by pine, oak, and shrubs, with pine trees being the most numerous. The high temperature generated by lightning directly ignited the damp trees. Pine trees are rich in resin, making them both resistant and long-lasting, not to mention the thick layer of pine needles beneath. After years of accumulation, even in the midst of rain, the forest was so dense that in many places, the ground remained dry. The fire in front hadn't even burned out when the trees behind it took over. Lei Ming and his men also lined up to provide support, but the fire extinguisher dropped by the aircraft only temporarily suppressed the flames, and soon they flared up again. This recurring cycle was exhausting. Thankfully, Ji Xian's timely warning had enabled them to mobilize personnel and dig several containment cordons in the direction of Base 46, preventing the fire from spreading. But the fire had spread, now threatening other bases. For example, Base 52, where Fu Bowen was stationed. He was very close to Base 46, but lacked the mobilization power of Base 46. There was nothing they could do. Because the protective shield had been deactivated, most of their best military personnel had been dispatched to search for rare minerals, and the residents of the base, who could escape, had already fled. After the problem was discovered, the base wanted to deploy personnel to dig a containment area, but they were dragging their feet and couldn't find the manpower. Unexpectedly, it took the combined efforts of various non-staff forces to prevent the wildfire from reaching the base. Because of this incident, the battle between the official and black market forces was temporarily put aside, and all efforts were focused on saving the base's survival. Ji Xian, the final development, was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. But the task of fire control continued, and now multiple bases were working together. It was clear that the wildfire would be impossible to extinguish. They were now busy digging containment belts to contain all the fires ahead. Once they were all burned out, the fire would naturally subside. As for vegetation damage, that was the least of our concerns. After another rain, seedlings would sprout up. In less than a year, there would be another forest there. By the time Ji Xian finished talking with the others, the wild boar capture was well underway. The mutant pigs were large, but their movements also expended a great deal of energy. After the mother pig was almost completely taken care of, many adult monkeys leaped directly onto the wild boars and began to attack. Their small size had its advantages. They were agile and not afraid of being thrown. No matter where they landed, the mutant monkeys could easily reposition themselves. The mutant pigs were in a much worse situation. Although their hides were thicker, areas like their eyes and noses were still vulnerable. Chu Si couldn't just stand by and watch. Seeing that the monkeys had nearly finished off the wild boars, she moved in to finish them off. Since it was the monkeys' rations, they didn't dare use snake venom, but anesthetics were free. All in all, the wild boars died miserably. Xian Ge, observing their ferocious fighting style, suddenly felt a little intimidated. It seemed he needed to lower his profile a bit more, both at home and in the monkey group. He could call them all battle maniacs. Chapter 760. Chu Si hadn't expected the pig-catching operation to go so smoothly. The mutant monkeys' increased abilities weren't that dramatic, only about double their previous strength. But the effect was far greater than 1+1. Furthermore, the monkeys were acting as a group, making their combat efficiency incredibly powerful. The mutant boar was so large that the monkeys themselves struggled to handle it. It was the silverbacks who were more considerate and helped carry the boar back to the vicinity of the monkeys' territory. Afterwards, they gradually returned to their own territories. This time, the haul consisted of 1 large and 7 small boars. Chu Si had tested the large boar and found it had a high radiation mutation, leaving her and Ji Xian no concern. But 2 of the smaller boars had moderate radiation mutations. This probability was ridiculously high. And they were both still alive, which made Sister Chu incredibly excited. These were high-quality animals domesticated by the common people from ancient times to the present day. But the Wasteland wouldn't do. They were eating too much. Chu Si couldn't feed them highly radioactive mutant plants, as that would only increase their own radiation levels. But she couldn't even feed them the moderately radioactive leaves she'd finally grown. How fantastic would that be? Besides, mutant pigs have huge appetites. Their energy conversion rate for a single meal is less than 65% at best, with the remaining 35% wasted in other ways. And considering the abysmal yield of edible plants, how much work would she have to do to justify their waste? Chu Si raised her knife and slashed, tearing the two little ones to pieces. The bloody hand reached into the stomach, and sure enough, it soon pulled out a special energy crystal, a D-grade one with 732 energy points. She handed it to Brother Xian. Her expression was quite heroic. She left some words unspoken, but ever since Brother Xian became a gigolo, she had automatically elevated herself to the position of head of the household. Otherwise, she'd feel unworthy of her rough-hewn image. Unfortunately, the other piglet simply ate well, or perhaps the energy stone within its body had already entered the cycle of reincarnation, so she missed out. But even with just this one, she was quite satisfied. Seeing Sister Chu's brutal slaughter, the remaining 5 piglets were terrified, their legs weak and unable to stand. Chu Si looked at them, but he really didn't plan to kill any more. They couldn't raise the moderately mutated piglets, but the remaining 5 highly mutated ones were perfectly fine. The mutant sows were so large anyway, even if the entire monkey pack devoured them, they wouldn't be able to finish them all in a short time. There was really no need to slaughter these 5 little creatures right away. Chu Si had always wanted to raise animals in the valley, so now was the perfect time. Besides, they weren't very particular about food. Moderately radioactive vegetables might not even be enough for humans, but highly radioactive leaves would definitely be plenty. Besides, this was the wild. Even if they didn't have any in their own gardens, they could still harvest the ones growing all over the mountains and wild for pig food. The only downside to these creatures was that they grew so large and had such high attack power, making them difficult to control. Otherwise, Chu Si would have wanted to breed them and continue to reproduce. For now, they could only keep them like this, and kill them when they couldn't keep an eye on them anymore. Ji Xian agreed with Chu Si's idea. They had discussed animal husbandry before, but they hadn't expected to find a suitable mutant animal so quickly, and a young one at that. This opportunity was truly rare. They had dug a hole a while ago and removed a lot of rocks, so Chu Si had the monkeys help build another pig pen. Considering the smell, she had chosen a spot far from the safe house. After finishing that, she barely had the energy to dig out the big pig. That project was too large, so she had to take her time. The monkeys, however, clearly hadn't exhausted their energy yet. They skipped lunch and rushed off to patrol their territory. They were no longer the humblest of the Wu clan. They had to show off their territory. Chu Si's eyes lit up at the sight. She didn't hesitate any longer, supporting herself with her arms and scrambling to her feet. After greeting Ji Xian, she quickly followed the monkeys. By the time Ji Xian heard the noise and emerged from the cave, Sister Chu's men had already fled. He had a bad feeling about his wife being so outgoing. After a moment's thought, he followed. Indeed, Chu Si had a grand plan in mind. She saw the potential of the monkeys, so she prepared to lead them on a grand mission. The monkeys were truly impressive. If Chu Si led them, they would follow. It wasn't long before they reached the alligator-snapping turtle's territory. Sister Chu's heart was filled with ambition. With such a mutant army, she was determined to conquer the land. Then, filled with her ambition, the Monkey King led the monkeys for a short stroll before withdrawing. It was a shame it couldn't speak human language, otherwise, it would have told Chu Si. The difference between an ordinary monkey and the Monkey King was a clever and clear mind. You dare to go after the alligator-snapping turtle? Even a weight wouldn't be enough to restrain you. Are you asking for a beating? Chapter 761. The whole turtle shell thing just fizzled out. As Chu Si was returning with the team, he happened to run into Ji Xian, who had come out looking for someone. Seeing his wife looking a little down, Brother Xian looked around and saw that the beehives were nearby, so he took her there to clear her mind. The results were pretty good. Perhaps because of the wildfire, some bees had been forced to relocate their nests. They were doing pretty well here. 2 of the beehives already had new bees. The monkeys didn't join them for this part of the journey. Perhaps because of the recent shock, the Monkey King was much calmer. He ran around the route and calmly led the monkeys back to the valley floor. Chu Si had never expected to see an unexpected couple on their way back. Judging from their appearance, let's just leave it at that. The two hiding in the distant woods were Dahe and Xiaochu number 2. In Sister Chu's opinion, Xiaochu number 2 was still quite aloof. Dahe had already been slapped several times when he tried to get close. But he was determined and persevering, and what's more, he had a magic weapon. Chu Xi watched from afar. What was that? Black, but it seemed to taste good. Xiaochu number 2 ate it with great pleasure, crunching, devouring handfuls in one sitting. After biting it open, the white flesh could be seen inside. Chu Xi had no intention of interrupting their date, but her curiosity was too strong, and Xiaochu number 2 was so meticulous in his eating that he even picked up what fell on the ground and put it back into his mouth. Chu Xi was afraid that if he arrived too late, he wouldn't even be able to pick up a scrap. Monkeys are always open-minded. When they're in love, they never care about how many third wheel there are. She simply walked over. Xiaochu was quite the supporter. Seeing Chu Xi liked it, he generously gave her a handful. Counting them, there were about 10. She couldn't make it out from a distance, but as she got closer, she knew what it was. Burnt popcorn. She thought Dahe had dug it out from the scorched earth. Awesome. She wanted to eat it too. Such a hard-working, motivated, and proactive guy deserved a wife. No wonder Xiaochu number 2 loved it so much. The smell was simply heaven-scented. Now, the once black coal lumps had become black pearls. Chu Xi tested them one by one, but unfortunately, they were all highly mutated by radiation. It seemed as if heaven didn't want her to snatch the food. Watching his wife pitifully return the popcorn, Ji Xian couldn't help but smile. It wasn't easy for Dahe to come over and pull them away. Chu Xi stayed there a little longer so Xiaochu number 2 could just follow her. We go tomorrow too. We made good progress today, so Dahe would definitely go again tomorrow. As for finding edible popcorn, the chances were slim. After Silverback's search, there wouldn't be many left. But if they could find suitable kernels, they could go home and cook them. Chu Xi could only nod. After a busy day, it was almost 4 in the afternoon, and going out again was impossible. No, she worried. What if we don't catch Dahe tomorrow? Where would they find that cornfield? Ji Xian smiled and glanced at Xiaochu number 2. No way. He'd definitely come with his wife tomorrow. This was a rare opportunity for a date, and with Dahe's current enthusiasm, he definitely wouldn't waste it. Chu Xi could only half believe what he said. He went to bed early that night, and the next morning, he immediately went to bind with Xiaochu number 2. Around 5 o'clock, they heard the cries of a silverback outside. Xiaochu number 2 took a step outside, and Chu Xi hurriedly called Ji Xian to follow. When they looked outside, it was indeed Haizi. Amazing. After all his hard work, he could now get within 3 steps of his wife, or even 1. The two of them strolled slowly for a while, then picked up speed to avoid being left behind. Chu Xi simply hitched a ride. This also shows how impressive Brother Xian was. He was the type who could keep up without a ride. After finally arriving, the area was pitch black, and there were already a few squirrels on the ground. As soon as she saw their bulging cheeks, Sister Chu knew that today's plan was doomed. As expected, they searched for a long time, but couldn't find the 2 unburned corn cobs. Chu Xi's broken heart was fine, but Xiaochu number 2's situation wasn't going to end well. The two clearly couldn't speak the same language, and I wonder what sweet promises Dahe had made to it. Thankfully, they were right on the edge of the fire. He glanced outside and saw some flowers in full bloom nearby. Of course, giving flowers wasn't exactly romantic in their minds. But this thing tasted really good. It immediately moved on to another area, and Chu Xi hurriedly followed. Orangutans don't understand romance, but she did. Sure enough, Chu Xi lived up to her expectations. Before long, Dahe led her to a vast patch of mutant carnations. So beautiful, a vast expanse from such a distance. The flowers, once the size of a fingertip, swayed here like peonies. A large, tender pink, so gorgeous and edible, the only drawback was that it was a bit tall. Chapter 762. The dianthus blossoms were as big as sunflower discs. Chu Xi picked a few and handed them to Ji Xian. Xiaochu number 2 had already started eating them. They seemed quite good, and their relationship with Dahe had eased slightly. Ji Xian, however, was lost in thought, holding the flower. Chu Xi had assumed he was being carried away by romance. We can easily take down the Wasteland's top boss. Thinking back then, Ji Xian was as cold as ice. Now, warmed by her little charcoal, he had long since melted into a soft, gentle embrace. He couldn't help but chuckle, and pointed to the forest to his left. Don't be moved. There's a large area over there. After providing emotional value, they had to get down to business. These dianthus flowers are edible. They should test as many as possible before anyone discovers them. It would be best to transplant a few before leaving, so that they can pick them nearby if they want to eat them later. Ji Xian was truly touched. He could sense his wife's thoughtfulness. He wished he had given Chu Xi this little surprise himself. He hoped his wife would have both the qualities to be a queen and the qualifications to be a princess. But his days wasn't entirely due to these things. After Chu Xi mentioned that there was a large area, Ji Xian took her hand and headed towards the pink grove. They walked around a dense forest for about 10 minutes. Looking back, his view was obscured by clumps of red leaf vines, and consequently, the vibrant blossoms were no longer visible from outside. This pink grove was truly vast, interspersed between the trees, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see, encompassing at least 5 or 6 miles. The primeval forest was incredibly dangerous, even though he often ventured out as a mercenary. But the routes were generally set. Without the lure of immense profit, no one would venture into completely unfamiliar places. Thus, this sea of flowers had surprisingly never been discovered. Furthermore, if it weren't for this wildfire, he and Chu Xi probably wouldn't have explored this area in recent years. Chu Xi climbed onto a branch, her toes just touching the blossoms. Before, when she was down below, she only seen the petals, which lacked a certain charm. Now up there, looking at the vibrant blossoms, she felt like she soon sprout dragonfly wings and evolved into a fairy. Except for those with allergies, I'm sure no girl could resist the allure of flowers. She wanted to roll around in them. She turned around to look for her partner. Good moods needed to be shared. But where was she? She didn't dare shout, fearing she'd attract others. After all, they weren't the only ones scavenging from the wildfire's ashes. It's just that others generally chose locations closer to the base, where the animal repellent powder worked and fewer mutant animals would wander. But nothing is absolute. Many hunting teams, for example, tend to take risks within a certain range. She picked a large, beautiful flower and placed it in her hair. The petals drooped slightly, making it even prettier than the hat she made herself. Chu Xi proudly took a few selfies, then jumped down the tree to look for someone. She found Brother Xian squatting at the base of the tree, digging around, occasionally picking up bits of soil and carefully examining them in his hands. What's going on? Why are you so serious? She suddenly had a bad feeling. The most common misfortune they encountered in the forest was rashly straying into the territory of some powerful mutant beast. Judging from Ji Xian's expression, it was probably the case. But it didn't seem likely. If it were, Brother Xian would have dragged her away by now. Chu Xi quietly approached Ji Xian. What's wrong? Is there anything unusual about this area? Ji Xian nodded. The mountain has terraces, a lot of gravel, and the sand is black, and the amount is extremely fine and smooth. Chu Xi, Speak human. What's this all about? Are you bullying her for being uneducated? Ji Xian curled his lips and smiled. Have you ever heard the saying, there's gold beneath a mountain of dianthus? That means there's a good chance there's a gold mine beneath a mountain covered in dianthus flowers. Chu Xi took a deep breath. She understood this without needing a translation. So, you were just digging around in the dirt just now, just to confirm it? Ji Xian nodded. Yes, I checked the soil, and it's basically correct. This meant there was a high probability of gold deposits beneath this spot. Sister Chu was excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry back, and get the equipment, and test the ore reserves here. This is gold, far superior to hematite, pure precious metal. Judging from Ji Xian's solemn expression, gold must be quite prestigious in the Wasteland. If that's the case, wouldn't they be making a killing? Chu Xi squatted down to take a closer look. It was truly remarkable. The soil here was black and shiny, truly different from elsewhere. Sister Chu was deeply moved. She gave Brother Xian a thumbs up. This was the importance of a think tank. It's a shame that one only regrets not having enough knowledge when it's needed. If she were to wander around here on her own, she'd only be able to see the dish above her head. She couldn't help but sigh, Brother Xian, you're truly well informed. This left Ji Xian speechless. As a mercenary, who doesn't dream of striking gold, he had memorized a ton of these commands, but unfortunately, after all these years, they never come into use. His wife, on the other hand, was the complete opposite of him. Fortunately, they complemented each other perfectly. Chapter 763. Chu Xi was overjoyed at the prospect of finding gold, eager to return and bring the excavator. She wandered around the area and immediately selected a tall dianthus, plucked it up, shook the dirt off the roots, and set it aside. She then plucked a second one. Chu Xi was quite optimistic about dianthus. Besides eating its flowers herself, They could also provide a better diet for the monkeys. She swung around, clutching the tall plant, and inadvertently, she seemed to pull something down from midair. She hadn't thought much of it, but a casual glance down at it made her heart skip a beat. It was a mechanical bee, already mimicking itself. Suddenly it fell. When Chusi looked back, she saw its appearance rapidly changing to the color of earth. Her mind wasn't as quick as her feet, and with a pop, she stomped it into the dirt. He quickly called Brother Xian over and anxiously said, "We're being watched." Ji Xian's eyes darkened as he took the little bee, whose wings Chusi had crushed, and examined it. He pulled a small screwdriver from his backpack and pried open the shell. Inside, he could see a small venomous snake totem. Without a second thought, he immediately pulled Chusi up and evacuated. The situation was dire. He hadn't expected to encounter venomous fangs. This was an organization dedicated to illegal mining. While their presence at the base wasn't as extensive as on the black market, their scale was considerable. They had no shortage of points, weapons, manpower, or even means. Once they were engaged, they would be extremely formidable. Like a venomous snake, once they set their sights on a target, they wouldn't stop until they had killed it. Unfortunately, Ji Xian took a deep breath. It looked like they had already been confronted. This area was most likely their private mine. As for the others who had discovered the secret, Ji Xian didn't believe they would let them go so easily. After leaving the woods, he saw Xiaochu No. 2, and the others had wandered off elsewhere. Chusi saw that a fight was about to break out, and immediately wanted to call the two fighters back. Brother Xian grabbed the man, shook his head gently, and pulled Chusi along, immediately dashing into the woods on the other side. If it was a whole herd of monkeys, perhaps they could actually fight them. Xiaochu No. 2 and Dahe were naturally not afraid of ordinary fighters, but the people from Poison Fang were equipped with large caliber weapons. Fighting just two mutants, they would easily be at a disadvantage. And at this moment, Ji Xian had no idea how many men were lying in ambush. However, if a real fight came to a head, under the onslaught of high-caliber weapons, the big blacks wouldn't give the two much time to escape, so there was no need to call them back. It would only increase the damage. Chusi looked in the direction they were heading, a little confused. Are we going home? Although she wasn't very good with directions, she still had a general sense of direction. She probably wasn't going this way when she came just now. Xian nodded, listening intently to the sounds behind him. Closing his eyes, he raised his crossbow and turned to fire. With a soft pop, Chusi saw a small iron ball the size of a thumb quickly fall from the air. The detector, originally the same color as the leaves, quickly changed color upon contact with a small arrow. This was why Chusi was able to immediately detect it with her eyes. However, the man's arrow hadn't completely wounded it, and it struggled with its useful wings trying to fly. The two of them didn't care anymore. As long as they couldn't catch up, it was fine. What they lacked now was time. Using the flying tiger claw, they pushed forward with all their might. This time, they didn't have a car, so they had to choose a route that couldn't be taken by cars, minimizing their disadvantage. Ji Xian knew his ears weren't as good as his wife's, so he asked her to listen carefully for any other tracking devices. Chusi was desperately running forward, but she hadn't expected such a great mission to fall upon her. She took a deep breath, focusing all her energy on the various sounds that passed by her ears. Then, she isolated the sound she was looking for from the countless noises. Isolate, shoot, alas it missed. Chusi's face darkened. She regretted her laziness. After all, the intense training paid off. What a waste of her good qualities. Ji Xian seemed to have anticipated this. As soon as Chusi took aim, he immediately fired his pistol. However, compared to Chusi's single-shot fire, his was a burst of multiple shots. After several misses, the beautiful crisp sound of bullets hitting metal finally rang out. The two of them worked seamlessly together, clearing two more obstacles in quick succession. Finally, Chusi could hear no more noise. She breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like they all been shaken off. Brother Xian nodded, but his expression showed no sign of relief. He opened the map on his watch. After finding the direction, he immediately led Chusi towards the base. This matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. Poison Fang wouldn't let them go, and he wasn't about to let this go easily. The gold ore was definitely no longer relevant to the two of them, but conversely, he could make Poison Fang have nothing to do with them either. Chapter 764. The two finally returned home. Chusi had thought she wouldn't see her lovely three-story house again for a while. But she was caught off guard. Thinking of the relentless pursuit along the way, Chusi couldn't help but worry, who are these people? She was afraid they keep chasing them. Back in the Flower Sea, Those little mechanical bees must have transmitted their faces back. The thought made her anxious. Will they come to the base to hunt them down? Ji Xian shook his head. It's possible they'd be put on the blacklist. It's probably impossible for the Poison Fangs to commit crimes inside Base 46. Sister Chu wiped her face. She felt that Brother Xian was being too subtle. Could it be a good thing for them to be on the blacklist? From then on, they became popular, waiting for someone to come and harvest their heads. She huddled in her chair, her face etched with frustration. Is there no solution? These fangs were too annoying. Her brows furrowed tightly, and with her anger rising, she simply didn't want to put up with this. She wasn't going to be easily bullied either. Perhaps she couldn't give them a shock? She looked up at Ji Xian and spoke directly to him. Brother Xian, do you know where this organization's headquarters is? I'm thinking, if all else fails, how about we just take the monkeys and silverback gorillas and charge them? She was truly fed up. She wanted to wipe out their lair and put an end to it all. That would save her from having assassins popping up all the time to annoy her. It's always the case that a thief can be a thief for 1,000 days. So why not be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Ji Xian smiled. This idea was quite straightforward. No need for any twists and turns. Just suppress them directly with force. He reached out and touched his wife's head. Well, now that you're back, the initiative in this dispute has shifted. As for the monkeys, they have plenty of opportunities to intervene in the future, but we can't just force them. For one thing, it would be difficult to control casualties. Furthermore, if they brazenly attacked with mutant animals, other bases and organizations would label them dangerous. That would be more trouble than good. After they settled in and ate a quick meal, Chu Xi went back to rest, while Ji Xian stayed in the living room and began contacting the patrol officers. Upon hearing that this was a highly suspected gold mine, they took it very seriously. A four-man team soon arrived. With all their supplies, they immediately set out to investigate the scene. This was a significant accomplishment for them. Ji Xian smiled and invited them in. Everyone was given a glass of water before the details of the Venom Fang situation were revealed. One team member's mouth twitched. He knew there was no way Ji Xian, the big shot, would give them such a gift so easily. It turned out to be a hot potato, with a thin skin and a large filling. It smelled delicious, but it was also very scalding. The Venom Fang organization actually had ties to Base 46. They were, like the Wild Dogs, a downstream operation of a major force within Base 46. Although this force had been eradicated while they were still active, its size was too large, and the main plot had been pulled out, but a lot of the sweet potato and peanuts had been lost. Without shelter, these people acted more like desperate criminals. With no scruples, their actions sometimes became even more shady than those on the black market. The oldest captain, however, breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when he first heard the news, he thought something was wrong with the inspection office, and Ji Xian was going to rip them off. Now, it seemed the target was someone else. The uncle nodded. If that were the case, he felt relieved. Ji Xian explained the situation without further ado, then passed the previously marked coordinates to the others. The gold mine issue was now over. Ji Xian was confident about the next move. The base wouldn't compromise on a resource like gold. Let's get them a little wine first. As for the rest, he tapped his fingertips on the table. He needed to find a new partner. Ji Xian clicked on his watch and scrolled through his address book. His gaze passed over Fu Bowen, finally stopping on Lei Ming's name. In terms of closeness, he couldn't compare to Bowen. But this matter was risky, and follow-up personnel would be needed. Bowen's management skills weren't very strong. If he were to be dragged down, it might be a bad thing. He understood that when Base 46 was purged, even some of the Wild Dogs' external bases were destroyed. The Venom Fangs were also greatly affected, having lost their proper territory. They were now forced to retreat to Base 52, where the situation was most chaotic. There, they were a considerable force. They were in competition with Lei Ming and the others. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is often your enemy. For example, Team Lei would surely know about some of their other mining sites. If so, wouldn't that open up a new avenue for breakthrough? Chapter 765. The people of Poison Fang were frustrated. Why had their mining sites recently been clashing with mutant monkeys? Luckily, the monkeys couldn't mine, so the items wouldn't get lost. After a few days of observation, they realized they couldn't really get going. They simply sent most of the garrison back, leaving only a few to monitor the monkeys' movements. But just 2 days after the main group was sent back, the monkeys followed suit. The group hurried back, but the monkeys, like a sick man, fled back again before their men could even get back. They couldn't just set up camp and stay there permanently. Firstly, it was unsafe, and secondly, they feared being targeted. Headquarters simply ordered them back again. The tedious journey, coupled with the need to transport the massive mining equipment, had left the group exhausted. After hearing the news the monkeys had wandered off again, headquarters learned their lesson. They planned to wait a few days, waiting to be sure the monkeys wouldn't return before setting off again, saving time on the road and wasting time on useless work. Poison Fang's idea was brilliant. If no one had set a trap for them. Precisely because of this few days buffer, the entire battle was lost. When Poison Fang's men finally realized what was happening, they hurriedly led their troops back to the wild mine base. Alas, the place had already been occupied by Lei Ming's men, and even their original fortifications had been reinforced one by Lei's team. In just 10 days, they had taken down all 3 wild mines. Venom Fang couldn't suppress his anger. The boss sat in the main seat, listening to the trembling reports from his subordinates. After a while, he sat up straight and put out his cigarette. Lei Ming from the Tomorrow Mercenary Group? He knew this guy, he was quite capable. He said he set up a base at Base 52 and had been doing well recently. But he couldn't understand. What's with that group of mutant monkeys? He couldn't believe it. Could such a coincidence really be possible? It was too coincidental, as if the Tomorrow Mercenary Group could control the monkeys. Of course, he definitely didn't believe it when it came to controlling mutant monkeys. He had never heard of any organization raising such a powerful group of creatures. The investment cost was too high, and the operation was too difficult. Forget a mere branch of the mercenary group. Even an official base would find it extremely difficult to achieve this. They could afford to keep so many monkeys, but they would need to mobilize so many monkeys at once, and for so many days at a time. How many small red tubes would be consumed at once? Honestly, their few small iron mines weren't worth the trouble. As for true manipulation, he never considered it. What a joke. If they truly possessed such immense power, why would they remain dormant until now? After much deliberation, only one solution seemed most feasible. He tilted his head to glance at the young man sitting next to him. "Ah, are there any chemicals that could achieve this?" Hearing this, the refined young man pushed his glasses, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "We could use hormones to lure the monkeys to a designated location, but the effects of the drugs would make the monkeys more aggressive, and once the drugs wore off, the attracted mutants would quickly leave. But according to reports from subordinates, the mutant monkeys in the wild mining area are behaving perfectly normal, unlike the effects of traditional Chinese medicine. Furthermore, their movements back and forth are far too frequent. Even under the influence of hormones, the mutant monkeys do have a certain degree of discernment. Being tricked the first time is understandable, but once they realize they've been deceived, it will be extremely difficult to mobilize them a second time." The conversation reached a dead end at this point. Seeing the bosses pondering, a subordinate sitting at the back cautiously raised his hand and reported, "Boss, the 2 scoundrels who betrayed the gold mine information have been found. They're now holed up in Base 46. Hearing this, the man sitting at the head couldn't help but laugh, though it was clearly a cold, blood-stained smile. "What's the matter? Is this the year they're destined to be unlucky? Before, Base 46 was considered their territory, and silently killing someone there would have been a breeze. But since the upper echelons of power were eliminated in order to prevent the resurgence of the villains, the base's scrutiny of them has been even more rigorous than on the black market." Seeing that he hadn't expressed himself, the younger brother tentatively asked, "Then, will they be put on the blacklist?" "Blacklist?" The man in the first seat rubbed his brow. After 4 consecutive failures at wild mining sites, they had only 9 mineral deposits, and now nearly half of them were gone. Not to mention, there was a very precious gold deposit inside. How could he not feel heartbroken? If the man's rage could materialize, no one present would be alive. After a moment, he waved his hand. "No need. Just send 2 minions to wait and see. Once they leave the base, we find an opportunity to eliminate them." In this situation, there was really no need to waste that money. Since they had been forced to this point, they needed to concentrate all their firepower and prepare to fight the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. They were Venom Fangs. Even if they had lost their former glory, they weren't something anyone could just step on and trample on. Chapter 766. The Venom Fang and the Tomorrow Mercenary Group had been testing the waters for 2 days, each with their share of victories and losses, but neither side could defeat the other. A head-on confrontation, as expected, ensued. Lei Ming naturally wanted to keep the 3 newly acquired mines for himself. Alas, such a major event was inevitable, and headquarters couldn't have been unaware of it. Furthermore, The Venom Fong men couldn't have targeted only the branch at base 52 for revenge. After being raided for several days, even the most foolish headquarters would have had to investigate. Lei Ming couldn't have covered it up on his own. But since he had spearheaded this operation, he naturally had to seize the initiative. After capturing the mines, he immediately arranged for his own men to take over. Headquarters would receive a share, a highly significant 50-50 split, but only their own people knew the actual amount of ore produced. Fu Bowen has been enjoying a glorious time lately. Thanks to Ji Xian's connections and his own hard work, his time as Captain Fu has finally arrived. Not only has he become the head of the 52nd Base Branch, he's also directly responsible for a wild mine. With so many resources at his disposal, he now even has a say at the headquarters of the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. The young man was so happy. For the second time in his life, he specially spent a fortune on 2 fresh mutant apples, and sent them to Captain Lei and Brother Xian as a small token of his appreciation. This time, he learned his lesson. Captain Lei, being alone, didn't matter, expressing gratitude was enough. As for Brother Xian and Sister Chu, he learned his lesson and was determined not to flatter them again. Considering he come specifically to give a gift, and since the family had so much uneaten food, Brother Xian finally decided to treat him to lunch. Of course, it couldn't be too good, it was all home-cooked meals, and Chu Ci couldn't bear to touch even a single portion of the dishes he particularly loved. He entered the warehouse, looked around, and finally generously cut off a piece of bone. This thing is good. Although there's no meat on it, it's full of oil. It's a great dish whether stewed in soup or eaten alone. At noon, the good man was busy in the kitchen. Chu Ci was speechless at the sight of the delicious dish, so he simply added a vegetarian dish himself. Carrying his basket, he entered the vegetable garden. As a guest, Fu Bowen had nothing to do. But the young man knew his place very well. He couldn't just stand by and watch while the 2 bosses were busy. Will he still be a successful businessman? Coincidentally, thinking of the large vegetable garden, he also felt itchy. But without an invitation, he couldn't go. This was the Wasteland, and the vegetable garden was a valuable asset, forbidden to outsiders. The joy of the picking garden wasn't something everyone could enjoy in any era. Take the planting area within the base, for example. Forget picking, even entering required a qualification review. The young man silently stood up and began to assist Ji Xian. But he was completely unnecessary. Washing a bone wouldn't require 2 trips. Ji Xian looked at the simple child, thought for a moment, and then said directly, "There's a planting area on the 3rd floor. We won't be staying here for long, so why don't you go up and help check it out?" Bowen was stunned, then immediately went up happily. This shows the boss's trust in him. Sister Chu is on the 2nd floor, and Brother Xian has allowed him to wander around the 3rd floor unsupervised. He's definitely Brother Xian's trusted confidant. Thinking of this, Bowen was instantly moved beyond words. Brother Xian had now reached a point of openness with him. Even in the face of the greatest temptation, he couldn't let the boss down. As he passed the 2nd floor, he could see a lush green field in his peripheral vision, but he didn't even dare to tilt his head. Without stopping, he went straight to the 3rd floor. And then his inner defenses collapsed. Oh my god, what kind of paradise is this? There's so much land in here. For the first time, he finally faced the meaning of the word landlord. He couldn't help but feel overwhelmed again. This was the charm of his sister Chu. I remember back then, when Brother Xian was first brought out of the nursing home by his sister, the 2 of them were so broke they couldn't even scrape together a few points. Destitute, Brother Xian had to scavenge for supplies from the sparsely populated corners of his former storage. Look at how many people in the base could cultivate so much land on their own now. He sat down beside a fern, gently stroking its leaves, over and over again. When Chu Ci came up to look for someone, she saw the scene. She stood by, silently holding on to the doorframe. That expression was a bit perverse. Clinging to a fern like he was his wife, how deep must that love be? She couldn't help but doubt Ji Xian's decision. Brother Xian figured they wouldn't be back very often, and Bowen might suffer a setback with the Tomorrow Mercenary Group. Then, perhaps, he could help take care of the family. But now, it seems like this guy isn't very reliable. Of course, this was a joke. Chu Ci carefully examined the people around her, and found that Fu Bowen seemed to be the closest to them. He was also a simple man, and had never done anything to harm Ji Xian. She stood by the door and coughed lightly. Brother Xian's meal is ready. We're going downstairs. Chapter 767. Bowen couldn't stay long this time. They were currently engaged in a heated battle with Poison Fang, and he had more serious matters to attend to. After dinner, they had to leave immediately. As soon as the food arrived, Brother Xian scooped him a full bowl of bone broth, along with a piece of marrow as big as a dumpling. A piece of fat floated in the white broth. The young man was deeply moved. A mist welled up in his eyes. Didn't you see that Brother Xian only scooped him a bowl of soup? And his sister Chu was actually ranked last. Although it was a bit inappropriate, he felt a little happy. Wasn't his position now secure? No, compared to before, it had even made a qualitative leap. He was no longer considered a younger brother. From now on, he could drop the little brother. He was Brother Xian and Sister Chu's biological brother. Just thinking about this, tears welled up in his eyes, and threatened to fall. Then he saw Ji Xian dish out the remaining whole bone to Sister Chu. Everyone else had bowls, but she had a basin. And, at Chu Si's request, a little acidifier was added to the soup, and some chopped fern was sprinkled on top. Whether it was delicious or not was unknown, but it was definitely heartfelt. And Brother Bowen, who had just been deeply moved, was now deeply hurt. He remained silent, unable to hold back the tears that had been brewing. With a plop, a tear fell onto the table. The other two turned their heads simultaneously, seeing the slightly confused look in his eyes. Fu Bowen felt terribly embarrassed, wishing he could hold it back. Chu Si was puzzled. What's wrong? Is the soup too hot? Is it burning your eyes? Bowen had never heard of such a claim before, but regardless of whether it was true or not, he quickly nodded and brushed it off for now. Thinking for a moment, he realized Lei Ming's instructions hadn't been delivered yet, so he quickly changed the subject. Brother Xian, we now captured 3 of Poison Fang's wild mines. The captain asked me to ask what kind of reward you want. Points, weapons, or just food? Ji Xian paused. The conflict between Lei Ming and Poison Fang had intensified. The Tomorrow mercenary group was fighting quite well, and he had indeed provided them with some direction and action plans. But Ji Xian had no intention of interfering too deeply in this matter, and naturally wouldn't seek further action. After all, Poison Fang was also an enemy of his and Chu Si's. Partnering with them was merely leveraging their strength. Lei Ming had understood his point from the beginning. So now he specifically asked Bowen to deliver the message. This clearly wasn't the end. He set the spoon aside and sat up straight. Fu Bowen, sitting across from him, reflexively straightened his back and immediately went into reporting mode. How could he have forgotten? Why show off his eloquence now? In reality, Lei Ming still wanted to drag Ji Xian into this, even though the harvest from the 3 wild mines was already extremely rich. But now was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to see if he could eradicate the Poison Fang organization in one fell swoop. It wasn't that he was particularly greedy, but rather that these wild miners were incredibly unruly. The rewards were enormous, and naturally the risks were proportional. Once a conflict broke out, the outcome was always a fight to the death. This wasn't just a fight to the death. As with Ji Xian and the others, if their specific location was discovered, they would be hunted down by the organization. Until death. They had to ensure the secret didn't leak out. Similarly, the Tomorrow mercenary group was now also under their watch. Furthermore, the Poison Fangs were concerned about Lei Ming, and Lei Ming was equally concerned about them. If push came to shove, if the Poison Fangs realized the mine was truly unrecoverable, there was no guarantee they wouldn't directly disclose the location to the base to protect themselves. That would be truly troublesome. Ji Xian didn't respond directly, thinking about the 2 men who had been lurking outside the west gate. He rubbed his brows, and motioned for Bo Wen to eat first. He would discuss this matter with Lei Ming himself. That was indeed a venomous snake. He was getting annoyed by being watched all day. In the afternoon, Captain Lei finally received Ji Xian's call. A hint of joy crossed his face. The messages Bo Wen had relayed were merely probing. He wanted to see if Ji Xian had any such intentions. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Otherwise, today's call wouldn't have happened. Lei Ming offered his utmost sincerity, directly promising 20% of the profits from the 3 mining areas. This reward was indeed very tempting. The wealth contained within was undoubtedly enormous. But Ji Xian also knew that not all rewards were his. Especially not with long-term, high-profit dividends like this. If he really reached out, he would undoubtedly be locked in with Lei Ming and the others. The 2 of them had different ambitions, and he didn't want to get involved. He preferred a one-time reward to that. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed. Weapons. All the weapons seized from Duya. I want half. Lei Ming, unwilling to give up, tried a few more times, even raising the percentage slightly, but unfortunately, to no avail. There was no other choice. The final solution had to be in line with Ji Xian's previous proposal. Chapter 768. Brother Xian personally intervened, stirring up trouble for several rounds. Only 2 mining areas remained in the Poison Fong's grasp. As the saying goes, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it. Furthermore, their reputation was already poor, and the weaker they became in the later stages, the more people came after them. At this point, even if Ji Xian stopped interfering, the remaining people wouldn't let them off easily. The two had been holed up long enough, and were ready to go for a stroll, and take care of the minions, who had been spying on them. Those two were lucky. Because they were assigned to carry out this assassination mission, they happened to miss the current crackdown, which is why they've been able to survive until now. But unfortunately, Ji Xian had clearly had enough. As he and his wife exited the west gate, Chu Xi glanced sideways and whispered, "They caught up." Ji Xian gestured for them to move a little further, as they were still too close to the base. Without stopping, they headed straight into the woods, a perfect place to slaughter sheep. But after turning another corner, Chu Xi realized the 2 men seemed to have lost him. He was speechless. They couldn't even keep up at that speed? Do they have even the basic qualities of a killer? Clearly, the 2 did, and not only did they have them, they also had brains. After discovering Ji Xian and the others had left the base, the tall man immediately contacted his superiors, primarily requesting more personnel. Just kidding, these 2 men could have escaped from the gold mining area. Never mind being chased all the way, they could have made the long journey back on foot without being eaten by a mutant beast. These 2 great gods were not people the 2 brothers could afford to mess with. But what was the situation inside the Poison Fong now? A large amount of resources had been lost, and many of the brothers were in trouble. How could they possibly assign them personnel for such a small mission? On the contrary, the organization had forced the 2 brothers to carry out their original plan. Regardless of the success or failure of the mission, they were to return to headquarters to respond to other calls. The young man next to him was dumbfounded. He scratched his head, seriously suspecting that the call had been made at the wrong time. If they hadn't been specifically reminded, the higher-ups probably wouldn't have remembered them. Now, they were being led directly into the crosshairs. Chun Chun had brought this upon himself. His brows furrowed, and he glanced hesitantly at the person beside him. "Brother Huang, what should we do now?" He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if the 2 people under surveillance were deliberately setting them up. The thought of this made it an even more ominous sign. He didn't want to go, but disobeying the organization's orders would certainly lead to retribution in the future. Brother Huang, the tall one, had a gloomy look in his eyes, as he pondered his own considerations. He had worked for Poison Fong for over 20 years, and while he had never been able to climb the ranks, his vision far surpassed that of the boy next to him, and his actions exuded a ruthless intensity. Even if they went back now, their only option was to become cannon fodder. No one would accept a traitor, but a sincere traitor was another matter. Although he was a small-time operative without access to the organization's core secrets, he would often drink mixed wine with some of his brothers, chatting and gossiping, and occasionally he would sniff out some small secrets. Or he could personally search other people's watches for any seemingly useful information. Of course, there wasn't much truly useful information, because the more important something was, the less likely they were to leave any clues. It took him multiple verifications to pinpoint the exact location of a wild mine. But he couldn't make it public, so he had to stay put, a lifeline in a critical moment. Now, the organization's forces were being targeted. Resources were being plundered, and many personnel had been lost. Isn't this the time when there's the best chance of escape? He turned to look at the young man next to him. "Xiao Lu, do you trust me?" The young man nodded vigorously. Whether he survived depended on the man's tactics. What he feared most was that this man would simply retreat on his own. He had no way of escaping the organization's pursuit. The 2 of them discussed it, and immediately went to the black market to surrender. Chu Xi was still hiding in the woods, waiting, only missing one boot. Was he trying to drive himself crazy? She couldn't help but wonder, are these 2 going to call for reinforcements? Ji Xian had already deployed several surveillance bugs around the area. He shook his head slightly, probably not. If there really were reinforcements, with the speed of the Poison Fong organization, they should have crawled over by now. Alas, they didn't. Checking the time, there was no need to wait any longer, so Brother Xian immediately ordered everyone to leave. Looking outside, sure enough, the 2 men had already vanished. Tall and the others had already left. Whoever wanted to do this could do it. If they could successfully escape from a group of people, would they still go and get free food? Chapter 769. Although the 2 spies had already left, Chu Xi and Ji Xian had no idea of the specific circumstances at the time. They were wary of taking any chances, believing they were planning something drastic. Chu Xi had indeed prepared carefully for days, but nothing came of it. When he went outside again, He didn't see a single soul. But Ji Xian was still worried. He didn't want someone to break into their base camp because of his momentary negligence. That would be a huge loss. Later, word arrived from Lei Ming that Poison Fang was completely bankrupt. They had barely managed to hold onto one of their last 2 mining sites. It was rumored that the other wild mining site had been stolen by the black market. The 2 men suspected they had a traitor, as the locations of these 2 sites were extremely secretive, and many had diligently investigated them with little success. They were, in effect, Poison Fang's last remaining trump card. Indeed, the situation was truly so. Venom Fang headquarters was practically exasperated, but at this point, even further anger would have no real effect. The situation was hopeless, and from now on, they could only keep their tails between their legs and behave themselves, hoping to slowly develop through this last mining site. The Venom Fang incident had finally come to a temporary end. After suffering so much, they had never imagined that it would be at the hands of a commoner like Ji Xian. After much reflection, they simply concluded that their organization had become utterly rotten, allowing someone to exploit its weakness. With the fighting over, their first act was to thoroughly review all members, removing any with questionable identities. By some fluke, they were indeed saved for a little longer. The reason Chu Xi and Ji Xian were so certain the danger was over was because, in addition to the information Lei Ming had relayed, they also benefited from the auction they had attended yesterday afternoon at the black market. Upon entering, they saw 2 henchmen already inside, entertaining guests. Their smiles were incredibly bright. From this, Ji Xian had a rough idea of what was going on. The first item up for auction was abandoned railroad track salvaged from the mine. The price was reasonable, and Chu Xi was quite tempted. Ji Xian shook his head. They were mainly there to take a look, to kill time, and to see if there were anything else they might find. As for the railroad tracks, it was a pure scheme orchestrated by a few bigwigs in the black market. A scheme designed specifically for fishing. Although these were abandoned railroad tracks, the damage wasn't severe. There was only a thick layer of rust on the surface, and some of the tracks were a bit bent. But to a true expert, these issues aren't even a problem. After rust removal and initial correction, the rails can be used directly on their own land. For example, the wild mining area they're mining in the mutant silverback territory will be very useful once the mining area expands, and transporting them there will always be more convenient than with bulldozers. According to this line of reasoning, the buyer who keeps up with this batch of goods is likely to reap a wild ore. Their fear isn't that the price of this batch of goods will be too low, but that they won't be able to sell them. Thus, the price of the rails will definitely not be high. It's enough to maintain the low price. Ji Xian curled his lips in a smile. After all, you're after their wares, while they're after your home base. If they could just snag one, they'd make a killing. Seeing the smile on Brother Xian's face, Sister Chu consciously and silently moved a little further away from the number plate. She felt a little melancholy. Back in the modern era, she'd been a lively and adorable girl next door. Although she had no grand ambitions, she lived a relatively peaceful life. She gave off an overall impression of innocence, yet not foolishness. Now, after the ravages of the Wasteland, she's been nicknamed Reckless Sister. She truly knows how to thank people. The items up for auction were varied, from common weapons to the latest cutting-edge scientific research products. Of course, the most sought after were the various potions. It was indeed an eye-opener, but there wasn't anything suitable for them, and the 2 of them had spent the entire night running for nothing. Not only did they not gain anything, but Chu Xi, drowsy during the auction, accidentally drank a small glass of water from the table. 5 points. That's even higher than the price of the nutrient solution. She'd been completely ripped off. Chu Xi, expressionless, obediently paid the fine. Only after leaving the black market could she uncontrollably complain, "Aren't they too shady? Such a big deal, yet they're so stingy?" Ji Xian smiled and shook his head. He knew his wife had woken up half-conscious and simply grabbed the water and gulped it down, leaving him too late to stop her. As for the black market being stingy, it wasn't entirely true. With 10,000 points, not only is the water on the table free, but you can also enjoy the pastries on top. Of course, that was just one plate. Refills would cost extra. Sister Chu paused speechlessly. Not really, just for that one plate of pastries. Chapter 770. The matter of the fangs came to an end, and the 2 could finally return to the valley. Unfortunately, when Chu Xi had gone there alone before, even his electric scooter had ridden to the other end, so now they had to continue on foot. Not long after they left, they noticed something amiss. Looking at the empty peach orchard, Chu Xi wondered, Could it be that these mutant silverbacks have gone back to that burnt forest to pick nuts? But that didn't make sense. She scratched her head. Didn't they leave a few guards behind when they went out before? Usually, even if they entered their territory, the guards would come out to take a look. Today's situation was a bit unusual. Ji Xian frowned. In a situation like this, the most likely scenario was that their territory was under attack. So, they had no time to pay any attention to their side. But Brother Xian listened carefully and heard no sounds of fighting or intimidation. The two followed the guerrillas' patrol route for a while, but still found nothing. They could only continue forward. Perhaps they were truly moving as a whole. Until they reached the valley, they finally understood why there were no more guerrillas in the peach grove. So all those big guys had moved in. Chu Xi had never imagined that one day, a group of mutant monkeys and a group of gorillas would get along so harmoniously. To be honest, even with Brother Xian's keen eyesight, he didn't dare to think that way. Just at the valley entrance, they saw quite a few little ones from both groups playing in the bamboo forest. The monkeys had already lost their curiosity about this place, but with new playmates, it seemed like they had discovered a new joy. Chu Xi continued inside, while Brother Xian continued up the mountain along his pre-planned route. At this time, monkeys and gorillas lived together in the valley. Although they lived separately, the boundaries between the two groups were not clearly defined. Some young monkeys and gorillas were particularly curious, and would deliberately sneak into the other group to observe their living habits. Of course, a few kicks were normal. But the big guys were restrained, at most causing them to roll over on the ground. Chu Xi walked all the way from the valley entrance to the end. She watched the monkeys nibble on the peaches they had brought back, while the gorillas crouched on the cliff edge, picking up the ripe, fallen golden bells. The scene was remarkably harmonious, a scene of peace and beauty. Chu Xi looked this way, then that. Why did it feel so dreamy? It was like sleepwalking. It was the first time she knew that the territories of monkeys and gorillas could actually overlap. Then she couldn't understand. If they could clearly get along, why had they fought so hard before? Back then, the two sides were practically mortal enemies. The monkeys were chased away even when they tried to return for a peach. And when Dahei tried to infiltrate the monkey group, he was nearly detained forever by the Monkey King. Could it be that a battle of equals simply convinced both sides? In fact, Chu Xi's guess was correct. The most basic reason was that the monkey group's fighting power was recognized by the mutant silverbacks. From then on, the two sides became equals. The Monkey King initially wanted to take advantage of Xiao, but they gave him the peach. As for the golden bells, they had already eaten their fill, so it wasn't a big deal at all. So, the two sides quickly reached a consensus. And there was a benefit. The combined strength of the two sides could greatly enhance their competitiveness. During the few days Chu Xi and Ji Xian were away, the monkeys combined with the mutant silverbacks to expand their territory by almost a third. This whole procession resulted in the acquisition of a significant amount of resources. When Brother Xian finally returned, exhausted, the two of them had a quick lunch. Not long after, the joint patrol began again. A large group of monkeys marched out in a mighty procession, and Sister Chu was thrilled to watch. This time, the two of them went together. Brother Xian wanted to expand the new map, and Sister Chu came along to take a look. At such times, she always sat at the children's table. They were noisy and playful all the way, having more fun than them. Brother Xian, however, was a little worried. He looked at his wife, wanting to remind her, "Do you remember the hematite ore deposit under the gorilla forest?" Clearly, Chu Xi had forgotten it. Ji Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Now that Lei Ming had his own wild mining area, their business was almost at a standstill. He really should have gotten rid of the ore as soon as possible. If he sold it to Ji Xian, he could probably trade it 2 or 3 more times. As for later, he could specifically ask Bo when to resell it, but that job was risky, and the commission would naturally be high. Indirectly, it would also help him save some money for his wife. Chapter 771. After this round, Brother Xian inevitably consumed some of Little Red Date's energy. Although it was painful, patrolling a new territory was something he had to do. Afterward, he retreated to his cave to complete the map. This was a massive undertaking, requiring the integration of a vast amount of data. He toiled day and night for several days, finally completing the new map. Now that the underground safe house had been repaired, the two of them could finally move in. Small items were added as needed. Sister Chu finally had a big bed to sleep in, and she was incredibly happy. Ji Xian embedded all the remaining energy crystals they had into the walls, ensuring the best possible balance of radiation levels within their home. Chu Xi also hadn't forgotten the tea tree forest. They didn't dare touch the highly mutated tea trees for the time being, but they could still dig up the moderately radioactive soil and the trees within. It certainly wouldn't be a good idea to suddenly dig up all the soil. Although few people usually visit that area, replacing it with some highly radioactive soil wouldn't be a big deal. There was no need to leave such a hidden danger. This time, the two of them had specially used an off-road vehicle to pull 2 extra carts and an excavator. Sister Chu had only sampled a few locations the previous time, so she couldn't estimate the amount of moderately radioactive soil stored. It never hurts to be prepared. To conceal their presence, the two of them deliberately chose a spot near a high radiation area to dig up the soil. They first lifted the entire lawn, then leveled the soil, and finally covered it with the grass. To someone unfamiliar with the area, it wouldn't be noticeable. They only needed to make a transition at the edge. When she first arrived, she simply thought the terrain was a bit low. When they were almost there, Chu Si went ahead and, after making sure there were no outsiders, they began their own earth-moving project. With the excavator, efficiency was significantly improved. While the excavator was working, Sister Chu was testing the soil's radiation level. The width of the moderate radiation zone was roughly determined, but the depth still needed to be measured. To be honest, she didn't dare dream too much at first. Really, the best she could imagine was 2 meters. This was already extremely difficult in the Wasteland world. Consider the soil at her house. Every single one of them had been painstakingly found. And what was the situation now? After digging 5 meters down, they were still high-quality soil with moderate radiation levels. Ji Xian's excitement was unbearable. He simply paused the excavator for a moment and got out to test it himself. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation. Chu Si's head whipped around, incredulous. She could fit an egg in her mouth. How come the radiation level in the soil decreased the deeper they went? Ji Xian's heart was pounding. It was a first for him. He never heard of finding low-radiation soil in the wild. This result was heart-wrenching. Brother Xian took a deep breath. No, he still felt a bit tachycardic. Even such a strong mental fortitude almost gave way. He looked up at his wife, thinking again and again. He pulled an unopened nutrient solution from his backpack and, imitating Chu Si's previous ritual, tore open the bag and offered it to heaven and earth. His expression was far more pious than Sister Chu's. To be honest, he didn't believe in metaphysics before, but now... Boss, please take me flying. That bag of nutrient solution really paid off. They dug about 15 meters down until groundwater appeared, and the soil's radiation levels started to rise again. What kind of concept is this? A circle about 2.5 meters wide, 15 meters high, with an inner radius of about 30 meters. To describe it as overwhelming wealth would be an understatement. Before, Chu Si had thought bringing 2 carts might be a bit redundant. Now she regretted not joining Brother Xian in his celestial offering. This believer has really gotten a bit carried away lately. 1 cart can carry about 30 cubic meters of soil, so they have to make at least 3 trips back and forth. Not to mention the tea trees growing in the area that they also needed to carry back. In a hurry, the two of them didn't dare delay. This place was quite close to the monkeys' territory. If they were pressed for time, they should be able to make 1 more trip today. Brother Xian could go home and get some extra bags, and then quickly build a cart. However, by the time they returned in the afternoon, it would likely be dark. Time was tight, and the excavator wouldn't be able to keep up. So, the two of them had to split up, with Brother Xian responsible for the back-and-forth transport. Chu Si stayed put, using the excavator to dig out the dirt, then backfill it with highly radioactive soil, and finally plant the turf. After a long, anxious wait, thankfully no one showed up today. Their plan went ahead quietly. Chapter 772. After much effort, the two finally brought back the soil and tea trees that met the radiation standards. On the way back, Sister Chu, sitting on the cart, even found 3 more edible tea ears. She was so happy. If they could uncover the secret of those abnormally developed tea trees, wouldn't the valley be transformed into a planting base? From then on, she would be as rich as a nation. The idea was beautiful, but unfortunately, they didn't dare to touch them right now. Those trees were truly dangerous, known for their ability to cure all kinds of disobedience. Even with Chu Si's condition, he could barely be saved after reaching that station, let alone using them for research. As for Ji Xian, after inquiring about Chu Si's specific experience, he was convinced that, aside from his wife, no one else had the right to intervene in this matter. Only Chu Si could do this, but it would require consuming enormous amounts of energy. They didn't have the necessary conditions at the moment, so the matter had to be put on hold for now. Sister Chu was quite open-minded. With so much already coming in, what else did she need? After returning, she immediately began working on her plantation. At first, she considered selecting a plot of land in the valley's moderately irradiated area to plant a seedling nursery. But remembering the monkey's rampage in her garden, Sister Chu decisively abandoned the idea. Furthermore, outdoor planting would also involve the issue of rainwater pollution. Since the mountain was so large, and they had specialized mining equipment, Ji Xian immediately decided to dig out a few more planting rooms. This is much simpler than a dedicated residential area. All it takes is a square, a ventilation system, and fluorescent lighting. Just as the two were busy, something happened with the monkeys. Perhaps it was because they'd done too many bad things, and they were suffering the consequences. In recent days, with the addition of the mutant silverback, both sides have been acting like collusion, and both are acting incredibly arrogant. They've been showing off their power in other people's territories, bullying the weak. Of course, everyone has been a teenager, but lately, they've been trying to calm down. Alas, fate didn't give them that chance. They ran too far, and encountered a mutant leopard out foraging. This one is truly a powerful creature, a natural nemesis for monkeys and gorillas. Before, when they met, they just run away. But things were different now. 2 days ago, the monkeys, relying on their superior intelligence, had just killed a full-grown wild boar. That creature was much larger than the leopard, and its fighting power was unparalleled. The monkeys were still hesitating, assessing the difference in strength between the two sides. But before they could make a move, the mutant silverbacks attacked first. That's what they call, there's a kind of skill that comes from your teammates believing you're capable. They were quite active, but they only cared about killing, not burying. When they realized they couldn't win, they retreated. In the chaotic battle, all the other arrivals were labeled accomplices by the leopards. Just right, today's meal hadn't been settled yet. The mutant monkeys were indeed larger, and they certainly couldn't run as fast as the silverbacks, so the leopards quickly deemed them a weaker group. Unexpectedly, these monkeys were quite difficult to catch, much faster than the mutant monkeys they had encountered before. The leopard's endurance wasn't great, and after chasing it for a long time without any results, it was ready to change its target. Then, the cub, born earlier this spring, fell from its mother's arms. During the last unified evolution of the monkey group, it was still so young, still nursing, and hadn't even had a sip of soup, so its physical condition was somewhat poor. After being jolted along at high speed for so long, its claws lost their grip, and it fell from the tree. It was just in time for the leopard, who had been following it, to pick it up. The monkey group also tried to rescue it. But the leopard was no match for the wild boar, because it could climb trees. After eating the snake meat, the monkey group's courage did grow. But they are always like springs. When the enemy is weak, they are strong. When the enemy is strong, they are weak. After such a sturdy fight, they fully realized that their natural enemies were their natural enemies, and the gap between them wasn't something they could easily bridge with a few bites of snake meat. They were beaten badly. Afterward, the monkeys fled back in disarray. The younger monkeys didn't dare to approach, and many of the older monkeys were wounded. The situation couldn't be described as tragic, it was utterly devastating. After losing a young monkey, the entire monkey group was dejected. The mother monkey let out mournful cries. Chu Xiai and Ji Xian, hearing the noise, exchanged glances and immediately ran out. Because of the young monkey, Chu Xiai had a deep impression of the mother monkey, so she immediately spotted the problem. It seems the young one must have met with an accident. The mother monkey's current condition was remarkably similar to that of its mother. The young monkey was probably in grave danger. Chapter 773. Seeing this, Sister Chu had already given up hope, but the little guy was lucky enough to survive. The story begins with the poison fang. Previously, when Ji Xian and Lei Ming collaborated, they had acquired half of the weapons stockpile. They actually found quite a few valuable items inside. What delighted Ji Xian the most was a newly developed positioning device. It was quite compact. Brother Xian had specifically selected a few monkeys from the group for testing, and he wanted to observe their normal movements. It couldn't monitor high radiation areas, but its signal was strong, allowing it to transmit even in areas with excessive radiation. It also had a tracking function, making it very convenient. Most importantly, this was developed specifically by the Poison Fang Research Institute for its own personnel. Confidentiality in wild mines is always a top priority. To prevent tracking, the positioning device can be set to transmit on multiple frequency bands. When used with a receiver, the wavelength and frequency can be precisely controlled. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to decipher it. Although the little thing lacked any offensive power, it was the weapon Ji Xian was most satisfied with. He opened his watch and looked at the map. The other little red dots had all gathered on this side of the valley, with only one remaining alone outside. Zooming in, he saw that the dot was still moving, though its range was very small, circling back and forth, probably only about 5 or 6 meters. His brows relaxed slightly. The location is still moving. We can attempt a rescue. Normally, a mutant animal would kill its prey immediately after capturing it, and then begin to eat it. But there were certainly some special cases, such as when it wasn't particularly hungry at the time, in which case it might choose to delay the kill. Or perhaps the monkey's repeated counterattacks had instilled a sense of danger in them, prompting them to take their prey to a place they believed to be safe before killing them. Another common occurrence was that these mutants now had offspring. Bringing these young monkeys back home could help them learn hunting techniques. Chu Xiai paused upon hearing Jixian's words. She was naturally happy that the little monkey was still alive, but why did this matter seem so iffy? Which mutant animal wouldn't kill its prey with a single bite? So, were they planning to breed them now? No matter how much she thought about it, she still decided to trust Jixian's judgment. She immediately ran back to the cave, gathered her weapons, and set off quickly. Otherwise, even if she survived now, by the time they finished their tantrums, any remaining chance of survival would likely be gone. Jixian took a quick look at his wife's packed items, nodded, and headed out. Before leaving, he found a few more monkeys to accompany him. Chu Xiai saw this and was a bit puzzled. They fought back? Are these few going to be enough? In her opinion, the two of them had gone there quietly to steal monkeys. She didn't think they could easily kill a being that couldn't even defeat a whole group of monkeys. What grand dreams were they making? Although they had some weapons, the defenses of large mutants were generally very abnormal, and the ordinary weapons they had at hand couldn't deal any high explosive damage. As for the snake venom hidden weapons that were more damaging to mutants, I'm sorry, there were no ready-made wounds. They couldn't even penetrate their fur. Jixian shook his head. We're not sending Monkey Xiaobao and the others to fight to the death. They'd just be a distraction. There were only a few animals that could hunt mutant monkeys, but regardless of which one, their hunting instincts were undoubtedly exceptional. Their hearing and sense of smell must be exceptionally strong. As two humans, our sudden approach would undoubtedly arouse their vigilance or interest. But if a few mutant monkeys approaching them would be much easier. Of course, there's another point Jixian didn't mention, the possibility that the little monkey has been eaten by the offspring of another mutant animal, or perhaps it's only active near its nest. But no matter what, we must go and rescue it. The enemy is in plain sight, while we're in the dark. Even if we can't rescue it, Brother Xian is confident he can escape with his wife and the monkeys. It's undeniable that humans are weak, but we have weapons. We can't kill them outright, but suppressing them with firepower is certainly no problem. This trip was a swift one. The few monkeys Jixian brought with him were all under Chu Xi's command, which ensured they would obey orders in critical moments. The monkeys, who had been a little listless, immediately perked up after hearing the monkeys' terrified cries from afar. They had come out to protect the weaker members of their tribe. Their sense of mission instantly unleashed a 300% surge of fighting power. Sister Chu was shocked. Honestly, they had only intended to steal the cubs and run away. Now, the cubs were furious, chasing the leopard. Of course, it wasn't that Monkey Xiaobao and the others had suddenly become invincible, but rather that the leopard had cubs to protect. Even wearing shoes was afraid of going barefoot. Surrounded and blocked by these lunatics, it had no choice but to flee, clutching its two cubs. Then, the monkeys grew arrogant. Sister Chu finally managed to persuade them to stop. Don't chase a desperate enemy. If they get too angry, who knows who will suffer. Chapter 774. Jixian hadn't expected the rescue operation to go so smoothly. The little monkey looked terrified, clinging to Monkey Xiaobao the entire way. Through its fur, you could see its body trembling slightly. Its two tiny paws clutched tightly at Monkey Xiaobao's chest fur, whimpering softly from time to time, its eyes timidly glancing around. It had to be said that Xiaobao's behavior today was exceptional, showing a touch of maternal love. She reached out and gently patted the little monkey in her arms, imitating her mother, soothing the little creature with gentle purring sounds. Unfortunately, it wasn't very effective. The little monkey hadn't been weaned yet, and usually clung to its mother constantly. Even though Monkey Xiaobao was from the same tribe, the little one wasn't familiar with its scent, and was still terrified. The only thing left on her face was her eyes, and she could only shed tears. It was truly too much to bear. This had even scared little monkey. He hadn't expected the little cub to be so troublesome. The mere mention of being a nanny had immediately dispelled any thoughts of a romantic relationship. In a few strides, he leaped over to Chu Xiai, ripped the little creature from his arms, and thrust it into his sister's arms. He completely ignored her small, unbalanced frame. Holding it in his arms, it felt like a large golden retriever. The little cub wasn't picky. It would grab whoever it was in. Chusi wanted to tear it down, but she saw its desperate grip on her and its fragile, helpless whimpers. Forget it, she leaned the little monkey against her back, signaling Brother Xian to return immediately. Hurry, and return it to its owner. Its movements were clumsy, and it would always instinctively strangle her. It had to be said that Sister Chu's potential was greatly enhanced when her own life was threatened. With her guidance, they returned even faster than they had come. The moment they saw the forest at the valley's entrance, the little one finally relaxed. Hearing the familiar chirping sound, the little monkey's mother rushed out immediately. She was thrilled, and the monkeys were also delighted. Although the process had been somewhat bumpy, the outcome was satisfactory. After this incident, the monkeys and the silverbacks had calmed down. They had all been keeping their heads down for the past few days, finally recognizing their own abilities. The valley had been much quieter in recent days than before. Chusi had thought that life was finally getting back on track. With nothing to do these past few days, she and Ji Xian had been busy with farming. Just 2 days into their peaceful days, the monkeys and the silverbacks were ready to find a place to sleep. Never expected that the leopard that Monkey Xiaobao and his friends had chased away would actually come charging back. Ji Xian's brows furrowed. This shouldn't have happened. Animals, like the mutant leopard, have their own fixed hunting territories and rarely venture out to hunt. Its previous home was far from here, and even if it had moved later, it would certainly have been in a different direction. He had a premonition that something was amiss. Indeed, the leopard had come this time with a rage of vengeance. After being driven out by Monkey Xiaobao and his companions, it had taken its 2 cubs to a new den. But while it was out hunting, the cubs were targeted by a pack of hyenas. Leaving no one alive, a mother's rage wasn't quelled even after slaughtering the 5 hyenas. So, it thought of the mutant monkeys that had driven them out. They returned to their original spot and followed the scent back here. This time, the monkeys had struck a blow. They were determined to kill every monkey here. Despite the mutant leopard's size, it possessed exceptional stealth abilities. Its silent gait, coupled with its camouflage, made it extremely difficult to detect in the darkness. It was only when the monkeys smelled a hint of blood that they became alert. As the 2 sides clashed, the large bamboo forest at the valley's entrance acted as a buffer. The monkeys quickly noticed something was amiss, and many of the adults leaped to higher ground. The silverbacks also took their stand, beating their chests in protest at the leopards. The leopard lowered its head and suddenly accelerated, charging at the monkeys like a flash of yellow lightning. A battle was imminent. To be honest, despite the significant disparity in their individual strength, Ji Xian wasn't worried. After all, this was a 2-on-1 brawl. Of course, the 2 referred to the monkeys and the silverbacks, while the 1 simply referred to the leopard. No matter how you slice it, it couldn't possibly win. But it had long since disregarded life and death, fighting with all its might, yet the monkeys hadn't gained a single advantage. The leopard fought recklessly, sustaining numerous injuries from the swarm's assault, but its ferocity was no less. The Monkey King, charging in front, was pinned down and bitten on the neck. It was clear this time it had no intention of returning alive. Everyone who died was a deadly one. Chapter 775. The Monkey King thought he was doomed. The cheetah's sharp teeth pierced his neck, and he could feel the bite piercing his flesh. A sharp pain instantly spread throughout his body. Hot blood flowed out, trickling down his fur. Breathing became increasingly difficult, and his limbs struggled feebly, his claws desperately tearing at the leopard's jaws. But even with his now greatly increased strength, he still couldn't break free from the female leopard's grip. The leopard's eyes gleamed fiercely, full of determination. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly from the exertion, and her muscles were tense as if they were rocks. With the leopard's jaws pressing down, the Monkey King's life seemed in jeopardy. Seeing this, the other monkeys were extremely anxious. This was the backbone of their group. Several mutant monkeys tried to help, but it was no use. The massive leopard exerted force, holding the Monkey King in its mouth, and leaped out of the encirclement. Its fighting power was simply incomparable to that of these monkeys. After all this struggle, the Monkey King thought he could hear the sound of his neck dislocating. It was bad. It might have been saved, but now, it was hard to say. With tears in his eyes, he looked at this world with reluctance. Here was his newly born child, several beautiful concubines, and his growing race. Life was so beautiful. Why was he going to die? Oh, and there was also the barbecue made by their bald little cub. Thinking of this, He glanced over and saw Chu Si aiming his gun. Bang, 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 a few shots, hitting the leopard and its body. Sister Chu was actually helpless about this matter. She naturally didn't want to cause any casualties. But the leopard was too cunning, half its face buried behind the Monkey King. She thought, a few bullets wouldn't kill the Monkey King, but if she didn't force it to release, it would be doomed. The bullets only grazed the leopard's face. Taking advantage of its raised, furious gaze, Sister Chu took aim and immediately fired 2 more shots into its eyes. Alas, it dodged the bullets by ducking its head. While the Monkey King wasn't hit by the bullets this time, it certainly wasn't much better off. As the mutant leopard lowered its head, it could clearly feel the bite force on its neck increase. The Monkey King felt a wave of despair. For some reason, it felt as if its chances of survival were growing slimmer. Thankfully, the outcome was what everyone expected. The Monkey King was flung out like a rag. With a loud thud, it slammed heavily against the rock wall and slid down again, leaving a trail of blood. Without giving Chu Si a chance to rush over to treat it, the leopard turned and pounced on her. She didn't dare delay. The weapons she had were no match for the leopard. The only thing she could use now was the flying tiger claw. With a whoosh, a needle shot from Sister Chu's side, piercing the leopard's lacerated wound. Chu Si couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had both been preparing for bed, and hadn't brought any specific weapons. Anxiously, she rushed out with her 2 guns, while Ji Xian went to prepare the special ammunition. But he still arrived a little later than Chu Si had expected. Thankfully, he arrived just in time, so he could help relieve her of the pressure. But for a mutant that size, 1 or 2 anesthetics wouldn't have much of an effect. This had been tested before. Based on the amount of medicine available, if 10 more were injected, the leopard could hold out for at least another 15 to 20 minutes. That's enough time for them to erect a monument for themselves. Bang, bang. Several more needles flew past, and the 2 men immediately jumped away. The leopard's massive body crashed down, and it felt like even the ground shook. The battle was now intense, and Chu Si turned nervously. Unexpectedly, the leopard had simply collapsed. Its face was on the ground, its neck thrust forward, and its body was half-curled. It looked completely unconscious. But how could that be possible? Chu Si turned to look at Ji Xian, then at the unfamiliar anesthetic needles in his hand, and was stunned. Did you get this from the venom fong? It's incredibly effective, isn't it? Ji Xian said nothing, quickly strode over to the Monkey King, and injected him directly into the neck. Sister Chu was horrified, a little anxious. Judging from the Monkey King's condition, he could clearly be saved. Besides, even if the Monkey King died, it wouldn't be their turn to become the new leader. Why were they so eager? Sensing the meaning in her eyes, Ji Xian tapped her on the forehead in anger. What are you thinking? This is snake plasma. He had originally intended to go to the freezer to get the short-tailed pit viper venom solution, but the moment he saw the giant snake, he changed his mind. The biggest drawback of eating snake meat is that it quickly causes a state of drowsiness, which is much more potent than anesthetics. The leopard was so large, it would have been a waste to poison it directly, so he took a moment to replace the anesthetic in the needle with plasma. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Ji Xian was quick, and the entire process took less than 5 minutes. But he never expected that in just a few minutes, the Monkey King would almost die. Luckily, he still had breath left, so he could test the healing effects of the plasma. If things really weren't going well, he would have to use the energy from some small red dates. As for the mutant leopard, he naturally couldn't let it live. While it was unconscious, Ji Xian decisively dispatched it. With that, the battle to defend their homeland finally came to an end. Chapter 776. The leopard passed away peacefully in its sleep, leaving a mountain of flesh piled at the door. Chu Si and Ji Xian had no time for an autopsy. Their most pressing task now was to rescue the Monkey King. Not wanting to waste even a moment, Brother Xian prepared the small red dates and kept a close eye on the Monkey King's condition. The snake plasma did help stabilize the injury, but it seemed to be a bit underwhelming. While it's very effective in improving bodily functions, it's a bit conservative when it comes to wound healing, especially for someone like the Monkey King, who had injured such a crucial area as the cervical spine. Ji Xian reached out and tested the area. Several vertebrae had been dislocated. There were no hospital facilities here, so Brother Xian pushed them back in. Move a few times, then try again. If that doesn't work, try from the other side. Looking at his brother's solemn expression, Chu Si felt a chill run down his spine. Her hearing was sharp enough to hear the crackling and grinding of joints, a slight trepidation building within her. She strode over to Ji Xian's side and stammered, "Brother, if I'm ever seriously injured, please, for our sake, take me to the hospital." After all this trouble, she was both afraid of dying and afraid she wouldn't. Jixian paused, traced the Monkey King's spine again, and after confirming it was all right, he reached out and tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking?" He had urgently treated the Monkey King because it was so large that a dislocated joint wouldn't damage its nerves. Pushing it back now will only cause a slight inflammation, which will quickly subside under the effects of the special energy stone. It's actually better than leaving it dislocated, saving you the hassle of having to reset it after it heals, like Chusi did. Glancing at his wife, he reluctantly placed the small red date on the Monkey King's neck. He watched as the Monkey King's condition gradually stabilized. Mutated animals are much more receptive to special energy stones than humans. After a while, the color of the small stone noticeably faded. Brother Xian's heart ached. As soon as he saw the Monkey King's condition stabilize slightly, he immediately removed his precious small stone. The rest, take care of it slowly. Don't waste his resources. Seeing Chusi still a little worried, he couldn't help but explain, "Don't worry, the critical period is over." Sister Chu nodded, then shook her head. "I'm not worried about the Monkey King. I just want to say that everyone has their own strengths. Big brother, please don't force me when the time comes." After all, her tiny arms and legs weren't as resilient as the Monkey King's. As for whether it would become paralyzed, that would have to wait and see after the Monkey King woke up. As for whether it would win easily or return to peak health after waking up, it all depended on its luck. After all, no matter what, it was better than death. Looking at Brother Xian's current state, he had already used all the strength he could. Apart from the two of them, the monkey's vigilance had all been relaxed. The leopard had been slaughtered, and everyone was busy with their own affairs. Even the Monkey King's concubines had gone about their business. Clearly, it was used to being kept free, and after confirming it wouldn't die, none of them came to check on its life or death. Sister Chu lamented, "You're no good. You have no support from the people." She reached out and patted the Monkey King's large hand. She was actually quite cheerful. She was the happiest of the monkeys, day in and day out. "And now, your tower has collapsed." She chuckled, "Open your eyes, and see how miserable you are." It was meant to be a joke, but when she turned around, she saw the Monkey King had truly woken up. He wasn't in good shape though. His eyes were dull, and his head tilted slightly. Chusi quickly pressed him back. How could the Monkey King not be so attentive? If Brother Xian saw it later, he'd have to press his neck again. It worked this time, but who could guarantee it would work next time? Jixian didn't play around with all the fuss. Seeing the Monkey King awake, he realized he had indeed overlooked a problem. He pulled 5 more anesthetic needles from his bag and inserted them one by one. Due to the emergency situation just now, he only gave 1 shot, leaving the Monkey King's recovery somewhat sluggish. With words of gratitude still on his lips, Brother Xian immediately handed him over. Actually, there was something the Monkey King hadn't mentioned. Because Jixian had only given him 1 shot initially, he was conscious, but due to his weakness and the problem with his neck, he couldn't move. So, the Monkey King felt Jixian's manipulation of his neck deeply. The crunching sound was terrifying. For some reason, from then on, the Monkey King had a psychological scar on Brother Xian. It was a shame to have such a small soldier like him stay as a cook. He should be sent to the enemy camp, where he could dissect their necks while they slept. When he returned, he would give him the Monkey King's place. Chapter 777. The situation with the Monkey King has temporarily subsided, but the leopard's sudden attack has sounded a wake-up call for Jixian. He'd been wanting to strengthen the security of the monkey colony's territory, but he'd been so busy building a safe house recently that it had been put on hold. Now that he retrieved a lot of items from the Venom Fawn arsenal, he could set them up. But there were still a few complications. First, the mutant monkey colony's territory was vast, and many areas were high radiation areas, making complete detection extremely difficult. Second, all arrangements had to be as concealed as possible. Hiding their home was the top priority. Otherwise, preventing wolves would attract leopards, which would definitely not be a good thing for them. In the valley, Sister Chu was circling the mutant leopard. She couldn't help with what Jixian was considering, so it was better to find time to deal with the leopard. Dissecting such a large creature would undoubtedly produce a strong bloody odor, and she worried it might attract other powerful mutants. But even if she moved out, where could she go? The area surrounding this place was entirely monkey territory. Later, facts proved that her concern stemmed from her own lack of frugality. Look at Brother Xian. He sealed the blood in sealed bags and stored it, while the other bones and meat went straight into the cold storage, and the hide was soaked in chemicals. Would other mutants be drawn to the scent of black gold? Wouldn't that be a bit too strong? But she had to do this job. There was no other way. Brother Xian was a poor man. He had finally killed a leopard, and if he took action, his harvest would instantly rival that of a cat. After some mental preparation, she asked a few monkeys to help drag the dissected intestines outside the valley to a beautiful, well-ventilated spot. Don't waste this stuff, it can also fertilize the soil. Donning her custom-made mask, Sister Chu became a stone-cold tool. I was happy, and everyone else was unhappy too. Seeing a group of monkeys and silverbacks perched on a tree, chirping at her from a distance. After removing one section, she took the trouble to find a few large leaves and made a trailer, asking the onlookers to help her haul the manure. The bamboo forest had been severely damaged. This time, the mutant leopards had come in and knocked down many large bamboos. Next year, when the bamboo shoots sprouted, they have to work hard. The first batch of their labor was transported to them. But these mutant monkeys and silverback gorillas were incredibly skilled. They only did the hard work once. None of those who hauled the black gold away ever returned. Gossip is fine anytime, but doing this dirty work is out of the question. After fumigating for most of the day, Chu Xi, fearing he missed something, even searched twice. Once he got 2 A-grade energy stones, today's work would be worthwhile. As for the remaining D-grade and E-grade energy stones, there were a dozen or so in total. Even with the mutant leopard's enormous size, this was a considerable harvest. She walked out of the area with a green face and turned over the nearby grass to cover it. This stuff couldn't be wasted. There were many good fruit trees in the monkey colony's territory, and the monkeys and gorillas could take care of them together for the next 2 days. When Chu Xi changed his clothes and returned to report his results, Qi Xian was squatting on the stone platform, scrubbing the hide. A generous amount of chemical had been poured on it. It needed to be spread evenly and reapplied every 30 minutes. That way, the nitrate process would be almost ready tonight. Looking at the large piece of skin, Chu Xi couldn't help but ask, "What are we going to do with such a large piece?" Hearing this, Brother Xian paused slightly. He hadn't really figured it out yet. Now that they had plenty of points, it would be a shame to sell it. But the large snake skin they saved up hadn't been used yet, and this one wasn't going to be in the cards. Qi Xian hadn't thought of it, but Chu Xi could. With a flick of her eyes, a plan came to her mind. Her special beast team wasn't fully equipped yet. The two of them had previously discussed the lack of special energy crystals in the safe house, and she would have to go into the high radiation zone again to sort it out. The map Brother Xian had copied earlier wasn't a free gift, it was incredibly useful, especially for someone like Chu Xi, who had free access to high radiation areas. She figured since she had nothing else to do recently, and since Qi Xian was at home reinforcing the camp, she'd take her team inside to take a look. Of course, they also needed to be well protected. Every member of the team should at least have a leopard collar, right? It was both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Then she could dress it up and use it as a squad uniform. Seeing the results, wouldn't the surrounding mutant beasts run away for miles? The deterrent effect would be quite good. If you don't obey, you be beheaded. Sister Chu's mood instantly brightened at the thought, and she shared the idea with Brother Xian. Looking at such a large piece of skin, Qi Xian fell silent. But seeing his wife's eyes sparkling, he decided to do it himself and minimize the damage. Chapter 778. While Brother Xian was busy for a few days, Chu Xi took the monkeys and mutant apes out for field training. They were up early and working late every day, and it looked like they were really doing it. Qi Xian smiled and shook his head. They were just having fun on their own. The fight was still the same old routine, with no rules at all. Chu Xi had just added a little prize, a feast for the winner. It certainly boosted their morale, but it didn't actually improve their combat effectiveness at all. He retrieved the vibration sensor from the warehouse. For the past 2 days, Brother Xian has been busy upgrading the base's security. Once he finishes that, he starts designing a training plan for them. It would be a good idea to warm up these monkeys and apes for a few days to get them motivated. As for him, he was lucky to have seized a lot of weapons earlier, otherwise, his current plan wouldn't have been possible. Setting up security for the monkey colony's territory was a massive undertaking. Its vast area, interspersed with numerous high radiation areas, made it impossible to deploy many high-tech devices. This left a significant gap in the surveillance area. But the construction of a security network must be foolproof, otherwise, it would be useless. Qi Xian had already deployed the surveillance cameras in the moderate radiation areas immediately. After 2 rotations, he still had a few left for his and his wife's daily use. As for the high radiation areas, He put some thought into it. First, all electronic equipment was eliminated. He was only able to use the simplest, purely mechanical devices. This created many more constraints. After much thought, he came up with the idea of a vibration sensor. It was just a small component in a mechanism, but its advantage was its simplicity. Even the switch required external pressure. And Ji Xian took advantage of this. He adjusted the trigger condition so that if a large mutant animal approached, the ground pressure would be sufficient to trigger it. Then Brother Xian buried a layer of high-voltage, battery-powered roadblocks in the shallow surface nearby, using the vibration sensor as a quick-acting switch. However, to ensure the power supply, the existing generators were far from sufficient. Seeing his wife enjoying herself, he took the opportunity to return to the base, while she was trained to prepare another batch of supplies. And this trip was indeed not in vain. Just as he entered the base gate, Elderly called. Looking at the incoming call on his watch, Ji Xian frowned. He was in such a hurry. It didn't look like a good thing at all. He glanced at the newly installed surveillance cameras on the street, and clicked to answer. Since they were so anxious to find him, they were probably just trying to cover up their mistake. Oldly wouldn't approve. He answered the call while driving. Before he could say anything, he heard the old man cheerfully chatting with him. Little G, where have you and Chusi been lately? How many days have you been back to base? Ji Xian's lips curled slightly, as he smiled, and tried to smooth things over by saying he was out prospecting. Brother Xian was now completely certain that the old man's intentions were definitely not good. Otherwise, why would the patrol officers be keeping tabs on two ordinary citizens who hadn't been home for several days? Ji Xian's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, already forming a rough idea of Mr. Li's purpose for this visit. It was simply a few factors. First, they were impressed by his limited abilities, but the patrol agency was no shortage of capable individuals, not to mention the special forces. Any one of them wouldn't necessarily be less capable than him. Second, they were definitely planning to target the monkeys. His wife's combat prowess was not low, but she wasn't suited to the official ranks. No matter how he looked at it, he felt the second possibility was the most likely. Mr. Li chatted with him about his well-being for a while, his attitude extremely humble. He finally brought up the overall situation. He still wanted to borrow monkeys and people. Of course, Brother Xian flatly refused. Mr. Li must have known he was in the wrong, which was why he played the emotional card for so long at the beginning. Unfortunately, Brother Xian was extremely rational. Aside from Chu Si's flirtatious behavior, he was quite resistant to other people. Of course, he couldn't be too blunt. After all, Mr. Li's status was there. No matter what, he was indeed a good leader who was devoted to the base, and that honor couldn't be denied. Of course, he had to appeal to both his feelings and his reasoning. Mr. Li, this is truly unacceptable. My wife has always been careless and unfocused, and she simply can't integrate into the official team of our base. It would only make command more difficult. The last time he went out, he had clearly seen that while Gu Huai and the others had a good impression of Chu Si, they weren't on the same team. Not putting obstacles in her way was their biggest concession. Later, he heard Chu Si complain that they had isolated her when assigning tasks, treating her like a complete non-staff member. It wasn't like they had to force their way in. There was no need to put up with this. Chapter 779. This matter had been discussed for a long time, but Ji Xian was a complete blockhead, and there was nothing he could do. Finally, Elderly had no choice but to give up. The old man coughed lightly, and stopped forcing them to join the team. Instead, he assigned them a uranium mine search mission. Uranium mine? Ji Xian hadn't expected that. Ji Xian was actually no stranger to uranium mine missions. It could even be said that they were a regular on the base's mission list. When they were mercenaries, they would also take on missions posted by the base when they had free time. While the price advantage might not be obvious, it had credibility and a guarantee. With this, the negotiations had effectively fallen through. Oldly had initially wanted to recruit them into the team, but now he had switched to a voluntary mission type with no deadline. The progress of the mission was entirely up to the two men's discretion. It was just a matter of closing the fold after the sheep had been lost, not something that could be rushed. The mission list in the square scrolls year-round, displaying resources requiring long-term supply. Some mercenaries or hunting teams who prefer not to accept private orders will take on such missions. Uranium ore plays a crucial role in the field of weapons and ammunition, serving as the primary raw material for many heavy bombs. Oldly thought for a moment and decided to discuss some matters with Ji Xian, hoping he would recognize the seriousness of the situation. The old man sighed softly. Little Ji, you voluntarily surrendered the special energy crystal, making an outstanding contribution to the base and to humanity as a whole. The scientific research team's evaluation and analysis have shown that the special energy crystal has demonstrated significant practical value in balancing radiation. It can effectively balance radiation issues in the surrounding area, providing crucial support for the safety of base personnel and critical scientific research. But Jixian, precisely because of its significant impact and the terrifying benefits involved, it's enough to convince many factions to reshuffle their strategies. Great opportunities often come with great crises. This is also the root cause of this calamity. Although the base has done its utmost to conceal this news, some things attract more attention the more they're hidden. Ordinary objects are easy to deal with, but the special energy crystal has always been neglected. Even places like the Research Institute have only a few research samples. This object is too important, and even within the Research Institute, there are undoubtedly other factions planting spies. This secret cannot be kept secret for long. So they made a decision. While others were still unaware, they began to vigorously collect the energy crystal. They also sent their men to scour the black markets across various bases for supplies. The results were indeed impressive, but they hadn't anticipated the counterattack would come so quickly and fiercely. Unexpectedly, the black market, usually known for its patience, would now directly reveal its true strength and swiftly show its fangs. After the clash of forces, while it appeared they had suppressed the black market on the surface, the reality was that 2 key uranium mining areas at Base 46 had been seized, and the situation had become extremely urgent. Those were uranium mines, the lifeblood of the arsenal, to be honest. Having crossed this red line, the two sides were locked in a bitter fight. Moreover, the black market has been very active recently, and Base 46 isn't the only one affected. The only fortunate thing is that their weapons reserves are still sufficient. This gives the base some time to save themselves. Before the real war begins, quickly finding a new uranium mining site is paramount. And this isn't just their job. With the war looming, in addition to searching for rare metals related to radiation shields, every base is also scrambling to store heavy weapons. Hearing this, Jixian finally understood why Elderly had come to them so eagerly. Uranium ore is actually not uncommon in nature. After all, this is still the Wasteland. Those vast areas of high radiation contain rich uranium deposits in many places. The difficulty lies in mining. High radiation zones have many restrictions, and people can't stay there for long. In other words, without special energy stones to protect their lives, people can't stay there at all. Furthermore, all the sophisticated electrical equipment is unusable. Mining relies entirely on manual labor, which has always been an extremely slow and arduous task. You can't resort to special energy stones, laboriously transporting several carts of stone, and then, upon refining, only to find the yield rate is appallingly low. That would be a complete loss. Even if the current situation is exceptional, and the base is willing to invest heavily, it simply can't meet demand. As for the moderately radioactive areas, they are almost without exception controlled by the military forces of each district. That's why Base 46 has shifted the blame back to Chu Ci, and the monkeys he brought with him. Only mutant animals can freely traverse highly radioactive areas, and mutant monkeys are also incredibly strong, making them perfect candidates for free labor. Chapter 780. The base had a good idea. After all, the fastest way to increase revenue now was to start in high radiation areas. This time, Elderly even offered to provide 2D-grade special energy stones as startup capital. I just hope they can get this matter on the agenda as soon as possible. Not only that, the purchase price for the uranium ore will be even higher than the normal market price. The only requirement is that it cannot be sold to other forces. Jixian nodded in agreement. But despite this, he didn't really take it seriously. Now that they had both settled down outside, they didn't dare to completely trust the base, and naturally there was no need to rush into everything. Of course, there was no need to offend the base. They were going into the high radiation zone anyway to search for energy crystals, but as a side project, they could mine some and turn it over to the government when it was convenient. After hanging up the phone, Jixian thought the uranium mine issue was over for now, but before going to bed that night, Elderly personally brought his men back and brought him a physical map. Jixian opened it, and saw that it was also an ancient map that had been preserved. It was extremely meticulously marked, and the area was even larger than the one he had originally copied. What caught his eye was a vast expanse of green vegetation. The density of each forest patch was clearly discernible, and the distribution of different tree species was clearly marked, from cold-hardy pines and cypresses to moisture-loving birches. The river meandered through it, its course precisely outlined by blue lines, its depth, flow rate, and even the range of water level fluctuations during flood season noted. The river shallows and deep pools were also specially marked. In the mining area, the direction of the ore vein was depicted with striking red lines, accurate to every bend. The vein type, estimated reserves, and mining difficulty level were also noted. Even the locations of the mines, large and small, were clearly marked, with numbers at the wellheads and a simplified diagram of the internal structure. Warning signs, shelters, and rest areas along the way were marked with specific symbols. Even the road slope and load capacity were indicated. Ji Xian looked up, surprised that Mr. Li would give him such a valuable item. Could it be to assist with uranium mining? It seemed the situation was far more tense than he had anticipated. This map was so valuable that to prevent leaks, they even brought a roll of precious printed material. They didn't even dare to use the online transmission channel. The paper was made of a special material, and it contained a red pigment capsule. If crushed, the entire map would be contaminated and destroyed in 2 seconds. If it was discovered that Ji Xian had leaked it through his channels, he would be handed over to a military court, with serious consequences. After finishing his business, he escorted the men out. As they neared the door, Oldie told his entourage to leave first. He paused and patted Ji Xian's shoulder. "Little Ji, please pay close attention to the uranium mine. In return, I use my permission to modify your wife's information." With that, he walked out. Little did he know that Ji Xian's pupils trembled violently behind him. Oldie didn't know what Chu Si's problem was, but he knew this girl must have a secret. She had never used genetic enhancement drugs, yet her physique had been strengthened to this point. After returning from his last mining mission, he had specifically searched the dark web. They could track down the sales channels for high-level drugs, even if they were on the black market, but none had reached the hands of these two men. Ji Xian later tried to remedy the situation by purchasing a supposedly mid-grade genetic drug, but in reality, he exploited his connections with the Tomorrow mercenary group and made a false account, only to expose the problem further. When Ji Xian and his team ran into trouble on their mission, the girl had single-handedly traveled to the high-radiation zone and brought back several members of the Tomorrow mercenary group. Although it seemed entirely due to luck, she managed to survive the winter, find them, and even make it back alive. How could she have done it by sheer luck? Later, during the winter cold snap, he witnessed Chu Si's unparalleled affinity with the monkeys. Then, she joined the special forces on a mineral exploration mission, performing exceptionally well. Originally a breeder, she transformed herself into a key player. Team leader Gu Huai commented that this person's single kill capabilities rivaled those of their special forces. This was truly bizarre. According to the records, Chu Si had never used genetic drugs, and her physique had always been very average, even frail. But since accidentally entering a high-radiation area last year, her body had slowly begun to change. Something must be fishy going on. He had good reason to suspect that Chu Si had undergone some benign mutations after that radiation exposure. If that were true, it was no wonder the two children were so secretive. This sort of thing didn't interest him, a rough man like him, but it was hard to say for those crazy old pedants at the research institute. They were always using a feather as a token of authority, demanding everyone to study it. Making a few changes here was a good deed for them.